The Lord's Empire Chapter 23:16 to Chapter 23:99. Everyone else was the same, and they gathered together to discuss matters regarding Qin. What they wanted the most was alchemy power. After all, this advantage was simply too great, and no one would not be moved. If they could obtain this power, not only would their defense increase, but their attack power would also increase. In the future, they would have a great advantage against enemies, and they would not have much of an advantage against the alchemy race. With this, they would no longer have to fear the alchemy race, and just thinking about it made them feel excited. Everyone walked around Qin Palace but did not gain anything. Qin would only show them images that he was willing to show them, and there were some places that they were not allowed to enter. In the end, everyone returned to Qin Palace. Even though they had gained some information about Qin, they were not satisfied. Within the palace, there was a gentle-looking young man who bowed to Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, "This lowly one is very curious about something, and I wonder if your majesty can answer me?" "If your majesty can answer," this lowly one would be incredibly grateful. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he asked, "What is it?" The young man smiled as he said, "It is regarding Qin's alchemy power and alchemy divine beasts." "May I ask how one can obtain these two abilities that only the alchemy race can?" Hearing someone directly ask about Qin's alchemy power, everyone's minds trembled and they pricked up their ears as they looked at Zhao Fu. This was undoubtedly the information that everyone wanted to know the most, and even Shi Shuj and Bing Qixue were no exception. However, after thinking about it, everyone felt that it was impossible. Who would be so stupid as to tell others about such a secret technique? The person who had asked the question felt that it was quite stupid to even ask such a question. Zhao Fu sat on the throne and looked quite startled, but he was not too surprised. He had guessed that there would definitely be people coming for this matter. After all, Qin had relied on alchemy power to repel the Fire Kingdom and Devilhorn Empire. In response to the young man's question, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's actually quite simple, you just have to create your own Philosopher's Stone and take over the alchemy race." Everyone looked quite confused, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would really be willing to tell them the reason. However, after hearing what Zhao Fu said, everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It was the same as not saying anything. How could the Heaven Awakened World's people create the Philosopher's Stone? It was impossible for them to attack the alchemist family. Could it be that Great Qin knew that they couldn't do it, which was why it said such a thing to trick them? The gentle-looking youth said in pleasant surprise, "Then, may I ask if you can tell me the manufacturing method for the Philosopher's Stone and the method to attack an alchemist clan?" Everyone once again looked at Zhao Fu, their gazes filled with anticipation. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I've told you the reason. As for the method, it's Qin's secret. I can't tell you." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. At the same time, they could tell that Qin wasn't fooling them. It was because he had created the Philosopher's Stone that he possessed the power of alchemy, conquered an alchemist family, and owned an alchemist sacred beast. However, how had Great Qin accomplished these two things that were impossible to do? The gentle youth was unwilling to give up. "Your Majesty, if you can tell me a way, I'm willing to pay a certain price." "Your Majesty, please tell me. The entire Green Lake Kingdom will be grateful to you." The others also spoke. "Your Majesty, I'm also willing to pay a certain price to obtain these two methods. Our people will also be grateful to your Majesty and see your Majesty as our benefactor. Please tell us, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Right now, we're all being oppressed by the alchemist clan. These two methods are incredibly important to us. As long as your Majesty agrees to tell us these two methods, we'll pay a sufficient price. Your Majesty, if you give us the method, Qin will forever be our friend. If Qin is in danger, we'll be the first to rush over. We definitely won't let Qin be in danger. Please trust us, Qin." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disdainful. What good would it do to be grateful to him? What good would it do to treat him as their benefactor? As Qin's friend, Qin would come over if he was in danger and say nice things? Who would believe that? These two methods were obtained by Qin. The key was that if they gave them these two methods, Qin's advantage would be gone. When that time came, it was possible that these people would use the method that Qin had given them to destroy the Qin Empire. If that happened, who would pity Qin? Who would spare Qin? Everyone knew that there was not much hope, but they could not help but look at Zhao Fu in anticipation. Even though Zhao Fu felt quite disdainful, he still had a trace of a smile on his face as he said, "The method is Qin's secret. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you." Hearing this, everyone felt quite disappointed. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu said, "Since everyone has come to Qin, you'll be Qin's friends from now on. I'll give everyone some philosopher's stones." After speaking, Zhao Fu waved his hand and rays of light shot out, causing large wooden boxes to appear in front of everyone. Everyone felt quite delighted and couldn't help but go up and open the wooden boxes. Countless rays of green light shined out, and within the wooden boxes were green pearls that were as big as lychees, giving off alchemy power. This alchemy power was different from the alchemy power of the Heaven Awakened world. It was the alchemy power of the Heaven Awakened world. At first, everyone could not believe that someone from the Heaven Awakened world could create a philosopher's stone. However, now that they had personally seen that Qin had not only created a philosopher's stone but also an alchemy stone from the Heaven Awakened world, this was simply too amazing. There were dozens of wooden boxes, and everyone could not help but go up and take some before looking at them closely. They could not find the method, but obtaining a philosopher's stone was not bad either. If they brought it back and researched it, perhaps they would be able to find a way to create it. Shuj and Nether Spring also held a philosopher's stone and smiled as they looked at the philosopher's stone in their hands. Everyone was quite satisfied with this result. Suddenly, a round-faced young man laughed and said, "Qin is quite generous. Friend, what do you need to conquer the alchemy family? How about you give us some as well?" Zhao Fu felt that these words were quite disgusting. They really thought that Qin was a good person. He gave them everything and shamelessly wanted everything. Not only was he not satisfied with giving them the philosopher's stone, but he also wanted the method to conquer the alchemy family and control the holy beast. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in anticipation. This time, Zhao Fu did not do as they wished, and he said with a trace of anger, "That's impossible. If you want to obtain the method, you should research it yourself. After you research it, I'll tell everyone about it." The round-faced young man looked quite awkward. How could he tell others about his faction's research? He understood that he had gone too far and had angered Zhao Fu, so he did not say anything else. Everyone understood that Zhao Fu was angry, so they naturally could not say those words. Instead, they thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Qin, for giving us the philosopher's stone. We are now Qin's friends. In the future, if Qin needs anything, you can look for them." Suddenly, someone couldn't help but ask, "Is Qin willing to sell the philosopher's stone? I am willing to buy it for a high price." This person knew that it was impossible to research the method to create the philosopher's stone. If they wanted to obtain the philosopher's stone, they could buy it. At that time, they would also have the philosopher's stone and would be even more powerful. Hearing this, everyone felt that the philosopher's stone was a good item. They immediately said, "I am also willing to buy it for a high price." The anger in Zhao Fu's heart disappeared, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Everyone here is Qin's friend. If everyone wants to buy the philosopher's stone, I can sell it for a suitable price. If your relationship with Qin is good enough, I can even give it to you for free." These words were clearly trying to win over people's hearts. Anyone who had a good relationship with Qin could obtain a free philosopher's stone. Who wouldn't want to have a good relationship with Qin? Ha ha ha, Qin is now my brother. Everyone can testify that if anything happens, I will be the first to arrive. I definitely won't be a minute late. I am also willing to be Qin's friend. As long as Qin wants something, I can give it to him. I've liked Qin from the start. Now that I've come to Qin and met Emperor Qin, I like Qin even more. Qin can definitely become my best friend. I don't want to say anything else, but Qin treats his friends too well. I will definitely take care of Qin as my friend. If Qin needs anything in the future, he can look for me. Yes, yes. I don't admire anyone else, but I admire Qin the most. It looks like I made the right choice this time. It's much better than going to the other two kingdoms. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the crowd below. He had achieved his goal. There were several reasons why Zhao Fu was doing this. The first was to make friends with various forces and strengthen Qin's momentum. Although they were not sure whether they would come to help Qin if he was in danger, with so many people as friends with Qin, ordinary forces would have to think twice before provoking Qin. In the future, when dealing with the Alliance Devil Horn and Wind God, this could be of great use and affect their decisions. Secondly, it was also to eliminate the hostility of all parties. Now, Qin already had a lot of opponents. There was no need to continue to increase the number of opponents, which was very disadvantageous to Qin's development. When he used alchemy power and the War Saint Beast, Zhao Fu had expected it to cause a sensation, so this wasn't surprising. Now that everyone was being suppressed by the alchemy world, it would be strange if anyone suddenly had the same ability as the alchemy world. After everyone found out that Qin had this ability, they would definitely be tempted and want to obtain it. Now that Qin had risen to a royal kingdom and was very powerful, a group of people would have long since come to snatch it. Zhao Fu had given them some philosopher's stones to weaken their jealousy and desire to snatch it, reducing their hostility and reducing the number of opponents. It was worth it to give them some philosopher's stones. Finally, the philosopher's stones weren't just given to them, there was something wrong with the philosopher's stones. It couldn't be said that there was something wrong with the philosopher's stones. There were no problems with the philosopher's stones, nor were there any restrictions. However, they had been created by Qin, and they contained time power that belonged solely to Qin. If others used the philosopher's stone, they wouldn't be able to sense anything, but Qin had a way to control the philosopher's stone and affect the user. Zhao Fu wasn't worried that anyone would find out that there was something wrong with the philosopher's stone because the philosopher's stone he had given them didn't have any problems at all. If Qin really did something to the philosopher's stone, with everyone's current strength, they would be able to sense it. This would infuriate everyone, and it would put Qin in a disadvantageous position. As such, even if he gave the philosopher's stones to the other side, Qin wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. Instead, it would be beneficial to him. In the future, if he used the philosopher's stone to deal with the other side, it would be very effective. This was a sinister method that Qin had used in the past. He had used the hidden evil pill to instantly cause the Orc City to lose all resistance, allowing Qin to easily take down the Orc City. However, as Zhao Fu's strength increased, hidden evil became useless and could be easily discovered. As such, Qin no longer used it, and hidden evil left the stage of history. In the end, Zhao Fu didn't want to give the philosopher's stones to the other side too obviously. If he gave the philosopher's stone too easily, the other side would definitely become suspicious. Now, everyone was saying that they wanted to be friends and brothers with Qin. Zhao Fu ordered people to take out spatial rings and gave them to everyone as he smiled and said, "Since everyone treats Qin as a friend and brother, I won't be stingy. Each spatial ring contains 300,000 philosopher's stones, and I'm giving them to everyone. If everyone is willing to help Qin in the future, he can have as many philosopher's stones as he wants, and he can also give them War Saint Beasts." Whoosh, Zhao Fu's words caused an uproar, and everyone revealed excited smiles. Now, 300,000 philosopher's stones could create 300,000 alchemist soldiers. Even though this was only a small portion of a faction's forces, they would at least have alchemist soldiers and hope of resisting the alchemists. More importantly, if they could maintain a good relationship with Qin in the future, they would have as many philosopher's stones as they wanted, and they would even receive War Saint Beasts. Only an idiot wouldn't be happy and excited. Everyone couldn't help but praise Zhao Fu, promising that they would be Qin's best friend and most reliable brother. The scene was quite lively, and it seemed like they really were good friends and brothers. However, Zhao Fu wasn't so stupid as to trust these people so easily. At the same time, some people felt suspicious, such as Shuj and Inruoshi. They faintly felt that Qin's goal wasn't simple. Was he really going to give such an important philosopher's stone to him for free? And he could even give them War Saint Beasts, although they also felt suspicious, they wouldn't say it out loud. They planned to bring the philosopher's stone back and hand it over to the experts above them. They wanted to see if they could see the problem with the philosopher's stone and if they could discover the most important method to create it. After the gathering continued for a while, everyone happily left Qin's stone and reported the news to everyone else. The news also quickly spread. As long as one went to Qin, they would receive a philosopher's stone. Qin was too friendly. Qin was my friend and brother, and I heard that he had a good relationship with Qin. There was even a War Saint Beast. The philosopher's stone and all sorts of treasures could be taken. Hearing this news, all the factions became excited and gathered around Qin. At first, they didn't believe it. After all, how could such an important thing be given to others so casually? However, they did get the Philosopher's Stone. Although there were only tens of thousands of Philosopher's Stones, they would definitely get them if they went. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. Such a good thing, everyone can have a share. Qin is too good. I like Qin a lot. I heard that Qin is terrifying and cruel, but I think it's all lies. Qin is a good person. From now on, Qin will be my friend. If anything happens to Qin, I'll be the first to go. Hee, I'm so happy. I'm not from any faction. Even if I go alone, I'll get a few Philosopher's Stones. Qin is so good. Now I want to join Qin. This time, I'm on Qin's side. I support Qin. I heard that he has a good relationship with Qin. He even got a Saint War Beast. Just thinking about it makes me excited. That thing is too terrifying. It's a killing weapon in the alchemy world. Yeah. If I had a Saint War Beast, I could destroy a faction. Qin is really willing. Now, I support Qin and received tens of thousands of Philosopher's Stones. There's no harm if there's no comparison. Qin is so generous and gave us so many benefits. The other two kingdoms are so stingy. No wonder they can't defeat Qin. I support Qin too. Qin is mighty. Ah, Qin, I love you. Qin is my brother. Qin is so good. The various factions in the other two kingdoms had naturally heard of this news as well. Since they had come to these two factions, they naturally wanted to support these two factions. Some people didn't have any opinions about Qin. When they heard that they could get benefits by going to Qin, and most importantly, the Philosopher's Stone, they couldn't help but be moved. They went to Qin and said the following: "Congratulations to Qin for becoming the king. Qin is also my friend from now on. Qin is so generous. I recognize him as my brother. Qin is really good. I like Qin." These people changed their attitude too fast. Just now, they were saying that they supported the other two forces, and they didn't appreciate Qin, didn't think highly of Qin, and even looked a little disgusted. Now that there were benefits to be had, they ran over to lick Qin with the dogs. It was really disgusting. The Devil Horn Empire and Aeolian Empire's expressions were quite unsightly. Most people were attracted to Qin, and only a small portion of people were willing to support them. Some of these people trusted the two forces very much, some hated Qin very much, and some had grudges against Qin. Jianin said coldly within the Aeolian Empire's palace, "Qin is too despicable. If I control the ancient sword sect, I'll destroy him first." A cold-looking young man next to him frowned and said, "I also don't like Qin, which is why I supported the Aeolian Empire. I never thought that Qin would use such a move. That faction couldn't resist the temptation of benefits and befriended Qin, it'll be too difficult to destroy him." A square-faced big man sighed, "Now that Qin has such an aura, who dares to offend him? It's not wise to oppose him." Feng Xianxia said with a serious expression, "Everyone, please believe in the Aeolian Empire. Don't forget that the first wind god is in the central region. Right now, it's being restricted by a few factions. Once it breaks free, it will be the time for the Aeolian Empire to destroy Qin." The Aeolian Empire was already under a lot of pressure from Qin, and now that they had to use this move, Feng Xianxia felt that the pressure was too great. She could only use the Aeolian Empire to stabilize the others so that she would not be at a disadvantage. She also wanted to give the item to everyone like Qin and win their support. However, she didn't have the Philosopher's Stone, so she couldn't attract everyone's support. Looking at Feng Xianxia's beautiful face, Jianin felt quite moved and said, "Feng Xianxia, you're quite beautiful. Don't worry, I'll do my best to convince the Ancient Sword sect to support the Aeolian Empire. Right now, the Ancient Sword sect is the #1 faction in the Ancient Stem domain, and no one dares to offend them." Sensing Jianin's gaze, Feng Xianxia understood that he somewhat liked her. Looking at Jianin's cold and handsome face, Feng Xianxia felt quite moved. If she could raise him into a male dog, it would be quite a good achievement. However, she could not say this. If the Ancient Sword sect could support the Aeolian Empire, it would be of great benefits. Feng Xianxia gave a trace of a smile and said, "Thank you." Seeing Feng Shenche's beautiful smile, Jianning could not help but smile, feeling quite happy. On the Devil Horn Empire's side, Yao Ming felt a headache. They were evidently at a disadvantage, and the most important thing was how to defend against and destroy that damned Qin. Xianxia felt quite angry, that Qin is so damned annoying. Your elder wants to destroy it and crush that Qin's legatee's head into the ground. Long Yang also said furiously, I also want to kill that Qin's legatee, but I never had the chance. Now that he's using such a disgusting move, how should we deal with him? If he continues to develop like this, it won't be good for us. A bald man angrily called out, what should we do then? That bastard Qin has the Philosopher's Stone, but we don't, so we won't be able to attract anyone's support. Also, those people are so disgusting, as soon as there are benefits, they'll run over like dogs. Yao Ming looked at the people present and suddenly smiled as he said, everyone here is the Devil Horn Empire's true friends and brothers. There's no need for those lowly people, after all, they're only after some benefits and won't truly support the Devil Horn Empire. Xianxiao gave a trace of a smile, we're both from the devil race, so I'll naturally support you. That Qin's legatee is too arrogant, even if he's destroyed, he deserves it. Long Yang also smiled as he said, that's right, those who go are just joking around. Even though Qin's aura is powerful, his true strength will not increase by much. We can still destroy Qin, I'll have the 8 Dragons Essence sect support the Devil Horn Empire. Yao Ming gave a trace of a smile, thank you, Brother Long. Long Yang smiled as he said, it's no problem, but I have a request. If we can take down Qin, all of Qin's women will belong to me. Right now, Long Yang could not be sure whether or not Zhao Fu was the person who had defiled his 7 beloved women in front of him. He only felt that it seemed like Zhao Fu was wearing a cloak. However, regardless of whether or not Zhao Fu was the person, he was going to defile and torture those women. Back then, he had personally seen that man defiling his women and doing all sorts of things to them. His beloved women had been defiled to the extreme by him, and it was like a knife cutting into his flesh. The intense pain was unforgettable. He would never forget this, so he wanted to take revenge on everyone related to this. He would not let off even those who were suspicious. The bald man lightly laughed as he said, so Brother Long likes them too. The Qin Imperial Palace has countless peerless beauties. I wonder how that bastard got so many beauties, even I want to go in and enjoy them. Xianxiao laughed as she said, Long Yang, can you handle so many women by yourself? Even if you cultivate the 8 origin dragon sex art and have powerful abilities like a dragon, you won't be able to handle so many peerless beauties. Long Yang laughed as he said, if you like those women, then let's play together. I heard that all of you are quite strong in that area and have devil race constitutions. Yao Ming loudly laughed, if we can destroy Qin, then everything will be fine. I recommend Tina Pendragon. Her aura is too unique, and I've always wanted to press her under me and do her. I want to see her struggle and despair. The bald man also loudly laughed, then it's a deal. When we take down Qin, we'll enjoy his women. The Alliance's side secretly gathered to discuss. Their expressions were quite unsightly because the development of the situation was completely different from what they had expected. Before, they had wanted the Devil Horn Empire and Aeolian Empire to level up to royal kingdoms and increase their resistance against Qin. Their alliance was the strongest, so the Devil Horn Empire and Wind God Empire should be the leader. The Devil Horn Empire and Wind God Empire did not object to this. However, now that the various factions had interfered, it looked like there were only the Alliance, Devil Horn Empire, Wind God Empire, and Qin. In actuality, it was completely chaotic, and they had lost control of the situation. It seemed like no one could make decisions here, and if someone did something, the various factions would directly affect them and restrict their actions. The key was that with so many factions interfering, they could not resist at all. Now that the Devil Horn Empire and Aeolian Empire both had much support, they no longer had to rely on the Alliance. They were now 2 existences on the same level as the Alliance, and they felt that they were quite a threat. They felt that they should not have allowed the Devil Horn Empire and Wind God Empire to become royal kingdoms, drawing the attention and support of the various factions. They felt that Qin, Devil Horn, and Wind God Empire were quite powerful, and even though they had many people, they did not care about any of them. Everyone else went to visit those three factions. This was why the alliance members gathered together with ugly expressions. We really shouldn't have allowed the Devil Horn Kingdom and the Wind God Kingdom to become kingdoms. Now, we feel like we've raised two vicious tigers. Not only do we have to worry about Qin, but we also have to worry about them. Didn't we sign a contract with them before? Since both sides can't attack each other, there should be no need to worry about them. We just need to focus on dealing with Qin. I will only be at ease if they are weak and focus on the alliance. Otherwise, I really can't be at ease with just this contract. If they find a way to break this contract, what should we do? You're right. Power is everything. Contracts are meaningless and don't feel that reliable. Letting the two of them become kingdoms was indeed a mistake. We shouldn't have coveted that little bit of benefit. There's no point in regretting it now. Let's focus on how to stop the three of them. The three of them are currently suppressing us. I feel that because of the contract, our opponent is still Qin. Now that Qin has made friends with many people and is powerful, he is the most difficult one to deal with. We should deal with him first. At the same time, we should deal with Devil Horn and Wind God. That's what I'm thinking as well. Let them attack each other and exhaust each other before we destroy the three of them. When that time comes, this region will be peaceful. Let's make this decision then. Also, don't let Devil Horn and Wind God know about this. Also, we have to be united. If we split up, we won't have the power to stop the three kingdoms. I agree with this, we have to be united. The three of them might use benefits to divide us, but we have to hold on. If we can't hold on, we'll lose everything. After returning to their factions, the various factions excitedly researched the Philosopher's Stone that they had obtained from Qin. If they could grasp this method, it would be of great benefit to their entire faction. However, the Philosopher's Stone was not as easy to research as they had expected. It seemed to contain laws from another world, which were quite difficult to comprehend. It was a law from another world, and it would be easier for people from the alchemy world to comprehend it. The various factions had captured people from the alchemy world and had them comprehend this law, but they did not understand it. This law was not their alchemy world's law and was an imitation of the alchemy world's law from the Heaven Awakened world's power. Hearing this, the various factions felt quite frustrated. In actuality, they had researched their Philosopher's Stone and knew the principles behind it, but they were unable to create it. The alchemy world could not create the Philosopher's Stone, as the Philosopher's Stone was their innate talent. After cultivating for a while, they would obtain it. However, how could Qin dispel this alchemy world's innate talent? Qin was not simple at all. Now that they knew the reason, they understood how powerful and mysterious Qin was. They could not rush this matter and could only take it slow. Perhaps one day, they would be able to find a way to create the Philosopher's Stone. Before that, the various factions decided to maintain friendly relations with Qin in order to obtain the Philosopher's Stone from him. The various factions would not easily research the Philosopher's Stone for Qin and find that there were no problems with it before giving it to their soldiers. Moreover, they would not give it to all of their soldiers. After all, it was something that Qin had created and given to them. At the same time, they wanted to obtain the method to create the Philosopher's Stone from Qin and the method to attack the alchemy world. They were all quite tempted by how powerful the alchemy god beasts were. The various factions purposefully tried to get on good terms with Qin, causing Qin's aura to become incredibly terrifying. No one dared to offend him. Zhaofu did not care too much about these things. He first had his factions develop and stabilize before planning to deal with the alliance. Right now, Zhaofu felt that the greatest threat was the alliance. Zhaofu felt that he could deal with the devil horns and wind gods, but the alliance had too many people, which gave Qin a lot of pressure. Zhaofu wanted to be the first to deal with it. After dealing with it, things would become much easier. If they clashed head-on with the alliance, Qin would suffer massive losses. As such, he could not use forceful methods and had to use gentler methods. Zhaofu ordered people to gather information on all of the alliance's factions and looked through them. He also called Li Si and Bai Qi to accompany him, and the three of them looked through the information and discussed the alliance. A few days later, Zhaofu, who was talking with Li Si and Bai Qi in the palace, suddenly heard a massive sword hum. He thought of something and smiled as he left the palace. Jiaofu came to a very large piece of flat land. The ground was covered with black soil and there was not a single plant growing there. It seemed quite deathly silent. There were large swords that were 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, and they were 5 different colors. The large swords were all over the ground, giving off 5-colored light as well as sword hums that tore through the surroundings. A massive sword aura covered everything, causing the heavens and earth to seem to change color and all things to fall silent. This was an extremely sharp feeling that caused people's hearts to feel icy coldness and their hairs to stand on end. It was incredibly terrifying and no one could resist it. Shing, 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 the sword hums became even more ear-piercing as the 2-meter-long 5-colored swords continuously trembled. The 5-colored sword light they gave off became more and more powerful, and a formless sword energy flooded out in all directions. In that moment, heaven and earth power quickly gathered, gradually forming a massive vortex in the sky. As heaven and earth power continuously flowed into it, the vortex became larger and larger, covering the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. It gave off a massive might, as if a massive boulder was weighing down on one's body. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the huge whirlpool began to spin. Waves of world energy descended and poured into the huge swords one after another. Shing, 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 massive sword hums sounded out as the swords gave off blinding sword light, exploding out with terrifying sword energy. It was unstoppable and covered the entire world. In the face of this massive sword energy, countless people were like lowly ants, filled with despair and fear. Jiaofu felt quite shocked. Looking at the large swords giving off boundless sword light, he felt that they were so powerful. The sword light lasted for a while before it started to weaken, and the massive sword energy dissipated. In the end, floating large swords appeared. They faced downwards and floated half a meter in the air, giving off faint 5-colored sword light and powerful sword energy. These were the 5-element sword embryos that Jiaofu had been developing for a long time. No, it was not the 5-element sword embryos, but the 5 elements flying swords. The flying swords of the 5 elements was Gong Sunju's plan. His goal was to create flying swords like those in the cultivation world. They would be able to unleash unimaginable sword power and strengthen a terrifying killing move for Qin. Jiaofu also had an illusion of a sky full of flying swords, so he was very supportive of this plan. The 5-elemental sword embryo was formed from 5 different materials: black iron essence, wood root copper, water ore, firestone steel and earth spirit Oregon. The 5 materials were also of the metal attribute, but they contained the power of the 5 elements, which were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 types of materials were used to forge the 5-element sword embryo. After that, countless runestone formation masters carved all kinds of runes and arrays. Then, alchemy materials were integrated into it, and souls were integrated into it. Finally, after such a long period of nurturing, the 5 elements flying swords were formed. As for the 5-elemental sword embryo, it was a very powerful forging technique passed down in the Gongsun family. These 5 elements flying swords weren't ordinary swords either. Instead, they were a new kind of sword-shaped life. In other words, these swords were living swords, not lifeless objects. Jiaofu looked at Xianxia and lightly smiled as he said, "Xianxia, it's time to check on the results, bring them here." The 5 elements flying swords could only be controlled by sword cultivators, so Jiaofu had Xianxia nurture a large number of sword cultivators and let Xianxia handle everything. A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's cold face. He had nurtured these sword cultivators for so long, and he wanted to see the results. They most likely wouldn't disappoint His Majesty. "All of you, come forward." Xianxia gave the order, and white-cloaked people with cold expressions and giving off sword chi walked out. There were men and women, and there were 1,000 of them. The 1,000 sword cultivators came before the formless flying swords floating in the air. They could sense those large swords, and they felt quite nervous. They felt that they weren't inanimate objects and that they had their own lives. Everyone stretched out a hand and placed it at the center of the swords. A magic formation appeared on the swords, and the 5 elements flying swords gave off intense sword light. Chi, 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 the magic formation released an orb of metallic liquid, which turned into a long awl that pierced through the sword cultivator's hands. Blood continuously flowed out, and the flying swords devoured the blood. The sword cultivators endured the pain and allowed the flying swords to devour their blood. After a while, the flying swords finished absorbing the blood, and they all melted back into liquid, filling the holes in their hands, and a circular sword mark appeared on the back of their hands. The sword cultivators were delighted to find that the swords floating in front of them seemed to fuse with them, and they could control them as if they were their own limbs. 10,000 Sword Art. The 1,000 sword cultivators performed hand seals, and the large swords turned into 5 colored rays of light that shot into the sky with powerful sword energy. The 10,000 Sword Art was a sword art that Xianxia had created, and its main purpose was to control flying swords. Most sword cultivators practiced the 10,000 Sword Art the most, and they were quite familiar with it. The many flying swords stopped in the sky, and there were 1,000 of them. All of them gave off powerful sword lights, forming a terrifying sword aura. Waves of sword wind continuously blew out, causing the world to become icy cold. The sword aura was incredibly terrifying, and it seemed as if it could easily destroy the heavens and earth, making people feel quite terrified. The sword cultivators' gazes fell on an empty piece of land beside them, and they stretched out a hand and pointed. Shing, 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 the 1,000 large swords gave off rainbow-colored light and slashed down with terrifying power. Sword light shot everywhere, and a terrifying sword energy spread out, causing the ground to collapse and rocks to fly everywhere. After the shockwaves dissipated, a 10,000-meter wide and 100-meter deep crater appeared in the ground. There were 5 colored swords stabbed into the crater, and a sharp sword chi flowed out of the crater. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile. The 5 elements flying swords that he had painstakingly nurtured had not disappointed him, and their effects were incredibly terrifying. If 1,005 elements flying swords could give off such powerful destructive power, then how much destructive power would 10,000 or 100,000 flying swords be? Just thinking about this could cause anyone to feel fear. What was more important was that Great Qin was not nurturing 100,000 flying swords but 10 million of them. Just how much damage could they cause? The scene was naturally unimaginable, and Xiaofu felt quite excited. However, because sword cultivators were quite difficult to nurture, Qin only had around 500 or so sword cultivators. Now that he had the 5 elements flying swords, the next step was to nurture sword cultivators. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward if no one used their weapons. Xiaofu was not a sword cultivator, so he left all of this to Xianxia. With the 5 elements flying swords, Qin would have another terrifying ability. This time, the main credit belonged to Gongsun Zhu and Xianxia, and Xiaofu would reward them later. Xiaofu left the matters here to Xianxia. The next step was for the sword cultivators to come here and let the flying swords recognize them as their masters. It was a 2.5-meter-long sword. If a person stood on it, they would be able to fly into the sky and achieve the ability to fly on a sword. Moreover, if such a large sword were to strike down, even an ordinary soldier with a shield would be cleaved in half. The power of the 5 elements flying swords went without saying. They would have amazing performance on the battlefield. After everything was done, Qin would continue to nurture another batch of 5 elements flying swords. Xiaofu felt that 10 million was a little small. If it could reach 100 million, it would be comparable to a huge army. After returning to Qin's palace, Xiaofu had a preliminary plan to deal with the alliance. The first step was to divide the alliance. Xiaofu sent out some night warriors. The night warriors were members of Eternal Night. Qin had 3 major intelligence organizations: Eternal Night, Flower Moon, and the White Sect. Eternal Night was in charge of assassinations and gathering intelligence. It was personally controlled by Xiaofu. Flower Moon was given to Xiao Yuan, and the White Sect was given to Yi Chouya. Letters were sent through the night warriors to some factions. These factions were naturally members of the alliance, but they were quite far away from Qin. There was no conflict of interest between the two sides. The contents of the letters simply stated that Qin had no ill intentions towards them. There was no great enmity between the two sides. They didn't have to choose to resist Qin. They could even be friends. Qin could even give them a large number of philosopher's stones. After the others read the letter sent by Qin, their faces were filled with disdain. They knew that Qin wanted to divide them and cause internal strife. Although a large number of philosopher's stones was tempting, they understood the current situation. They wouldn't choose to betray the alliance for the Philosopher's Stones. However, Qin's next words made them hesitate. You should know the current situation. If you dare to directly reject Qin, then Qin won't look for you. He will directly list you as people to be killed. Are you sure you want to cut off your own path of retreat? Seeing this, basically no one dared to directly reject Qin, unless he really didn't want to live. Qin had become the strongest force in this area. It was very likely that he could destroy them. Qin was not joking. If he said he would destroy them, he would destroy them. They also didn't want to cut off their escape route. Perhaps they could still save their lives at that time. He continued reading the contents of the letter. Even though they were quite far away from Qin, they were quite close to the Aeolian Empire and the Devil Horn Empire, so they were quite dangerous. Now that the Aeolian Empire and Devil Horn Empire had the support of other factions, they might attack them. When that time came, they could only rely on the alliance. However, the alliance was not as good as they thought. They clearly remembered how they had tricked the Pigman world and Mountain Rock world. If tricking them was beneficial to others, they would not mind doing so. At this time, Qin offered to help them, which tempted them. It meant that they would have one more choice. Moreover, Qin hated the Devil Horn Wind God the most, and the enemy of an enemy was a friend. It was possible that they could receive help from Qin. They might need Qin's help in the future, so they thought about it carefully and decided that they would neither agree to befriend Qin and betray the alliance, nor would they directly refuse Qin's trust in the alliance. Naturally, the news could not be leaked out, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. They immediately ordered people to seal off the news and appointed a specialized person to take charge. At the same time, he sent some messages to Qin. We know what happened. Please give us something to consider, Qin. In fact, we like Qin very much. What they said was a little ambiguous, which expressed their intention. They didn't agree to Qin's request, nor did they reject it carelessly. They even gave Qin a friendly feeling. Zhao Fu sat in the main hall and looked at the letters in his hands. He smiled, since this group of people had not refused, they had definitely taken the bait. Seeing Zhao Fu smile, Wang Erge happily said, Your Majesty, I'm quite happy. What should we do next? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, We'll send a large number of Philosopher's Stones to these factions. Now, no one will be able to resist the temptation. Wang Erge smiled as he said, I'll be going now, Your Majesty. A while after Wang Erge left, spatial rings were sent to the various factions. When the leaders of the various factions saw the spatial rings, they had some guesses. However, when they opened them, they were given a big fright. Oh my God, there were simply too many Philosopher's Stones. The leaders of these factions were not the lords of various worlds, but different factions in different worlds. They did not have the strength of a world lord. If the factions were too strong, Zhao Fu did not go and find them. They were quite confident and were at the core of the alliance, making it difficult for them to betray the alliance. If the factions were too weak, they would not be of much use, and Qin did not care about them. The factions that Qin had chosen were the most suitable ones. They were not at the core of the alliance and did not have any control over the alliance. They did not have 100% trust in the alliance, and they had enough strength to influence the alliance. Normally, they only had a few billion or so people and a few 100 million soldiers. Now that Qin had sent over 100 million Philosopher's Stones, how could they not be shocked? Most importantly, the Philosopher's Stones were very useful. Not only could they increase one's cultivation and strength, but they also had decent defense and attack power. Almost everyone wanted them and tried all sorts of methods to obtain them from Qin. However, they had not obtained much, and the price of the Philosopher's Stones had reached an even higher level. However, smart people would not sell them and would instead use them for themselves. Now that Qin had given each of them 100 million Philosopher's Stones, they understood how important Qin was to them, and they felt more confident. Since Qin placed so much importance on them, they had the right to bargain with Qin. They could make more requests and obtain more benefits, and they did not have to worry that Qin would suddenly attack them. At that moment, everyone started to hesitate. If they used the Philosopher's Stones, their faction's strength would greatly increase. However, if they used them, they would definitely be discovered by others, and the alliance would become suspicious. The alliance might even guess their relationship with Qin and might even attack them. They did not want to see that happen. They were in a dilemma and did not know what to do. They could only leave the Philosopher's Stones there. Of course, they could not send such a good thing back. On Zhaofu's side, he quickly received news from the alliance and found out that they did not use the Philosopher's Stones. He was quite surprised because they had actually resisted the temptation of using something that could greatly increase their strength. Zhaofu smiled and called over Xianxia. Xianxia, the bewitching woman, came to the palace and flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Your Majesty. What business do you have with me?" As the leader of one of the three major intelligence organizations, Xianxia's authority in Qin City was quite high. Apart from collecting intelligence, the White Sect's purpose was to develop their organization and lure others to join them. Zhaofu looked at Xianxia and smiled as he said, "The White Sect should have many people in the alliance, right?" Xianxia smiled as she replied, "With Qin City's support, the White Sect has developed very quickly. Now, there are 3 million people in the alliance, and they are spread throughout the alliance." Zhaofu said, "I'll give you some Philosopher's Stones and have the White Sect's people sell them in the alliance. They have to be discreet and try not to be discovered." Xianxia flirtatiously smiled as she said, "I understand. Also, Your Majesty, it's been a while since you've spent the night at our place. The Holy Daughters and I greatly miss you. How about you come to our place tonight?" Now that Xianxia was the White Sect's sect master, she had chosen 6 beautiful and talented people to be Holy Daughters. Adding on her 4 female attendants, they would serve Zhaofu together. Zhaofu lightly laughed as he said, "After you're done, I'll reward you well." Xianxia's face became slightly red as she gave a moving smile. Within her mind, images of her being violated by Zhaofu appeared. "Your Majesty, I'll be going now. Then I'll go down first. I'll definitely complete your request." Following this, Xianxia gave the Philosopher's Stones to her subordinates and had the White Sect's people secretly sell them. They did not sell them themselves, as the chances of them being discovered were too high. Instead, they gave them to others or placed them in auctions or shops. Ordinary people were unable to resist the temptation of the Philosopher's Stone. Hearing that there were Philosopher's Stones for sale, they immediately ran to buy them and use them. They did not think too much about it, as they knew what the Philosopher's Stone was from. Most importantly, after fusing with the Philosopher's Stone, they felt the immense power within their bodies and felt as if they could use alchemy power. Everything was just as they had heard. This caused countless people to become incredibly excited, and no one had any misgivings. After personally witnessing the Philosopher's Stone's might, they all rushed to buy it. In fact, some people in the alliance also wanted to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. However, they couldn't ask Qin for it. Hearing that someone from their own faction was selling the Philosopher's Stone, the various alliances split into 2 groups. The first method was to prohibit the sale of the Philosopher's Stone within one's own faction. If anyone dared to use the Philosopher's Stone, they would be killed. The Philosopher's Stone belonged to Qin. They were worried that they would fall into Qin's trap. On the other hand, they didn't like Qin very much and hated Qin, so they wouldn't use Qin's things. The second method was to find out who was selling the Philosopher's Stone. They wanted to obtain more Philosopher's Stones to use and strengthen their own forces. This was especially so when they were in a dangerous situation. For the sake of obtaining great power, they would do anything. The alliance realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately gathered everyone for a discussion. "What's wrong with you guys? This is Qin's Philosopher's Stone. Aren't you afraid of falling into Qin's trap if you use it? Why are you people so stupid?" That's right. When I heard that someone actually used the Philosopher's Stone, I exploded with anger. Weren't we supposed to unite to resist Qin? How can we use Qin's things? Right now, we must strictly prohibit the Philosopher's Stone. We can't let anyone use it. This will destroy our alliance. Yes, yes. I also support this decision. On one side, we are resisting Qin. On the other side, we are using Qin's things. I don't have such thick skin. That's right. The Philosopher's Stone is very powerful, but I won't be so thick-skinned as to use it. Can't you guys have some dignity? You don't want anything just for some benefits. Some of the small factions that desperately wanted to increase their strength, increase their authority, and increase their safety were naturally very dissatisfied. These small factions didn't have much power and could be destroyed at any time. They didn't even have any authority in the alliance, nor did they have any sense of security. They could be abandoned at any time. This was why they wanted to increase their strength. The Philosopher's Stone was something that could increase their strength, so they definitely had to use it. Some of the people who were related to Qin faintly felt that this matter was related to Qin. However, this was also very beneficial to them. If everyone used the Philosopher's Stone, then they would also use it without being suspected. This way, not only could they increase their strength, but they could also leave a way out for themselves. They wouldn't be affected in the alliance. They immediately opened their mouths to refute. I don't think there's a problem with using the Philosopher's Stone. It's not just me who checked it carefully. The other factions also checked it carefully before using it. Do you think everyone is so stupid? They didn't check if there's a problem before using it? That's right. There's no problem with the Philosopher's Stone. Every faction has checked it. Everyone can rest assured about this. Yes. I also support this view. Although this thing belongs to Qin, it's fine as long as it's beneficial to us. I don't think there's a problem with using Qin's things to attack Qin. That's right. Do you think dignity and face are useful? Can they resist the enemy? Can they be eaten? I feel that it's fine as long as it can increase our strength. I oppose the restriction of the Philosopher's Stone. I also oppose the restriction of the Philosopher's Stone. Are you big factions going to let us small factions survive? If you want to restrict the Philosopher's Stone, then please give us something that can increase our strength. We definitely won't have any objections. That's right. As long as you give us something that can increase our strength or guarantee our safety, we'll listen to you. However, can you do it? It was clear that the big factions had fewer people at the meeting, while the other mid-sized factions and small factions had more people. Facing their rebuttal, the big factions' people's expressions were somewhat unsightly. If there were only a few of them, they wouldn't care at all. They could just kill anyone who didn't submit. However, there was a large group of them, and they didn't dare to attack them. Originally, they had thought that they could suppress this matter. However, they had never thought that these people would resist so intensely. They did not know what to do next, and it was impossible for them to restrict the Philosopher's Stone. Some people immediately tried to mediate. We all said that we should be united. How could we cause such a ruckus because of the Philosopher's Stone? Can't we discuss this properly? If the alliance collapses, who do you think can stop Qin, Devil Horn, and Wind God? Hearing this, both sides calmed down. Those who chose to use the Philosopher's Stone said, in any case, we will definitely use the Philosopher's Stone. Whether you use it or not is up to you. We won't interfere with each other, and even if there are any problems, it will be our own problem. Those who opposed using the Philosopher's Stone said angrily, we are a group, if something happens to you, it will affect us. Banning the Philosopher's Stone is for your own good. Those who used the Philosopher's Stone coldly laughed, saying, for our own good? Will you give us something that can increase our strength? Will you guarantee our safety? These words caused those who opposed using the Philosopher's Stone to be speechless. In the end, the alliance did not ban the Philosopher's Stone. As for how to deal with the Philosopher's Stone, it was up to each side to decide. They could use it or ban it, but they could not affect the people of other regions. Even though some large factions were dissatisfied with this result, they could not do anything and could only accept it. The other factions revealed victorious smiles. They could use the Philosopher's Stone without any worries to increase their strength. This was especially so for those who had connections with Great Qin. They were incredibly happy. Great Qin had given them 100 million Philosopher's Stones, which would greatly increase their factions. However, they would not be so foolish as to use all of the Philosopher's Stones at once. There were simply too many of them, and no one in the market could obtain so many Philosopher's Stones. As such, it would still arouse suspicion. They planned to use them in batches to not arouse suspicion and increase their strength. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile, but he did not take the next step. This matter would take some time, and he could not be too hasty. Great Qin had many things to do. A bright moon hung in the night sky. There were not many stars in the surroundings, and the moon gave off boundless moonlight, illuminating the ground. Xiaofu arrived at the White Church's palace. Yi Qiuye and the other women were already waiting there. As soon as Xiaofu entered, they took off their clothes and leapt into Xiaofu's embrace. Intense sounds continuously sounded out from the room. When Xiaofu did it with Mei Xiaoyan from behind, Mei Xiaoyan had a look of enjoyment on her face. She even said, "Your Majesty, your cousin still hasn't given up on me. Your cousin still hasn't given up on me and keeps pestering me. What should I do? He said that he had always loved me and wanted me to help him find a position." Mei Xiaoyan used to be Xiaofu's cousin's girlfriend. She had merely used Xiaofu's cousin to get close to Xiaofu. She represented the White Lotus Society and wanted to cooperate with Xiaofu. Now that the matter had passed for a long time, the White Lotus Society had changed its name to the White Society. As for his uncle and aunt's family, Xiaofu didn't pay much attention to them. At this time, hearing the news from Mei Xiaoyan, he was a little surprised. Although Xiaofu didn't like them, he gave them a courtyard and some money so that they could live a normal life. As Xiaofu violated Mei Xiaoyan, he asked, "How are they now?" After all, they were his family, so Xiaofu couldn't help but care about them. This was something that Xiaofu couldn't give up, so he asked. Mei Xiaoyan looked at Xiaofu flirtatiously and said, "Your Majesty, your cousin has accepted his current life and married an ordinary woman. They even gave birth to a 2-year-old boy called Xiao Feihu. The two of them work at a restaurant, which is owned by your cousin's ex-girlfriend, Xianxia. That bitch was so lewd under your Majesty, but she still has a place for your cousin in her heart. Your Majesty, you must punish her." Xianxia, who was lying on the bed with a red face and panting, was given a big fright and quickly leapt into Xiaofu's embrace, saying, "Your Majesty, my heart is filled with you. Right now, my heart is filled with you. I'm doing this because your cousin helped me back then. That's why I'm helping both of you." Xiaofu lightly nodded and did not pay too much mind to this. In the past, Xianxia and his cousin had been in love, but Xianxia had chosen to leave his cousin in the end and had used all sorts of methods to become Xiaofu's woman. His cousin was a decent person, and he felt that it was good for him to live an ordinary person's life. Mei Xiaoyan had seen how intense Xiaofu had been when he had ravaged Xianxia, and she couldn't help but feel quite jealous. She had wanted to make Xianxia behave herself and trick her, but Xiaofu didn't mind at all. Mei Xiaoyan didn't dare to continue talking about this because it was indeed nothing. His cousin and his wife didn't know that Xianxia had opened the restaurant, and Xianxia hadn't met them. Following this, Mei Qiaoyan continued to talk about other people. "Even though your cousin has accepted his current life, your uncle and auntie's younger cousin can't accept it. They believe that you're the ruler of Qin City and that they're your only family. They should be high and mighty, enjoying great power and wealth. They've been asking the local officials to do whatever they want, but His Majesty has given orders, so the officials have ignored them. However, they've been arguing the entire time. Your cousin has also asked me for an official position and said that he doesn't care if I do it with His Majesty and that he's willing to take care of me for the rest of my life. However, how could I care about him? I'm His Majesty's woman, and everything belongs to His Majesty." Hearing about this, Xiaofu felt a slight headache. This was why Xiaofu hadn't paid attention to their news. Xianxia understood that Xiaofu felt quite uncomfortable, so she wrapped her arms around Xiaofu's neck and said seductively, "Your Majesty, don't think too much about these things. Let us properly serve you and help you relax." Following this, Xianxiao's lewd voice sounded out. The next morning, Xiaofu came out of his room and wanted to head to the palace, but he suddenly remembered something and immediately headed to the Heaven Spirit Pavilion. Before, Xiaofu had said that he needed to collect information about the celestial world above and the celestial world below and borrow their power to strengthen the 3 realms. However, he had been too busy and had forgotten about this. Now, Xiaofu directly went there and searched for information about the celestial world. However, he found that there was not much information about the celestial world. As for how to absorb the celestial world's power, it was mentioned here. The half-celestial world was a small space between the heaven-awakened world and the celestial world. The 2 worlds would clash, creating cracks and gaps, and countless traces of celestial qi would flow into those small spaces. The small spaces had been baptized by celestial qi for countless years, and their laws and source energies had changed, which was why they had become the half-celestial world. In other words, if he wanted to absorb the celestial world's power, he had to find cracks and gaps in the celestial world and draw celestial qi into the three realms. Xiaofu felt that this would be quite difficult. Normally, cracks and gaps in the celestial world would form a half-celestial world, so Qin had to find a half-celestial world. However, the half-celestial world was a place where saint-class factions resided. If Qin accidentally found a saint-class faction, wouldn't he be seeking death? There were very few half-celestial realms, and they were very difficult to find. If it was easy, everyone would have a half-celestial realm. After finding a half-celestial realm, one would have to draw the celestial qi from the half-celestial realm into the three realms, which would cause great damage to the half-celestial realm. As such, no faction would allow Qin to do this. He could only put this matter aside for now. Xiaofu searched for information about the world below. Xiaofu was quite curious about this world because he had never heard of it before. He felt that it was quite terrifying. There was even less information about the world below than the celestial realm. The heaven-awakened world had become the ultimate ruins, the place where everything ended. Not only did everything in the world end there, but even the world itself also ended there. That place contained the true grand Tao of reincarnation and was filled with boundless deathly stillness. There was no time, no end, and there was nothing there. Some experts simply explored it and then retreated, not daring to go deeper. Some people who dared to go deeper never came back. It was said that even celestials did not dare to go there, as that was where celestials ended up. The ultimate ruins were just that terrifying, and very few people went there. As such, there was very little information about it. Going to the ultimate ruins was much easier than going to the celestial realm. One only needed to break open the world's magic formation. Of course, this magic formation had to be of an extremely high grade, and ordinary magic formations would not be able to do it. However, this was not too difficult for Xiaofu, and it only took him a short while to find this magic formation. Now that Xiaofu had found the magic formation, there might be unknown dangers inside. Even the most powerful celestials could die inside, so Xiaofu hesitated. After thinking about it, Xiaofu decided to go. After all, the three realms had just been formed and needed the power of the ultimate ruins, and the sooner, the better. Xiaofu told himself not to be too curious and not to explore. He just had to set up the teleportation magic formation there. After making some simple preparations, Xiaofu and the Spirit Maiden went to the reincarnation space in the deepest part of the Earth realm, which could also become a reincarnation place. The 9 paths of reincarnation crystal disk was now bigger than before. It had already gone through more than 100 reincarnations. As the number of reincarnations increased, the reincarnations would become bigger and the reincarnation power it possessed would also become stronger. The bottomless ruins could only be opened in the depths of the worlds. Other places, such as the godly world, heaven-awakened world, or even the surface of the underworld, could not be opened. Xiaofu carved out a 1,000-meter-wide magic formation in an empty area in the land of reincarnation. There were many crystals around it, and the magic formation was incredibly complicated and profound. It gave off a massive aura. After the formation was set up, Xiaofu was about to walk into it. The Spirit Maiden was a little concerned as she said, "Xiaofu, you have to be careful. That place is really scary. It's the end of all death." Xiaofu turned to look at her and said with a smile, "I know, so I will come back after I set up the array. You don't have to worry." The Spirit Maiden nodded lightly. Following this, Xiaofu went to the center of the magic formation. The magic formation was activated and gave off boundless light as a massive wave of power spread out. The light at the center of the magic formation was the most intense, but it did not shoot out. Instead, it condensed on the surface of the ground, looking like a circular seal of light. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the seal of light shot into the ground with terrifying power. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything, and a powerful shockwave spread out. In that instant, Xiaofu's body disappeared as he followed the light downwards. He felt as if he was falling off a cliff, making him feel quite afraid. This continued for an hour before Xiaofu heard a bang as Xiaofu's body landed in a region of space. This region was quite dim and the light was very weak. There was nothing around him, there was no sky, no ground, no grass, no trees, no mountains, and no rivers. What was even more shocking was that there were no laws here, nor was there any flow of time. There was not even a trace of sound, and there were no spatial ripples either. It felt as if there was nothing here. Xiaofu understood why this place looked like a realm, but at the same time, it was not. It was like a boundless abyss. First of all, it did not have spatial attributes, so it did not have the attributes of a realm. It felt as if it was a boundless abyss. Xiaofu was currently in the void. It was completely dark 100 meters below him, and he could not see anything. Xiaofu frowned. Everything was different from what he had expected. Xiaofu had thought that he would teleport here and then create a teleportation formation to go back. He would then create a teleportation formation that would draw the power of the ultimate ruins into the Earth realm, creating the laws of the Earth realm and speeding up its transformation. However, there was nothing here, not even space. Where was Xiaofu going to build a teleportation formation? If he wanted to build a teleportation formation, he had to find a starting point. Xiaofu looked around at the deathly silence around him. There was no sound at all, making his hair stand on end. He had just warned himself to leave after setting up the teleportation formation and not to be curious or explore. However, Xiaofu had no choice now. He could only explore and hope that he could find a starting point to build a teleportation formation and go back. Xiaofu flew forward, but there was still nothing. Xiaofu continued flying forward, but there was still nothing. A few days later, Xiaofu frowned and stopped in the void. There was still nothing around him. With Xiaofu's current flying speed, he could fly dozens of worlds in a few days, but he still could not see anything. Was there really nothing in the ultimate ruins? Was everything nothing? Xiaofu thought about it and decided to search again. If he really could not find anything, Xiaofu could only go back. Flying forward did not work, so Xiaofu looked at the endless darkness below him. He decided to fly down to see if he could find anything. He saw Xiaofu's body rapidly descend. This continued for a few days. Xiaofu's body was covered in sweat and he looked tired. There was still nothing around him. Not only was there no end to moving forward, there was also no end to descending. Xiaofu decided to take a look. If he really could not find anything, he would go back. Another half a day passed. Xiaofu could vaguely see something in front of him. He was instantly delighted. After so long, he had finally found something. He immediately flew forward. The thing in front of him became clearer. It was a very large platform. The platform was 100,000 meters wide and it was hexagonal. It floated in midair and the ground was covered in white bones. There were 6 stone pillars at the 6 corners. The platform gave off a terrifying feeling of the unknown. Xiaofu flew in front of the platform and his expression turned solemn. This platform could be very dangerous. Should he go up? However, if he did not go up, he would not be able to find anything else. The teleportation formation would not be completed. After thinking about it, Xiaofu decided to go up. This was the only thing that Xiaofu had found in the past few days, and Xiaofu was not sure if he would be able to find a second one after leaving. Xiaofu understood that the platform was dangerous, so he cautiously approached it. There was not much danger near the platform. There was not much danger when he stepped on the platform, but when he stepped on the bones, he felt a powerful yin chill, and Xiaofu's body felt quite cold. This was a massive amount of yin qi, and the bones on the platform were the bones of extremely powerful creatures. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for it to give off such a massive amount of yin qi. Xiaofu looked around and saw that there were all sorts of bones on the ground. Some were human bones, some were beast bones, some were demon bones, some were outlander bones, and some were from the god race. Some of them were hard to tell what kind of bones they were. They looked strange and terrifying. For example, they looked like skulls, but snake teeth grew out of their foreheads. Some of the bones were long and had human facial features. Some of the bones had bone spurs. What is this place? Xiaofu looked around and thought to himself. He did not know what this platform was for, why it had appeared here, and why there were so many bones on the platform. Xiaofu did not want to pursue these things, and he decided to see if there was any danger before setting up a magic formation here. Zhao Fu continued onwards. Zhao Fu still did not sense any danger, and nothing happened. In the end, Zhao Fu walked towards the center of the platform. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying, dark, and chaotic power exploded out. Blood flowed out from the center of the platform, and a bloody smell spread out. Swish, suddenly, a tentacle shot out from the blood, bringing with it an earth-shattering power as it whipped towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly. It was like a black blur, not giving him any time to react. However, as blood flowed out, Zhao Fu put up 3 defensive barriers to protect himself. Bang, the tentacle slammed into the defensive barrier, causing it to instantly shatter. Zhao Fu was sent flying back 1,000 meters and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body felt as if it had been shattered, and he felt intense pain. These tentacles were so strong, Zhao Fu lay on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale as he looked at the tentacle in the center. This tentacle was bluish-black in color and covered in scales. At the very end of the tentacle was a bluish-green eyeball, which was currently looking at Zhao Fu. It was filled with an evil, chaotic, and cruel aura, causing one to feel fear from the depths of their soul. Whoosh, the tentacle continuously grew and shot towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly, bringing with it a shocking amount of power. Zhao Fu was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the tentacle struck where Zhao Fu had been lying. Countless broken bones shot out, bringing with them a terrifying force. The platform was made of some unknown material, but even after withstanding such a terrifying attack, there was not a single crack on it. The tentacle did not attack Zhao Fu, and one of the eyes looked at Zhao Fu before shooting towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Zhao Fu immediately entered the state of Pantheon. His hair turned the color of a glazed crystal, and an ancient mirror appeared between his brows. Boom, a terrifying white beam of light shot out from the mirror between Zhao Fu's brows, bringing with it an all-destroying power as it shot towards the tentacle. It was incredibly fast, and everything around it was dyed white. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the tentacle and the beam of light collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a shockwave spread out, forcing Zhao Fu back 4 or 5 meters. The tentacle directly exploded, and the broken part of it lay on the ground, dripping with black blood. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a pillar of blood shot into the sky from the center of the platform. It was hundreds of meters tall, and a massive creature's figure gradually appeared. A terrifying power that could cause people to feel despair spread out, and even space seemed to be torn apart. This was a monster that looked like an octopus, but its head was like that of a cow's. It did not have horns, and it only had a triangular eye. Its body was covered with bluish-green scales, and it had tentacles, each of which had an eyeball. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Fu was filled with shock. Sensing that power, he felt an intense sense of terror. A single tentacle had been incredibly terrifying, and it felt like it could shatter the ground. Now that its entire body had appeared, it was more than 100 times stronger than the tentacle from before. Zhao Fu immediately wanted to turn and run, as he felt that he was not a match for this monster. However, the monster had already turned its triangular eye to look at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt his body being locked down, and everything around him seemed to have become corporeal. Swish, swish. Swish, the monster shot out tentacles, each containing terrifying power. They quickly shot towards Zhao Fu, as if they could shatter everything. Boom, Zhao Fu hurriedly exploded out with all of his power, and his body gave off a boundless divine light that illuminated the surroundings. The powerful power allowed Zhao Fu to barely break free from the restraints of that power, but the tentacles had already reached Zhao Fu. Boom. 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 Boom, at that moment of danger, 6 enormous rumbling sounds rang out. The 6 stone pillars on the platform released powerful rays of light, and 6 figures rushed out. They wore armor on their bodies and held weapons in their hands. They released divine light, as if they were divine generals, powerful and dignified. Swish. Swish, they quickly pierced through the monster's body like rays of light before turning and piercing through the monster's body. They circled around the monster's body and continuously darted about, piercing through the monster's body. Roar. Roar, roar. The monster howled miserably as its body started to rot. It no longer looked like it had before, and in the end, it collapsed into a puddle of blood. The blood that had flowed out from the platform retreated, and it seemed to have returned to how it was before. It was as if the monster had never appeared. The 6 majestic-looking divine generals turned into 6 rays of light and shot into the stone pillars, and only then did the surroundings return to normal. Xiaofu had a look of shock on his face. Those 6 divine generals were so terrifying. Such a powerful monster was killed without any resistance, and it felt as if they were only slightly weaker than almighty experts. At the same time, Xiaofu also found out what this platform was for. This platform should have been used to seal that monster. That monster had not been truly killed, and its main body was still sealed. The one that was killed was just a clone. That monster's clone was already so powerful, so its main body was definitely more terrifying than almighty experts. It might even be an immortal-level existence. Xiaofu was suddenly shocked by his own thoughts. How could he meet an immortal-level existence so easily? Wasn't this returning ruins too terrifying? A monster that was as powerful as an immortal was actually sealed here for who knows how many years. How strong was the person who sealed it? This place was really not a place that Xiaofu could come to. It felt like this place was 100 times more dangerous than the half-immortal world. Although there were immortals in the half-immortal world, it would definitely not be so easy to meet one. Xiaofu looked around and turned to leave. This place was too dangerous and was not suitable as a teleportation point. That sealed monster was not dead yet, and who knew how long it would take for it to come out. Since he could not defeat it, he could only choose to hide. Now that he could at least find something, Xiaofu felt a bit more confident. He continued to fly to see if he could find something else to use as a teleportation point. A few days later, Xiaofu felt quite helpless and returned to the original platform. Bottomless Ruins was boundless, and he had no idea how big it was. Xiaofu searched for a few days but did not find anything, so he could only return here. By now, Xiaofu felt quite troubled. This place was too dangerous and was not suitable as a teleportation point. However, after searching for a few days, he did not find anything. Thinking about it, Xiaofu had no other choice. He had already spent nearly 10 days here, and he could not continue like this. He could only choose this place as a teleportation point. Choosing this place as a teleportation point had a few problems. The first was that the sealed monster was very dangerous and could appear at any moment. The key was that it was more powerful than Xiaofu, so it would be quite difficult for it to deal with. The second was that this was a sealed region, and Xiaofu did not know if a teleportation channel could be built here or if the teleportation channel would also be sealed. The third was whether it would cause the seal to change and release the celestial monster. Once such a terrifying existence was released, the consequences would be catastrophic. These were the 3 things that Xiaofu was most worried about. After dealing with the first one, Xiaofu once again went to the center of the stage, where the blood had just flowed out. Xiaofu could sense the massive sealed space. The monster that was sealed within covered an area of 1,000 kilometers and was incredibly massive. It furiously roared. Even though Xiaofu was standing outside the sealed space, he could clearly sense this terrifying power, and his body felt quite cold. Before, Xiaofu had guessed that it was a celestial monster, and now, he was sure that it was. This power far exceeded that of a higher being. However, even though it was a celestial monster, the seal was even more powerful. It sealed the monster's body and prevented it from escaping. As the monster continuously charged at the seal, along with the countless years of weakening, some problems appeared in the seal, and a small crack appeared. The monster had used this crack to leak its power out, which was what had just happened. The seal also had a trick up its sleeve. If the monster dared to come out, it would be killed by the 6 god generals. Although the monster wouldn't die, having its doppelgangers killed over and over again would weaken the monster's origin energy. If more of its doppelgangers died, its origin energy would weaken, and it might be sealed until it died. However, if it did not use its doppelgangers and used some other method to break the seal, this powerful seal might be broken one day. It still had hope of escaping. That tiny crack was its only hope. Without that tiny crack, its power would not be able to leak out, and it would be even more difficult to break the seal. There was even a high possibility that it would be sealed until its death, never to be able to escape that place. The monster did not want to end up like that, so it had been trying to break out of the seal. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a sinister smile. It was possible for the monster to escape, but it was a pity that it had encountered Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu wanted to repair the small crack. Because the crack was quite small, with Zhao Fu's power, he could do it. If the seal had been greatly damaged, Zhao Fu definitely would not be able to repair it. After all, this seal had been set up by an incredibly terrifying person. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as 7 different colored emperor stars giving off immense pressure slowly descended from the sky, seeming to be unable to withstand it. The 7 stars gave off dazzling light, seeming to light up the entire world. There was not a trace of darkness left, and the world was dyed rainbow-colored. If anyone saw this scene, they would be greatly shocked. After all, 7 emperor stars were descending at the same time, and it was something that they would never see a second time in their lives. Normally, seeing one was already quite lucky, and seeing 7 at the same time was simply unimaginable. The scene in the rainbow-colored world was quite shocking. It was not as dark and empty as before, and it was much more beautiful. Even though it was just a small crack, it was quite difficult for Zhao Fu to repair it with his own power. As such, Zhao Fu used the power of the 7 emperor stars to repair that small crack. If that crack could be repaired, the monster would forever be sealed within this space and would not be able to escape. As such, Zhao Fu did not have to worry about it. Within the sealed space, the monster could sense the 7 supreme emperor stars in the sky and was shocked by this scene. It had never seen 7 supreme emperor stars descend together before. When it sensed what Zhao Fu was going to do, it immediately gave a massive roar, warning Zhao Fu not to do this, or else Zhao Fu would pay a heavy price. At the same time, it felt that it was quite unlucky to have encountered such a monstrous person. Even though he had not matured yet, his potential was unimaginably terrifying, and he would surpass it sooner or later. Zhao Fu naturally ignored the monster's roar and raised a hand. The 7 emperor stars gave off a massive formless power, causing the sky to become heavy and oppressive. Boom, boom. Boom, Zhao Fu pointed out with his finger, and the 7 emperor stars gave off boundless emperor star power, forming 7 pillars of light that gave off shocking auras as they descended. They landed where Zhao Fu was pointing at, which was the center of the platform. Within the long crack in the sealed space, 7 different colored orbs of light appeared. The orbs of light gave off boundless light, which covered the crack and started to repair the sealed space. Kamadan had become a great dead ale. The monster was actually an intelligent creature, and it roared as it spoke. However, Zhao Fu could not understand what language it was speaking, and he felt that it was definitely not a language from the Heaven-awakened world. Even though Zhao Fu did not know what it was saying, it seemed to be cursing and threatening him. However, Zhao Fu did not mind. With this powerful seal, Zhao Fu was not worried that it would escape. The crack in the sealed space had completely healed, but there was still a rainbow-colored mark on its surface, giving off a faint emperor star power. Now that the seal had been repaired, the monster's clone would not be able to escape. There was no longer any danger here, and Zhao Fu did not have to worry about the monster anymore. It could be used as a teleportation channel. Following that, Zhao Fu began to build the teleportation array. He was rather careful during the process, as he was worried that he would destroy the seal and release the terrifying monster. In the end, Zhao Fu had worried too much. The seal was extremely powerful and was not affected by Zhao Fu at all. Now, Zhao Fu was relieved. The teleportation array was 1,000 meters wide and was located at the center of the platform. The core of the teleportation array was also the entrance to the seal. The reason for doing this was that Zhao Fu was mainly worried that someone would destroy the teleportation array. If someone destroyed the teleportation array, it was very likely that they would directly touch the seal. The 6 divine generals would appear and kill the person who touched the seal. Another reason was that Zhao Fu wanted to use this platform to guide a large amount of Ruin's End power into the land. The platform did not look ordinary and was definitely a powerful treasure. Otherwise, it would not have existed in Ruin's End for so long. Furthermore, the terrifying monster from before could not cause any damage to the platform at all. Therefore, Zhao Fu wanted to use this platform to guide a large amount of Ruin's End power into the land. This place was very safe and was protected by the seal, so there was no need to worry about it being damaged. Now that the teleportation array was completed, Zhao Fu's goal had been achieved. He came to the center of the array and Zhao Fu was about to return to the land through the teleportation array. Wait. Zhao Fu, who was standing at the center of the teleportation array, heard a voice in his mind as a trace of consciousness entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu was stunned as he looked at the sealed space beneath his feet. The monster was talking to him. As it was a direct spiritual communication, even if Zhao Fu could not understand its words, he could understand its consciousness. When the monster had shouted angrily, Zhao Fu had understood that it was an intelligent creature, so he was not too surprised. Now, Zhao Fu was only a little surprised. This monster should have hated him, so why did it suddenly ask him to wait? Its tone was not as angry either. Zhao Fu thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" The monster said in Zhao Fu's mind, "I can give you anything you want. After you become powerful, let me out." The monster suppressed its anger and spoke seriously to Zhao Fu. It had been sealed here for who knew how long, and if that crack was still there, it would have a bit of hope of slowly breaking the seal. However, Zhao Fu, that bastard, had directly mended the crack and built a teleportation array here. In the future, it would be difficult for this boy to fill the crack. This way, it would not be able to escape and could only hope that it would be destroyed by Zhao Fu. It could only hope that it would be destroyed by Zhao Fu. Even though this boy was weak and could not break the seal, it could not. Even if it destroyed the seal, it would not be able to break it. Zhao Fu would not be able to break the seal. With its growth, Zhao Yuchen that Fu would not be able. It would be able to break the seal. Right now, it only had one choice. Otherwise, it would be sealed until it died. Zhao Fu could not help but smile. This monster was a celestial-level existence and would definitely have many precious treasures. If it could be obtained, it would be of great help to Qin. Moreover, Zhao Fu would definitely wait until he had the strength to resist the monster before letting it out. Otherwise, no matter how great the benefits were, it would not be possible to let it out right now. "What benefits can you give me now?" Zhao Fu asked as he smiled. This caused the monster to feel quite awkward. It was currently sealed and could not take out anything. Moreover, many of its items had been damaged, and even if they were damaged, they were only a small portion. The monster thought about it and said, "I can give you powerful celestial legacies and all sorts of terrifying secret techniques. What do you think?" Zhao Fu looked quite disappointed. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not lack powerful celestial legacies and terrifying secret techniques. It was just that he did not have the time to develop them. Just these legacies and secret techniques? Is there nothing else? Zhao Fu asked. Looking at the disappointed Zhao Fu, the monster felt quite unconfident. "Now that I'm sealed here, I can only send you some celestial legacies and secret techniques. If you let me out in the future, I'll give you everything you want." Zhao Fu thought about it. After all, the monster was a celestial-level existence, so perhaps the things it had would be of some use. As such, he said, "All right then. Now, give me everything you have." The monster let out a sigh of relief and said, "Let's sign a soul contract first in case you don't let me go or I hurt you in the future." Zhao Fu nodded and felt that it was fair. However, Zhao Fu did not let his guard down. Even though the soul contract was signed with the soul, it was possible for it to be broken. Both sides controlled a portion of their soul power to fly out and fuse together. After defining the contents of the contract, the soul power split into two portions and flew into their bodies. The monster sent everything it had into Zhao Fu's mind, and Zhao Fu felt an intense pain in his head as if a large amount of something was being poured into it. After a while, Zhao Fu's pain lessened and there was a lot of information in his mind. However, after looking through it, Zhao Fu still felt quite disappointed. "Is this all you have?" Even though the secret techniques and legacies that the monster had given him were powerful, they were far more than Zhao Fu had expected. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the monster felt quite awkward. "Right now, I'm sealed, so I can't give you the truly powerful legacies and secret techniques through this method. You have to wait for me to come out." Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. He felt that this celestial-level existence was too poor and did not have anything he wanted. After thinking about it, he felt that it was not bad to obtain some information from it, so he asked, "What kind of creature are you? And who sealed you here?" The monster said, "I'm a spirit of the sinkhole that was born in the sinkhole. Back then, I was sealed here by a celestial." Xiaofu was quite surprised. This monster was a creature from the sinkhole, so it should be very clear about the sinkhole. As for being sealed by a celestial, that celestial was probably at the celestial level. Celestials were still existences that Xiaofu could not come into contact with, so it was still too early for him to understand the celestial level, so Xiaofu did not ask too much about it. "Since you're a creature from the sinkhole, you should know what kind of place the sinkhole is, right?" Xiaofu asked curiously. The monster replied, "You're wrong. Even though I'm a creature from the sinkhole, I don't know everything about the sinkhole. I can only tell you a small amount of information." Hearing this, Xiaofu nodded and said, "Tell me what you know." The monster began to speak of the information it possessed. It was born directly from nothingness and was not born or created. From the moment it was born, the sinkhole lifeforms were extremely powerful. They were only one level weaker than mighty figures. After it was born, the monster wandered aimlessly in the sinkhole. There was nothing in the sinkhole and the monster did not feel hungry. It was born with the ability to absorb the power of the sinkhole. The sinkhole lifeforms relied on the power of the sinkhole as food to replenish their energy. They also relied on the power of the sinkhole to grow. After the monster wandered in the sinkhole for a period of time, it encountered a few sinkhole spirits like it. However, both parties had a friendly relationship. They warned the monster not to bring it into their territory or they would devour it. Back then, the monster had not been born for a long time. It could not beat these sinkhole spirits and could only avoid them. Later, after wandering for a period of time, the monster had its own name. It was Kedem and it also possessed some information about the sinkhole. A large part of the sinkhole was empty, but a small part of it had other things. These things included continents that floated in the void, giants that were larger than worlds, ancient trees that spanned tens of millions of miles, extremely huge round stones, huge glass-like eyes, beasts that were as huge as continents. Many of these things were not living beings but dead things. They were not born from the sinkhole but came from other planes. The sinkhole was the final destination of all things in the world. As it had existed for an unknown period of time, there were many things that were extremely ancient. Sometimes, people from other planes would enter the sinkhole to explore it. These explorers were at least immortals. If they were just ordinary mighty figures, it was very easy for them to die here. Kedem was also a monster. After countless years of growth, it occupied a territory in the sinkhole, including a dead ancient planet. However, its territory was discovered by a mystic immortal. Then, it was forcefully sealed. It did not know what happened after that. It had been sealed here for about 6,000 years. This was the information Kedem knew. Although it knew of the existence of the sinkhole's depths, it had never had the courage to take a step there. It was an instinctive fear. It was not just it, even sinkhole spirits that were more than 10 times stronger than it did not dare to go there. They usually stayed far away and did not even want to get close. After hearing Kedem's explanation, Xiaofu had a basic understanding of the sinkhole. The lowest level explorers here were celestials, and higher beings could die at any moment. An Emperor Heaven Realm expert like him was not enough here. Luckily, Xiaofu had only encountered Kedem and did not encounter anything else. Xiaofu then asked, "How much do you know about the celestial world? Is there a way to draw celestial chi from the celestial chi from the celestial world? I'm just a spirit of the ultimate. I've always been in the ultimate, so I know very little about the immortal realm. I don't know how to guide immortal chi down to the lower realms, but I have a way to guide the power of the ultimate to your world above." Zhao Zhao felt that, and Zhao, Fu that sinkhole that celestial chi from, but from the same thing. From. That, it. The method that Kedem had was quite powerful. Xiaofu smiled and asked, "What is it?" Kedem also gave a trace of a smile. There was finally something that was useful to him. Otherwise, that idiot would not have helped him without any benefits. Following this, Kedem directly sent that method into Xiaofu's mind. Xiaofu immediately looked at that method. This method was called the Tan Abyss Earth Legacy. Not only could it draw a world's power into another world, but it could also absorb a world's source energy into another world. It covered a large area and was very powerful, and it could absorb source energy. It was many times more effective than Zhao Fu's previous method. Zhao Fu's previous method only drew some sinkhole energy into the earth realm, which was quite slow and covered a small area. Now that he had the 10 Abyss Earth legacy, these problems could be solved. Now, there were no more problems. He had a way to deal with the earth realm, but it was a pity that he did not have any leads on the heaven realm. Zhao Fu teleported back to the earth realm and started to gather materials to set up the 10 Abyss Earth legacy. As for Kedam, he just left him there and did not need to worry about anything. He could not threaten Zhao Fu at all, and it would take a long time for him to be released. After all, he was a celestial and had lived for so many years. If Zhao Fu had any questions, he would know. That was his only value now. The 10 Abyss Earth legacy took a day to set up. There was now a 10,000-meter wide magic formation in the reincarnation space. It was formed from 10 gigantic runes. Back at the sinkhole, there were 10 massive rhombus-shaped crystals floating in the air. They formed a circle that was 100 meters wide and gave off a faint light. They contained immense power. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the magic formation and pressed a hand on the ground. The 10,000-meter wide magic formation was activated and gave off all sorts of lights. The 10 giant crystals in the sinkhole gave off boundless light that shone in all directions. A massive suction force appeared as boundless sinkhole energy gathered towards the 10 crystals and entered them. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of sinkhole energy exploded out from the magic formation like a volcano. It turned into a black beam of light that shot into the sky and smashed into the sky, causing a terrifying ripple to spread out. A long black pillar of light was formed and gave off a massive aura. Waves of sinkhole energy spread out like a flood and spread out in all directions. The reincarnation space was affected by the sinkhole energy and started to change. The samsara power and sinkhole energy were fusing, forming a new power law. Zhao Fu, who was at the center of the pillar of light, was being baptized by the sinkhole energy. Countless waves of sinkhole energy surged into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body uncontrollably absorbed this dark and chaotic power. Ruin's end power was an extremely high-grade power, and Zhao Fu's body did not have any high-grade power. If he wanted to have any high-grade power, he would need an extremely high-grade power. Ordinary high-grade powers were not very useful to Zhao Fu, who had an origin bloodline. Zhao Fu felt like he was a freak. He dared to fuse any power or bloodline into his body. After an hour, after Zhao Fu grasped the sinkhole energy, he walked out of the pillar of light. This pillar of light would not disappear, and it would continuously send ruins of end power into the reincarnation space. The reincarnation space was located in the depths of the earth realm, and it would be the first to be changed by ruins of end power. This change would continue to rise until the entire earth realm was changed, and the earth realm would become a new world. Now that the matters in the earth realm had been completed, only the matters in the heaven realm were left. As for ruins of end, Zhao Fu naturally did not dare to explore that place. Only celestials had the ability to explore that place, and Zhao Fu, an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, would not even know how he had died. If there was nothing important there, Zhao Fu would not go there. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the Heaven Spirit Pavilion to gather some information about the celestial world, but he did not find anything. However, Zhao Fu had a plan for the celestial world. The first was to find a crack to the celestial world or a half-celestial world without a saint-grade faction and use the 10 underworld passage to send celestial chi into the heaven realm. The most important thing was the crack to the celestial world and the half-celestial world. If he could not find those two things, it would be useless. Those two things were incredibly important to any faction, and it was impossible for any information about them to be leaked. As such, Zhao Fu had not found anything. As such, Zhao Fu could only put this matter aside and return to the Qin Imperial Palace and order people to gather information about the alliance. Over the 10 or so days that Zhao Fu had left, the alliance's situation had not changed much. One faction resisted the Qin Empire and the Philosopher's Stone, and anyone who used the Philosopher's Stone would be killed without any room for negotiation. As such, many people feared the Philosopher's Stone and did not want to have anything to do with it. However, they had personally seen the benefits of the Philosopher's Stone, and they were quite dissatisfied with the faction's domineering way of dealing with it. One faction did not prohibit the Philosopher's Stone from being used, and it could now be bought in shops without any penalties for using it. After experiencing the benefits of the Philosopher's Stone, their hostility towards the Qin Empire decreased. At least one-third of the Alliance's soldiers who were secretly in contact with the Qin Empire used the Philosopher's Stone and grasped alchemy power. Now, Qin didn't use much of the Philosopher's Stone that he made. Most of it was given to them. Zhao Fu sat on his throne and read through this information. He felt that it was time to carry out the next step of his plan, so he smiled and said, Wang Ergu, leak the news that Qin and the other factions in the alliance are in contact with Qin to the factions that are hostile to him. Be discreet, and include some of the factions that are not in contact with Qin. Some people might think that Qin was trying to win over those people to divide the alliance, but in fact, Zhao Fu's plan was not like that. Qin was their enemy, and they had never been in danger. If they wanted them to obey, they had to conquer them. It was impossible to win them over to join Qin. Zhao Fu's main goal was to make them his targets to harm. In one of the rooms of the restaurant, a strong man was sitting at a table with two good-looking women in his arms. There were also a few women beside him who were serving food and pouring wine. There were even some who were dancing and playing the piano. At that moment, the big man laughed drunkenly and said, "Perform well, and you'll all be rewarded." As the big man spoke, he took out a large bag of money and threw it on the table. He opened the bag, revealing the gold coins within. The women looked at the bag of gold coins in surprise and smiled, trying to please the big man. One of the women in the big man's arms smiled and asked, "Sir, how come you have so much money?" The big man smiled and said, "This is a secret, I can't tell you." The woman lay in the big man's arms and said seductively, "Sir, don't you trust us? You've been here a few times, don't you know us?" The woman next to him brought a glass of wine to the big man's mouth and said coquettishly, "Sir, just tell us. We won't tell anyone." The big man drank the glass of wine and smiled as he said, "This money was given by Qin. Qin is simply too rich." Hearing this, the women in the room felt quite startled. They looked at each other and asked with a coquettish smile, "Sir, aren't you from the Donan Kingdom? Why did Qin give you so much money?" The big man smiled as he said, "Actually, you don't know this, but the Donan Kingdom has been in secret contact with Qin for a long time. Do you know why our kingdom has so many Philosopher's Stones? We don't need to pay for these Philosopher's Stones, they were all given to us by Qin." Hearing this, the woman gave a moving smile and raised another glass of wine as she said, "Sir, have another glass, we'll serve you well tonight." The big man finished the glass of wine in one gulp and started to kiss the woman. The woman cooperated with the big man and gestured with her eyes for another woman to leave the room. The woman understood and left the room, immediately reporting the news to her superiors. The woman in the big man's arms smiled coquettishly and asked about Qin, and the other women cooperated with her. A few hours later, the big man drunkenly left the restaurant and came to a secret room. He instantly sobered up and looked at the hooded man, who only revealed his side face, and respectfully bowed as he said, "Lord Wang, I've done what you wanted me to do, they didn't suspect me at all." Wang Erga gave a trace of a smile as he said, "I got it, you've done a great service. When Qin attacks this place, I'll promote you by 4 ranks. The big man looked quite excited as he smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord. I'll be loyal to the Qin Empire." All of this had been planned by Qin. The big man was a minor official in the Donan Kingdom, and he had submitted to Qin. The restaurant belonged to another faction, and it was responsible for gathering intelligence in the Donan Kingdom. Wang Ergu had the big man go to the restaurant and deliberately leak the news. This method was quite secretive and would not be easily discovered. The most important thing was that this matter was real and not fake. After that faction received the news, it immediately started an investigation and informed the factions that it could trust. After hearing about this, the factions that were hostile to Qin's factions' expressions greatly changed. They had never thought that so many factions would have connections with Qin. If this matter was not dealt with quickly, the alliance would be destroyed. They also quietly gathered together, each of them wearing a solemn expression. Damn it! Those bastards actually dared to contact Qin, and they seemed to have a good relationship with him. They said that they wanted to be united, but they had long since betrayed the alliance. They're a bunch of trash, damn trash. Alright, stop cursing. The most important thing right now is how to deal with this matter. Even though we're quite powerful, they don't have any fewer people than us. If we don't deal with it well, the alliance will immediately split in half. So be it, I don't want to stay with these disgusting fellows. I want to go and kill them. Let's see who still dares to contact Qin. What are you shouting for? If you have the ability, go by yourself. Do you think they're a united faction? They're scattered all over the alliance, and if you act against them, the alliance will fall into chaos. That's right, not only are there many of them, but they're also scattered all around us. Adding on the fact that they've obtained a large number of Philosopher's Stones, if we fight, the outcome might be disadvantageous to us. I understand now. No wonder those people supported the Philosopher's Stone back then, they've long since colluded with Qin. Now, we have to be wary of all people and factions using the Philosopher's Stone. It's very likely that they're Qin's people. The key is how to resolve this matter. What ideas do you have? Hurry up and tell us. I'm worried that those fellows will join hands with Qin to destroy us. I don't think so. Those people aren't stupid. Without us, how can they resist Qin, Devil Horn, and Wind God? I think they're working closely with Qin for the future. They're not betraying the alliance right now. We just need to be wary of them. Just because of this, we can't do anything big? It feels like there's a bomb next to us that could explode at any moment. I don't like that. What else can we do? They have a lot of people, and if we don't act against them, the alliance's world will collapse. I have an idea, which is to use all sorts of methods to weaken them in the future before suddenly destroying them. We can start with some small factions. If we don't do this, when they become stronger, we'll be the ones to suffer. I feel that this is the best idea. If we just have to be wary of everything, it'll be too late by the time they attack. Since those people are working with Qin, they can't blame us. Within Qin's imperial palace, Zhao Fu sat on the throne and smiled as he asked, "How is it going?" Wang Erge smiled as he said, "Everything is normal, there are no accidents." They've secretly gathered together to discuss how to deal with those people. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Leak this information to the factions connected to Qin. Make it more discreet and emphasize that they're secretly working together to destroy the others." Wang Erge responded with a smile and left. When the forces allied with Qin learned that their relationship with Qin had been exposed and that the other forces had joined forces to deal with them, they were shocked and gathered together. They had already confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the information. Those people had already gathered behind their backs to discuss this matter. What should they do now? Those people knew that they were in contact with Qin and had used the Philosopher's Stone. It was very likely that they would attack them, so they should be prepared to defend or even take the initiative to attack. Now that they had used the Philosopher's Stone, the soldiers' strength and abilities had increased by a lot. They did not regret using the Philosopher's Stone to cause the current situation. Originally, the large factions were very powerful in the alliance and looked down on the small and medium-sized factions. They didn't have much of a say, so the small and medium-sized factions could only bear with it. Now that their strength had increased and they heard that a large faction was going to attack them, they couldn't help but want to take action against a large faction. Moreover, they also had the confidence to challenge a large faction. However, someone advised, their opponents shouldn't be people from the Alliance but the Devil Horn Empire, Wind God Empire, and Qin. Everyone calmed down slightly. However, if they did not do anything, they would not be able to explain themselves, as the large factions would still act against them. In the end, the small and medium-sized factions decided to be wary of the large factions and rope in more factions to stand with them. A few hours later, both sides' meetings were concluded, and the leaders of both sides returned to their own factions. It seemed like nothing had happened, but in actuality, both sides were wary of each other. After hearing that nothing had happened, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The two sides had restrained themselves so well and had not started fighting. If they had, it would have been great. Qin would not have to worry about the alliance in the future, and he could focus on dealing with the Devil Horn Empire and Aeolian Empire. Even though the two sides had not started fighting, they had split into two sides. Many of them had used Qin's Philosopher's Stone, so they were no longer as threatening as before. Before, the alliance was the most threatening, followed by the Wind God Empire and the Devil Horn Empire. Now, Zhao felt that the most threatening was the Wind God Empire, followed by the Devil Horn Empire and the alliance. The Wind God Empire had a large number of Stage 3 soldiers and had leveled up to a royal kingdom. It had also obtained the support of the number 1 faction in the ancient STEM domain, the Ancient Sword Empire, and it had become incredibly terrifying. There was also the Aeolian Empire, which was a royal kingdom in the central region. Right now, it was being tied down by a few factions, and if it came out, it would definitely destroy Qin first. Should he target the Aeolian Empire? However, after thinking about it, Zhao felt that the Aeolian Empire did not have many weaknesses and could not be used. It was not like the alliance, which was made up of many factions. Each faction had their own thoughts and could be easily split apart. Zhao put aside the matter of the Aeolian Empire. This bone was too tough, so he left it for last. The alliance was not in a good position to act, and if they attacked them, they would unite. In the end, there was only the Devil Horn Empire. Zhao ordered people to gather all information about the Devil Horn Empire and how many factions supported it. After gathering all of this information, Zhao gathered his generals to discuss how to attack the Devil Horn Empire. Now, Qin could attack the Devil Horn Empire at any time. However, what gave Zhao a headache was that if he attacked the Devil Horn Empire, the Aeolian Empire, the Alliance, and the factions that supported him would all interfere. Destroying the Devil Horn Empire would be incredibly difficult. Zhao could send people to discuss with the Alliance and pay them a price to have them not attack. It would take some time for the other factions to arrive, so they could stop them on the way. Finally, there was the matter of the Aeolian Empire. Qin could split some of his forces to hold back the Aeolian Empire. Zhao and his generals came up with a detailed plan. They first had to see what the alliance's attitude was. Zhao immediately sent out an emissary to see if they would interfere. If they did not interfere, things would be much easier to resolve, and Qin would be able to directly attack the Devil Horn Empire. Zhao gave the order to gather his army, the Earth Realm's army, and the Heaven Realm's army. If the alliance interfered, Qin could only use the forces of the other 2 outer realms just in case. Now, Qin's emissary had reached the alliance. The factions that opposed Qin did not go, and only the factions that had connections with Qin went. After hearing about this, the expressions of the factions became quite serious. Qin was already preparing to destroy the Devil Horn Empire. This was an incredibly important matter. Now that Qin had sent out an emissary, it was up to them to see how they would react. If they chose to interfere, Qin would not continue to interact with them and would view them as enemies. He would not give them any way out, and they would only be able to meet Qin on the battlefield. If they did not interfere, Qin would most likely deepen their cooperation and give them even more benefits. Even if they were destroyed by Qin in the future, Qin would not mistreat them and would even be able to maintain their current status and power. Now, they started to hesitate. If the Devil Horn Empire was destroyed, only the Aeolian Empire and the Alliance would be left. Even though they would have one less threat, Qin's threat would increase. This would be quite disadvantageous to them, as they would have one less helper resisting Qin. Qin would destroy them sooner or later. However, if they interfered, they would truly offend Qin. If they were defeated by Qin in the future, they would all die horrible deaths. Moreover, Qin seemed to be prepared, so even if they interfered, they might not be able to stop Qin. Once they made a decision, they would have to pay the price. They started to intensely discuss this. Some supported interfering while others supported not interfering. They had not made a decision yet, as this was a decision that would decide their life and death, so they naturally would not make a decision easily. Everyone sat around a long table and discussed. There were many people, and there were many rows of chairs. Qin's emissary sat behind the table, and he was a valiant-looking young man wearing a long robe. He was called Li Luo, and he came from the school of the military and had decent talent. Li Luo looked at the people debating and stood up as he gave a confident smile and said, "Everyone's time is limited, so make a decision as soon as possible. I also want to remind everyone that even if you all participate, the effects will not be too great. Right now, the alliance can be split into 2 factions. Qin understands that the other faction will definitely attack, so make preparations to attack. If you lose too much in this battle, the other half of the alliance and the Wind God Empire won't mind swallowing you up, but if the other half of the alliance loses too much, you'll have a chance to swallow them up. Think about it carefully. Hearing the young man's words, everyone hesitated before saying, "All right. We will not oppose Qin this time." Hearing this, the young man gave a trace of a smile and said, "I'll go back and report this to His Majesty." Following this, the young man returned to Qin and reported to Zhao Fu that they would not participate. If they did not participate in the battle, Great Qin would feel less pressure. Even though they could use the Philosopher's Stones to suppress them, Great Qin had given out many Philosopher's Stones, and if people found out that there was something wrong with them, they would incur the wrath of the masses. If that happened, it would not just be the ancient Stem Domains factions that would attack Qin, the Green Province Domains factions would also attack Qin. How could Qin defend against them, as such, unless it was absolutely necessary? They could not use this move at all costs. Moreover, there was another reason. They had only just fused with Sage's power, so the effects of alchemy power on their bodies were not too severe. However, as time went on, the effects on their bodies would become more severe. When that time came, Zhao Fu could make them lose their battle strength. The various factions had already made their preparations. In the godly world, groups of soldiers were lined up in an orderly manner. They wore white armor and held white weapons, and their expressions were solemn. They gave off powerful holy auras, and they were like legendary godly weapons. They formed a white ocean that seemed to be able to conquer countless worlds. In the land, groups of soldiers lined up in square formations. They wore yellow armor and held yellow weapons in their hands. Their expressions were serious, and they emitted a massive, cold, and filthy aura. It was as if they were ghost soldiers from the depths of the Yellow Springs that could reverse yin and yang and turn the human world into hell. The Qin soldiers of the mortal world lined up in rows. They wore black armor and held black weapons in their hands. Their expressions were ice cold, and they emitted a powerful, dark, and metallic aura. They were like killing machines that could slaughter everything in the world. The Heaven Realm and Earth Realm's forces were only gathering and were not going to directly attack the Devil Horn Empire. They were going to be used as backup forces, and these two worlds' forces were Qin's hidden forces, which others did not know about. If it was exposed too early, it would definitely not be good. They would only use it at the most crucial moment, and it would definitely be very useful. Bai Qi's expression was cold, and he gave off a massive general's aura as he stood in front of Qin's army. How can you say you have no clothes? To share robes with the sun. The king has sent troops to repair my spear. Share the hatred of my son. How can you say you have no clothes? Share the same fate with your son. King Yu Xingxing, repair my spear and halberd. To work together with my son, how can you say you have no clothes? Wearing the same dress as your son. King Yu Xingxing, repair my armor and weapons. To travel together with my son. Bai Qi's voice was very loud, and it sounded out like a drum. All of Qin's soldiers could hear it. Yes, sir. The countless Qin's soldiers gave off austere roars that pierced through the clouds. The heavens and earth dimmed, and a bone-chilling coldness seeped into one's bones. Bai Qi's expression was cold as he turned and walked to the side. The person on the other side led over a black horse with 4 hooves ablaze with green flames. Bai Qi flipped over and mounted the black horse as they walked forward. The other generals rode on their black horses and followed behind Bai Qi, and the soldiers holding the great Qin black dragon banner followed behind them. Finally, the Qin soldiers followed behind the black dragon banner. Their expressions were cold, and their movements were uniform as they strode forwards. Their footsteps were like thunder, shaking the surroundings, and they gave off an intense austere aura. The Qin Empire had officially moved out. Within the Qin's imperial palace, Zhao Fu, who was sitting on the throne, put down the letter in his hand and gave a trace of a smile as he walked down from the throne. Wang Ergu and Lu Mei, who were wearing hoods, also gave traces of smiles as they followed behind Zhao Fu. Qin was going to attack the Devil Horn Empire. It was impossible for no one to notice Qin's massive movements. Soon, they understood that Qin was going to attack the Devil Horn Empire. This news was like a bomb exploding in a calm lake, causing everyone to feel incredibly shocked. They could sense the massive austere aura that Qin gave off, causing the world to fall into a cold winter. They could not help but feel shocked, Qin rarely gave off such a massive aura, and they felt that Qin was serious this time. A shocking event was bound to happen today, and the status quo would be broken. Everyone's expressions were serious, and they understood Qin's determination. This battle would be incredibly intense and terrifying, and who knew how many people would die? They could not help but feel nervous. They felt both anticipation and fear towards this shocking battle, and they did not know how things would develop. Yao Ming's expression was serious as he immediately gave the order to gather all of his forces to stop Qin. He felt immense pressure and felt that Qin was determined to destroy the Devil Horn Empire. With just the Devil Horn Empire, Yao Ming did not have much confidence in stopping Qin. He immediately asked for reinforcements from the Alliance and the Aeolian Empire, as well as the powerful factions supporting the Devil Horn Empire in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. They had to stop Qin's attack. If they could not, the Devil Horn Empire might perish. Feng Xianxia's expression was serious. Qin was determined to destroy the Devil Horn Empire, and the massive killing intent caused her hairs to stand on end. If the Devil Horn Empire was destroyed, Qin's next target would be the Aeolian Empire. Even though she did not like the Devil Horn Empire, Feng Xianxia was determined to help the Devil Horn Empire stop Qin. Gather the Wind God soldiers. Feng Xianxia gave the order, and the Aeolian Empire trembled as countless soldiers wearing green armor and holding green weapons, giving off powerful wind attribute energy, gathered together. The expressions of the Alliance factions were also quite serious as they quickly gathered their forces and prepared to support the Devil Horn Empire. Most of the forces gathered were from large factions, but some mid-grade factions and smaller factions did not move. This was especially so for the smaller factions. Sensing the massive killing intent from Qin, they understood that they would be cannon fodder if they participated. Even if Zhao Fu did not come to find them, they would not dare to participate in this shocking battle. Seeing that the mid-grade factions and smaller factions did not move, the people from the large factions felt incredibly furious. What were those bastards thinking? If Qin was going to attack them after destroying the Devil Horn Empire, why were they not willing to send troops? The people from the large factions personally sent people to those factions and had them send troops to support the Devil Horn Empire and stop Qin's attack. However, the people from the large factions were even more furious. They had said that they would not participate in this battle, but now that it was a matter of life and death, they had said that they would not participate. How could they not be angry? They wanted to slaughter all of them. However, even the large factions could not do anything. Now, the mid-grade factions and smaller factions added together were not any weaker than them. In the end, they could only gather their own forces to support the Devil Horn Empire. They made the decision that if they had the opportunity, they would destroy those factions and kill them all, or else they would not be able to vent their anger. Great Qin's army quickly gathered at the boundary of the Devil Horn Empire like a black ocean, giving off a massive aura. Countless creatures felt immense terror and their bodies trembled. This time, Qin had sent out 30 billion soldiers to attack the Devil Horn Empire, and he had left another 30 billion soldiers in reserve. The Devil Horn Empire had just been heavily injured by Great Qin and had lost 15 billion soldiers. Even though they had conquered the Pigman world, the population and resources had been split up by the other allied factions, and the Devil Horn Empire had not obtained much. Adding on the fact that the Devil Horn Empire had been fighting with Great Qin for a long time, they could not replenish the 15 billion soldiers that they had lost, and they only had 32 billion soldiers. The Qin Emperor dynasty and the generals of the Qin kingdom's army was Qin's army. Yao, Qin to say, Qin Yao Qin to Horn dynasty to say, and he said, "It's time to settle our enmity. If you kneel and beg me, perhaps I'll let you live." Yao Ming coldly harumphed, "Keep dreaming, do you think I'm that sort of person? I admit that the Devil Horn Empire is not a match for you, but don't be too confident. The Devil Horn Empire might not lose this battle." Zhao Fu loudly laughed and said domineeringly, "Then you can bear witness to the fall of the Devil Horn Empire." Boom, boom. Boom, the cannons of the War Saint Beasts aimed at the Devil Horn Empire's defensive walls, and terrifying beams of light shot out with terrifying power towards the defensive walls, illuminating the surroundings. Boom, boom. Boom, the mechanical wyverns flying in the sky opened their massive mouths and shot out massive beams of light, giving off destructive auras as they shot towards the defensive walls. The Devil Horn Empire's defensive walls immediately activated magic formations, and heaven and earth power gathered as a massive defensive barrier appeared, giving off massive power. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the beams of light hit the defensive barrier, resulting in a chain of explosions. Powerful shockwaves blasted out, forming wild gales that blew away countless rocks and sand, and the ground cracked. After the light dissipated, the result was quite surprising. Even though many cracks had appeared on the defensive barrier, it had not been destroyed. It seemed that the Devil Horn Empire had prepared a very powerful defense. Moreover, Qin only had 3,000 or so war saint beasts, and adding on the mechanical wyverns, he had 6,000 or so. If they had more, they would be able to destroy the defensive barrier. Since they could not destroy it in one wave, they would try another. The cannons of the war saint beasts once again gave off light, and a terrifying power spread out. The enormous mechanical wyverns opened their massive mouths and countless rays of light shot out. Suddenly, massive auras exploded out, and massive blue eyeballs appeared in the air on the Devil Horn Empire's side. They gave off a shocking aura, and there were 20,000 or so of them. These massive blue eyeballs could only be summoned with the eyes of Lontong people. There were so many of them, and they had to dig out a large number of Lontong people's eyes. In order to stop Qin, the Devil Horn Empire had paid a great price. Boom, boom. Boom, on Qin's side, beams of light containing immense power shot towards the Devil Horn Empire. They were incredibly fast and unstoppable. Boom, boom. Boom, in that moment, the blue eyeballs shot out countless beams of blue light that contained power that could pierce through everything towards Qin. They were incredibly fast and tore through the air. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions rang out as the beams of light collided together, resulting in countless explosions. Explosive power spread out, causing the ground to crack and crumble, causing countless rocks and gravel to fly into the air. After the shockwaves dissipated, there were large craters in the ground, and there were rocks and wood everywhere. It was a complete mess, as if a disaster had just occurred. Seeing that the Devil Horn Empire had indeed made ample preparations to stop Qin, Zhao Fu flew down from the ground and half-squatted as he pressed a hand against the ground. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of power flowed out from Zhao Fu's hand and slammed against the ground. A massive circular diagram appeared, giving off boundless black light, and a massive head slowly floated out. An extremely terrifying wave of power flooded out, causing the world to become incredibly heavy. Countless people fell into terror, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. After the massive head appeared, it was followed by the shoulders, waist, legs, and finally a 100,000-meter tall giant. Waist, legs, and finally a 100,000 meters tall giant appeared. This giant had long, black hair and a pair of black pupils. It was cold and emotionless, and it had gray skin. Its arms were like sharp claws, and it gave off a heaven-shaking aura. Zhao Fu stood on the giant's head and coldly looked at the Devil Horn Empire in front of him as he raised a hand. The primogenitor statue also raised a hand with Zhao Fu, and an enormous blood-red magatama appeared. A massive wave of power entered the magatama, causing it to give off an intense blood-red light as it quickly spun. It was incredibly fast and could not be seen by the naked eye. It was like a 10,000-meter wide blood-red disc, and it gave off a massive suction force, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as under Zhao Fu's control, the primogenitor statue vigorously swung its hand, causing the massive blood-red disc to fly out incredibly quickly. It left a 1,000-meter wide and dozens of meters deep gash in the ground. Bang, when the blood-red disc smashed into the barrier, a massive sound rang out, and the barrier, which had many cracks on it, shattered. A powerful shockwave spread out. Yao Ming's face became pale as he witnessed the terrifying power that the primogenitor statue unleashed. Now that the Devil Horn Empire's defenses had been destroyed, Zhao Fu stood on the primogenitor statue's head and shouted, "Everyone, attack!" Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Great Qin's countless soldiers charged forwards like a flood, inundating everything in their path. Zhao Fu controlled the primogenitor statue and walked forward step by step, causing the ground to tremble and massive footprints to appear on the ground. The god refinement beasts did not dare to move and stayed where they were. Countless mechanical wyverns flapped their wings, bringing with them wild gales as they ferociously rushed towards the Devil Horn Empire. Roar! Roar, roar! Qin's many enormous beasts were released, and they gave off massive roars as they rushed towards the Devil Horn Empire with great power, their auras shaking the surroundings. Sensing Qin's ferocious attacks, the Devil Horn Empire's army looked terrified. Yao Ming's expression became savage as he flew into the sky. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Yao Ming gave off boundless blood-red light, gathering all of the Devil Horn Empire's fate and power. The boundless Devil Horn Empire's fate and power flooded over like an ocean and entered Yao Ming's body. Yao Ming felt as if his body was going to split apart and was unable to withstand such massive power. Yao Ming immediately raised a hand and a terrifying power flowed out from his hand. Roar! A massive dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth as a massive devil dragon appeared in the sky. Its massive body covered the entire sky, and a bloody, twisted, evil, and forbidden aura spread out. This devil dragon had a human head. It was the head of a young man, and he looked somewhat similar to Yao Ming. He had a dragon's body, blood-red scales, and powerful claws. In order to stop Qin, Yao Ming had used up all of the Devil Horn Empire's fate. Even if the Devil Horn Empire won, its fate would be weakened and its stats would fall. It was not just fate, the Devil Horn Empire's most important devil vein was also summoned here, which was that devil dragon. This devil vein could nurture a large number of devil beasts and powerful soldiers for the Devil Horn Empire. It had been destroyed by Zhao Fu, but Yao Ming had personally killed his little brother and used his head to repair the devil vein, causing it to become even more powerful. Now, the devil vein was 100,000 meters wide and had fused with all of the Devil Horn Empire's fate. Yao Ming could be said to have gone all out. Roar! Roar, roar! All of the devil beasts of the Devil Horn Empire rushed out. There were massive white tigers, pythons that were hundreds of meters long, wild boars that were as big as small mountains, ferocious crocodiles, and massive birds flying in the sky. The devil beast horde gave off ferocious and destructive power as they charged at Qin, and it seemed that they could not stop them at all. Yao Ming stood on the devil dragon's head and ferociously looked at the incoming Zhao Fu, and he controlled the devil dragon to give off a massive aura as it charged over. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. The primogenitor statue also stretched out a hand and a massive blood-red sword appeared in its hand. It sent a wave of power into the sword, causing it to give off traces of sword chi that caused space to twist. The devil dragon did not show any fear and gave off boundless light as it ferociously smashed towards the primogenitor statue. At that moment, the primogenitor statue vigorously slashed out with its sword. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the two attacks collided, causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out. The ground seemed to collapse, and countless rocks shot out. The entire world violently trembled. The nearby factions sensed these terrifying shockwaves and their hair stood on end, feeling incredibly shocked. Even though they could not see what was happening, they could sense that a shocking battle was unfolding. He turned his attention back to the battlefield. The massive devil dragon and the primogenitor statue both retreated a few steps before stopping. The devil dragon stretched out its powerful dragon claws towards the primogenitor statue, but the primogenitor statue used its sword to blocking the devil dragon's attack. The devil dragon's body suddenly twisted, and its massive tail gave off terrifying power as it pushed the primogenitor statue back 10 or so steps. Xing, the primogenitor statue sent a massive wave of power into its sword, and a terrifying sword light slashed out, sending the devil dragon flying. The devil dragon was only slightly injured, and it gave off a ferocious aura as it rushed at the primogenitor statue. The two of them continuously fought, and terrifying shockwaves continuously spread out, destroying everything in their surroundings. The Devil Horn Army's devil beasts and Qin's beasts gave off massive auras as they clashed, and they started a ferocious slaughter. The heavily armored corpse soul soldiers swung their large swords, slashing at the devil beasts' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. A massive wolf leapt over and bit a devil beast's body, and a spider spat out countless threads, wrapping around a devil beast's body. A devil beast that was as large as an ox ferociously slammed into a corpse soul soldier and sent it flying. A massive snake devil beast bit down on a massive wolf, and its body quickly wrapped around it. A massive flying bird devil beast dived down and attacked an ocean iguana with its claws. Boom, boom. Boom, the blue eyeballs and Qin's Saint Beast clashed, and rays of light shot towards each other, giving off massive sounds as terrifying shockwaves spread out. Qin's Saint Beast attacked from below, while the mechanical wyverns attacked from different directions in the sky. The massive blue eyeballs were not very agile, and they could only release defensive barriers to defend. Some of the blue eyeballs' defensive barriers were shattered, and the blue eyeballs exploded, turning into motes of blue light and dissipating. Some of the wyverns in the sky were also shot down and heavily crashed to the ground. After the blue eyeballs were destroyed, magic formations were once again activated, and new blue eyeballs appeared. The alchemy holy beast shot out countless beams of light that tore through the sky, shattering the blue eyeballs once again. The many blue eyeballs shot out enormous blue beams of light that blasted the alchemy holy beast's bodies, shattering their bodies. Qin's soldiers ferociously rushed to the bottom of the city walls and started to attack. Qin's soldiers climbed up the ladders and quickly climbed up the city walls. There were ropes on the city walls, and Qin's soldiers quickly climbed up. Some of Qin's soldiers used their power to open up holes on the city walls, and they used these holes to climb up the city walls and quickly climbed up. The Devil Horn Empire threw down massive rocks and trees, smashing Qin's soldiers down. Some poured corrosive liquids down, causing Qin's soldiers' bodies to corrode, causing them to fall off the city walls. The Devil Horn archers shot out arrows, piercing through the bodies of Qin's soldiers. Blood flew everywhere as cries sounded out. Qin's side also started to counterattack. Arrows shot up the city walls, killing Devil Horn soldiers. They also tossed barrels of kerosene into the air, which exploded as they landed on the defensive walls, sending some Devil Horn soldiers flying. The battle was incredibly intense, and blood flew everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. People continuously died, and the heavens and earth seemed to be dyed red with blood. An austere aura covered the world, and the sounds of battle were like thunder that shook the surroundings. On the right, Xianxia sensed the terrifying shockwaves ahead and her expression became serious. She understood that a shocking battle was about to unfold between Qin and the Devil Horn Empire, and she immediately ordered the army to speed up. The Wind God army had not fought much with Qin, and it had been developing steadily and quickly. It had long since become more powerful than the Devil Horn Empire, and it had 40 billion ordinary Wind God soldiers and 3 billion or so Stage 3 Wind God soldiers. This time, Xianxia directly led 30 billion soldiers to reinforce the Devil Horn Empire. The plan was for the Devil Horn Empire to stall Qin from the front while the Wind God army attacked Qin from the sides, heavily wounding Qin. Suddenly, the Wind God army that was teleporting quickly stopped, and a general quickly reported, "Your Majesty, someone activated an isolation array and cut off our teleportation array." Xianxia also sensed something, and her beautiful eyes looked forward. Teams of Qin's soldiers, who wore black armor and held black weapons in their hands, had cold expressions on their faces, and gave off a powerful, dark, and murderous aura. There were many of them, more than 15 billion, like a black ocean. The Wind God army immediately formed a defensive formation and looked at Qin's soldiers in front of them solemnly, ready to fight at any time. Xianxia came to the front of the Wind God army and felt quite confused. How many soldiers did Qin send to attack the Devil Horn Empire? Or rather, how many soldiers did he send to stop the Wind God army? Tina Pendragon rode a snow-white horse with dragon horns and stood at the front of Qin's army. She had a serious expression as she looked at Xianxia in the sky. Xianxia gave a confident smile as she said, "Do you think that these forces can stop the Wind God army? You're looking down on the Wind God army." Tina Pendragon replied seriously, "You're wrong, right now, Qin's greatest opponent is the Aeolian Empire." Xianxia felt quite surprised as she said, "You value the Aeolian Empire so highly, yet you sent 15 billion soldiers to stop the Wind God army. Do you think you can stop the Wind God army, or do you have other plans?" Tina Pendragon knew that her role was to stall the Aeolian Empire. Now that Xianxia was willing to talk to her, she naturally would not refuse and replied, "I won't say, you can guess." Xianxia lightly laughed and said, "I don't want to guess or waste time. I'll say one last thing, I quite like you, so how about you come with me to the Aeolian Empire? I can depose my empress and make you my empress to control the Aeolian Empire with me." Tina Pendragon looked at Xianxia as she replied with certainty, "That's impossible, and I'm not interested in women." The wind god smiled as he said, "Then there's no other choice, we can only destroy you and bring you back to the palace. Everyone, listen to my orders and attack." Boom, Xianxia gave the order, and the wind god army ferociously charged forwards, giving off powerful wind that formed a massive green gale that could destroy everything in its path. Tina Pendragon's expression was serious as she cried out, "Line up." Qin's shield-bearers walked to the front and lined up their shields, forming a shield wall. The second row was made up of spearmen holding black spears, and they pointed their spears at the wind god army. The third row was made up of archers holding longbows. The archers had already drawn their bows, and there were arrows engraved with runes on them, giving off a dangerous aura. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the arrows turned into rays of light and gave off incredibly sharp power as they shot forwards incredibly quickly, seeming to be able to pierce through everything. Xianxia's expression fell, and she immediately had the wind god army defend. These were Qin's talisman arrows, and Qin had used them many times. Xianxia understood how terrifying these arrows were. Waves of green wind flowed out of the soldiers' bodies, forming a massive green wind shield that gave off wild gales. Bang, 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 sharp arrows tore through the air and landed on the green wind shield, piercing through it and piercing into the wind god soldiers' bodies. Blood flew everywhere and pained cries continuously sounded out. However, a large portion of the talisman arrow's power had been blocked, so there were not many casualties. Xianxia's expression was cold as she continued to charge forwards and had the army attack. The wind god soldiers sent gusts of wind into their weapons and vigorously swung them. Swish, 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 green wind blades shot towards Qin incredibly quickly, and there were many of them. Each wind blade was incredibly sharp. Qin's shield-bearers sent large amounts of power into their shields, causing them to give off a black light and form a massive black wall of light that gave off a firm aura. Bang, 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 the wind blades slammed into the black wall of light, causing sounds to ring out. The wind blades turned into motes of green light and dissipated, and cracks appeared on the black wall of light. Xianxia continued to attack. Just one more wave of attacks would be able to break through Qin's defenses. By then, the wind god army would have reached Qin. Seeing the countless blades of wind and the wind god army that was about to reach her, Tina Pendragon had no choice but to raise a hand and shoot a ray of light into the sky. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion sounded out as an extremely terrifying might descended from the sky, seeming to be able to shatter space itself. An indescribably huge metal object slowly sank out of a large hole. Its huge surface area covered the sky, and its shadow covered the earth, causing the light to dim. The wind god army stared at the massive fortress before them with wide eyes, and their minds went blank. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably in the face of that earth-shattering aura, and a hint of despair welled up in their hearts. That's what Qin is preparing to defend against wind god Qin. The wind god's expression became grave as it felt an immense pressure. The wrath of the war god's cannon started to move, aiming at the wind god army on the ground. An extreme sense of danger radiated forth, making people feel as if they had fallen into icy water. Xianxia immediately flew to the center of the wind god army and yelled, "All soldiers, heed my orders. Heavenly wind god." Boom boom boom, the soldiers recovered from their fear and azure runes appeared on their foreheads. Bursts of azure aura surged forth and surged toward Xianxia. The countless azure auras gathered together to form a person with only the upper body. This person had short hair and a naked upper body. He was covered in powerful muscles, and he held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. He was over 100,000 meters tall and gave off an extremely terrifying aura, causing the space around him to be sliced apart by gusts of wind. Boom 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 boom, massive explosions sounded out as the war god's fury shot out massive rays of light that contained destructive power towards the wind god army below, giving off massive ripples. Xianxia's expression was serious as she controlled the azure giant to raise its shield in front of it. A massive wave of power flowed into the shield, and the shield released a barrier of light that covered the wind god army. Some of the wind god soldiers also started to gather toward the center. Bang, 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 massive explosions sounded out as massive beams of light blasted against the light barrier, causing explosive power to spread out. White light shot out in all directions as the massive azure light barrier shattered. Some of the light beams landed on the edge of the wind god army and exploded, but because their power was greatly weakened, they only caused very few casualties. The azure giant felt furious and sent a wave of power into its spear, stabbing towards the war god's fury with world-destroying power. The war god's fury immediately gave off a massive metallic barrier that covered its massive body and gave off a tough aura. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the azure spear tore open a large hole in the metallic barrier. When the azure spear slammed into the war god's fury, it was sent flying back 100 or so meters, and there was a large hole in it. Boom! The war god's fury exploded out with boundless power, and a massive might descended on the wind god army, causing them to feel their bodies sink. Tina Pendragon understood that the war god's fury alone would not be able to stop the wind god army, so she gave the order to attack the wind god army. Kill! Great Qin's well-prepared soldiers roared and gave off a massive aura of killing as they ferociously charged at the wind god army. They were like a black flood, giving off terrifying sounds. Feng Xianxia's expression became serious as she controlled the azure giant to roar towards the sky, resisting the war god's fury and giving off a massive might. Charge! Seeing the Qin's soldiers charging at them, the wind god's soldiers giving off azure auras did not show any weakness. They roared and gave off immense power as they charged at the Qin's soldiers. Bang, bang. Bang, one side of the army was black while the other side was azure, and they clashed together like two tides, giving off massive sounds as the soldiers of both sides started to fight intensely. A Qin soldier pierced through a wind god soldier's chest with his spear, a wind god soldier held a large sword and chopped off a Qin soldier's arm, and a Qin soldier kicked a wind god soldier flying. A wind god soldier held a large saber and gave off powerful wind as he split a Qin soldier in half, causing blood to fly everywhere. A Qin soldier held a massive axe and sent a wind god soldier flying with a swing of his axe. A Qin soldier held a saber and vigorously swung it, and a saber light flashed as he chopped off a wind god soldier's head. Another wind god soldier furiously rushed up and stabbed his spear through a Qin soldier's throat. On the left, the allied forces gathered together, and their plan was the same as the wind god army. The Devil Horn army would stall the Qin soldiers while they attacked the Qin soldiers from the left. They would use this opportunity to heavily wound the Qin soldiers. The people from the alliance were the factions that were hostile to Great Qin. They had gathered 26 billion soldiers and did not even have 30 billion soldiers. Normally speaking, the allied forces were made up of 30 or so worlds, and they should be able to send out at least 80 billion soldiers. However, they had sent out less than half of their soldiers, only a quarter of their soldiers. This was not even as many as the wind god army. The factions connected to the Qin's side kept to their agreement with the Qin's side, and no matter what the other factions said, they did not send out any soldiers. Even though some of the more powerful factions had gathered together, they did not have much confidence in this battle, so they decided to wait and see. As such, they did not send out any soldiers, which was why they had sent out so few soldiers. The allied forces sensed the terrifying shockwaves from ahead, and their expressions became quite serious. What kind of battle could give off such terrifying shockwaves? By now, even though they had not gone to the battlefield, they could sense how intense and terrifying the battlefield was. Scenes appeared in their minds of the heavens and earth dyed red with blood, the sun and moon dimmed, and corpses littered the ground. It was incredibly austere, and weapons were scattered everywhere, and the dense stench of blood could cause anyone to vomit. If it wasn't for the fact that the Devil Horn Empire being destroyed would be disadvantageous to them, they would not have dared to go, and they felt terror in their hearts. They were currently teleporting to the battlefield through teleportation channels. Suddenly, the teleportation channel stopped working, and the Allied forces leaders' expressions fell. They immediately became wary and ordered their armies to be on guard. The Allied soldiers immediately gathered together and formed a defensive formation as they nervously looked around. These Allied soldiers could not compare to the Wind God army at all, whether it was in terms of battle power or mental fortitude. A flood of Qin's soldiers appeared in front of them, dressed in black armor and holding black weapons with cold expressions. The Allied soldiers felt quite startled. Qin had actually sent so many soldiers to stop them. They did not have much of an advantage, and they understood how terrifying Qin was. The Allied soldiers could not help but feel a trace of fear. Now that Qin had sent so many soldiers to stop them, should they continue to reinforce the Devil Horn Empire? the allied factions looked at each other and did not know what to do. They had 26 billion soldiers, and even if they broke through Qin's blockade, they would suffer massive losses. When that time came, reinforcing the Devil Horn Empire would not be of much use. Moreover, they knew how terrifying Qin was. Since Qin had sent 15 billion soldiers to stop them, he definitely had great confidence in stopping them. Perhaps not only would they not be able to break through Qin's blockade, but they would also suffer great losses. However, if they did not reinforce the Devil Horn Empire, the Devil Horn Empire would definitely be destroyed by Qin. Just as they were in a difficult situation, Wang Jian ordered Qin's soldiers to get into a defensive formation, with shields at the front, spearmen at the back, and archers drawing their bows. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as white rays of light containing sharp power tore through the air, giving off a massive aura as they shot towards the Allied army like raindrops. The Allied army was greatly startled and hurriedly sent out their power to defend. Traces of power rose up from their bodies as a massive shield of light appeared, giving off a massive aura. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the rays of light pierced through the defensive barrier. The sharp light flashed past, instantly slicing apart the bodies of a few soldiers, causing blood to fly everywhere and their corpses to fall to the ground. This wave of arrows had caused many casualties. There were only a few million soldiers, and a large portion of the arrow's power had been blocked. With the Allied army's massive strength, this was not much. However, the leaders and soldiers of the Allied army started to feel afraid. They did not want to continue attacking, and now that they had witnessed such a terrifying wave of attacks, they felt much more confident. I think we should retreat. We're not a match for Qin. If we don't leave, Qin will use some other methods and we won't be able to escape. That's right, we should go back and gather more people. Otherwise, with just our numbers, we won't be able to break through Qin's blockade, and our losses will be too great. That's right. Qin feels that this is too terrifying. Our powerful defensive barrier was instantly shattered by them, causing millions of people to die. Without the barrier, there would have been even more deaths. I also want to retreat, but what about the Devil Horn Empire? Should he be killed by Qin? At that time, only the Alliance and Wind God will be left. How can we resist Qin? Then what do you suggest we do? If we don't retreat now, what else can we do? The other reinforcements are in a similar situation, and the Devil Horn Empire is most likely doomed. Even if we go, we won't be able to do anything. I think so too. Qin has sent out his entire army to destroy the Devil Horn Empire, and we can't stop him. I have an idea, which is to hold back Qin's forces here and not let them return to help Qin's main force. This will be doing our part, and the Devil Horn Empire's fate will depend on their luck. I support this decision. We've already done our best. Whether the Devil Horn Empire lives or dies depends on themselves. The Allied armies made their decisions and formed a massive, firm formation, not showing any signs of attacking. Wang Jian could not help but smile. Zhao Fu's order was to hold back the Allied army. Now that the Allied army was not attacking, Wang Jian was naturally happy to have Qin's soldiers maintain their defensive formation. Now that the situation was in a stalemate, both sides were stalling for time. At the back of the Devil Horn Empire, Meng Tian brought many soldiers and formation masters to stop the other royal kingdoms from sending reinforcements to the Devil Horn Empire and also to cut off their path of retreat. Long Yang, Xianxia, and the bald man were called Emoli, and he was from the demon race. He was a very powerful faction, and he was one of the ancient stem domain's royal kingdoms. The three of them had the best relationship with the Devil Horn Empire, and Yao Ming had spent a lot of time and women to curry favor with them. Now that they heard that the Devil Horn Empire was being attacked by Qin, they asked for reinforcements. The three factions gave them 5 billion Stage 2 soldiers, which was 1/8 of the royal kingdom's forces, to send reinforcements. This was 5 billion Stage 2 soldiers, which was equivalent to 20 billion Stage 1 soldiers. If they really came to reinforce the Devil Horn Empire, it would be incredibly difficult for Qin to take down the Devil Horn Empire. Luckily, they were in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain, which was hundreds of worlds away from the boundary regions. Even if they sent so many soldiers, it would take them a few days to arrive, and they would not be able to arrive so quickly. Moreover, the Fire Kingdom was even further away, so it would take them even longer to arrive. It would be impossible for them to immediately rush over to attack Qin. As such, there was no need to worry too much about them. Meng Tian had set up isolation barriers to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Even if they arrived quickly, they would be blocked by the isolation barriers in the end. Destroying these isolation barriers would take a lot of time, so Qin would have more time to attack the Devil Horn Empire. After hearing about this, the other factions in the alliance who had not come felt quite happy, especially those who had connections with Qin. They understood that Qin definitely had a way to stop them, and even if they sent soldiers, they would not be able to resolve the situation. Instead, they would completely offend Qin, and the outcome would be quite tragic. Some of the factions that were not as powerful started to hesitate. They wanted to attack Qin's army from another direction. If they worked together with the allied army, they might be able to heavily injure Qin's army. However, they were worried that Qin would use other methods, and if they fell for it, they would suffer great losses. Right now, both sides were in a stalemate and no battle had occurred, which made the large factions feel quite displeased. If they had probed Qin's methods, they would not have hesitated like this. The allied army was massive, and Zhao Fu definitely viewed it with great importance. He had prepared many methods to defend against the allied army, and the Heaven Realm and Earth Realm armies had been prepared to defend against the allied army. If they dared to send out a large number of soldiers, the Heaven Realm and Earth Realm soldiers would immediately move out and attack from different directions, catching them off guard. Finally, back to the main battlefield. Boom! Boom! Explosions continuously sounded out within the celestial chi as the massive blue eyeball clashed with the Saint War beasts and mechanical wyverns. Some of Great Qin's mechanical wyverns and Saint War beasts were damaged, while the blue eyeball's side suffered great losses. The mechanical wyverns and mechanical wyverns not only had powerful attacks, but because they were made of metal, they also had powerful defenses. They could take a few hits from the blue orbs of light, but the blue orbs of light could not. Of the 20,000 or so massive blue eyeballs, there were now only 15,000 or 16,000 left. They were unable to summon any more massive blue eyeballs, and the Lontong people's pupils had all been used up. On the soldiers' side, Qin's army had already reached the defensive walls and were fighting with the Devil Horn army. Blood flew everywhere and cries continuously sounded out, and corpses were piled up on the defensive walls. A Devil Horn soldier raised a large saber and vigorously slashed a Qin soldier away. Another Qin soldier held a spear and ferociously stabbed out, piercing through a Devil Horn soldier's chest. A Qin archer shot out an arrow, piercing through a Devil Horn soldier's throat. A Qin soldier held a large hammer and vigorously swung it, killing a Devil Horn soldier. A Devil Horn soldier roared and held a large sword, chopping off a Qin soldier's head. Another Qin soldier held a large saber and chopped a Devil Horn soldier in half. The Qin soldiers had a greater advantage, and many of them were Devil Horn soldiers. However, the Devil Horn soldiers were not afraid, as they understood that if they could not defend their Devil Horn city, they would perish. As such, they could only ferociously fight against the Qin soldiers. From this, it could be seen that the Devil Horn Empire was an opponent worthy of respect, and it was not as weak as the alliance. Roar! Roar, roar! The situation on the battlefield was more or less the same, and the Qin soldiers did not have much of an advantage. The beasts on both sides gave off massive roars as they madly fought in the sky and on the ground. Terrifying shockwaves spread out and wild gales blew out. Blood flew everywhere as massive beasts fell from the sky and collapsed to the ground, dead. Finally, it was the battle between Zhao Fu and Yao Ming. Roar! The massive violet devil dragon gave off boundless violet light, dyeing the sky violet. It opened its massive mouth and spat out a violet ray of light that contained terrifying power towards Zhao Fu, causing the space around it to collapse. Xing, the primogenitor statue, slashed out with its sword, sending out a massive and sharp sword light that seemed to be able to slash apart everything. It slashed the violet ray of light in half, and the massive sword energy sent the devil dragon flying back. The demonic dragon flew back a few hundred meters and let out a massive roar, causing the surroundings to tremble. Large amounts of purple demonic chi rose from its body, forming huge demonic balls. Each of the devil orbs was 10 or so meters wide, and there were many of them, covering the entire world. They gave off immense power as they shot towards the primogenitor statue incredibly quickly, as if they could destroy everything. Bang 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 bang, violet devil chi slammed into the primogenitor statue and exploded, causing massive explosions to spread out. There were simply too many of them, and the primogenitor statue was blasted back a few steps and some small wounds appeared on its body. The massive purple demon dragon grasped this opportunity and gave off terrifying power as it charged at the primogenitor statue incredibly quickly. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the primogenitor statue used its arm to block the violet demon dragon. The two terrifying powers clashed together, resulting in a massive gale. Countless rocks were blown away, and long cracks appeared on the ground. The primogenitor statue took a step back and lowered one foot to the ground, blocking the violet demon dragon's charge. It raised the sword in its other hand and vigorously slashed towards the violet demon dragon. The violet demon dragon's body retreated incredibly quickly, dodging the primogenitor statue's attack. The primogenitor statue raised a hand, and a massive blood-red jade hook appeared in the air above its palm. A massive wave of power entered it, causing the blood-red jade hook to quickly spin, forming a massive blood-red light that dyed the sky blood-red. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the primogenitor statue vigorously swung its hand, and the massive blood-red light gave off world-shattering power as it slashed towards the devil dragon. As it streaked through the air, a massive blood-red gash appeared in the sky. Roar! The purple devil dragon's massive body was unable to dodge at all, and it opened its massive mouth and spat out countless traces of purple devil chi. The countless traces of devil chi formed 4 circular shields with devil beasts engraved on them in front of the devil dragon, forming a row of shields in front of the devil dragon. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as the gigantic blood-red disc slashed at the gigantic metal shield. The terrifying power split the 4 shields apart and then directly slashed at the demon dragon's body. The devil dragon was sent flying 1,000 meters, and a massive gash appeared on its body, from which blood continuously flowed out. Shing, the primogenitor statue once again raised its sword and sent all of its power into it, causing a massive sword light to rush into the sky. Countless blood-red sword lights dyed the surroundings blood-red, and shockwaves spread out, causing the weather to change and the clouds to swirl. In the distance, the Alliance and the Aeolian Empire also saw the massive blood-red pillar of light, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Boom, the primogenitor statue slashed out with all of its strength, and the blood-red sword light seemed to give off a world-splitting aura as it slashed towards the violet demon dragon. Some of the sword light was devoured by the blood-red light, and the world seemed to be destroyed. The ground violently trembled, and a terrifying gale blew out. Countless trees were uprooted, and countless rocks and sand were blown into the air. After the shockwaves dissipated, a sword gash that was tens of thousands of meters wide and incredibly long appeared on the ground, and it gave off an aura of extermination. The massive violet demon dragon lay on the ground, on its last breaths. There was a massive gash on its body, and it gave off devil chi as its body collapsed. The Devil Horn Empire stood on the head of the devil dragon and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, seeming to be heavily injured. Why haven't the other armies arrived yet? Yao Ming's face was quite pale. He had already lost to Zhao Fu, and the Devil Horn Empire's devil beasts and army were not inferior to Qin's. If the other armies did not dare to come, the Devil Horn Empire would perish. By now, the other armies had not arrived yet, and Yao Ming could guess that it was most likely Qin who had stopped the reinforcements. Is the Devil Horn Empire going to perish today? Yao Ming thought back to the things that had happened in the past few decades, from when he had inherited the Devil Horn Empire's throne to unifying the Devil Horn world and growing from a world to a royal kingdom. Countless people had feared the Devil Horn Empire and marveled at its existence. Now that it was going to perish, Yao Ming did not dare to do so and felt quite furious. Following Yao Ming's defeat, the Devil Horn Empire's morale greatly plummeted. The devil beasts, soldiers, and blue eyeballs could not stop Qin at all. Bai Qi looked at the battlefield and came to a small hill by himself. He drew the 7 murder sword and raised it with one hand, sending a wave of power into it. Boom, a blood-red ray of light giving off dense killing intent shot into the sky, giving off a massive aura as it slammed into the sky, causing countless rays of blood-red light to scatter. Boom, a massive sound rang out as the sky seemed to be dyed blood-red. A massive planet giving off a cold and pure killing intent and a massive might slowly descended from the sky, and the entire world seemed to be suppressed by this massive power. Countless people looked at the massive blood-red planet in shock. Bai Qi's expression was cold as he raised his sword. His body gave off traces of blood-red killing intent as he lightly shouted, 7 kills. Boom, the 7 murders star in the sky burst out with a massive 7 murders power, which instantly spread out with a terrifying aura. One by one, the Qin's soldiers felt a surge of killing power being injected into their bodies. Their eyes turned blood red and their bodies emitted strands of killing aura. Their strength also increased. Kill, 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 kill. Countless Qin's soldiers roared and gave off ferocious auras as they madly charged at the devil horn soldiers, looking like bloodthirsty demons. Ah! Cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere. Devil horn soldiers died under the weapons of Qin's soldiers, unable to stop Qin's soldiers at all. The devil horn soldiers, who had not been afraid before, started to feel afraid when they saw how terrifying Qin's soldiers were. Adding on the fact that Yao Ming's king had been defeated by Zhao Fu, their morale fell even further. In the end, the Devil Horn Empire's Devil Dragon was killed, and the Devil Horn Empire's fate quickly disappeared. The Devil Horn soldiers felt their power weaken, and they were unable to resist Qin at all. Now, the Devil Horn Empire could be said to have lost. It could not stop Qin in any way and had been slaughtered by Qin. Some ministers hurriedly ran over to Yao Ming's side and said, "Your Majesty, there's no need. The Devil Horn Empire has already been defeated, we should quickly pack up and escape. As long as the foundation of the Devil Horn tribe is maintained, with your Majesty's abilities, you will definitely be able to rise again in the future." Even though Yao Ming felt quite unwilling and furious, this was his only option. He did not want to die at Zhao Fu's hands, nor did he want the Devil Horn Empire to perish like this. He wanted to personally destroy Qin. After making this decision, Yao Ming did not waste any more time. He ordered a portion of his soldiers to hold back Qin's soldiers while the rest of his soldiers fled with him. After receiving Yao Ming's order, the soldiers quickly carried it out. A portion of the soldiers stalled Qin's army while the others quickly retreated. The demon beasts did the same. Zhao Fu stood on the primogenitor statue's head and looked at Yao Ming, who was trying to escape, and he gave a trace of a cold smile. He controlled the primogenitor statue to give off a massive aura as it rushed towards him. Yao Ming turned and looked at the incoming primogenitor statue with an unsightly expression. He could only order his soldiers to block it. The Devil Horn soldiers obeyed. Even though they knew that charging over was the wrong thing to do, for their king, they roared as they charged at Zhao Fu. Powerful auras exploded out as they prepared to condense something. Zhao Fu coldly smiled as he controlled the primogenitor statue and vigorously slashed out with the sword in his hand. A massive sword energy slashed out, and countless devil horn soldiers were turned into meat paste by the sword energy as they flew everywhere like ants. The devil horn soldiers at the front were slaughtered by Zhao Fu, and the devil horn soldiers at the back roared as they charged at Zhao Fu. Violet auras flowed out from their bodies, forming a massive violet shield that gave off shocking power. Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu controlled the primogenitor statue to slash apart the massive violet shield. Seeing that Yao Ming was about to escape, he did not have time to pay attention to these devil horn soldiers and chased after Yao Ming. Countless devil horn soldiers desperately rushed at the primogenitor statue, but they were unable to stop the massive primogenitor statue. Qin's soldiers also madly charged over. Both sides once again started to fight intensely. Zhao Fu ordered the primogenitor statue to slaughter the devil horn soldiers as he turned into a ray of light and landed in front of Yao Ming. "You think you can escape?" Zhao Fu gave a domineering and mocking smile. Yao Ming's expression was quite unsightly as he looked at Zhao Fu hatefully and furiously. He clenched his fists, wanting to rush over and kill Zhao Fu right now. "Your Majesty, hurry and leave." The ministers by Yao Ming's side hurriedly said as they blocked in front of Yao Ming. Yao Ming did not hesitate and turned to run. Right now, as long as he was alive, there was hope. Even if the Devil Horn Empire was destroyed, he would restore it. Zhao Fu held his sword as he chased after Yao Ming. The ministers roared and gave off powerful auras as they charged at Zhao Fu. It was a pity that they were cut in half by Zhao Fu's sword and were unable to stop him at all. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as Zhao Ming, who was running, was sent flying and heavily crashed to the ground. Zhao Fu appeared beside him and stepped on his body, pressing him to the ground. The ruler of the Devil Horn Empire had a noble status and was high up in the heavens. He was feared by countless people and was a peerless genius, and yet he was being stepped on by Zhao Fu. Yao Ming looked furious and tried to break free from Zhao Fu's foot, but he was unable to do so at all. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and stepping on you feels so good." Yao Ming was infuriated as he roared, "I'll definitely kill you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm sorry, but today is the day you die. You won't have a chance." The Devil Horn Empire continued to furiously roar, "Let go of me, if you have the ability, let's fight head-on." Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed as he said, "Do you really think you have a chance at defeating me? I'm not the same person as before." Boom, an Emperor Heaven Realm power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, causing the Devil Horn Empire's expression to become quite unsightly, and he could not believe this. His cultivation was at the peak of the world realm, and his cultivation speed was already incredibly fast. The world realm was the most powerful cultivation in the outer domains, so how could Zhao Fu have Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation? That was the highest cultivation in the central domain. Seeing Yao Ming's shocked expression, Zhao Fu smiled and did not waste any more time. He slashed out with his sword, sending out a sharp sword light. Blood flew everywhere as Yao Ming's head was chopped off. Boom, all of the Devil Horn Empire soldiers and residents heard a massive explosion sound out in their minds as a system announcement sounded out like the sound of death, telling them that their king had died and that the Devil Horn Empire had lost. The Devil Horn Empire fell into chaos, and countless people packed their things and ran in terror. They understood that Qin would soon attack. On the main battlefield, after Yao Ming died, the remaining Devil Horn army completely lost the ability to resist and ran in terror. Qin's soldiers ferociously chased after them, and some Devil Horn soldiers knelt on the ground and surrendered. Qin also accepted their surrender. Following this, Qin's soldiers gave off massive auras as they charged into the Devil Horn Empire, quickly conquering cities. News of the Devil Horn Empire's defeat and Yao Ming's death quickly spread, shaking the surroundings. The powerful, savage, and infamous Devil Horn Empire had become history. The Devil Lord, one of the three geniuses here, and Yao Ming, who countless people feared, had fallen. Hearing this, Feng Xianxia looked quite unhappy and coldly harumphed as she gave the order to retreat. In order to break through Qin's blockade, she had lost 2 billion or so Wind God soldiers, and in the end, the Devil Horn Empire had been destroyed. Not only had she not achieved her goal, but she had also paid a great price. However, Qin's situation was not good either, and they had lost nearly 1 billion Wind God soldiers. Before Feng Xianxia left, she looked at Tina Pendragon and said, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll obtain you." Seeing the Wind God army retreat, Tina Pendragon inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Even with the War God's fury, defending against such a powerful Aeolian empire had been under immense pressure. Now, there were dozens of large and small marks on the War God's fury, all of which were caused by the Wind God army. Qin's soldiers had used the Philosopher's Stone, but they had only lost 1 billion Wind God soldiers. If they had not used the Philosopher's Stone, their losses would have been even greater. Hearing Feng Xianxia's words, Tina Pendragon replied seriously, "That day won't come. Now that the Devil Horn Empire has been destroyed, you should worry about your Aeolian Empire." Feng Xianxia lightly harumphed. Tina Pendragon was right. Now, only the Alliance and the Aeolian Empire remained. After Qin destroyed the Devil Horn Empire, he would make a move against the Aeolian Empire. The Aeolian Empire would be under immense pressure, and just the Aeolian Empire alone would not be able to stop Qin. As such, they could only ask for reinforcements from other factions. "I naturally know about this. Don't get too happy so soon, Qin. Feng Xianxia, will definitely destroy your Qin Empire," Feng Xianxia said to Tina Pendragon. Tina Pendragon looked at Feng Xianxia and replied seriously, "I will also wait for the day Qin destroys the Aeolian Empire." Feng Xianxia did not say anything else and angrily retreated with her people. The Alliance army, which was fighting with Qin, was shocked at first, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we didn't go after you." Otherwise, we would have been defeated by Qin, and I don't know how many people would have died. Yes. The Devil Horn Empire is destined to be destroyed. Qin's faction is too powerful, and even if we go, it will be useless. Sigh. The Devil Horn Empire was such a massive faction, yet it was destroyed by Qin today. I can't help but sigh. In this world where the strong are revered, power is the most important thing. What should we do? Just thinking about the future gives me a headache. Today's Devil Horn Empire is tomorrow's alliance. Even I feel that I will not be able to stop Qin. Retreat first. There's no point in staying here. Maybe Qin will attack us again. We'll discuss this when we get back. The alliance army started to retreat. Wang Jian did not stop them and watched as they retreated. Their formations were not in chaos, and attacking would not bring them any benefits. After hearing about the Devil Horn Empire being destroyed, the alliance army looked incredibly shocked. At the same time, they rejoiced. Back when Qin had gone out with his full strength, they had expected this, which was why they had not gone. If they had gone, the battle would have been even more intense and more people would have died, and the victor would have been Qin. Now that the Devil Horn Empire had been destroyed and Yao Ming had died, there was nothing they could do. Seeing that the Devil Horn Empire was in chaos and could not resist at all, they did not hesitate to attack the Devil Horn Empire. Their soldiers had long since gathered and were ready to go out at any moment. By now, they had already cancelled their contract with the Devil Horn Empire and forgotten about their agreement to defend against Qin with the Devil Horn Empire. They also did not remember their conversations with Yao Ming and the Devil Horn Empire's people. Right now, they only cared about benefits. After the Devil Horn Empire was conquered by Qin, it had fallen into chaos and could not resist at all. If they attacked, they would be able to obtain a large number of people, resources, and treasures, so why would they not attack? The alliance army ferociously charged into the Devil Horn Empire and started to take everything of value, killing anyone who dared to resist. The alliance army felt quite good. Before, they had heard how terrifying and ferocious the Devil Horn Empire was, but now, it had been easily slaughtered by them without being able to resist at all. Now that the alliance army had suddenly attacked, the Devil Horn Empire became even more chaotic. However, this was not the end. The Aeolian Empire quickly joined in, recklessly killing and pillaging. The Devil Horn Empire was in complete chaos, and despair spread. The residents did not know where to run, and blood died everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. The Devil Horn Empire was no longer powerful and ferocious, and it had become weak and powerless, looking like a living hell. Long Yang, Xianxia, and Emoli had led their armies over, but before they had even gotten there, they heard that the Devil Horn Empire had been destroyed and that Yao Ming had been killed. They looked quite confused. Wasn't Qin just a faction that had just become a royal kingdom? How had he conquered a royal kingdom so quickly? Was his faction really that terrifying? The three of them had not fought with Qin before, so they did not know Qin's true strength. However, they would find out sooner or later. Now that the Devil Horn Empire had been destroyed, they did not rush to the Devil Horn Empire and instead returned to their own factions. Along the way, the three of them could not help but feel that it was a pity. They quite liked Yao Ming and could have been good brothers, drinking wine, eating meat, and playing with women together. Not too long ago, they had been talking about destroying Qin together and enjoying Qin's imperial concubines together. However, in the blink of an eye, the Devil Horn Empire had been destroyed by Qin, and Yao Ming's women and family had fallen into Qin's hands. News quickly spread, and the various royal kingdoms heard about the Devil Horn Empire's destruction. They all felt that it was a pity. Such a powerful kingdom and monarch had limitless potential in the future, but now, everything had come to an end. In that place, they ranked Yao Ming, Zhao Fu, and Feng Xianxia as the three top geniuses. They all had extraordinary abilities, shocking talent, and great fate. The Devil Horn Empire had been destroyed and Yao Ming had been killed. Now, only Zhao Fu and Feng Xianxia were left to fight over the position of overlord of that place. The Aeolian Empire was not a match for Qin, and Qin most likely wanted to unify that region. If Qin unified that region, his kingdom would have at least 30 or so worlds, and no one would be able to stop him. Fortunately, they were quite far away, or else they would have started to worry. However, if they allowed Qin to develop as he pleased, he might threaten them one day. As such, everyone changed their opinion of Qin and felt that they had to do something. After Qin attacked into the Devil Horn Empire, he quickly conquered region after region. The Devil Horn Empire had 10 worlds, and Qin was unable to conquer it all in a short period of time. There were still some regions that resisted. After roughly 2 days, Qin finally conquered the Devil Horn Empire. However, he did not conquer all of it, and Qin only conquered 7 worlds. 2 were taken by the Alliance and 1 was taken by the Aeolian Empire. The Devil Horn Empire that he had taken down with great difficulty had been taken by others, making Zhao Fu feel quite displeased. However, Zhao Fu did not want to start a war, so he could only ignore this matter for now. Zhao Fu went to the Devil Horn Empire's legacy land and looked at the violet cube. He stretched out his hand and chose to conquer it. Boom, a violet ray of light shot into the sky as the Devil Horn Empire's fate gathered, forming an enormous violet devil dragon that circled in the sky and gave off a massive might. Roar! The devil dragon gave a pained and unwilling roar as its body quickly dissipated, and a large amount of fate flowed towards Qin. Countless Devil Horn residents knelt on the ground, feeling a wave of sorrow in their hearts. Today, the Devil Horn Empire had officially fallen. There were many corpses within the city, and blood was everywhere. Qin's savagery was not inferior to theirs at all, and they could only kneel in terror, not daring to resist at all. Sensing the massive amount of fate entering Qin, Zhao Fu smiled and returned to the Devil Horn Empire's palace. He sat on the throne that had belonged to Yao Ming and knelt before the Devil Horn Empire's ministers. They all respectfully and fearfully knelt on the ground with their heads pressed to the ground, not daring to even raise their heads. At the side, Bai Qi reported to Zhao Fu about the results of this battle. They had killed 20 billion or so Devil Horn soldiers and subdued 7 billion or so. They had conquered 7 worlds and taken in 200 billion people and countless resources. The Devil Horn Empire's most important devil vein had been destroyed by Zhao Fu, and it had lost its purpose and could no longer nurture devil beasts. Other than that, there were also more than 2 billion Lontong people whose eyes had been dug out. Those blue eyeballs came out from these people's eyes and were used to summon the giant blue eyeball. If Yao Ming hadn't scattered the Lontong people and used force to suppress them, the Lontong people would have rebelled long ago. Now there were more than 2 billion Lontong people whose eyes had been gouged out. Qin had to deal with them. They were blind and couldn't see anything. They couldn't do anything and would only consume resources and food. Keeping them alive would only be a burden. However, Zhao Fu was not so ruthless as to kill all of them. Instead, he ordered people to collect some methods to heal their eyes first. Although it might cost a lot of money and materials, since they were the people of Qin, Zhao Fu believed that it was not a problem to do this. This was the harvest from this battle. A portion of the harvest had been taken by the Alliance and the Aeolian Empire, and Qin would destroy them sooner or later. When that time came, those things would belong to Qin. Zhao Fu looked at the Devil Horn Empire's ministers kneeling on the ground and said, "Since you're willing to submit to me, I won't mistreat you. Don't worry about this. If there's nothing else, you can all leave." The Devil Horn Empire's ministers let out sighs of relief and hurriedly said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing us." Following this, everyone left the palace and a group of beautiful women was brought in. There were 200 or so of them, and all of them were incredibly beautiful. Some of them were from the Devil Horn Empire's royal family, and most of them were Yao Ming's concubines. Yao Ming was quite lustful, and as a member of the devil race, he was quite powerful in that regard, so he had many concubines. 6 of the most outstanding ones were Yao Ming's empress. She had long, violet hair and wore violet robes. She was peerlessly beautiful and gave off a noble aura, and she was called Jiao Yu. The remaining one had a pair of wings and a fiery figure. She had a childlike face and was quite pretty. She was Yao Ming's favorite concubine, and she was called Kong Luyi. Of the remaining 4, one was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a seductive figure and an enticing aura. She was from the royal family and was called Yao Qian. Another had a slim figure and was quite pretty, and she was called Dong Shangmi. One was tall and had a cold expression. She had a pair of blue eyes and was probably a member of the blue pupil race. She was called Lan Shanxue. The other had a voluptuous figure and was very good-looking. She gave off a virtuous and generous feeling. Now, it was time to enjoy the results. Yao Ming had wanted to break through Qin's defenses and charge into Qin's harem to enjoy Zhao Fu's concubines, and he had even publicly said that he wanted to violate Tina Pendragon. For Zhao Fu to enjoy his women, it was only right and proper. An eye for an eye, he would take revenge on the Devil Horn Empire. Now, these women felt fear and hatred as they stood there and looked at Zhao Fu. This was especially so for the Devil Horn Empire's empress. She looked at Zhao Fu coldly, wanting to kill Zhao Fu right now. This was because Zhao Fu had destroyed the Devil Horn Empire and killed her man, the person she loved the most, as well as countless Devil Horn residents. All of this was caused by Zhao Fu, so Yao Yu hated Zhao Fu to the bone. Zhao Fu looked at Yao Yu and smiled as he said, "Come up." Yao Yu's expression was cold as she said, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't submit to you nor will I listen to anything you say." The Lontong person, Lan Shanxue, gave a trace of a smile and took the initiative to walk over to Zhao Fu. She sat in Zhao Fu's embrace and said enticingly, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to serve you and become your woman." "I am willing to serve you and become your woman. You are much better than that devil horn." Lan Shanxue felt quite grateful for what Qin had done for the Lontong people. Even though she was one of Yao Ming's favorite concubines, she did not like Yao Ming and was always afraid of him. However, this Qin's legatee was different. Even though he treated his enemies even more ferociously than the Devil Horn Empire, he treated his subjects and women very well. If it was Yao Ming, he would have long since slaughtered the Lontong people who had their eyes gouged out. However, Qin was willing to pay a great price to heal them because they had become Qin's subjects. Compared to Yao Ming, Lan Shanxue liked Zhao Fu more, which was why she took the initiative. Moreover, Zhao Fu had called them here to enjoy them. Even if they resisted, they could not do anything, so it was better to take the initiative to please Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out an arm and hugged Lan Shanxue as he smiled and said, "You're quite smart and understand the current situation." Lan Shanxue smiled as she said, "That's right. Now that the Devil Horn Empire is yours, we are also yours." Zhao Fu smiled as he started to play with Lan Shanxue's body, and Lan Shanxue looked quite happy. She was not pretending at all and was truly enjoying this feeling. The women looked at each other. Some wanted to go and serve Zhao Fu to protect their lives and status, while others hated Lan Shanxue's actions and looked at Zhao Fu hatefully. Zhao Fu played with Lan Shanxue in his arms as his gaze fell on Yao Yu's body and he smiled as he said, "You come and serve me as well." Yao Yu said coldly, "I already said that if you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't submit to you, nor will I lower myself to other women. I'm the Devil Horn Empire's empress, and I have the dignity and pride of the Devil Horn Empire." Kong Liuya, Yao Ming's favorite woman, also said coldly, "That's right. We're not such lowly women, it's best if you kill us. We're willing to die together with our husband." Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. The more they acted like this, the more Zhao Fu liked them. The Devil Horn Empire's empress and concubines all wanted to submit to him. "Is that so? Are you sure? Perhaps I can fulfill your wishes right now. I'll hang everyone related to you on the city walls and skin you before sprinkling a large amount of salt on you and having you suffer immense pain before dying." Yao Yu said furiously, "You're despicable. Is this what a ruler of an empire should be like?" Kong Liuya started to feel afraid, and tears danced in her eyes. Even though she did not fear death, she did not want her family and friends to die in pain. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You asked for all of this, and I've already given you the opportunity. Don't blame me." Hearing this, the hesitant women hurriedly said in fear, "Your Majesty, we're willing to serve you. Please don't treat us and our family like this." The concubines, who had wanted to submit to Zhao Fu, did not hesitate and also expressed their willingness to become Zhao Fu's women. They immediately walked over to the throne and surrounded Zhao Fu. Among them were two of the most outstanding beauties, Dong Shangmi and Bai Mi. There were only a dozen or so women left in the palace. Zhao Fu looked at the woman who had a look of fear and hesitation on her face, and he called out with a smile, "Bring everyone related to them to the door and torture them to death." The soldiers outside the door obeyed and began to bring people to the entrance of the hall one by one, then tied them to the pillars. Countless cries of fear and begging for mercy sounded out, stinging the dozen or so women in the hall. Hearing their familiar family and friends cry out in fear, the remaining dozen or so women did not persist. They went up to Zhao Fu's side. In the end, only Yao Yu, Kong Lu Yi, and Yao Qian, who possessed the demonic Horn royal clan's bloodline, were left. Zhao Fu showed no mercy and ordered the torture to begin. Screams rang out as those people's fingers were pierced by the long needles. The intense pain made them struggle and scream, begging for mercy and cursing at Qin. Hearing these voices, the three of them revealed expressions of pain and grief, unable to hold on. Yao Qian, the beautiful woman, had tears in her eyes as she sobbed and said softly, "Enough, we are willing to serve you and become your women." A trace of a condescending smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. No woman had ever dared to resist him, much less succeed. "Come up." Yao Qian walked up, and Kong Luyi also cried as she walked up. She turned to look at Yao Yu, who was struggling in pain, and said, "Big sister Empress, don't hold on anymore. Don't persist anymore. Didn't you hear those screams?" Yao Yu furiously glared at Zhao Fu and stopped struggling, following Yao Qian to Zhao Fu's throne. Zhao Fu still had that condescending smile, and his voice was somewhat domineering and did not allow anyone to refuse as he said, "Kneel. Serve me." Kong Lu Yi and Yao Qian obediently knelt in front of Zhao Fu and started to serve Zhao Fu. Yao Yu furiously glared at Zhao Fu, wanting to chop Zhao Fu into meat paste. She was incredibly furious. As Zhao Fu enjoyed Kong Lu Yi and Yao Qian's service, he looked at Yao Yu and gave a trace of a smile as he said domineeringly, "Kneel." Yao Yu was incredibly furious, but she resisted Zhao Fu's domineeringness and submitted. She knelt on the ground and served Zhao Fu, and tears flowed out of her eyes as she felt incredibly wronged, furious, and hurt. Following this, lewd sounds continuously sounded out within the palace, continuing from day to night. No one came to disturb Zhao Fu, as they all knew what Zhao Fu was doing. The soldiers outside could not hear anything because sound was blocked off. Yao Yu's expression was incredibly lewd as she continued to moan. She had never thought that she would be so happy being violated by another man on her husband's throne. She had never experienced such a feeling before, and she felt that she had let Jiao Ming down. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged Yao Yu and smiled as he said, "As the Devil Horn Empire's empress, you're indeed more moving than ordinary women." Yao Yu's face was red as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and panted, her arms still wrapped around Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had violated her the most, and she felt that her body and soul had submitted to him. She did not feel as hurt or pained as before when Yao Ming died. She just wanted to experience the warmth of passion in Zhao Fu's embrace. She did not want to say anything, nor did she have the strength to. Zhao Fu smiled as he lifted her chin and said, "You can rest here for now, someone will take you back to Qin City later. I won't harm your family, and your status will be the same as Qin's concubines." Yao Yu's face was red as she lightly nodded. Lan Shanxue coyly smiled and hugged Zhao Fu's arm as she said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. We will properly serve you in the future," and doing it with Your Majesty was simply too enjoyable. Zhao Fu laughed before putting on his clothes and leaving the Devil Horn Palace. After enjoying himself, it was time to take care of other matters. Zhao Fu was quite open about these matters and would not sink into them. Now that they had destroyed the Devil Horn Empire and Qin City had just leveled up to a royal kingdom, Qin City needed some time to digest and stabilize, and it was not suitable for them to continue fighting. However, they could now make a plan. The alliance had split apart and was not as united as before, which could be seen from the number of soldiers they had sent out. As such, there was no need to worry about them being in danger. Back then, Zhao Fu had thought that the alliance would send many soldiers to attack, so he had panicked and sent the soldiers from the Heaven Domain and Earth Domain to attack at any moment. However, the alliance had been too cowardly and had not sent out many soldiers, and they had been easily stopped by Qin City's soldiers. Before, Zhao Fu had thought too highly of them. Now that the alliance was no longer a threat, all that was left was the Aeolian Empire. As long as they destroyed the Aeolian Empire, there would only be Qin City in this region, and no one would be able to stop Qin City in the future. Now, Zhao Fu felt that he could make a plan to destroy the Aeolian Empire. He would develop and stabilize his faction while making preparations to destroy the Aeolian Empire. However, just as Zhao Fu returned to Qin City, he heard that the various royal kingdoms planned to interfere, causing Zhao Fu to frown. These royal kingdom factions were quite cautious. Despite being so far away, they were still worried that Qin would harm them. However, thinking about it, if Qin destroyed the Devil Horn Empire, the Aeolian Empire, and then the Alliance, there would be 60 or so worlds in total. 60 or so worlds was equivalent to 6 royal kingdoms. Just thinking about this was quite terrifying. Within the surrounding 100 or so worlds, there was not a single faction that could stop Qin. If there were 40 worlds, it would be an imperial kingdom. The appearance of a royal kingdom in the outer domains would shake the surrounding 10 or so domains. This was simply too rare and difficult. Imperial kingdom factions were usually at the center of the heaven domain and the central domains. They were factions that had developed for a long time and had powerful foundations. If their foundations were not powerful, they would not be able to become an imperial kingdom faction. A domain had 1,000 worlds, and an imperial kingdom had 100 worlds, which was 1/10 of the total. The remaining factions in that domain definitely feared this faction, and they did not want to see Zhao Fu become an imperial kingdom. Their interference was not to attack but to support the Alliance and the Wind God faction, using them to defend against Qin. Now, the two factions were quite happy. With so many royal kingdoms supporting them, it would be even more difficult for Qin to destroy them. This was especially so for the Aeolian Empire and the First Aeolian Empire. If the First Aeolian Empire broke free from the other factions, even though Qin was not afraid of the First Aeolian Empire, he would not be able to destroy the Second Aeolian Empire. Zhao Fu immediately gathered his subordinates and made up his mind to destroy the Aeolian Empire as quickly as possible. If this dragged on, something unexpected might happen. After making this plan, Qin started to make his preparations. After Qin stabilized and made his preparations, he would find a good opportunity to attack the Aeolian Empire. Zhao Fu turned his attention to Qin's development. The Earth domain had been affected by Ruin's End power and was going through changes. The thing that Zhao Fu wanted to deal with the most was the Heaven domain. However, it was not so easy to find the Celestial World and Half-Celestial World. Zhao Fu felt a headache and went to the Heaven Spirit Stele to search, but he could not find any information. Suddenly, a message came, and Zhao Fu looked at it and found that it was from that higher being, the teacher from Emperor Path College. Another great thousand world is attacking the Heaven Awakened world, and the situation in the Heaven Awakened world will become even worse. You should make preparations, that unknown disaster will arrive soon. Looking at this piece of information, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. Another great thousand world had been attracted over by the Heaven Awakened world? The unknown catastrophe is going to happen soon? A great thousand world was like an alchemy world or a primal chaos world. It was incomparably huge and could swallow countless dust worlds. However, the arrival of a great thousand world was not a good thing. On the contrary, it was a very bad thing. That was because the arrival of a great thousand world would mean a planar war. The heaven world's great world. The world. The great, and the world's worlds, the kingdom, world, in the Qin kingdom, about it. In a battle with the alchemy world, the Heaven Awakened world would be at a disadvantage. They would be suppressed by the alchemy world, and if a great thousand world came over, there would definitely be a battle between worlds, putting the Heaven Awakened world in a very disadvantageous position. As a member of the Heaven Awakened world, Qin felt immense pressure. If the Heaven Awakened world fell into a disadvantageous position, Qin would suffer as well. Just what was going on? Why was another great thousand world attacking? Zhao Fu could not understand why 3 great thousand worlds were attacking. Did they think that the Heaven Awakened world was easy to bully? Was that why they were attacking the Heaven Awakened world together, or was the Heaven Awakened world purposely attracting the 3 great thousand worlds? However, this did not make sense. The Heaven Awakened world was at a disadvantage against the Kingdom of Heaven Awakened world. If they attracted another world to attack, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? From the current situation, it seemed that it was the first possibility. The 3 worlds thought that the Heaven Awakened world was easy to bully, so they were attacking the Heaven Awakened world. AI. Zhao Fu sighed. This was not something that Qin could change. In the future, he could only follow the trend. Finally, there was the disaster. Long ago, that higher being had warned Zhao Fu that an unknown disaster was about to happen and that he should quickly raise his Heaven Awakened world to a royal kingdom. Only then would he have the power to protect himself. Now that Great Qin had risen to become a royal kingdom, it wouldn't be long before a disaster would descend. Just what kind of disaster would it be? Without knowing anything, Qin could not make any preparations. However, Qin should make all sorts of preparations. Only a royal kingdom would have the power to protect itself, and an entire world would not be able to resist. Looking at the current situation, there were a few things that Qin had to do as soon as possible. The first was the Great Desolate Cauldron. Only by creating the Great Desolate Cauldron would Qin have the power to devour other worlds, and only then would the Qin world truly develop. However, without the Great Desolate Cauldron, Qin would not be able to develop or truly control the world. If the disaster happened and Qin left the Heaven-awakened world, Qin would not be able to grow. As such, he had to create the Great Desolate Cauldron. If he did not create it now, it would be too late. The second was the Celestial World. He had to quickly find a crack to the Celestial World or a half-celestial world and draw celestial chi from the Celestial World into the Heaven Realm to change the Heaven Realm. Finally, the human world in the middle would also go through changes under the influence of Ruin's End power and celestial energy. The three worlds would become a new world, one with more complete laws and more powerful source energy. The third was the matter of awakening the two emperor stars. After the disaster, Xiaofu would not have the opportunity to awaken the spirit race's emperor star and the water race's emperor star, nor would he be able to gather 9 emperor stars. As such, he had to awaken 2 emperor stars before the disaster. The last was the matter of attacking other worlds. During this time, he had to quickly attack other factions and increase Qin's strength. After all, his faction could be increased at any time, so it was not as important as the first 3 things. After making this decision, Xiaofu thanked the higher being for the reminder and immediately left the Heaven Spirit Pavilion. He then gathered the Qin world's ministers to discuss matters. After hearing about this, the ministers looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that something like this would happen, and they understood how serious this matter was. As for the things that Xiaofu had proposed, the ministers did not have any objections and fully supported Xiaofu's decision. However, the original plan to attack the Aeolian Empire had to be changed. They had to make preparations for Qin before the disaster happened. A few days later, Xiaofu brought Qin to the alchemy world. As mentioned before, the first thing he needed to do was to forge the primordial cauldron. Now that he had the origin god iron and god fire, he only lacked the Tao-seeking stone. The Tao-seeking stone could be found on the exchange stone steel in the alchemy world, and Qin only needed a bit more points to exchange for it. The reason Xiaofu had come here was naturally to start a war and kill more alchemy race people and subjugate more alchemy families. He would obtain more points to exchange for the Tao-seeking stone, rather than wait for the alchemy race to attack. In order to conquer more alchemy families, Xiaofu had brought Qin's main force here. Adding on the stage 2 soldiers here, there were 12 billion of them. Because this region's basic forces were stage 2 soldiers, stage 1 soldiers were not very useful, so Xiaofu had brought stage 2 soldiers. Currently, the surrounding alchemy race people were building up defenses and thinking of ways to stop Qin, and none of them wanted to start a war. Xiaofu did not rashly attack, and he ordered Eternal Knight's people to gather information about the surroundings. Following this, he learned about the distribution of factions around Qin. Right now, Qin was facing factions from 3 directions, or rather, he was being surrounded by factions from 3 directions. One was in the northeast, one was in the southwest, and one was in the northwest. The northeast faction was the most powerful, with 8 billion stage 2 soldiers. The southwest faction was ranked second, with 6 billion stage 2 soldiers. The southwest faction was ranked third, with 5 billion stage 2 soldiers. The northeast faction was called the Water and Forest Alliance, and the largest families were the Shui family and Lin family. They were the most hostile towards Qin and had always wanted to attack Qin, but they had not found an opportunity. The southwest faction was called the Tu and Water Flower Alliance. The 3 most powerful factions were the Tu family, Shui family, and Hua family. They did not feel very hostile towards Qin, as they understood how powerful Qin was. They did not want to fight with Qin, but in order to protect themselves, they could only ally together to resist Qin. The last force in the northwest was also hostile to Qin, but it wasn't that strong. It was mainly because they didn't have enough troops, and they didn't dare to do anything to Qin. After obtaining this information, Zhao Fu did not feel too much pressure. The three factions added up had a total of 19 billion soldiers, but Qin had 12 billion soldiers, which was a difference of 7 billion soldiers. There was also the strength of these clans. The total number of war saint beasts added up might be more than 30,000. If there were too many war saint beasts, it would be a huge headache. How were they going to destroy these forces? A direct attack. Qin was 7 billion stage 2 soldiers away, and the other side was defending. If they directly attacked, they would definitely suffer massive casualties, and it was impossible to directly attack. Qin had worked hard to obtain so many stage 2 soldiers, and if they lost them, they would not be able to replenish them. It was a pity that this was not the Heaven Awakened world, or else they would be able to split up their factions and make it so that they would not be able to unite to attack Qin. However, this was the alchemy world. As an outsider, Qin would be the enemy of the alchemy clan no matter where he went. The most important thing was that they were in a realm war. Who would trust an outsider like him? As for directly attacking, it was impossible, so he could only use other plans. Zhao Fu thought about it and thought of a plan. Even though he did not know if it would work, he could give it a try. Firstly, Zhao Fu set his target on the Soil Water Flower Alliance. They were not very hostile towards Qin, and they were the second most powerful faction. Without their interference, Zhao Fu would have lost 6 billion soldiers. The remaining two factions added together only had 13 billion soldiers, and with Qin's various war gods' fury and the various war gods' fury, it would be no problem to destroy them. Zhao Fu ordered a small team to act as Qin's emissaries and bring some gifts from Qin to visit the Soil Water Flower Alliance. The Soil Water Flower Alliance looked quite confused. They had never thought that a Heaven Awakened world faction would come to visit their alchemy world, and they were enemies. They were quite curious about Qin's goal, so they gathered to meet Qin's emissaries. Within the hall, there were 3 people sitting at the very top. One was a fatty in yellow clothes, the two families' family leader. One was an elder in blue clothes, the Shui family's family leader, and one was a beautiful middle-aged woman in pink clothes, the Hua family's family leader. These 3 factions were the most powerful, and there were other family leaders sitting around them. Their factions were quite small, so they sat below. Qin's emissary was a scholarly young man called Ling Feng. He was a Confucian disciple and had learned the alchemy language, so he could communicate with the alchemy race. "Greetings, sirs." Ling Feng gave a slight smile and neither servile nor overbearing as he bowed to everyone. The alchemy clan's people were quite satisfied with Qin's attitude. Qin was the most terrifying faction here, and only with the 3 alliances working together could they threaten Qin. They were quite afraid of Qin. The two families' family leader smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Why did Qin send people here?" Ling Feng said with a smile, "Under the order of His Majesty, I have brought various gifts from Qin to visit you. I hope that we can be friends." The people from the weather world came to make friends with them? The expressions of the people from the alchemy world were a bit weird. They certainly didn't believe that Qin would really want to be friends with them. After thinking about it, they realized that Great Qin's goal was to maintain a good relationship with them so that they would not oppose Great Qin with the other 2 factions. If Great Qin attacked the other 2 factions, they would not attack. Qin's idea was good, but was it possible? If they didn't get involved and waited for Qin to destroy the other 2 allied forces, the only result for each of them would be death. No matter what, they had to join the team to resist Qin. Only in this way could they have a chance to survive. The head of the Shui family said calmly, "Become friends with us? Is Qin sure? We're enemies." Ling Feng's expression didn't change, and he still said with a gentle smile, "I've come with Qin's sincerity. Qin is willing to sign a contract with you, and he will never invade your forces in the future." The people from the alchemy clan still didn't believe him. Even if a contract was signed, it could be abolished, and it couldn't really protect them. The head of the Shui family said calmly, "We can't promise you this. If you're only here for this, please leave." The people from the alchemy clan already knew Qin's purpose. For their own safety and lives, they definitely wouldn't believe Qin and would stand on the alchemy world's side. Many of the alchemy clan's family leaders had the same idea. Ling Feng was not surprised by this attitude, and he maintained a slight smile as he said, "Sirs, I'm sure you all understand what Qin is thinking, which is why you don't want to be friends with Qin. However, sirs, you're wrong about one thing. The family leaders felt quite surprised and had never thought that Ling Feng would reply like this. The Hua family's leader smiled as he said, "You know that we can guess what Qin is thinking and won't be friends with Qin. Tell me, which part of our thinking is wrong?" Ling Fei confidently puffed out his chest and raised his head as he smiled as he said, "The first mistake is that you think that you can stop Qin. However, you can't stop Qin at all and are destined to be destroyed by Qin." The Hua family's leader felt quite displeased as he said, "Qin is quite arrogant. I know that Qin is powerful and has around 8 billion soldiers. Also, the floating fortresses in the sky are quite powerful, but do you think that the gold refiner race is easy to bully? Do you really think that we can't defeat Qin? Also, if Qin was very powerful, he would have attacked us long ago. Why are you trying to divide us? Haven't you done this many times?" The leaders of the various factions nodded. The Hua family's leader was right. The Shui family's leader's voice became slightly cold as he said, "I also know who gave Qin the courage to say such words. Our tripartite alliance has a total of 19 billion soldiers, and the number of alchemy sacred beasts has reached 36,000. If it wasn't for the fact that we're wary of Qin, we would have long since attacked you. The ones who should be worried should be Qin. Finally, this is the gold refiner world, it's not a place where Qin can act as he pleases. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've defeated a few gold refiner families. The gold refiner world's power is not something that the heaven awakened world can imagine." Hearing such impolite and somewhat humiliating words, Ling Feng loudly laughed, giving off the domineering aura that Qin should have. The leaders of the various factions looked at each other, feeling quite confused. They had not said anything wrong, so why did Qin's envoy have such an attitude? This was especially so because of that domineering laughter, which made them feel quite uncomfortable. The Shui family's leader angrily said, "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Ling Feng's gaze was sharp as he looked at the Shui family's leader and said domineeringly, "Not only that, but you're very mistaken. You're all short-sighted and don't know Qin's true strength. It's not that Qin is being presumptuous, but that you are not a match for Qin." The Shui family's leader said in disbelief, "Qin's right. Then how powerful Qin is?" The other family leaders also looked at Ling Feng. They indeed did not know what kind of faction Great Qin was, nor did they have any information about Great Qin. They were also quite curious about what kind of faction Great Qin was. Qin Feng, Qin Chen, Ling, and Qin, I said, Qin, Ling Feng gave a prideful smile as he said, "Qin is the most powerful faction in the boundary of the ancient stem domain, and it's like a ferocious and terrifying dragon. All factions fear it, and His Majesty Qin is a genius whose name shakes the entire ancient stem domain. There are no words to describe how mighty and terrifying he is. Perhaps you all think that I'm bragging about Qin, but I can tell you Qin's true strength. Qin's territory now covers 17 worlds, and he has 800 billion people and 70 billion soldiers. Not only that, but Qin also has countless terrifying beasts, powerful holy light emissaries, and all sorts of terrifying abilities. He has even grasped the method to control alchemy saint beasts, so he can also control alchemy saint beasts." Hearing Ling Feng's words, the various family leaders felt incredibly shocked. Was Qin really that powerful? More than 800 billion people? His domain had reached 17 worlds? Even the greatest advantage of the alchemy race, the alchemy saint beasts, had been controlled by Qin. Now, with their 3 factions added together, they only had around 1 world, while Qin had 17 worlds, 16 more than them. Even with their families added together, they only had tens of billions of people, and Qin's 800 billion people was much more than theirs. Finally, there was the matter of alchemy saint beasts. Alchemy saint beasts were their greatest weapon against the heaven-awakened world, and now that Qin had also grasped them, they no longer had any advantage. However, how had Qin grasped such an ability? Even though they did not believe it, since Qin had grasped alchemy power, it was not strange for him to have alchemy saint beasts. If Qin really did have such strength, how could they be a match for Qin? They would almost certainly be suppressed by Qin. Now, they started to feel quite afraid. However, if Qin had such strength, why did he not directly suppress them and instead come over to befriend them? They started to feel quite suspicious. The two families' family leader said, "How can we believe your words?" Ling Feng smiled confidently as he said, "You can send people to follow me to the Heaven Awakened world, or you can personally go to Qin and see if what I say is true." Hearing Ling Feng say this, the alchemy race's family leaders started to believe him. However, just to be safe, they decided to go and see just how powerful Qin was. The two families' family leader smiled as he said, "Since Qin is so friendly, let's go and pay a visit to Qin. After that, we'll talk about befriending him." Seeing that this was done, Ling Feng smiled and said, "No problem." Following this, the alchemy race's family leaders sent their trusted aides to follow Ling Feng to Qin. There were 30 or so of them, and the two families' family leader was quite bold and actually joined in. The other family leaders did not dare to do this. If what Qin said was false, those people would definitely die at Qin's hands. As such, they only sent their trusted aides to take a look. Moreover, as the family leaders, they could not allow anything to happen to them. They followed Ling Feng to Qin's territory in the alchemy world, feeling quite nervous and excited. They were curious about what kind of faction Qin was and what kind of world the Heaven Awakened world was. They had lived in the alchemy world for their entire lives and had never seen another world before. At the city gates stood a group of soldiers wearing black armor and holding black weapons. Their expressions were cold and they gave off a powerful dark aura. The surroundings were incredibly austere, making people instinctively feel afraid. Seeing how powerful Qin's soldiers were, the two families' family leader and the others felt even more impressed of Qin. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary faction to have such powerful soldiers. Qin's soldiers stopped Ling Feng and asked about his group's identities. Ling Feng smiled as he took out a command medallion, and the soldiers respectfully bowed and did not stop Ling Feng and the others. Following this, everyone followed Ling Feng to the inner regions of the Qin territory. The alchemy race's people followed Ling Feng and looked at the inner regions of the Qin territory. Seeing the alchemy race's soldiers and the massive holy beasts, they were all shocked. What Qin had said was true, he had grasped the method to control holy beasts, and he had controlled many holy beasts. Qin's soldiers, who wore black armor and held weapons, gave off a massive aura as if they could destroy everything, and the atmosphere became quite oppressive. There were at least 10 billion of them, and they were all stage 2 soldiers who had grasped alchemy skills. Just with this strength and the war god's fury, they would be able to face them head-on, and they would not have much of an advantage. Seeing how shocked they were, Ling Feng smiled and said, "This is just a portion of Qin's strength. Now, come with me to the Qin Empire and see Qin's true strength." The two families' family head and the others nodded. Now that they had seen Qin's strength, they no longer doubted Ling Feng's words, and they became even more curious about Qin. One day later, the two families' family head and the others returned to the Two Water Flower Alliance in shock, and the other family heads had been waiting for them. The family heads looked at everyone's shocked expressions, as if they had gone to an incredible place, and they asked nervously, "How was it? Did that person lie? Is Qin really that powerful?" The two families' family head nodded confidently, "It's not that simple, he's even more terrifying than what he said. I've already obtained some information about Qin, and Qin is simply a monster-like existence." Hearing this, everyone felt incredibly shocked. The alliance asked the two families' family head about Qin, and in the end, they all looked incredibly shocked. "I really admire Qin, a small outskirts faction has now shaken a few domains, and countless royal kingdoms and factions fear his existence. With our strength, we would not be able to do this." "That's right. I feel that Qin is many times more powerful than us. Only by joining forces can we resist a portion of Qin's forces. If we split up, we'll be swept away by Qin. I admit that I underestimated Qin before, I never thought that what that person said was true. Qin has such strength, and we're not a match for him at all. I feel so powerless." I also have the same feeling, but I'm still a little curious. Why did Qin spend so much effort to befriend us and ask us not to attack him when he clearly has the strength to crush us? Why are you so stupid? You still haven't figured it out? Qin wants to preserve his strength and doesn't want to reveal it all at once. In my opinion, not only will we suffer, but the alchemy families in several worlds will also suffer. You're right. That's why Qin told us not to leak any information. Otherwise, he would attack us first. That's why he doesn't want to leak his own information. I've also asked around. From now on, Qin will focus the whole empire on the alchemy world. Are you serious? The whole Qin empire focused on the world of alchemy. Who could resist it? There isn't a single one here. It must be true. I secretly asked a few people, and they all said the same thing. As for Qin's purpose, I don't know. That's why I said that all the worlds in Feng Yuan will suffer. This Qin is a monster. Then what should we do now? Should we continue to unite with the other two forces? Or should we sign a contract with Qin to maintain a temporary peace? Qin will start the war soon. I don't want to die, so I will sign a contract with Qin. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but don't drag me down. Now that I've seen Qin's real strength, I have nothing to say. I don't want to participate in a war that I will definitely lose, so I will also choose to sign a contract with Qin. Otherwise, we have no other choice. Okay. Since you have said so, I have no other opinion. Let's all choose to sign a contract with Qin. The family heads of the Soil Water Flower Alliance all decided to sign a contract with Qin. They had no other choice. Ling Feng, who had been waiting in another place, was also invited back to the hall. Everyone's expressions changed as well. They all wore smiles on their faces, and their attitudes were warm and friendly. The Shui family head awkwardly smiled as he said, "Emissary, I went too far just now and didn't believe you. Please forgive me. We understand Qin's intentions, and we are willing to be friends with such a powerful force like Qin." The Hua family head also had an apologetic smile as he said, "I was a bit short-sighted and didn't expect Qin to be such a powerful force. I heard that Qin has a very large flower region. Perhaps we have a common interest." Ling Feng smiled and felt very proud. After these people saw how powerful Qin was, their attitudes immediately changed. All of this was because the Qin Empire was powerful. If the Qin Empire was not powerful, they would not treat Qin like this. Ling Feng was very proud of the Qin Empire, and he worshipped Emperor Qin even more. Everything about the Qin Empire had been built by him. It's all right. My tone was a bit rude just now, so please don't mind, Ling Feng replied humbly, giving them a way out. The alchemy family heads all smiled and relaxed. Since Ling Feng did not mind, there would be no problems with signing the contract. Following this, Ling Feng chatted with the family heads for a while before returning to the Qin residence. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Ling Feng came to a room and respectfully knelt on the ground. He was filled with nervousness and anticipation because the person in front of him was the emperor of the Qin Empire. Xiaofu was sitting on a chair and reading memorials. Hearing Ling Feng's voice, he put down the memorials and asked, "How did things go?" Ling Feng suppressed his excitement and smiled as he replied, "Everything went smoothly, and the Soil Water Flower Alliance can sign the contract with Qin residents at any time." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "I understand. You've done very well this time, and I'll have Li Si arrange an official position for you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ling Feng was very happy. Although he had done very well, he was just a Confucian scholar and did not have any real power. However, now that he had become an official, he had real power. Li Si was the prime minister of the Qin Empire, and he was one of the most respected people in the Qin Empire. The position he appointed would definitely not be small. Xiaofu asked Ling Feng to leave and gathered the generals. Now that the Soil Water Flower Alliance was willing to sign the contract with Qin residents and not participate in what would happen next, it was time to start a war. This was exactly what Xiaofu wanted. Another great thousand world was coming, and a catastrophe was about to happen. Xiaofu wanted to build the prehistoric cauldron as soon as possible, and destroying the two alchemy forces would bring him many benefits. Qin quickly attacked, and the 12 billion soldiers split into two teams. One team had 9 billion soldiers and mainly attacked the strongest Aqua Alliance, while the other team had 3 billion soldiers and the War God's Fury to attack the Northwest Metal Alliance. After hearing about this, the Aqua Alliance did not panic and instead felt quite delighted. They immediately informed the other two alliances to prepare to counterattack Qin. Whether it was in terms of military strength, defense, or other aspects, they had a great advantage. As such, the Aqua Alliance was not too worried about Qin's attack. In the Northwest Metal Alliance, the Jin family's faction was the largest, while the Aqua Alliance's faction was the smallest. As such, they felt quite worried and were not as confident as the Aqua Alliance. Currently, the news between Qin and Tu Shuihua had not been leaked, so they did not know that Tu Shuihua and Qin had signed a contract. Zhao Fu personally went to the Aqua Alliance and left the other side to Wang Jian. The Shui family's leader on the city walls was a feminine-looking young man, while the Lin family's leader was a skinny middle-aged man. Seeing Qin's soldiers rush over, the feminine-looking man coldly laughed as he said, "Qin is quite bold, we did not attack you and let you attack us. Do you not know whose territory this is?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'm not interested in talking to someone who's about to die." The feminine-looking man eerily looked at Zhao Fu as he said, "Let's see if you dare to talk to me like this later." The Aqua Alliances. 10,000 or so Saint War beasts aimed their cannons at Qin's side. There were 17,000 of them, and they gave off an aura of destruction. With so many Saint War beasts and the fact that they were defending, they had the advantage of firm defenses. Adding on the fact that the other two alliances were also participating, this gave the Aqua Alliance great confidence. At that moment, Zhao Fu ordered Qin's soldiers to summon 20,000 holy light emissaries, 3,000 or so Saint War beasts, and 3,000 or so mechanical wyverns. Many 100-meter-tall holy light emissaries hovered in the air, emitting massive waves of holy light power. Huge mechanical dragons circled in the air, and rows of cannons from the war-sacred beasts were aimed at them. Seeing this scene, the Aqua Alliance's expressions could not help but become serious and feel a wave of pressure. They also felt quite shocked. How did Qin have Saint War beasts? How did they obtain the method to control the alchemy beast? The situation wasn't looking good, but things had already come to this point, so there was no point in hesitating. Boom boom boom, the war saint beasts behind the Water Forest Alliance's walls shot out massive beams of light from their cannons towards Qin with terrifying power, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. On Qin's side, the holy light emissaries stretched out their hands and powerful waves of holy light energy flowed out, forming massive defensive barriers that covered a large number of Qin's soldiers. Bang bang bang, a series of explosions rang out as countless rays of light shot out in all directions and terrifying shockwaves spread out. The attacks released by so many holy beasts of war were still very powerful. Some of the holy light emissaries' defensive barriers were pierced by the light beams, and their bodies were also pierced, turning into countless white spots of light and dissipating. However, the soldiers under the holy light envoys were not harmed at all. This was because the soldiers were emitting the aura of alchemy, forming a second line of defense. Now that the Water Forest Alliance had unleashed the first wave of attacks, it was time for Qin to attack. The first to attack were the holy light emissaries. They spread out their defensive barriers and raised their hands towards the Water Forest Alliance. Rays of white light containing world-purifying power shot out. Boom, boom. Boom, the cannons of the War Saint Beast shot out beams of light that contained shocking power as they tore through the sky and lit up the surroundings, giving off terrifying auras. Roar. Roar, the mechanical wyverns gave off massive roars as they shot out massive beams of light containing destructive power, seeming to cause the air to explode and giving off deafening sounds. Qin's side's attacks were much more powerful than the Water Forest Alliance's. They attacked the Water Forest Alliance from below, in the middle, and in the sky. The Water Forest Alliance's side immediately activated defensive magic formations and countless traces of water elemental essence gathered, forming 3 layers of blue defensive barriers around the city walls. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as countless beams of light slammed into the blue defensive barriers. The massive blue defensive barrier was unable to withstand the massive destructive power and shattered. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile and ordered his soldiers to charge. Kill. Qin's soldiers roared and gave off massive auras as they flooded forwards like a black ocean, seeming to destroy everything. The Water Forest Alliance's people's expressions became serious and they felt immense pressure. The Lin family immediately ordered people to activate Forest's alchemy. Boom. Boom. Boom, green magic formations were activated and gave off green light as an aura of life spread out. They were located on the ground behind the city walls, and the green magic formations were incredibly profound and complicated. They were 10 or so meters wide and there was an ancient tree seed at the center. Countless traces of powerful energy flowed into the ancient tree seed, causing it to grow many roots that stabbed into the ground below the magic formations. Boom, boom, boom. As Qin's soldiers headed towards the Water Forest Alliance, the ground suddenly trembled and cracked. Massive trees giving off massive auras suddenly grew out, sending countless Qin's soldiers flying. They fell from the sky and caused many casualties. Xing, 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 Qin's soldiers immediately gave off large amounts of alchemy power, forming massive swords of energy that slashed forwards with massive power. Qin's army had stopped attacking, and their path of attack was blocked by countless trees. These trees had their own consciousness and would attack creatures that came close. If they wanted to charge through, they would have to destroy the trees. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as countless large swords made of metallic aura shot out, slashing trees in half. Many trees instantly fell, causing wood shavings and leaves to fly everywhere. However, the trees that had been slashed did not die and instead quickly grew back, ferociously growing towards Qin's soldiers. They were like a group of monsters that wanted to devour great Qin's soldiers. Zhao Fu ordered the mechanical wyverns in the sky to open their massive mouths and shoot out massive beams of light that contained terrifying power into the forest, causing massive explosions to spread out. Countless rocks and pieces of wood shot out, and powerful gales blew out, causing the ground to violently tremble. Large holes were blasted out in the ground, and rocks and trees were scattered everywhere. It was a complete mess, and the trees no longer grew. Boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as the Water Forest Alliance grasped this opportunity. Rays of light containing terrifying power shot towards Qin, seeming to be able to destroy everything. The scene was quite terrifying. The holy light emissaries once again gave off powerful holy light energy and unleashed defensive barriers to protect Qin's soldiers. The Qin soldiers gave off waves of metallic light, forming an enormous metallic defensive barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as terrifying shockwaves continuously spread out. Some of the holy light emissaries' defensive barriers were pierced, and the holy light emissaries were shattered. The rays of light continued to blast into the defensive barriers, causing them to shatter. Some of the rays of light landed on the ground and exploded, sending some Qin's soldiers flying and causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Zhao Fu frowned. Based on the current situation, it would be quite difficult to take down the Water Forest Alliance. As expected, the Water Forest Alliance had made preparations for Qin to attack them. Now, Zhao Fu wanted to use the primogenitor statue, but after thinking about how great Qin was still an outsider faction, he couldn't reveal too much of its strength. As such, he decided not to use the primogenitor statue and used another method. Seeing that Qin's momentum had been suppressed, the Water Forest Alliance let out a sigh of relief and felt that Qin was not as terrifying as the legends said. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the Qin soldiers gave off massive auras as they continued to charge at the Water Forest Alliance under Zhao Fu's orders. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as great Qin's War Saint Beast first shot out a wave of light, which contained terrifying power as it shot forwards. The Water Forest Alliance once again unleashed a water attribute barrier to protect the defensive walls. The beams of light hit the barrier and waves of terrifying power spread out, causing the defensive barrier to crack but not shatter. Swish, 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 Qin's soldiers once again shot out arrows. The countless arrows contained immense power as they hit the defensive barrier, causing the cracked defensive barrier to shatter. The Water Forest Alliance's people did not panic. They had made ample preparations. When the defensive barrier shattered, magic formations were activated, and the surrounding water elemental essences quickly gathered, forming a new defensive barrier. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and appeared in the sky in front of the Water Forest Alliance. Seeing that Zhao Fu dared to come here by himself, the Water Forest Alliance's people felt quite startled before feeling delighted. Was this person seeking death? As long as they could kill him, everything would be resolved. They ordered the War Saint Beasts to aim at Zhao Fu, wanting to blast Zhao Fu into smithereens. However, Zhao Fu smirked and gave a trace of a cold smile as he took out a 3-meter-wide metal orb and sent a wave of power into it. The runes on the metal orb lit up and a massive destructive power spread out. As the alchemist family of this place, they recognized this thing. Their expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly ordered people to reinforce the defenses. Zhao Fu threw the metal ball towards the Water Forest Alliance's city wall before retreating to Great Qin's army. The metal ball flew to the top of the city wall and stopped by itself. As if it had a mind of its own, it sensed its surroundings. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the metal orb gave off a massive explosion. Countless rays of blinding white light spread out, and an incredibly terrifying power instantly spread out, causing all of the rocks on the ground to shatter as a shockwave blasted out. The ground continuously trembled and a shockwave spread out, causing countless rocks and sand to fly into the sky, forming a massive mushroom cloud. When everything calmed down, there was a 1,000,000-meter-wide crater in the ground. Some areas directly turned into magma, and an aura of extinction spread out. The Water Forest Alliance's city wall was at the center of the explosion, and there was a 60,000 to 70,000-meter-wide hole in it. The ground was filled with rubble, and there were many corpses of the Alliance's soldiers. They had all been torn apart, and blood spurted everywhere, creating a bloody scene. The Water Forest Alliance's members had ugly expressions. They hadn't expected Zhao Fu to have the Hua family's taboo ball. This was the Hua family's taboo ball, and it was very famous. Everyone knew about it, and it was incredibly rare. It was incredibly difficult to create, so they rarely used it. Now, not only did Qin have the Hua family's taboo ball, but Zhao Fu could also use it. This was something that could only be used by those with the Hua family's bloodline. Just what was going on with the Hua family? How could they let Qin have such a terrifying thing? It was simply too harmful. Kill. Now that a 70,000 to 80,000 meter wide hole had been blasted in the Alliance's city wall, the defense had been broken. Qin's soldiers understood this, and their morale became even greater. They roared as they rushed towards the hole. The Water Forest Alliance's people hurriedly had the Alliance's soldiers gather at the hole. They had to stop Qin. Otherwise, if Qin rushed in, they would lose. The alchemical beasts also aimed at the charging Qin soldiers. Boom, boom. Boom, however, Qin took the initiative to attack first. The mechanical wyverns in the sky shot out beams of light, and the holy light emissaries stretched out their hands, shooting out beams of light. The alchemical beasts also shot out countless beams of light. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as explosive power spread out, causing the ground to crack. Countless rocks flew everywhere, and the ground violently trembled. The alchemical beasts stopped attacking and released barriers to protect themselves, but some of them were still blasted apart. Zhao Fu ordered people to bring out over 1,000 massive dragon-slaying ballistae. These dragon-slaying ballistae were hundreds of meters long, and there were massive crystal arrows on them, giving off terrifying auras. Boom, boom. Boom, arrows shot out, turning into massive rays of light that gave off massive destructive power as they shot out incredibly quickly. They tore through everything with an unstoppable momentum, and nothing seemed to be able to stop them. Bang! Bang! Some arrows hit the Alliance's alchemical beasts and pierced through them, while others hit the city walls. Terrifying explosions exploded out, destroying everything in the surroundings. The alchemical beasts were blasted apart, causing shards to fly everywhere. Countless alchemical beasts' bodies were also blasted apart, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. These arrows were all socketed with destruction crystals. Great Qin had accumulated many destruction crystals, and they had accumulated many of them. The Water Forest Alliance was completely suppressed by Qin's attacks, and before the shockwaves had settled, Qin's soldiers had already rushed to the Alliance city walls, giving off ferocious auras as they charged in. The Alliance's army came to their senses and gave off powerful auras as they charged towards Qin's soldiers. The two sides started to fight. A Qin soldier held a saber and sent an Alliance soldier flying, causing that Alliance soldier to fall to the ground and die. An Alliance soldier held a spear and pierced through a Qin soldier's body. A Qin soldier held a large axe and charged over to split an Alliance soldier in half. A Qin soldier held a sword and slit an Alliance soldier's throat. An Alliance soldier held a large saber and ferociously chopped off the head of a Qin soldier. A Qin soldier shouted as he cut off the head of an Alliance soldier and rushed towards another person. The mechanical wyverns shot out massive beams of light in the sky towards the Alliance's beasts. The holy light emissaries also flew into the sky and shot out white beams of light, while the alchemy god beasts shot out beams of light from behind. The Alliance's alchemy god beasts did their best to counterattack, and beams of light shot towards Qin's war god beasts. The battle was incredibly intense, and massive explosions continuously sounded out. Cries continuously sounded out, and blood flew everywhere as people continuously died. Qin had a great advantage, and the alchemy god beasts were all killed by Qin's soldiers. Before, with Qin's current strength, he would not lose if he faced the alchemy god beasts head-on. Some of the Alliance's alchemy god beasts were also blasted apart by Qin's soldiers. Massive explosions continuously sounded out, and large craters were blasted out in the ground. Of course, it was not that Qin's side did not suffer any losses, but they had suffered fewer losses than the water and forest factions. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive magic formation was activated on the Alliance's side. It was 100,000 meters wide and gave off countless rays of blue light. The surrounding water elemental essence flooded in like a flood, and a massive pillar of water shot into the sky with massive power. A massive blue beam of light stood there, giving off a massive aura, and countless traces of alchemy water spread out. The Alliance soldiers felt a wave of power flow in, and their bodies gave off a blue aura. Their injuries and strength quickly recovered. This caused the Alliance soldiers to feel delighted, and they now had some information about Qin's soldiers. Now that they had truly fought with Qin's soldiers, they understood how terrifying they were. They were not a match for them at all. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, but they did not celebrate too early. A massive magic formation appeared on Qin's side, and a massive wave of chaos power spread out like a flood. The alchemy god beasts, who had felt their strength recover faster, immediately felt weaker, and their strength recovery became slower. Kill. Qin's side's aura became even more ferocious as they roared and charged towards the Alliance soldiers in front of them. The Alliance soldiers were unable to stop Qin's soldiers and started to retreat. Bang bang bang, massive arrows containing terrifying power once again shot out, instantly tearing through the sky as if they could pierce through everything. They landed on the alchemy holy beast's body, giving off massive sounds. The Shui family's leader's face was extremely pale as he said to the Lin family's leader, "This Qin is too monstrous. What if we can't stop him? Now, we can only rely on the other two forces to support us, or attack Qin and force Qin's main force to retreat." The Shui family head said anxiously, "But so much time has passed, why haven't there been any news from those two alliances? This is especially so for Tu Shui's faction. Qin did not send soldiers to attack them, so they should have the strength to support us." The Lin family's leader thought about it and said seriously, "It's possible that Tu Shui's faction will not support us. If they wanted to, they would have come long ago. Also, it's quite strange that Qin did not send soldiers against them. I suspect that they have some sort of agreement with Qin." The Shui family's leader said gloomily, "Are Tu Shui's people pigs? Do they think that Qin will not destroy them if their own people do not help them? Without us, what chance do they have of surviving?" The Lin family's leader said in a low voice, "They shouldn't be stupid, but I can't guess the reason. Now that we can't stop Qin, let's find some time to retreat." The Shui family's leader felt quite unwilling, but looking at the alchemy holy beast continuously being destroyed and the alchemy god beasts continuously dying, he could only give the order to retreat. The allied soldiers started to retreat and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Now, facing Qin's soldiers, they felt a trace of fear. Seeing the allied army start to retreat, Zhao Fu understood that Qin had won. He gave a trace of a smile and gave the order to chase after the escaping alchemy god beasts. Roar, 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 the largest and fastest mechanical wyvern spread its wings and flapped them, bringing with it a berserk gale as it flew to the front of the army and shot out massive beams of light. Explosions spread out and killed many of the alchemist soldiers. Qin's soldiers roared and ferociously chased after the escaping alchemy god beasts. Some alchemy god beasts were so terrified that they threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground, crying and begging Qin to spare them and not kill them. Qin naturally did not kill these people and continued to kill the other alchemy god beasts. Seeing that Qin's soldiers were like demons and that they would not die if they surrendered, the other alchemy god beasts disregarded their dignity and knelt on the ground. Boom! 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 The Lin family's leader ordered people to throw out ancient tree seeds. The ancient tree seeds landed on the ground and quickly grew, forming a forest that gave off immense power as it ferociously attacked Qin's soldiers. Qin's soldiers could only stop and gather their power to destroy the forest. This gave the alchemy god beasts some time to escape, and many alchemy god beast soldiers used this time to escape. In the end, Qin's soldiers stopped, and the alchemy god beast soldiers either escaped or surrendered. Zhao Fu first ordered people to let Qin's soldiers rest while he quickly set up defenses. Next, they would attack the family's territories and fight intensely. This time, Qin's army had destroyed nearly 2 billion of the Water Forest Alliance's soldiers, and the Water Forest Alliance still had a lot of strength left. However, now that they had split up, it was much easier for Qin's soldiers. After all, their power had been split up and they did not have much of a resistance. A while later, Qin finished setting up countless teleportation channels, and Qin's soldiers split into 3 groups and charged towards the northeast. News quickly spread that the Water Forest Alliance could not stop that monster like Qin at all. Now, their defenses had been broken through by Qin, and Qin had already killed his way into the family's territories. The countless alchemy god beasts' families felt incredibly terrified. They could not imagine how a heaven-awakened world faction like Qin could have such a terrifying faction to be able to chase their alchemy god beasts' families all over the world. Even though they were furious and felt humiliated, there was nothing they could do. If they did not run, they would die. The families did not hesitate to pack up their things and quickly relocate. Seeing countless people relocate, those further away thought that something terrifying had happened. They immediately asked the alchemy god beasts' families and found out what had happened. The Qin Empire's name spread far and wide. Within a radius of 10 worlds, everyone knew that there was such a terrifying faction that was like a ferocious beast that slaughtered in all directions. On the other side of the battlefield, Wang Jian had already summoned the war god's fury. It had mostly recovered from the damage from its battle with the wind god, and it floated in the air, giving off a massive aura. Below, Wang Jian led the 3 billion Qin army. They were like a black ocean, giving off a cold and austere aura, causing the surroundings to become icy and oppressive. The two sides did not say anything and directly started to fight. The 10,000 war saint beasts behind the Metal Alliance city walls aimed some of their cannons at the war god's fury in the sky and others at Qin's soldiers below. Boom, boom. Boom, rays of white light containing massive power shot out, lighting up the entire sky. Terrifying shockwaves covered the sky, causing the countless creatures below to feel their hair stand on end and feel fear. The war god's fury directly activated a massive defensive barrier, blocking in front of Qin's soldiers. The countless Qin's soldiers also gave off powerful auras, forming a defensive barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as countless rays of light slammed into the war god's fury defensive barrier and the defensive barrier formed by the army, resulting in massive explosions. Terrifying shockwaves rippled out, and the ground instantly cracked. The war god's fury had taken the most damage, and there were many cracks on the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier formed by the soldiers below also had some cracks, but there were not many casualties. The Jin family's leader was a cold-looking middle-aged man, and seeing that the first wave of attacks had not caused much damage, his expression became serious. If they could not defend, they could only rely on the other 2 alliances to support them or attack Qin's soldiers to force Qin's soldiers to retreat. He did not know that the other leaders of the Water and Forest Alliance also had such thoughts. The battle between Qin's army and the other alliance had been going on at the same time, and they did not know that the other alliance had already been broken through by Qin's army. Now, it was Great Qin's war god's fury's turn to attack. Massive cannons and smaller cannons aimed at the city walls in front of them. Boom. Boom, massive beams of light containing terrifying power shot out incredibly quickly, seeming to explode the sky as they shot towards the defensive walls. They seemed to be able to destroy everything. Bang. Bang, countless small cannons shot out bullets of light, giving off powerful auras as they shot towards the defensive walls, giving off a terrifying feeling. The Alliance's side directly activated a large array, and a large amount of alchemy power gathered, forming huge circular metal shields in front of the city walls, giving off a sturdy aura. Bang bang bang, massive explosions sounded out in all directions as terrifying shockwaves spread out, forming a massive gale that blew out in all directions. The huge metal shields were also shattered by the beams of light. Countless fragments shot out in all directions, unable to withstand this wave of attacks from the war god's fury. This wave of attacks was a full-powered attack from the war god's fury. Not only did the massive cannons shoot out beams of light, but there were also countless smaller cannons that shot out beams of light. The Metal Alliance had somewhat underestimated the war god's fury's power. However, most of the force was still blocked by the metal shield, so it did not suffer much damage. Kill. After breaking through the Metal Alliance's defenses, Wang Jian immediately gave the order to attack. Countless Qin's soldiers loudly roared and gave off ferocious auras as they rushed forwards. On the Metal Alliance's side, soldiers walked to the front and vigorously threw out the metal spears in their hands. The metal spears gave off immense power as they shot into the air and alchemy formations appeared. Swish, 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 massive sounds of the air being torn could be heard as countless spears containing sharp power shot out from the alchemy formations and rained down towards the Qin's soldiers. The Qin's soldiers immediately released countless traces of alchemy power, which gathered at the front and formed a massive bronze shield. Clang, 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 the metal spears gave off immense power as they slammed against the massive bronze shield, giving off sounds of metal colliding and causing sparks to fly everywhere. The massive bronze shield blocked the countless spears, and only many holes appeared on it. The Qin soldiers raised the massive bronze shield and gave off a powerful aura as they continued to rush towards the city walls. The Metal Alliance's god beasts aimed their cannons at the charging Qin soldiers, and massive beams of light shot towards the Qin soldiers. The war god's fury quickly moved to the front of the army and once again unleashed a massive defensive barrier, blocking the attacks for the Qin soldiers. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as terrifying destructive power continuously spread out. This time, the war god's fury's defensive barrier was directly shattered, and the shield that the Qin soldiers had condensed was also blasted apart. By now, the Qin soldiers had rushed to the front of the city walls and officially started to attack. Swish, 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 arrows shot towards the city walls from below, drawing out arcs in the air as they tore through the air. The war god's fury's cannons were all aimed at the Metal Alliance's soldiers below. The Metal Alliance's soldiers were given a big fright and immediately started to defend. Massive cannons were activated, once again forming massive metal shields. Bang, bang. Bang, countless beams of light containing terrifying power shot out, and the massive metal shields were not able to defend for long before being pierced through. The beams of light exploded on the city walls, sending the Metal Alliance's soldiers flying back. Blood flew everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. At that moment, Wang Jian ordered people to bring out massive dragon-slaying ballistae that gave off massive savage auras. There were 100-meter-long arrows on them, and there were disaster pearls embedded within them. Boom, boom. Boom, the massive arrows turned into rays of light as they shot out incredibly quickly, tearing through the sky with unstoppable force. They landed on the city walls and the god beasts with terrifying power. Some of the arrows exploded out with countless traces of flames that ferociously spread out, burning many of the Alliance soldiers to death. Some of the arrows exploded out with massive chilling auras that froze the soldiers. Some arrows gave off countless bolts of lightning and pierced through god beasts with terrifying power. Some arrows exploded out with countless sharp gales, slicing apart god beasts. After receiving this wave of attacks, the Metal Alliance's soldiers suffered great losses. Pained cries continuously sounded out, and the city walls started to fall into chaos. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the war god's fury gave off a massive war god's might that weighed down on the countless Metal Alliance soldiers. The countless Metal Alliance soldiers felt their bodies sink, and their movements became less nimble and their strength decreased. Using this wave of attacks, Qin's soldiers rushed to the bottom of the city walls and used all sorts of methods, such as ladders, flying chains, climbing, and leaping up the city walls. The two sides officially started fighting. Even though Qin's side only had 3 billion soldiers, with the Victory Fury and Disaster Pearl's power, they still had a great advantage. A while later, Qin's soldiers reached the city walls and started fighting with the allied army. Arg, pained cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere. The sounds of weapons clashing continuously sounded out, and the scene became quite chaotic. People continuously died on both sides, and more corpses appeared on the city walls. by now, the Allied army still had some ability to resist against Qin. After dealing a heavy blow, they found out that the Water and Forest Alliance had been defeated and that the Earth and Water Flower Alliance had not sent out their soldiers. Hearing this news, their minds seemed to explode and went blank. They felt that the Metallic Alliance was about to perish, the most powerful alliance had been destroyed, so how could they, the weakest alliance, be a match for them? Looking at the ferocious Qin soldiers and the massive war god's fury in the sky, the Metallic Alliance's leaders did not persist and gave the order to retreat. The Allied army completely retreated, causing them to lose all ability to resist. Qin's soldiers ferociously chased after them. Wang Jian gave a trace of a smile. He had also received news that Qin had defeated the Water and Forest Alliance. Now that the Metallic Alliance had retreated, it was announced that Qin was the victor of this battle. Wang Jian had his soldiers rest before splitting into a few armies and heading towards the alchemist families. The alchemist families quickly packed their things and retreated in fear. The entire region fell into chaos, and cries sounded out everywhere. After hearing about this, the Earth and Water Flower Alliance was not surprised at all. They had long since known that this would happen, or else they would not have signed a contract with Qin. Now, it had been proven that their decision had not been wrong. If they had not signed a contract with Qin, this would have been the outcome. Moreover, no one knew Qin's true strength, only they knew how terrifying Qin was. Qin's soldiers quickly broke through the alchemist families and took down the two allied regions. After successfully destroying two powerful allied factions, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. He sat on the throne and listened to the generals below report their gains from this battle. This time, when Qin attacked the Water Forest forces, he gained a total of 8 billion people, 700 million alchemy soldiers surrendered to Qin, and the number of holy war beasts reached 1,200. On the side of the Metal League, they gained 3 billion people, 400 million alchemy soldiers surrendered to Qin, and more than 700 war sacred beasts. Most of the alchemist families ran too fast. They should have been prepared to run away if they couldn't defeat the enemies. That was why Qin only got this much. However, this harvest could not be said to be small. Altogether, 11 billion people were harvested, 1 billion alchemy soldiers were harvested, and the number of war sacred beasts was close to 2,000. With these gains, the population of Qin in the alchemy world reached more than 30 billion. Excluding Qin's soldiers, the number of alchemy soldiers reached 6 billion. In the end, the number of Saint War beasts increased by another 2,000. Now, there were 5,000 of them, and they could be used even more effectively. If things continued like this, Qin would be able to establish a kingdom-level faction in the alchemy world, with alchemy soldiers and alchemy commoners as the main faction. As for the losses, Zhao Fu's side had suffered great losses. They had killed 2 billion or so alchemy soldiers and lost 400 million or so Qin's soldiers. Wang Jian's side had suffered fewer losses. They had killed 500 million God Refiner soldiers and had lost less than 100 million Great Qin soldiers. The losses were still within the range that Zhao Fu could bear. If Qin's 9 paths of reincarnation became more powerful, these Qin's soldiers would be able to directly reincarnate. It was a pity that the 9 paths of reincarnation could only reincarnate 1,000 people at a time. The difference between 1,000 people and 100 million people was simply too great. Even though the 9 paths of reincarnation could continuously become stronger through reincarnation, it was still quite slow. If only they could find a way to speed up the growth of the 9 paths of reincarnation. Reporting, Your Majesty. 2. Shui and Hua have come to congratulate Qin, a soldier reported. He, an outsider from the heaven-awakened world, had destroyed 2 alchemy alliances and killed countless alchemy people, and now a few alchemy families had come to congratulate him. This felt quite strange. Zhao Fu thought about it and understood why they had come. The reason why the 3 family leaders were not afraid of Qin and dared to come to Qin's place was because Qin had already destroyed 2 alliances, and Qin could easily destroy the 2 and Shui-Hua alliances. The 2 and Shui-Hua alliances understood this, so they wanted to improve their relationship with Qin in order to prevent Qin from attacking them. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let them in." The soldier obeyed and left the main hall. Then, he brought the 3 family heads into the main hall. After entering the palace, the three family leaders looked at Qin's generals standing on either side and gave off a powerful aura and killing intent. Countless pairs of eyes looked at them, making them feel quite nervous. Great Qin was simply too terrifying, and the three family leaders thought to themselves as they looked ahead at the person sitting on the throne. Because Zhao Fu had gone to their alliance to sign a contract with them, the three family leaders recognized Zhao Fu. They smiled and bowed as they said, "Congratulations to Qin for destroying two alliances. Now, no one can stop Qin's might." They felt that Zhao Fu's status was higher than theirs, so they obediently bowed to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "There's no need to be so polite. You three are Qin's friends, I'll hold a banquet to welcome you three later." The three family leaders let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that Zhao Fu had no intention of attacking them, they had been worried that Qin would directly attack them after destroying the two alliances. The three family leaders smiled as they replied, We also want to understand His Majesty Qin better." Following this, the banquet began, and all of Qin's people joined in the celebration. At the banquet, the three family leaders could not help but praise Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu politely replied to them. In the end, the three family leaders felt at ease and returned to the alliance. They told the others that Qin would not attack them, and everyone relaxed. Zhao Fu did not have any intention of attacking the Soil Water Flower Alliance either. Now, the Soil Water Flower Alliance was in Qin's hands, and he could destroy them at any time. After returning to Qin's palace, Zhao Fu asked Wang Ergu, "Is there any news?" This time, Qin had destroyed two alliances, causing a huge commotion. Countless alchemist families knew about Qin, but this was not a good thing. Qin was an outsider and an enemy of the alchemist world. If so many alchemist families knew about Qin, many alchemist families would attack Qin. In actuality, Zhao Fu was quite worried about this. After all, this was the alchemy world, not the Heaven Awaken world. All alchemy factions were enemies, and Qin did not have the power to oppose the entire alchemy world. Wang Ergu said seriously, "Most of the alchemy families are discussing this matter and have not decided to destroy Qin. However, a small portion of the alchemy families are clamoring to destroy Qin. There are also families waiting for Qin's next move. If Qin continues to expand and threatens them, they will definitely gather together to attack Qin." Now, Qin had devoured the territories of two alliances. Adding on his original territory, it was as big as a world. In actuality, apart from being able to obtain points from conquering territories, there were no other benefits, so Zhao Fu was not very interested. Zhao Fu wanted to destroy and conquer the alchemy families, not expand Qin's territory. The various alchemy families were waiting for Qin to make a decision. Qin would naturally wait for a while before attacking the other alchemy families, and the families would gather together. Now that Qin was so famous, the forces gathered would be incredibly large, which would be quite disadvantageous to Qin. Zhao Fu did not want this to happen, so he thought about how to resolve this and came up with a plan. In actuality, Qin had already used this plan before, which was to use Qin's diplomatic abilities to send ambassadors to the various alchemy families to express that Qin had no ill intentions and hoped that they could get along peacefully and become friends. From the information he had received, most of the factions were hesitating, and only a small portion of the alchemy families were clamoring to attack Qin. This meant that most of the factions did not want to attack Qin, and Zhao Fu could make use of this to prevent them from allying together. If they were split up, it would be much easier to destroy them. The Tu Shuihua alliance could also make use of this to let more alchemy families understand that Qin could get along peacefully and become friends with the alchemy world. This would allow the alchemy families to trust Qin even more. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Ergu, go back and tell Li Si about this. Go back and tell Li Si about this. Ask him to send more eloquent people over and send them to the alchemist families. Also, prepare more gifts and send them to Tu Shuihua's faction tomorrow." Wang Ergu understood Zhao Fu's plan and gave a trace of a smile as he nodded and left the palace. The next day, Qin's mighty emissaries scattered to various alchemist families, causing a sensation once again. Many alchemist families were stunned. What is Qin doing? I really can't figure out why Qin would do this. My head is in a mess now. Ha ha ha, yes. I also find it strange that Qin suddenly sent so many envoys to our families, saying that Qin has no evil intentions and can be friends with them. I think Qin is afraid of us, so he gave in to us. I don't think Qin is as scary as the rumors say. Yeah. How powerful could a small Heaven Awakened World faction be? How dare he act so arrogantly in the alchemy world? Isn't he courting death? Qin is quite smart, he knows that he's not a match for us. Since Qin is so weak and afraid of death, I feel that we can ally together and destroy him. What do you all think? In actuality, I don't want to fight with Qin. If we can get along peacefully, our families won't go looking for trouble. That Qin doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. I feel the same way. I've never heard of any Heaven Awakened World faction that can slaughter in the alchemy world. It's understandable for a few factions to be defeated by him, but for so many people to be defeated by him, that's a problem. That's right. Now that Qin's territory is as big as another world, it's laughable that there are still people who believe that he's weak and gives in to me. I feel that Qin definitely has his reasons for doing this, and it definitely won't be so simple. Now, what should we choose? Should we accept Qin's good intentions, or should we refuse? My family is very far away, and I'm not interested in fighting with Qin. I choose to accept Qin's good intentions. I heard that Qin indeed doesn't attack friendly factions. Look at that Soil-Water-Flower alliance, isn't it fine? They even attended a celebratory banquet. I feel that Qin can be trusted. There were many families that did not want to cause trouble or fight, so Zhao Fu's plan was quite successful. These families received Qin's word and expressed that as long as Qin did not attack them, they could be friends with Qin, and they would not attack Qin. Apart from most of the families that were friends with Qin, there were also a small number of alchemist families that hated Qin. These alchemist families directly chased away Qin's emissary, and some were even more despicable and killed Qin's emissary. They gave Qin a reason to attack them. Since they were not willing to be friends with Qin, and still wanted to gather Qin's good intentions, they could only be enemies. The key was that Zhao Fu's most fundamental purpose was to destroy the alchemist families. Qin needed to destroy them to obtain a large number of alchemy points, and now he only needed a few points to exchange for the path-seeking stone, so he only needed to destroy some of the alchemist families. Now that Qin had just destroyed 2 alliances, he needed some time to digest and stabilize, so he was not in a hurry to attack these alchemist families. During this period, Qin could continue to send people to those families that were willing to be friends with Qin, and he could also invite them to Qin's house, so that the 2 sides could improve their relationship and make them trust Qin more. This could resolve many enemies. As long as these families did not get involved, those who did not accept Qin's good intentions, and still dared to clamor, Qin would destroy them one by one. Without the help of the other families, they would be scattered in different directions, and they would not have the power to resist Qin's forces at all. Qin could easily crush them. This method could be used continuously. As long as they did not run into someone who was at the same level as Qin, most of the families that were not as powerful as Qin would choose to be friends with Colonel Qin. Zhao Fu felt that this method would allow him to obtain alchemy points faster, and he would not feel any pressure. He would be able to easily deal with them, and it would be much better than having to painstakingly attack forces one by one and worrying about other families attacking them. The Soil-Water-Flower alliance was quite surprised that Qin had sent people to various places. Even though they did not know what Qin's goal was, it was obvious that this was very beneficial to them. They did not have to worry about Qin attacking them, and they could completely relax. Facing the various gifts that Qin had sent, they understood that Qin wanted to have a better relationship with them. They would not refuse, and they ordered people to send some gifts as well. The relationship between the 2 sides became very good, and they were really like 2 good friends. 10 or so days later, as Zhao Fu made friends with the various families, their hostility was greatly reduced, and their attitudes towards Qin became even better. The 2 sides also started to trade. Qin could sell some Heaven Awakened World products, which many people from the gold refining race were quite interested in. The gold refining race also sold some Heaven Awakened World products, which Qin would buy. With benefits, the relationship between the 2 sides naturally became better and would no longer be at odds with each other like before. In fact, even the 2 Shueihua faction, which had a good relationship with Qin, allowed their commoners to come to Qin to play or buy things. In actuality, there was also a method of assimilation. A very powerful faction could devour a small faction without using military force. It relied on its powerful influence to influence the small faction, and after a while, people would not resist the large faction and would feel that they were part of the large faction. Qin was that large faction, while the Tu Shuihua alliance was that small faction. After Qin and the various gold refining race families became friends, Zhao Fu did not hesitate to continue to fight and destroy the factions that did not have a good relationship with Qin. This time, they were spread out and not gathered together, so Qin's method of battle had to change. Before this, Qin had collected information on these families. There were 600 or so of them, and the most powerful had tens of billions of people and 1 billion gold refining soldiers. The weakest had less than 100 million people and only a few million soldiers. Zhao Fu left 5 billion Qin soldiers to defend his home, while the other 6 billion soldiers were split into 30 teams, each of which had 200 million soldiers. They had saint beasts and some beasts, as well as talisman arrows and sun crystals. The 30 teams gave off an austere aura as they marched in all directions, giving off powerful auras. All creatures retreated, and no one dared to fight against them. The nearby gold refining race families looked at Qin's soldiers, who were dressed in black armor and held black weapons, and had cold expressions as they marched in unison, giving off powerful dark auras. They instinctively felt afraid. The various families did not know why Qin was going out to battle, and their expressions were serious and somewhat worried. They immediately sent people to investigate, and they found out that Qin was going to attack the factions that were hostile to Qin. Understanding this reason, many families breathed a sigh of relief. Those families were courting death, and no one could be blamed for it. Qin had taken the initiative to express his goodwill, but they were still hostile to Qin. If they didn't attack them, who else would they attack? The other families had no intention of helping these families. On one hand, these families had asked for it, and on the other hand, they did not want to get involved. The momentum of Qin's army shook everyone. When the families that were hostile to Qin heard this news, they became afraid, especially those who couldn't defeat Qin's army. Qin's army arrived at their destination very quickly. The 30 armies were all under the command of outstanding Qin generals, with Wang Jian overseeing the encampment as the overall commander. A group of Qin's soldiers came before a family faction, and at the front was a valiant-looking young man riding on a black horse, looking at the gold refining race in front of him. This gold refining race family's faction was quite ordinary, but they did not even have their own defensive walls. After all, building defensive walls to protect one's territory was a very time-consuming and labor-intensive project, and only large factions could do such a thing. These small factions mainly focused on defending cities and did not have any defensive walls. Now, Qin's soldiers were in front of a city and gave off an incredibly cold and austere aura, causing the surroundings to become cold and causing the heavens and earth to dim. The gold refining race family's expressions were quite unsightly. Before, when they had been shouting, they had never thought that Qin would attack so quickly. More importantly, they had asked for help from the various families, but none of the families had responded. These bastards had just watched as they were destroyed by Qin, an outsider. Were they people from the same world? Now, they hated the surrounding families, thinking that they were people from the same race and world, and they would definitely resist Qin, who was an outsider. However, this did not bring them any benefits, and there were all sorts of disadvantages. Even if they were people from the same world and race, they would not participate unless they were idiots. The gold refining race family only had 10 million or so soldiers, so how could they stop the 200 million Qin soldiers? Qin's soldiers also had gold refining power and gold refining saint beasts, so they had no advantage at all. General Qin coldly looked ahead and said in a dignified tone, "Those who follow will live, and those who go against will die." This was the last chance that Qin had given them. If their families submitted to Qin, Qin would treat them well and avoid casualties. If they were not willing to submit to Qin, then they would conquer them by force. Hearing General Qin's words, the gold refining race family felt quite troubled and did not make a decision quickly. Seeing that the gold refining race family did not respond, General Qin raised a hand and ordered, "Attack." Boom, Qin's soldiers gave off a massive aura as they rushed over like a black tide, looking incredibly terrifying. Gold refining Saint beasts shot out beams of light, and some beasts helped the soldiers attack the city. Arg, arg. The two sides quickly clashed, and pained cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere. The sounds of weapons colliding continuously sounded out as people fell to the ground and turned into cold corpses. Needless to say, the victor was Qin. Qin's soldiers easily broke through and killed their way into the city. Seeing the gold refining race residents fleeing, they did not show any mercy. Some Qin's soldiers quickly rushed forwards with cold expressions and swung their sabers at the residents, causing blood to spurt out. Warm blood covered the bodies of Qin's soldiers, making them seem even more terrifying. The residents could not resist at all and were slaughtered by Qin's soldiers. Some residents were so afraid that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, saving their lives. Swish, 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 seeing the fleeing residents, a group of archers did not show any mercy and shot out sharp arrows that pierced through the residents' bodies. The residents died in the end, and blood flowed all over the ground. The doors to some rooms were smashed open, and the people hiding inside were dragged out and knelt in front of the doors, trembling in fear. Some of the valuable things were taken away by Qin's soldiers, and the things that could not be taken away were not destroyed. After all, this city already belonged to Qin, and if they destroyed Qin's things, it was possible that Qin's soldiers would destroy the things that they could not take away. Qin's soldiers quickly took control of the city, and there was blood and corpses everywhere. The residents who had surrendered were gathered together and were guarded by some Qin's soldiers. After taking control of this city wall, Qin's soldiers immediately gave off ferocious auras and started to attack other cities. Arg, the next city did not have the ability to resist at all, and Qin's soldiers rushed into the city and started a massacre. Large sabers cut down the commoners, causing blood to flow everywhere. Arrows pierced through the commoners' chests, causing them to fall to the ground and turn into corpses. Some Qin cavalrymen rode on black horses and held spears as they galloped through the streets. Their spears pierced through the commoners in front of them, and they continued onwards with their corpses. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, they all died to their spears. Cries continuously sounded out within the city, and blood spurted everywhere. A bloody aura spread throughout the city, giving off a terrifying feeling. It was not just this alchemist family that suffered like this, the other alchemist families suffered the same thing. Another alchemist family was slightly more powerful than this one and resisted slightly, causing some casualties to Qin's soldiers. Qin charged into the city and madly slaughtered, killing more than half of the people, and many people were hung on the city walls. These people had caused Qin's soldiers to suffer losses and had stubbornly resisted. They could still retaliate against Qin, so they had to be killed. Even if they were afraid of surrendering to Qin, it was useless, they had to pay the price. They were only hung on the city walls, which was not too bad. After some families were conquered by Great Qin, the people from the metallurgist families were tied to pillars, and their skin was peeled off. They were exposed to the scorching sun, and the intense pain caused them to howl as they continuously twisted and struggled on the pillars. This was done in front of countless commoners, and Qin was telling them the consequences of resisting. Seeing Qin's bloody and cruel methods and hearing ear-piercing cries, the commoners knelt on the ground and did not dare to raise their heads, their hearts filled with terror. Kill! Another group of Qin's soldiers roared and gave off a massive aura as they attacked another alchemist family. Countless Qin's soldiers ferociously charged into the city, once again causing a bloodbath. We surrender, we surrender. Don't kill us. Some alchemist families with only tens of millions of people and a few million soldiers were surrounded by Qin before they could react. There was no way for them to escape. Seeing how terrifying Qin was, they didn't dare to resist at all. He led his clansmen to lay down their weapons and kneel in front of the city wall. He no longer had the arrogant and domineering attitude he had before. General Qin accepted the surrender of this family. He led Qin's soldiers into this faction and took control of this family. The sounds of battle rang out everywhere, and killing continued. Death filled the air. Alchemist families were destroyed by Qin one after another, and the entire region became extremely oppressive. Although many families who did not participate in the battle were not attacked by Qin or threatened by Qin, They still felt a great pressure when they saw the alchemist families being destroyed by Qin one after another. Before, some people had said that Qin had submitted to them because he was afraid of them. However, after seeing Qin destroy family after family, they understood just how terrifying Qin was and that he had no intention of submitting at all. Qin's so terrifying, it's the first time I've seen a Heaven Awaken world faction that can do as they please in the alchemist world. I admit that I'm a bit afraid of Qin. That Qin's methods are quite cruel and bloody. Some were skinned, some had their stomachs cut open, some were burned, and some had their limbs cut off and hung on city walls. He didn't spare anyone, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. This is Qin's true appearance. Don't think that Qin is a good person, or else you'll have to pay a heavy price. Are we just going to watch as Qin destroys family after family? After all, they're from the same world as us and are of the same race. I feel quite bad watching them be slaughtered by outsiders. If you want to go, then go. Don't drag us to our deaths. I don't want to oppose Qin right now. That's right. Opposing Qin right now is equivalent to seeking death. Do you think your family can stop Qin by itself? That's impossible. Moreover, those families asked for it, so they can't blame anyone else. I feel the same way. Right now, most families don't want to get involved. If a family dares to oppose Qin's soldiers will kill them the next day, so it's best if you don't get involved. In actuality, I quite admire this Qin. After conquering everywhere, he became the most powerful faction in this region in such a short period of time. Now, there are 30 billion alchemist clans under Qin's command, and hundreds of families add up to that number. I also admire Qin for this. However, after Qin destroys these alchemist factions, his strength will become even more terrifying. I'm worried that we'll end up like them in the future. Let's just take it one step at a time. Right now, no one wants to resist Qin. You can't just go with your family. Moreover, Qin has a good reason to attack those families, but they have no reason to attack us. If he dares to attack us, all of the families will instantly gather together. Zhao Fu sat on the throne of Qin's territory and looked at the memorials in his hands. He smiled. Qin's plan had been very successful. Except for the families who had resisted Qin at the beginning, no other families had participated. If they didn't participate, it would be too easy for Qin to destroy the scattered families. These families had no ability to resist at all. This time, the target of Qin's attack was less than 200 million soldiers. Those with more than 200 million soldiers would be dealt with later. After destroying many small factions, the remaining large factions would not pose any threat. The memorials that Zhao Fu was looking at were the results of Qin's attacks on the families. This time, the gains were not bad. They had obtained a lot of people and war sacred beasts, and the losses were very small. Your Majesty. Some families have sent messengers to Qin, a soldier suddenly walked in and reported. Zhao Fu's expression froze. Family messengers? Which family messengers would come to Qin at this time? After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Let them in." Then, dozens of people walked in from the door. Among them, there were men and women. Most of them were young. There were also some middle-aged men and women, and some old people. They nervously and carefully came to Zhao Fu, bowed, and said which families they were from. There were people from the Winter Mushroom Ice family, the Minanyi family, the Valley Yin family, the Lake family, the Huisher family, the Bailei family, the Heitu family. These families had dared to challenge Qin and openly oppose Qin. They had done what others dared not do and said what others dared not say. It felt great, and they had become more famous. Seeing that Qin continued to make friends with people from all over the world, they thought that everything was fine. However, looking at Great Qin's momentum as it destroyed the alchemist families and massacred the residents, they were unable to resist at all. It was not that they were too weak, but rather that Qin was simply too powerful. Even if they fought him, the result would be the same. They started to feel afraid and did not want their families to be destroyed or die. They regretted what they had done, so they hurriedly sent messengers to Qin and asked Qin not to attack them. Now, they were willing to be friends with Qin and apologize to Qin for what had happened before. Zhao Fu guessed their identities because apart from these families, no other families would come looking for him. After they reported their origins, the first thing they said was an apology. They said sincerely, "We're sorry, Qin's Majesty. We were too arrogant and conceited. Please give us a chance, we're willing to be friends with Qin." Zhao Fu had already guessed what they were going to say, but it was impossible for Zhao Fu to agree. Firstly, Qin was not that easy to talk to. If they wanted to resist Qin, they would resist Qin. If they wanted to resist, they would not resist. Qin had his own dignity and would not allow them to do this. They had to pay a heavy price in order to maintain Qin's dignity and reputation. Otherwise, they would think that Qin was weak and could do whatever they wanted. Secondly, Qin's goal was to attack them. If he accepted their apology, who would Qin attack next? There were no other targets. However, Qin had already gone far enough, and Zhao Fu did not want to go too far. It was easy for accidents to happen, and it would take a lot of time and effort. As such, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but I refuse. Since you've made the decision to become enemies with Qin, you must pay the corresponding price. I'll give you two choices: submit to Qin, and Qin will treat you well, or Qin will destroy you." When everyone heard this, their hearts sank and their faces became pale. One was to submit, the other was to die. They did not want to choose either. An ordinary-looking young man knelt on the ground and begged, "Qin's Majesty, we know we were wrong. Please give us another chance. Qin is such a big force, so he must be very generous. Please forgive us this time." An old man also knelt on the ground and cried, "Your Majesty Qin. The family head who made the decision has been abolished by us. Now we really regret it. We want to be friends with Qin. We will never betray Qin or do anything to hurt Qin." A decent-looking woman knelt on the ground and cried pitifully as she said, "Your Majesty. We also know that we were wrong. We were foolish to make such a decision. As long as you don't attack us, we can do anything." The others also knelt on the ground. They would definitely not submit to Qin. If they wanted to submit to Qin, they would have come here. However, they did not want to be destroyed, so they could only kneel on the ground and beg Zhao Fu. They all said the same thing. They said that they regretted their mistakes and that it was someone else's decision, not their family's decision. They were also willing to do anything as long as Qin did not attack them. Their pitiful and sorrowful expressions of knowing that they were in the wrong made people sympathize with them. However, what kind of person was Zhao Fu? Would he sympathize with them because they were pitiful? This was impossible. Zhao Fu said resolutely, "You don't have to do this, I won't change my decision. Go back and tell your families that you can either submit to Qin or wait to be destroyed by Qin." Hearing Zhao Fu's resolute words, some people collapsed to the ground, feeling that their families were going to be destroyed. Some people did not give up and knelt on the ground, crying and begging. Zhao Fu frowned and ordered, "Chase these people out." The soldiers immediately went up and dragged these people out and threw them out of the Qin territory. These people could only give up and return to their families to report this news. The various families felt quite gloomy, and they felt incredibly regretful. However, it was too late. A few days later, Qin's soldiers brought their people back and did not continue to fight. Because these people came from all sorts of places and were separated by many families, they did not have much control over them and could easily be attacked by others. As such, Zhao Fu ordered people to move them back to the Qin territory. Because of these people, Qin's army could not continue to fight, so they sent their people and harvest back to Qin. Moreover, after so many battles, they had consumed a lot of resources and were quite tired, so they had to return to Qin to rest. Seeing Qin's soldiers return, the various alchemist families let out sighs of relief. Things had finally calmed down. This time, Qin had destroyed 70 families and gained 5 billion people, 400 million alchemist soldiers, and 800 alchemist holy beasts. Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied with this result. Even though it was not a lot, it was not easy to obtain billions of alchemist holy beasts. Most importantly, Qin had consumed very little, and they had only lost tens of millions of soldiers. They had also obtained a lot of other resources, and there was no need to go into detail. Finally, the territories that Qin had conquered were no longer of much use to Qin, and they had obtained points. Zhao Fu understood that Qin's expeditions had caused many people to be vigilant and worried, so he decided to give these territories to the nearby factions that were on good terms with Qin for free. After hearing this news, the various families were incredibly happy. They had not done anything and had just watched, and they had not suffered any losses at all. However, they had obtained so much territory, and this was something that Qin had given to them for free. In the past, if they wanted to obtain more territory, they had to pay a great price and suffer losses to obtain it. Now, it was so easy that they could not believe it. Only when Qin confirmed it himself did they truly believe that it was such a good thing. The originally oppressive and solemn atmosphere in this area suddenly disappeared, and all the factions revealed happy smiles. The families that had been vigilant and worried about Qin could not close their mouths in the face of such great benefits. They were not so hostile to Qin, nor were they so vigilant and worried. They even liked Qin a little, because they had never met such a good faction that could give away territories for free. Of course, the families that had resisted Qin were the most regretful. Now, not only did they have to worry about Qin's attack, but they also had no benefits. Looking at the families that had obtained territories, they were filled with envy and jealousy. However, as Qin's expeditions had spread, his fame had grown, and he had attracted the attention of more powerful families. After a few days of rest in Qin, the army continued to march in all directions. Now, he only needed a few more points to exchange for the path-seeking stone. Zhao Fu did not want to wait any longer. After building the primitive cauldron, Zhao Fu still had many things to take care of. Time passed slowly. Qin's soldiers easily destroyed the clans without encountering any difficulties. Zhao Fu had nothing to do in the land of Qin, so he felt a bit bored. One day, the master of the Hua clan sent someone to invite Zhao Fu to visit the Hua clan. Now that Qin and the Hua clan were very close, they were slowly assimilating them. Zhao Fu thought for a while and did not refuse. When he arrived at the Hua clan's territory, Zhao Fu was a bit surprised. This place was filled with flowers, but these flowers were not metal flowers. They were as beautiful and delicate as normal flowers. In the alchemy world, all kinds of plants and creatures were half metal and half living things. Seeing normal flowers in the alchemy world, Zhao Fu was also surprised. Also, these flowers had a very strong life force. It seemed that the flowers would not wither and would always be in full bloom. It seemed that the Hua clan had a special way of growing flowers. He wondered if it would be useful to him. Zhao Fu did not care about normal flowers. What Zhao Fu cared about were the rare flowers of heaven and earth. They had been growing for so long, but they did not look like they were going to bloom. Zhao Fu was collecting all kinds of methods to speed up their growth. The Hua clan was already waiting for Zhao Fu in front of the gate. Zhao Fu looked at all the beautiful women. It seemed that the Hua clan was dominated by women, and the status of the men was lower. The master of the Hua clan was a beautiful woman with a mature figure. Her name was Xianxia. There were 5 other women beside her. They all emitted a noble aura, and their auras were very strong. They were probably the masters of the collateral families of the Hua clan. One had a bewitching figure and wore a red dress. She was a seductive woman called Hua Shuiling. The other had a slim figure and gave off a gentle aura. She wore a green dress and was called Hua Yao. Of the remaining 3, one wore a white dress and was quite tall and gave off a pure and beautiful aura, and she was called Hua Bai. Another wore a black dress and had a voluptuous figure, giving off a powerful aura, and she was called Black Flower. Another wore a blue palace dress and gave off a gentle aura, and she was called Flower Fan. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing that Zhao Fu had arrived in front of them, the women smiled and saluted. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "No need to be so polite." Hua Qianya smiled and said, "Your Majesty, we are very happy and honored that you have come to our Hua family. Now, we will take you to tour the Hua family's territory and show you the beauty of our Hua family." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu followed the Hua clan's people to a sea of flowers. This place was similar to the flower region in Qin City, and it was filled with all sorts of flowers. It was as vast as an ocean, and the fragrance of the flowers was quite strong. Zhao Fu was not very interested in the Qin City, and he asked about the Hua clan's method of growing flowers. Hua Qianya smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, The Hua clan relies on a special alchemy technique to grow these flowers. If you want to know, I'll tell you now. Xiaofu smiled and nodded before listening to Hua Qianya speak. This alchemy technique was called flower alchemy, and it allowed one to send a portion of alchemy power into the flowers, allowing them to maintain a stable state. However, once that power disappeared, the flowers would instantly wither. Xiaofu was quite disappointed and continued to ask, does the Hua clan have any method to quickly grow flowers? Hua Qianye gave a meaningful smile as she replied, Your Majesty, we do have a method that can speed up the growth of flowers. It's called the flowering spirit formation, but this is a secret technique of the Hua clan, and it can only be used by those with the Hua clan's bloodline. Xiaofu frowned. In an alchemy clan, anything important or precious required the Hua clan's bloodline. Otherwise, no one would be able to use it. Seeing Xiaofu's expression, Hua Qianya lightly laughed as she said, There's no need to feel troubled, Your Majesty. This matter is quite easy to resolve. The Hua family just needs to send a few people to Great Qin to help. Xiaofu smiled and nodded. In actuality, he had wanted to take control of the Hua clan and obtain the Hua clan's inheritance and secret techniques. Now that Hua Qianya said that she would send a few people to help Qin City, it felt good to solve this problem. Seeing that Xiaofu had agreed, Hua Qianya smiled and said, My daughter, Hua Qingyi, is very good at this. She is also very beautiful. I wonder if Your Majesty can take her as a concubine. This way, not only will our relationship be further improved, but it will also help Qin City. Xiaofu understood the Hua clan's purpose from the beginning. They didn't just invite him to have fun. They wanted to improve their relationship with Qin City. Now that Qin had been conquering everywhere, he was getting more and more powerful. He was also generous and willing to give anything to Qin City. The Hua clan also wanted to improve their relationship with Qin City and gain more benefits. If Qin City married her daughter, they would be in-laws. It would be less likely for Qin City to attack the Hua clan in the future. Xiaofu didn't care about this kind of thing. He was about to agree with a smile. Clang, a sword suddenly rang out. A sharp sword stabbed out from the side, bringing with it a sword light. It was about to stab Xiaofu's throat. It happened so suddenly that everyone was shocked and didn't have time to react. Xiaofu stood where he was and didn't move. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently caught the sword. He looked forward. The person holding the sword was a woman. She looked very beautiful and tall. She wore green clothes and had a flat chest. She looked shocked. She didn't expect that the sword she was so confident in would be easily blocked by Xiaofu. She tried to pull the sword, but she couldn't move it at all. When the people around saw that woman, their expressions became ugly. Hua Qianya shouted angrily, Guards! Arrest the young miss for me. That woman was Hua Qingyi, the eldest lady of the Hua clan. She reacted and wanted to escape, but she was caught by 2 people. Now, the eldest lady of the Hua clan dared to assassinate Xiaofu. This wasn't a small matter, it could cause the entire Hua clan to be destroyed. They weren't a match for Qin City at all, even 10 Hua clans wouldn't be able to do it. Everyone looked at Xiaofu and felt incredibly nervous. They wanted to see what Xiaofu would do. They didn't expect that Hua Qingyi would assassinate Xiaofu. The emperor of the Qin Empire, Qin City, was supreme and respected by everyone. Let go of me, I don't want to marry him. I have someone I like. Quickly kill him. As long as we kill him, Qin City will collapse, Hua Qingyi said as she struggled. Her words caused some people to be tempted. Now that they had all assassinated Xiaofu, they felt like they were doomed. Rather than waiting for Qin City to destroy them, it was better for them to kill Xiaofu first. This could cause the Qin Empire to suffer heavy losses. However, seeing Xiaofu standing there confidently and not showing any signs of fear or running, they did not dare to attack. Xiaofu gave them a sense of danger, and as the emperor of the Qin Empire, he would not be killed so easily. Otherwise, he would not be the emperor of the Qin Empire. Since he dared to come to the Hua family by himself and looked so confident, he definitely had some sort of backup plan. Hua Qianya looked furious and slapped Hua Qingyi before turning and bowing apologetically to Xiaofu, Your Majesty, even though she's my daughter, she dared to do such a thing. I'll hand her over to you, you can do whatever you want. Hua Qingyi, who had been struggling and yelling, became obedient. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at her mother pitifully. Her mother should have loved her the most, so why was she handing her over to someone else? She did not even care about her life or death. The other family leaders also bowed and said nervously, "Your Majesty, we're truly sorry for what happened. I'm really sorry that something like this happened, but this is something she did alone, and it has nothing to do with the family." They did not dare to do anything to Zhao Fu, so they could only choose to sacrifice Hua Qingyi to protect the Hua family. One person dying was better than a group dying. "Your Majesty, please don't kill Qingyi. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Qingyi did this for me." A woman wearing a pink dress and giving off a weak aura rushed out and knelt on the ground. Zhao Fu smiled and did not feel angry. Hua Qingyi was too weak to Zhao Fu, and her assassination attempt just then had been like a fly. Zhao Fu looked at the weak woman and smiled as he said, "What's your name?" The weak woman said nervously, "My name is Hua Changmi." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Hua Changmi, if you perform well, I'll let her off and not pursue this matter." Hua Changmi happily looked at Zhao Fu and said, "All right. I'll agree to anything." Everyone inwardly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was not a big deal to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu did not plan on pursuing the matter. They would not be destroyed by the Qin Empire. Zhao Fu looked at the sea of flowers and said, "The scenery here is beautiful. Set up a banquet here, I want to have some fun here." Hearing this, Hua Qianxia immediately ordered people to carry it out. There was a long table at the very front, and Zhao Fu sat there. Below him, there were a few other long tables where the family leaders sat. The long table was already filled with dishes and snacks. Zhao Fu stretched out his hands and brought Hua Qianxia and Hua Changmi into his embrace. Hua Qianxia had never thought that Zhao Fu would be interested in her, and she had wanted to marry her daughter to Zhao Fu. Hua Changmi's face became red and she did not dare to resist. Hua Qingyi sat by the side and watched as her mother and the person she loved were bullied. She furiously cursed, "Bastard! I'm going to kill you and make you wish you were dead." Hua Qianxia looked at the person next to her and had her seal Hua Qingyi's mouth. She did not want to make Zhao Fu angry again. The person understood and walked to Hua Qingyi's side. He waved his hand and a wave of energy spread out, making it so that Hua Qingyi could not speak and could only glare at Zhao Fu. In order to curry favor with Zhao Fu, Hua Qianxia and Hua Changmi brought wine and food to Zhao Fu's table. The other family leaders also did their best to curry favor with Zhao Fu. Moreover, they ordered for a dance troupe to come and perform for Zhao Fu. At first, it was fine, but after a while, Zhao Fu started playing with the things on Hua Qianxia and Hua Changmi's chests. The two of them blushed and cooperated with Zhao Fu, not daring to offend Zhao Fu. At the same time, they enjoyed it quite a bit. Seeing this, the other family leaders' faces became slightly red, but they did not say anything. By the side, Hua Qingyi glared at Zhao Fu, wanting to kill Zhao Fu and then turn Zhao Fu into minced meat. After a while, things went completely out of control. Zhao Fu took off Hua Qianxia's clothes and started to ravage her, followed by Hua Changmi and the other branch family leaders. In the end, even Hua Qingyi was forced to join in. The sky was a deep blue, and a few white clouds floated about. A light breeze blew, and the women's lewd moans continuously sounded out from the sea of flowers. This continued until nighttime, and the bright moon hung in the sky, covering the sea of flowers with moonlight. The flowers were incredibly moving, and the women all collapsed in Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu lay within the sea of flowers, one arm around Hua Qianxia and the other around Hua Qingyi. At first, he had thought that Hua Qingyi's chest was quite small, but now he realized that it was quite shocking. She had tied them up with cloth. Hua Qianxia hugged Zhao Fu with both arms, her face red and flirtatious as she said, "Your Majesty, I've never been so happy before. I've never been as happy as I am today. I feel like nothing matters now." Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled as he said, "You also smell quite good. From now on, you're all my women." Hua Qianxia happily smiled as she said, "Now that we've become your women, I'll call you husband. We're all yours. How do you plan to treat the Hua family in the future?" Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "Since you're all my women, I won't hide it from you. Sooner or later, the Hua family will belong to Qin. Not just the Hua family, but all of the surrounding alchemy factions. Hearing this, the women felt quite startled. So it turned out that Qin had always wanted to devour them. However, they understood that Qin's growth was incredibly fast, and he would become an untouchable existence sooner or later. When that time came, they would be too weak, and Qin would be able to devour them easily. This was already a foregone conclusion. Zhao Fu continued to say, Qin is not as simple as you think. Qin's territory already covers the godly realm, the underworld, the chaotic world, and the alchemy world. He also has abilities that you can't imagine. After you join Qin, you'll know everything about Qin. If you join Qin now, I'll give you a position that you can't imagine. If you don't want to, I won't force you. The women fell into deep thought and did not make a decision directly. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, Then, husband, how terrifying is Qin? We saw Qin's strength before, but it was only a small part of Qin, right? Zhao Fu said with a smile, That's for sure. Qin's abilities are beyond your imagination. In the future, the Qin Empire will become an existence similar to the alchemy world, which is an independent world. An independent world similar to the alchemy world. Hearing these words, everyone felt incredibly shocked. They could not imagine this at all, and the impact was too great. They could not wrap their heads around it and could not believe it. It could be said that no faction dared to say such a thing. Even the ancient and powerful factions in the refinement domain did not dare to say such a thing because they could not do such a thing. Just what kind of existence was this Qin? Zhao Fu did not seem to be lying, and as long as they joined Qin, they would be able to understand everything about Qin. As such, they did not have to worry that Zhao Fu would lie to them, so they believed Qin. Xianxia smiled and asked the other branch family leaders, What do you think? The other family leaders happily laughed as they said, We won't object. As long as the Hua family can have more power and status than before, we believe that husband will not mistreat us. Xianxia kissed Zhao Fu and said, Husband, the Hua family will submit to Qin. The Hua family will submit to great Qin, and you will have to take responsibility for us in the future. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before kissing Xianxia's lips. Xianxia passionately responded to Zhao Fu. Huaqingyi lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and watched as Zhao Fu, that bastard, acted intimately with her mother. Her body and that of the person she loved had been violated by this bastard, and she felt incredibly angry. She wanted to kill Zhao Fu. However, she could not bring herself to do it. For some reason, she just wanted to do it, but she could not do it. Moreover, she greatly enjoyed the feeling of being violated by Zhao Fu. Just like her mother, she had never experienced such joy before, and she remembered how she had been ravished by Zhao Fu. Now, this damned bastard was acting intimately with her mother while playing with that thing on her chest, making her want to do it again. Huaqingyi endured it for a while before finally taking the initiative to ride on Zhao Fu's body. In that moment, it was as if she had the vast Qin Empire. Afterwards, everyone put on their clothes. Just as Huaqingyi was about to continue tying up her chest, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, Don't do that, I quite like you the way you are. Huaqingyi glanced at Zhao Fu and lightly harumphed. She did not use any more cloth and put on her clothes. Hua Qiaomi happily leapt into Huaqingyi's embrace and said, Qingyi, we can always be together in the future. Huaqingyi hugged Hua Qiaomi, looking quite unhappy. Even though they could be together, they both belonged to the same man. Moreover, when Hua Qiaomi had been violated by Zhao Fu, she had seemed to enjoy it, making her feel quite uncomfortable. No one would be happy if they saw that scene, but she was even more unrestrained than Hua Qiaomi, especially when it had been too wild just then. She could not say anything about Hua Qiaomi. Zhao Fu went to the Hua family's legacy land and took over the Hua family's legacy stone. He also took some of Hua Qiaomi's blood and obtained the Hua family's various legacies. This caused the Hua family's people to look shocked. Not only could he take over the alchemist family's legacy stone, but he could also easily obtain the Hua family's pure bloodline. This was simply too terrifying, they had never seen anyone like this before. At the same time, they felt even more glad that they had joined Qin. Following this, Zhao Fu brought the women back to Great Qin. The women started to truly understand Great Qin, and massive waves crashed in their hearts that could not be calmed for a long time. Right now, the Hua family had not fused with Great Qin and remained the same as before. The news of the Hua family submitting to Great Qin would not spread. Now that everyone was on good terms with Qin, if the Hua family suddenly submitted to Qin, it would arouse suspicion. As such, Zhao Fu did not want this news to spread, as there was no need to cause trouble. In the end, Zhao Fu brought Hua Xianxia and the women to Qin's flower domain. Qin's flower domain was more powerful than the Hua family's flower domain, and it contained even more powerful flower source energy. The reason why Zhao Fu had brought them here was to set up the flowering magic formation. Zhao Fu had obtained information about this magic formation from the legacies he had obtained. It was indeed a very powerful method, and it could speed up the growth of flowers by 10 or so times. Moreover, the flowering magic formation could be fused with the time magic formation, making it even more powerful. It could speed up the growth of flowers by 30 or so times. Finally, he could add some things containing life energy to help the flowers grow even faster. Now, Qin had 3 flowers, the World Wonder Flower, Evil Spirit Abyss Flower, and Dark Night Flower. They were all 10,000 meters tall and gave off massive auras. They even had flower buds, but they did not bloom. Hua Qianxia and the other women looked quite shocked. It was the first time they had seen such big flowers. They followed Zhao Fu's instructions and set up the flowering magic formation around the 3 flowers. Zhao Fu called over the 3 time goddesses to set up the time magic formation. Finally, the flowering magic formation was set up on the ground with the flower at the center. The flowering magic formation was inside, and the time magic formation wrapped around the flowering magic formation. Boom! 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 3 massive explosions sounded out as the 3 magic formations activated the entire flower domain's power, which flowed into the 3 flowering magic formations. The flowering magic formations quickly spun, continuously sending power into the flowers. The time magic formations also started to spin, causing time in that region to seem to speed up by 10 or so times. Everything was changing, and it was as if they were in a different time and space. What surprised Zhao Fu the most was that after the 3 magic formations were activated, the 3 flowers actually showed signs of blooming. Zhao Fu had not expected this to happen so quickly, and he had thought that after the 3 magic formations were activated, it would take a long time for the 3 flowers to bloom. It was still possible that the flowers would bloom, and Zhao Fu did not have much confidence in the flowers that he had nurtured. For example, the first World Wonder flower had been planted by Qin for 10 or so years, and he had used all sorts of treasures, but it had not bloomed. It was definitely the longest thing that Qin had nurtured. Now that the 3 flowers showed signs of blooming, how could Zhao Fu not be delighted? He had waited for 10 or so years. However, this was just a sign, and it would take some time for the flowers to truly bloom. However, it would not take too long. Zhao Fu grinned and returned to the alchemy world to take care of various matters. Boom! The next day, a massive explosion suddenly sounded out as a massive might weighed down on Qin's territory. Feeling this terrifying might, the Qin soldiers' expressions fell, and they all looked up. A young man appeared in the sky. This young man was tall and had a cold expression. Both of his hands were golden claws that gave off an incredibly sharp and cold light. This young man was from the gold refinement race, and no one knew his identity. However, his cultivation was at the Emperor Heaven Realm, and his aura was even more terrifying than ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Qin continuously attacked in all directions, and he was a faction from the Heaven Awakened world. With the Heaven Awakened world suppressing him, it would be difficult for him not to attract attention. Qin's position was quite close to the central alchemy domain. The person who had come was a royal kingdom-level family called the Golden Claw family, and it was an extremely terrifying existence. The young man's name was Jin Tai, and he was the family leader of the Golden Claw family. In fact, he had heard the news about Qin a long time ago. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. He thought that Qin would be killed in a few days. A Heaven Awakened world faction would not be able to defeat an alchemy faction, nor would it be able to conquer the world. After all, this was the alchemy world's territory. But what he didn't expect was that Qin not only defeated the alchemy families one by one, but also went on expeditions everywhere and counterattacked the alchemy world, causing the alchemy families to fall into fear. Jin Tai stood in the sky, looking down at the Qin territory. Although it didn't feel weak, it was still too weak for the Golden Claw clan. the Golden Claw clan could easily destroy it. His appearance not only aroused the fear of Qin's soldiers, but also the surrounding forces. After knowing Jin Tai's identity, the other family heads' faces turned even paler. They didn't expect that such a powerful family like the Golden Claw family would set their sights on Qin. Now, Qin might be in trouble. They also thought that Qin was very strong and that they weren't a match for him. However, the Golden Claw family was a royal family, and they weren't even on the same level. Some people took pleasure in Qin's misfortune and waited to see how Qin would be destroyed. Such people were the majority. After all, Qin was a force from the outside world and was a threat to them. Naturally, they wanted Qin to be destroyed. Only a small number of people were worried that Qin would be killed, not because they were on Qin's side, but because Qin could benefit them. There were only two families that truly supported Qin, the Tu family and the Shui family. They had seen Qin's power with their own eyes. He was a kingdom-level existence, and he was even more powerful than an ordinary kingdom. They did not believe that Qin would be destroyed. Naturally, they would not leak this information out and wait for the various patriarchs to regret. Zhao Fu walked out from the side and looked at the golden claw in the sky. Jin Tai's gaze also fell on Zhao Fu. He could also tell that Zhao Fu was the leader here. He said coldly, "Qin, you're honored to be valued by me. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, kneel down and offer your women and belongings. Second, die in despair and fear." Zhao Fu couldn't help chuckling. "Who gave you the courage to come to Qin City alone and be so arrogant?" Jin Tai said with a trace of arrogance, "I'm arrogant? I'm afraid you don't know who I am. I'm the Golden Claw family's young master. The Golden Claw family is a royal kingdom, and I'm an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. If I want to leave, you people won't be able to stop me." Zhao Fu didn't mind and said with a smile, "Kingdom-level family? Emperor Heaven Realm power? So what?" A trace of anger appeared on Jin Tai's face as he said, "You seem quite ignorant and pitiful. Emperor Heaven Realm experts and royal kingdom families are not people that Qin can afford to offend. If you beg for mercy, I might spare you." Zhao Fu said provocatively with a smile, "Really? Show me your Emperor Heaven Realm power for now." Boom, Jin Tai exploded out with an even more powerful might that covered the surroundings, causing the heavens and earth to dim. The terrifying power caused the ground to crack, and just as Jin Tai was about to attack Zhao Fu, a large number of Qin's soldiers rushed over. "Humph. You can only hide behind the soldiers now. Soon, I will mobilize a large number of soldiers to destroy you, Qin. I will let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. At that time it will be useless even if you beg for mercy." Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he said, "All right. Then I'll come out. Let me see your great power." The Hua family did not know about Zhao Fu's power, and everyone felt quite startled. Jin Tai was so powerful and seemed to be able to reign above the world. Wasn't Zhao Fu just throwing his life away? Xianxia hurriedly pulled on Zhao Fu and said, "Husband, don't go out. If you stay here, he won't dare to barge in. With Qin's strength, he won't be afraid of the Golden Claw family. However, if something happens to you, it will be quite disadvantageous for Qin." Xianxia lightly harumphed, "Mother is right, don't force yourself. We're your women, I don't want to be a widow." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Even though you understand Qin's power, you don't understand mine." The Hua family's people felt quite startled and looked around. The various Qin's generals did not seem to be stopping him. They felt quite curious. Why was Zhao Fu throwing his life away and why was no one stopping him? Zhao Fu told Xianxia to let go of him and he went outside the city walls by himself. The Hua family's people understood that Zhao Fu was not only the ruler of the Qin Empire, but he was also quite powerful. However, facing such a terrifying Jin Tai, they still felt a trace of worry. Jin Tai coldly laughed as he looked at Zhao Fu. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would dare to come out. He could sense Zhao Fu's power, it was quite ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Since Zhao Fu was seeking death, he naturally would not show mercy. Boom, Jin Tai gave off a massive aura as he rushed towards Zhao Fu. His metallic hand was like a sharp claw, giving off an incredibly sharp aura that seemed to be able to tear apart the ground. Jin Tai quickly arrived in front of Zhao Fu and said coldly, "Die." A sharp claw containing shocking power grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a condescending smile as he looked at the incoming Jin Tai. He clenched his fist and punched forwards. Bang, the extremely sharp claws and the simple punch collided in that instant, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. The ground instantly collapsed, and a wild gust of wind blew countless rocks into the air. A crater that was hundreds of meters wide appeared in the ground. Zhao Fu stood in the air without moving at all, while Jin Tai retreated 10 or so steps. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he looked at Zhao Fu with an unsightly expression. His full-powered attack had been easily defeated by Zhao Fu. This person was more powerful than him, but how could he have such terrifying power? Jin Tai ignored his shock and turned to fly to the side. This person was so terrifying, and this was his territory. If he did not leave, the consequences would be dire. Seeing that Jin Tai wanted to run, Zhao Fu coldly laughed as his body disappeared and reappeared beside Jin Tai. He twisted his body and kicked out with immense force, seeming as if a mountain could be shattered by his kick. Jin Tai felt quite startled and hurriedly blocked with his hands, giving off a powerful aura. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Jin Tai was sent flying back and crashed to the ground. Jin Tai looked furious as he crawled up from the ground and exploded out with terrifying power. Boundless golden light shined out from his body as his two metallic arms started to grow, turning into two massive claws. Xing! Jin Tai vigorously waved his hand and 5 golden crescents containing immense sharpness slashed towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a powerful aura flowed out from his palm as a black dragon inscription barrier appeared. Bang! 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 The 5 golden crescents slammed into the barrier and shattered. However, only a few cracks appeared on the barrier and it did not shatter. Swish! Jin Tai's body appeared in front of Zhao Fu and a metallic claw containing immense power grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the black defensive barrier was shattered by Jin Tai's claw. Jin Tai continued to swipe at Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed Jin Tai's arm before throwing him to the side, sending Jin Tai flying. Bang! Jin Tai's body was thrown out incredibly quickly and heavily smashed against a large boulder, causing it to shatter. Arg! Jin Tai madly exploded out with terrifying power, and waves of golden light containing powerful auras spread out. The ground started to turn into gold and gave off a golden luster. Swish, 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 arms stretched out from the ground, giving off shocking power as they grabbed towards Zhao Fu. There were so many arms that it was impossible to count them all, making anyone feel quite terrified. Zhao Fu took out the Emperor Killing Sword and sent a shocking wave of power into it. Countless traces of black and red sword chi of massacring appeared, giving off a berserk and sharp sword intent, dyeing the surroundings black and blood red. Boom! Zhao Fu gripped the sword and vigorously slashed out. A terrifying sword light slammed against the countless robotic arms, resulting in a massive explosion. Even though the countless robotic arms were powerful, the sword light was even sharper and slashed apart the robotic arms. Jin Tai looked quite startled and stretched out a hand. More robotic arms stretched out with great power and grabbed towards Zhao Fu. A condescending smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he rushed forwards incredibly quickly. The robotic arms came before Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu slashed out a sword light, slashing out and slashing apart the robotic arms. Mechanical arms continuously grabbed over, and Zhao Fu rushed forwards while swinging his sword, sending out sword lights that continuously destroyed the mechanical arms. In the end, Zhao Fu reached Jin Tai and raised his sword, sending a powerful wave of power into it. The Emperor Killing Sword gave off boundless sword light and a terrifying sword energy spread out. Jin Tai's expression was quite unsightly and he immediately released a wave of alchemy power, forming a circular metal shield in front of him. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It slashed through the shield, and Jin Tai's body was sent flying. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, looking quite heavily injured. The Qin family's generals were not surprised that Jin Tai had been defeated by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was the most powerful expert in the Qin Empire, and the geniuses of the various races had all fallen at his hands. He was invincible among those of the same cultivation. The Hua family's people looked incredibly shocked, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Jin Tai was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, and he was a terrifying existence that they could not come into contact with. Zhao Fu was even more powerful than him, and he was an existence that they could not come into contact with. They didn't expect to be acquainted with such a powerful person and even become his woman. They had only seen the surface, and now, they felt even more curious about the Qin Empire. Just what kind of powerful faction was Qin Empire? Zhao Fu walked over to Jin Tai lying on the ground and lightly laughed as he said, I told you that you were too arrogant. Did you think that an Emperor Heaven Realm expert was a match for me? Jin Tai looked furious. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power. However, an Emperor Heaven Realm expert was definitely an extremely powerful person. With this cultivation, one could sweep through the central region and be a powerful person in the central region of the world. Why did he make it sound so weak? Who was this person in front of him? He was definitely not an ordinary person. Just who are you? Jin Tai could not help but ask. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, even if I tell you, you won't know. However, I definitely won't tell you. Right now, you should be worried about your fate. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Right now, Zhao Fu did not know that because of the Haotian mirror incident, Zhao Fu's name had caused a massive uproar in the alchemy world. Many ancient families in the central region were searching for Zhao Fu's whereabouts. Jin Tai's expression was quite unsightly as he thought to himself. Now that he had fallen into Zhao Fu's hands, he could not escape at all. Zhao Fu could do whatever he wanted to him, and Jin Tai felt a sense of fear towards Zhao Fu. Jin Tai's tone became weaker as he said, I was in the wrong this time, and I apologize to you and will compensate you. I hope that this matter can end here, and I can promise that the Golden Claw family will not attack Qin Empire. Zhao Fu thought about it and refused, I don't trust your goldsmith race, who knew that you would attack that day? What do you want? Jin Tai asked. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, actually, I want to kill you now and let your Golden Claw family attack. Qin can take the opportunity to destroy your Golden Claw family. However, this might expose Qin's full strength and attract the attention of even stronger families, so I don't plan to do this. Jin Tai was shocked when he heard Zhao Fu's words. Qin would take the opportunity to destroy the Golden Claw family? Just how strong was Qin? Now that he thought about it, Qin might be even more terrifying than the Golden Claw family, which explained why Zhao Fu had even more terrifying power than him. Everything made sense now. Before this, he had been courting death by running to Qin Empire alone and saying that he wanted the Golden Claw family to destroy Qin Empire. If the Golden Claw family really attacked, then it was very likely that the Golden Claw family would be destroyed by Qin Empire. Thinking about that, Jin Tai felt quite regretful. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, even though I won't kill you right now, I definitely won't let you go. As such, you should stay in Qin Empire and see how the Golden Claw family reacts. Jin Tai felt much more at ease. Even though this outcome was not very good, it was better than killing him, so he said, all right. I'll convince the Golden Claw family not to become enemies with Qin Empire. Zhao Fu smiled as he stretched out a hand, and a massive wave of demonic energy flowed into his body. Jin Tai did not dare to resist, even if he resisted, it would be useless, he would not be able to defend. News of this quickly spread and caused a massive uproar. No one had expected Lord Qin's strength to be so terrifying, even an Emperor Heaven Realm expert had been easily defeated by him. Just how powerful was Lord Qin Empire's ruler? Just thinking about it made them feel terrified, they had greatly underestimated Qin Empire. If it wasn't for Jin Tai coming to visit them, they definitely would not have known that Lord Qin Empire's ruler was so terrifying. Qin Empire was not as simple as they had thought. Now, everyone felt quite afraid of Qin Empire and ordered people to collect all information about Qin Empire. They desperately wanted to know Qin Empire's true strength. Even though they knew that Qin Empire had the strength to rival the Golden Claw family, they had never thought that Lord Qin Empire would also have such terrifying strength. They felt that they had only seen the surface of Qin Empire, so they ordered people to continue to collect information about Qin Empire and curry favor with Qin Empire. Now, there was not a single faction that dared to offend Qin Empire. As for those people who wanted to become enemies with Qin Empire, they felt even more regret. Now, they had sent people to Qin Empire to beg Qin Empire to spare them and give them a chance to change for the better. They truly regretted their mistakes. Zhao Fu did not have time to pay attention to these people. Qin would not let them off unless they were willing to submit to Qin. This news quickly spread to the Golden Claw family. The Golden Claw family was also greatly shaken. Jin Tai was the successor to the next family leader and was the person with the most powerful bloodline in the Golden Claw family. He was also the most important person in the Golden Claw family. Now that they heard that he had been defeated by a small Heaven Awakened World faction and had been captured, the Golden Claw family did not hesitate and led a powerful army to attack Qin. The current family leader personally led the army. This generation's family leader was Jin Tai's father, and he was called Golden Tiger. He was a well-built middle-aged man who had Emperor Heaven Realm strength and was quite terrifying. Boom! The Golden Claw army gave off a majestic aura as they charged towards Qin, shaking the surroundings. No one could stop them and they could destroy countless factions. After hearing about this, Qin recalled his soldiers to prevent them from being attacked by the Golden Claw army. Jiao Fu also sent orders to Qin to have Qin prepare. The Golden Claw family's army was all at stage 2, and they had sent out 30 billion soldiers to attack Qin like an inner region royal kingdom. However, Qin did not feel any fear. If it wanted to stand on Qin's side, it would fight. The other factions did not dare to make any movements, and their eyes were focused on the Golden Claw family, waiting to see how things would develop. Most factions were still hoping that the Golden Claw faction would destroy Qin, but they did not have much confidence. After all, Qin gave them an unfathomable feeling, and someone stronger than Emperor Heaven Realm experts might be able to stop the Golden Claw. A few hours later, the Golden Claw family gave off a massive aura and came before Qin. The Golden Claw family's experts stood in the air and gave off powerful auras. There were 6 Emperor Heaven Realm experts alone. Golden Tiger gave off a powerful aura and said coldly and domineeringly, "Immediately release the Golden Claw family's young master, or else I'll slaughter all of Qin." Jiao Fu stood on the defensive walls and could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, many people have said this before, but it's a pity that most of them are dead. Why are they still so arrogant? If we don't kill Qin, we will lose face. A trace of anger appeared on the Golden Tiger's face as he glared at Jiao Fu, saying, "You're the ruler of Qin City? I don't want to waste my breath. Let go of my son." Jiao Fu said with a smile, "What if I don't? What will you do?" Golden Tiger yelled angrily, "I said I would slaughter everyone in Qin and leave no one alive. If you anger me again, you'll die a horrible death." Jiao Fu smiled provocatively and said, "Then you're here. Let's see if your Golden Claw family has the ability to destroy Qin, or Qin will destroy your Golden Claw family in the end." Golden Tiger was furious and wanted to give the order to attack. An elderly man with a long beard quickly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to attack. That person looks so confident and doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Perhaps there's some sort of trap, it's best to wait for now." Another tall middle-aged man said, "That boy was able to easily defeat Jin Tai and you have strength surpassing the Emperor Heaven Realm. We don't know anything about Qin, so if we rashly attack, we'll suffer heavy losses." Hearing this, the Golden Tiger could only suppress his anger and call out, "What do you want in exchange for letting my son off?" Jiao Fu thought for a while and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. I will take good care of your son in Qin. Don't worry. Also, I have a request. You can't interfere in the affairs of this area." How could the Golden Tiger agree to keep his son in Qin City? He refused, saying, "My son is the young master of the Golden Claw family, and he can't always stay in Qin City. As for the condition of not interfering in this region, I can agree." Jiao Fu felt that this matter could be resolved, so he smiled and said, "All right then. I will let your son go, but you and I must sign a blood contract for a year. Your Golden Claw clan cannot attack Qin, nor can you interfere with anything here. Moreover, you must promise Qin one thing." The Golden Tiger said furiously, "You have too many conditions, I won't agree." Jiao Fu did not mind and smiled as he said, "Then you can attack." The Golden Tiger was completely dumbfounded by Jiao Fu's aura. This fellow was evidently more arrogant than him, and if it wasn't for the people next to him persuading him, he really would have attacked Qin City. His faction was clearly stronger, but he was still being bullied like this. The elderly man next to him said, "Ask him what he wants first. The other conditions are just some unimportant ones, so agreeing to them isn't a big deal." The Golden Tiger thought about it and nodded before saying to Jiao Fu, What do you want the Golden Claw clan to agree to? Jiaofu smiled as he said, I haven't thought of anything yet. Perhaps I want you to help Qin City attack some faction. This was using the Golden Claw clan as a tool, and the Golden Tiger angrily called out, no. Jiaofu gave a provocative smile as he said, then you can attack. Boom, the Golden Tiger was infuriated and exploded out with a terrifying aura, making it seem as if even the heavens and earth could not withstand it as he called out, do you really think that I won't dare to attack? Your elder will kill you right now. Sensing that terrifying aura, Jiaofu's mouth curled into a trace of a cold smile. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as an even more terrifying might exploded out from Jiaofu's body. It rained over the heavens and earth and surpassed everything, and the world started to change. The sun and moon dimmed as winds blew and clouds gathered. Jiaofu's eyes, which were filled with countless pupils, looked like a peerless beast's eyes as he looked at the Golden Tiger and said, you can try. This caused the Golden Tiger and the others to feel a chill on their backs, and they felt a trace of fear in their hearts. How could this person be so powerful? The furious Golden Tiger calmed down and understood that he could not easily attack Qin City. It was possible that the Golden Claw clan would be heavily injured, and this person's strength was simply too terrifying. Qin City's faction would not be as easy as they thought. The people around them tried to persuade him, just agree to his request. We'd better not mess with this Qin, or I'll feel very uneasy. Of course, if he wants us to attack someone, there's a condition. It won't cause us much loss, and we have the right to refuse. The Golden Tiger thought about it and could only say, all right. I agree to your request, but what you want us to do must not cause us great losses. If it's a great loss, we have the right to refuse. Jiaofu retracted his aura and said with a smile, sure. The people of the Golden Claw clan let out a sigh of relief. It was for the best that things had been resolved like this. Now that they were facing Qin's unknown strength, they were afraid that they would kick an iron plate and cause the Golden Claw clan to suffer heavy losses. Afterwards, Jiaofu signed a blood contract with the Golden Claw family. Jiaofu's blood was the source bloodline, and it would be very difficult for them to find something to break it. Jiaofu followed the agreement and released Jin Tai. The majestic Golden Claw army returned to their family dejectedly. No way. The Golden Claw family is such a powerful faction, and they sent 30 billion soldiers to Qin City, but they don't dare to act against Qin? Is that true? Did you see it for yourself? I don't believe it either. The Golden Claw family is one of the most powerful factions in this region, who doesn't fear them? How come they don't even dare to act against a Heaven Awakened World faction? They don't even dare to let Qin's side provoke them. It's true, I saw it for myself. Even though the Golden Claw family's leader is powerful and domineering, that Qin's leader is even more arrogant than him and completely suppressed the Golden Claw family's leader. Did you see that Emperor Heaven Realm experts didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of that Qin's leader? That Qin's leader is simply too terrifying. I feel that it's not just Qin's leader. If it's just Qin's leader, how can he stop an army? Qin's army is quite terrifying, so the Golden Claw family doesn't dare to attack. That's right, I think so too. Didn't you see how dejected the Golden Claw family's army looked? That Qin is quite powerful to be able to make a royal kingdom family act like this. Thank goodness we didn't choose to oppose them back then. Ha ha ha, that's right, I felt that this Qin wasn't simple at all, so I tried to maintain a good relationship with Qin. It turns out that I wasn't wrong. Now is the time to show off. We'll immediately send gifts to Qin to congratulate him. We must curry favor with such a terrifying faction and can't offend them in any way. The various factions all sent gifts to Great Qin to express their congratulations, and none of them looked as if they were waiting for Great Qin to be destroyed or rejoiced in its misfortune. Now, the factions opposing Qin were in a pitiful state. They had been filled with hope and thought that their savior had come, so they were quite happy. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. They had thought that Qin would be destroyed by the Golden Claw family and that they would not have to worry about Qin attacking. However, they had never thought that the Golden Claw family would not dare to act. Was this Qin really that powerful? Now, they all felt quite afraid, all of the factions were afraid without any exception. In addition, the messengers they had sent to Qin to beg for mercy had not received any response. Many families felt that their hearts had died. It's all your fault. You fought against Qin for no reason. Now, Qin doesn't even give you a chance to forgive. Your whole family will be destroyed because of this. Yeah. Look at other forces. If they get along well with Qin, not only will they not be attacked by Qin, but they will also get all kinds of benefits. I'm so angry. You people love to show off, and you even said that Qin wouldn't dare to do anything. I told you not to do that. Now, I can say that it's all your fault. Alright, it's useless to regret it now. Let's talk about what we should do now. What else can we do now? Even the Golden Claw clan doesn't dare to attack Qin. We're dead for sure. I think we should leave this area as soon as possible. I feel that this is the only way. Although the loss of evacuation is great, at least the foundation of the family is preserved. Well, now we have no choice but to move now. Otherwise, when Qin attacks again, it will be too late. The various clans made up their minds and didn't hesitate. They immediately ordered their people to pack up and prepare to move to other areas. Now that they couldn't defeat Qin, they could only choose to hide. The movement of different clans in different places was very big, and it caused a sensation in all directions. This was the largest migration of clans in history, and everyone paid attention to it. Naturally, Qin received the news very quickly. Zhao Fu frowned. If they ran away, who would he fight? At this moment, there was no other way. Zhao Fu left 2 billion soldiers to guard the land of Qin, while the other 10 billion soldiers attacked the fleeing clans. There were hundreds of these clans, and it was impossible to destroy them all at once. Zhao Fu didn't want to reveal too much of Qin's strength. He could only think of the contract he had just signed with the Golden Claw clan. As a king-level clan, the Golden Claw clan had the ability to stop these forces from escaping. Qin didn't need them to do anything. They were only responsible for stopping them, and Qin was responsible for hunting them down. The Golden Claw clan wouldn't suffer too many losses, and they should be unified. Zhao Fu immediately ordered people to head to the Golden Claw clan and tell them about this. The Golden Claw clan hadn't expected that Qin would have a request right after returning. Hearing that this request was only to stop the escaping clans, the Golden Claw clan let out a sigh of relief. This wasn't a difficult matter. After settling this request, they wouldn't owe Qin anything. Moreover, the contract was only for a year, and they could use this time to investigate Qin. After a year, after obtaining all of Qin's information, they would decide whether or not to destroy Qin. If Qin was stronger than them, they could only bear with it. However, if Qin was weaker than them, they would make Qin pay tenfold. The various clans still didn't know about this, and they were packing up all sorts of valuable things. They were all going to migrate, and it wasn't just soldiers, there were many commoners and many things. After bringing all sorts of things, the various clans started to move in all directions. They also built teleportation formations. Otherwise, with so many people, if they relied on walking, they wouldn't be able to leave this place even after 10 or so days. The Golden Claw clan had been waiting for a long time, and they activated isolation formations, cutting off the various clans' teleportation formations. This caused the various clans to panic, and they thought that Qin was attacking them. As such, they immediately formed defensive formations and prepared to defend against Qin's attack. However, what appeared were not Qin's soldiers but the Golden Claw clan's army. The various clans were infuriated and yelled, "How can the Golden Claw clan be the lackey of an outside world faction? Helping an outside world faction harm us, is the Golden Claw clan worthy of being a goldsmith clan? The Golden Claw clan is too disgusting, I hate your clans the most." Facing the various clans' cursing and anger, the Golden Claw clan felt quite angry. They had been infuriated by Qin because Qin was too terrifying, so they could only endure. Now, these small clans dared to insult them. Did they really think that they were easy to bully? Swish, swish, swish. The Golden Claw clan immediately ordered their people to shoot out a wave of arrows. This wave of arrows gave off sharp metallic auras and left behind trails as they shot towards the various clans. The various clans hurriedly tried to defend, using defensive barriers and shields. However, the sharp arrows still pierced through the defensive barriers and caused some casualties to the various clans. This wave of attacks was just a warning. The various clans understood that they were too weak compared to the Golden Claw clan, so they didn't dare to continue cursing at the Golden Claw clan. They just stood there with unsightly expressions, not knowing what to do. Time gradually passed, and the various families started to feel worried. They understood that Qin would soon attack, but they were not a match for the Golden Claw family. What should they do now? The various families had no choice but to forcefully break through. Otherwise, once Qin arrived, they would be caught in a pincer attack, and they would be in an even worse state. The War Saint Beasts aimed their cannons at the Golden Claw family, and the family's soldiers gripped their weapons and looked at the Golden Claw family seriously, preparing to charge. The Golden Claw family understood the various families' goal and immediately ordered their people to retreat. They were only in charge of stopping these people and did not want to help Qin destroy them, nor did they want to suffer any losses. The various families felt delighted. They could tell that the Golden Claw family did not want to fight with them, so they still had a chance. Immediately order people to destroy the isolation formation and build more teleportation formations. We have to teleport everyone out as quickly as possible. The various families' experts and those who were proficient in formations quickly destroyed the isolation barriers in the sky, and they also constructed more teleportation channels on the ground. Their actions and speed were all quite hurried. The Golden Claw family was not in a rush, and they set up more teleportation channels. They were a bit slower than the other families, giving them some hope. They thought that they could lead by destroying the teleportation channels and not directly fight with the Golden Claw family. The Golden Claw family hated and feared Qin, and they did not want to help Qin at all. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as a black army giving off a massive aura flooded towards the various families, seeming unstoppable. The various families were given a big fright and ordered people to quickly construct defensive barriers and destroy isolation barriers. Others formed defensive formations and prepared to attack Qin. Right now, they could only form defensive formations to defend against Qin. Without the city walls and defensive formations, they were stuck here, and the situation was quite disadvantageous. They also had to be wary of the Golden Claw family next to them. Seeing that the Golden Claw family was helping Qin stop them, who knew if they would attack them? They were facing two terrifying factions, and both of them were stronger than them. Their expressions were quite unsightly. Boom, boom. Boom, the War Saint Beasts on Qin's side shot out beams of light containing immense power that seemed to pierce through the sky. Xiao xiao xiao, the massive arrows turned into rays of light and gave off shocking power as they shot forwards, leaving behind trails in the air. The sounds they gave off were incredibly terrifying, and it seemed as if no one could stop them. The various families' Saint Beasts calmly shot out massive beams of light with all of their strength, shooting forwards with terrifying power. The soldiers gave off a wave of power, forming a massive defensive barrier to protect themselves. Bang bang bang, massive explosions sounded out as the beams of light from both sides clashed, resulting in massive explosions. White light shined in all directions, and terrifying shockwaves spread out. The ground violently trembled, and wild gales blew in all directions, causing rocks to fly everywhere. When the light dissipated, the defensive barriers of the various clans were destroyed. There were also many large craters, and there were broken corpses everywhere. Blood had already dyed the ground red. This wave of attacks caused many casualties to the various clans, causing the faces of the various alchemist clans to turn pale. Fear filled their hearts. Kill! Qin's soldiers had already rushed in front of them. They roared loudly and waved the weapons in their hands, killing the soldiers of the Qin clan. The two sides intensely clashed. A Qin soldier rushed up and stabbed his spear through the chest of a Qin soldier. Another Qin soldier roared as he raised his saber and slashed at a Qin soldier, sending him flying. A Qin soldier swung his massive axe, which contained terrifying power, and split a Qin soldier in half. A Qin soldier held a dagger and quickly slit a Qin soldier's throat. A Qin soldier furiously swung his sword, sending out a cold light that decapitated a Qin soldier. A Qin soldier roared and punched another Qin soldier, sending him flying. Arg, arg, pained cries and the sound of weapons clashing continuously sounded out as blood continuously flew everywhere. The stench of blood spread out, and the ground was covered with corpses, making it seem like hell. Roar. Roar, massive roars sounded out as some of Qin's massive beasts also joined the battle. They ferociously attacked the Qin's soldiers, sending them flying and biting them to death. Qin's side had the upper hand, and they continuously killed the Qin's soldiers. The Qin's soldiers all looked terrified as they retreated, unable to stop Qin's soldiers at all. The Golden Claw family's people felt quite shocked. This Qin's soldiers were quite ferocious. It was the first time they had seen a Heaven Awaken World faction force back a Heaven Awaken World faction. Now, the Golden Claw family felt quite glad that they had not directly attacked Qin, or else who knew what the consequences would have been. Arg, apart from the intense battles here, there were also battles elsewhere. Qin's soldiers and the Qin family soldiers fought intensely, as Qin's soldiers had a great advantage and the Qin family soldiers were not a match for them at all. The residents at the center looked at the Qin's soldiers in terror, and some of them could not help but cry, feeling a deep sense of despair. The battles were simply too intense, and some family leaders personally went to the battlefield to kill. However, no matter what the Qin family did, they were unable to stop Qin's attacks. Seeing people continuously die, some family leaders could not take it anymore and knelt on the ground as they yelled, "Stop killing, I'm willing to surrender." Following this family leader's surrender, the battles gradually calmed down. Seeing this, the Golden Claw family thought about attacking the other Qin family factions. If Qin took in the Qin family factions, they would become even more powerful. They did not want to see such a result, and they submitted to the Golden Claw family. With these families joining them, the Golden Claw family's strength would greatly increase. The Qin family factions had not been able to stop Qin's attacks, and now that the Golden Claw family had joined in, the Qin family factions had no hope at all. Some chose to run, some chose to submit, and some died. Zhao Fu felt quite dissatisfied with the Golden Claw family's actions. This was clearly a fat piece of Qin's meat, but it had been taken away by them. This was especially so since they had submitted to the Golden Claw family because they were part of the Golden Claw family's race. This made many people approve of this, and as a result, many people submitted to the Golden Claw family. Zhao Fu now wanted to start a war against the Golden Claw family, but because the contract was not easy to break, he could only endure it for now. Zhao Fu could only endure it for now. Anyway, the contract was only for a year, so Zhao Fu only needed to wait for 1 year. Zhao Fu had never thought of letting the Golden Claw family go. He just wanted to use this 1 year to let Qin deal with all sorts of things and become more powerful before finally destroying the Golden Claw family. The war lasted for more than 4 days. Because there were too many families, Qin couldn't disperse all the soldiers and could only destroy them in batches. After calculating the results of the war, there were more than 20 billion people, more than 2 billion soldiers, and more than 3,000 war saint beasts. Although this was already a lot, it wasn't the best result. Many families either escaped successfully or submitted to the Golden Claw family. Even without these two reasons, Qin's gains would be greater. Now, Qin's total population in the alchemy world had reached 50 billion people. Most of them were alchemy people, and there were no other races. The second largest number of soldiers was 15 billion, and they were all stage 2 soldiers. Finally, Qin had more than 8,000 war saint beasts, and they would be even more destructive. The more war saint beasts, the better. They were many times more terrifying than ordinary alchemy soldiers, and they could be Qin's trump cards. Apart from these things, there was something else that made Zhao Fu quite happy, which was that Qin finally had enough alchemy points to exchange for the Dao-seeking stone. This meant that he could exchange for the Dao-seeking stone now. Nothing was more important than this. Zhao Fu pushed everything to the back of his mind and came to the exchange stone steel. Qin's points instantly decreased by more than 90%. A black and white object that looked like jade, crystal, or stone floated out of the exchange stone steel, and it gave off the might of the heavenly Dao. This was the Dao-seeking stone. The Dao-seeking stone slowly descended. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and caught the Dao-seeking stone. It was a bit warm. Holding the Dao-seeking stone, Zhao Fu smiled. He had finally exchanged for it. Qin had worked hard for a few years. Zhao Fu left everything in the Qin territory to Wang Jian. Zhao Fu returned to the Qin territory alone and went to the formation pagoda. The spirit maiden appeared in the air with a smile on her face. "Your Majesty, what business do you have with me?" Zhao Fu retrieved the Dao querying stone and handed it to the spirit maiden with a smile. I've already exchanged for the Tao querying stone. You can now forge the primordial cauldron and absorb the consciousness of other worlds. The spirit maiden accepted the Tao querying stone with elation. This item was far too important to her. Thank you, Your Majesty, she said gratefully. Jiaofu smiled and replied, yeah. Let's start forging the primordial great cauldron now. The spirit maiden nodded with a smile. After that, Jiaofu and the spirit maiden arrived at an empty plot of land. The spirit maiden stood in front, preparing to forge the primordial cauldron, while Jiaofu stood behind her and watched. The spirit maiden brought out an extremely heavy piece of black metal first. The power of her world enshrouded this piece of divine metal before lifting it into the air. The spirit maiden also raised her hand into the air. Forging a primordial cauldron was definitely not an easy task. Not only did it require all types of rare and precious divine materials, but it also required all things in heaven and earth as its foundation and the power of the world as its core. The piece of divine metal hovered in the air. The spirit maiden looked at it with her beautiful eyes as she raised her hand and made a grabbing motion. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, reverberating in all directions. Everything in the human world, including every flower, every blade of grass, every tree, every stream, every mountain, every person, and every living thing, a burst of invisible power erupted from their bodies. This power was not fate, nor was it some kind of aura. Instead, it was the essential power of all things in heaven and earth. This burst of power emerged uncontrollably, and their power and consciousness both decreased slightly. They didn't know what was going on, and they all looked toward the spirit maiden in the distance. As the consciousness of the human world, the spirit maiden could also be referred to as the heavenly Tao of the human world. She had the ability to draw upon the essential power of all things in heaven and earth. Boundless power emerged from all things in the human world before flying into the sky and surging toward the spirit maiden like a tidal wave. All types of auras enshrouded the entire sky, making it appear as if the entire sky had been dyed colorful. It was an extremely beautiful scene. There was also a powerful aura about them, making it difficult not to attract attention. The Qin commoners and generals didn't know what was going on, but they knew that it definitely had something to do with their majesty. All of the officials also gathered beside Jiaofu. They were also very excited to see the primordial massive cauldron being forged. After all, Qin had sacrificed far too much for it. The colorful aura in the sky converged like a tidal wave, enshrouding the piece of divine metal and forming a massive circle that was several hundred meters in diameter. As the power of all things flowed into it, the circle became larger and larger, and it also gave off a powerful might. This kind of might came from all things in heaven and earth, and it was extremely powerful, as if it had locked down this entire area. Apart from Jiaofu and the spirit maiden, everyone else felt a sense of pressure. However, none of the people present were weak. They were all important officials of Qin, and they were all very powerful, so they were able to resist this might. The spirit maiden waved her hand, and one item after another appeared around her. There was a crystal-like bead, a rotten piece of wood, a hand bone, a horn, and a clump of soil. These were all the materials needed to forge the primordial massive cauldron, and each of them was very precious. Qin had spent a lot of effort to collect them, and there were more than 1,000 of them in total. The spirit maiden stretched out her hand, and all of these materials flew into the sky, shooting into a massive colorful ball. The spirit maiden closed her eyes, and her consciousness fused into that massive ball. The various materials within the ball were scattered, and the divine metal was at the very center. The spirit maiden controlled the power of all things to envelop those materials, and the powerful power melted them all, turning them into balls of liquids of various colors. However, the divine metal at the very center was not that easy to melt, so the spirit maiden could only gather more power of all things. Countless people felt more and more power emerge from the ball, and their bodies were visibly weakening. They couldn't afford to have any mishaps, or else everything in Qin would be affected. Even more power of all things fused into the ball, and the ball became several thousand meters in size, exuding an even more powerful might that enveloped the surroundings. Under the power of all things, the piece of divine metal also melted, turning into a black liquid that exuded the power of divine metal. This power was very thick and very pure, and it was as hard as the divine metal. The spirit maiden controlled the surrounding liquids to move toward the black divine metal at the center, and they all fused into the black liquid. The black liquid was originally divine metal, and its color hadn't changed. It was still very black, but it had become much larger, reaching 2 meters in size. The spirit maiden's consciousness returned to her body, and she pulled out a black and white material that looked like a stone, jade, and crystal. This was the Tao-seeking stone. After taking out the Tao-seeking stone, the spirit maiden sent a powerful wave of power of heaven and earth into it. The Tao-seeking stone gave off an intense black and white light and floated up from the spirit maiden's hand before slowly rising into the air and turning into a massive Tai Chi diagram. This Tai Chi diagram slowly rose up and came to the bottom of the massive rainbow ball. The power of all things in the surroundings fused into it, and the Tai Chi diagram seemed to have gained something as it gave off a powerful ripple. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the Tai Chi diagram below the ball started to spin. The ball was covered by a massive aura of the heavenly Tao, and wisps of aura continuously floated out. These wisps of aura were the impurities of all things, and the Tai Chi diagram was purifying the power of all things. More and more wisps of aura floated out of the ball, and its size became smaller and smaller. In the end, a rainbow ball that was only 10 meters wide appeared in the sky, giving off a faint light. Even though it was only 10 meters wide, the aura it gave off was much more powerful than when it was 10,000 meters wide. The Tai Chi diagram below the ball continued to slowly spin. There were no changes. The spirit maiden took out a ball of flames that gave off different colored lights and powerful divine power. This was the god flame that Zhao Fu had obtained from the god realm. Under the spirit maiden's control, the god flame slowly flew into the sky and fused into the massive Tai Chi diagram. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out as flames of all different colors ignited from the Tai Chi diagram. The immense heat seemed to melt the air, and the sky became multicolored. The moisture on the ground and in the air evaporated, and the air became extremely dry. Everyone below could feel the immense heat, and they felt as if they were next to a furnace, causing beads of sweat to appear on their foreheads. Countless colorful flames that exuded the power of the gods burned the 10-meter-wide sphere. The ball slowly became smaller. Finally, a ball of liquid that was 3 meters wide appeared before everyone, giving off an astonishing power of all things. The spirit maiden stretched out a hand and raised it. The Tai Chi diagram that was giving off countless rainbow-colored flames slowly became smaller and fused into the black liquid. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the black liquid fused into the Tai Chi diagram, giving off a massive wave of power. It was like the true heavenly Tao, and it could control all things in the world. The spirit maiden closed her eyes, and specks of spiritual light gathered between her brows, forming an orb of light that was only the size of a thumb. However, it emanated a powerful will of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the spirit maiden's consciousness, or soul power, contained the will of heaven and earth. Right now, the spirit maiden was using her consciousness to construct the shape of the primordial cauldron. After a while, the spirit maiden opened her eyes again, and the ball of light between her brows quickly flew into the black liquid. Boom! At that moment, the entire world's power suddenly fused into the black liquid, and a vast power spread out from the sky. The sky changed color, the sun and moon lost their light, and the wind and clouds surged. Everyone in Great Qin felt this wave of power, and their bodies felt incredibly cold. They felt as if they were a small boat in the middle of an ocean, incredibly small and powerless. The black liquid began to change, slowly turning into a blurry, three-legged cauldron. Worldly power continued to pour in and the liquid slowly solidified, turning into metal. Finally, a 3-meter black iron cauldron appeared. It was a black iron cauldron that shone with a black luster. There were all sorts of mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, and even human patterns on it. Its 3 legs were like 3 black dragons. At the bottom of the cauldron was a Tai Chi diagram, and inside the cauldron was a small, colorful flame. The cauldron floated in the air, giving off a faint light. It also gave off the might of the heavens and the earth, as if it was a supreme treasure of the heavens and the earth. In front of it, everything else paled in comparison. Rumble! Suddenly, countless claps of thunder sounded out, and countless massive bolts of lightning appeared without any warning, striking the cauldron with destructive power. The cauldron gave off a clear sound. Zhao Fu's heart jumped. The great desolation cauldron had caused heavenly punishment. Countless bolts of lightning continuously fell from the sky, turning the sky into a sea of lightning. It gave off a power that could destroy everything, and it was extremely terrifying. Everyone in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers felt their hair stand on end. Crackle, the sky seemed to explode, and countless bolts of lightning ferociously struck the great desolation cauldron, wanting to destroy everything. The scene was extremely terrifying. The spirit maiden did not panic. With a serious expression, she stretched out a hand to control the great desolation cauldron. It gave off countless rays of black light, blocking the countless bolts of lightning. The countless bolts of lightning were weakened by the black light, and they did not cause much damage to the cauldron. However, more and more bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, and they did not dissipate. Instead, they gave off a world-destroying aura. When the living beings sensed this aura, they felt as if they had been plunged into boundless darkness. They felt extreme terror, and their bodies trembled. The spirit maiden's expression also became serious. The heavenly punishment had already been upgraded to the second level, and its destructive power would become even stronger. However, the sea of lightning in the sky suddenly disappeared, leaving not a single bolt of lightning behind. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. The spirit maiden and the others were stunned, not understanding what had happened. Why did the sea of lightning suddenly disappear? Zhao Fu raised his head to look at the sky and frowned. He felt a little strange, as if someone had glanced at him. However, Zhao Fu did not discover anyone. As the master of the three realms, there should not be anyone in the three realms that could escape his senses. However, he did not sense anyone, but he had a feeling that someone had seen him. Zhao Fu could not understand what was going on, but he did not think about it anymore. Now that the heavenly punishment had disappeared, the great desolation cauldron could be considered completed. From now on, the spirit maiden could use it to devour the will of the world. The spirit maiden stretched out her hand, and the great desolation cauldron flew in front of her. It shone with a faint light. Zhao Fu took the great desolation cauldron and took a closer look. He discovered that it was indeed very powerful. It was another supreme tool. As mentioned before, Zhao Fu wanted to forge the great desolation cauldron as a world-stabilizing tool for the human realm. At first, he was a little worried that it would not be suitable, but after sensing its power, he discovered that it was very suitable. This was because the great desolation cauldron was forged from the power of heaven and earth in the human realm. It could be said that there was nothing more suitable than it as a world-stabilizing tool for the human realm. Zhao Fu used the 10,000 God Spear as his world-stabilizing tool, while the human realm used the great desolation cauldron as its world-stabilizing tool. Originally, Zhao Fu did not have anything suitable for the earth realm. However, after constructing the reincarnation wheel, things were different. Zhao Fu could use the 9 paths of reincarnation as the world-stabilizing tool for the earth realm. The world-stabilizing tools of the three realms were all gathered. From now on, they would all serve as world-stabilizing tools to stabilize the laws and fate of the world. They would also grow along with the world, eventually becoming an intimidating existence like the divine realm's Haotian mirror. After Zhao Fu was done inspecting the great wilderness cauldron, he handed it back to the spirit maiden, who placed it back into her body. After that, Zhao Fu and the spirit maiden returned to the formation pagoda. Zhao Fu had the spirit maiden demonstrate how to devour the consciousnesses of other worlds. The spirit maiden was only the consciousness of the human world, not the consciousnesses of other worlds. As such, she could only control the heaven and earth of the human world. Only by devouring the consciousnesses of other worlds could the spirit maiden control the abilities of other worlds. Only then would the three realms truly be under Qin's control. After the spirit maiden devoured these consciousnesses, the worlds would truly fuse into one. This would be very beneficial to the three realms transformation, and it would also shorten the time needed for the three realms transformation. After returning to the formation pagoda, the spirit maiden sat within the spell formation within the pagoda and closed her eyes as she began to devour the consciousnesses of other worlds. Zhao Fu could sense that the spirit maiden was exuding a massive suction force. Not only were the auras of other worlds surging toward her from all over the human world, but the auras of the heaven realm and the earth realm were also surging toward her. These auras surged into the spirit maiden's body, and the great wilderness cauldron within her body released a massive power of heaven and earth, absorbing all of the auras into the cauldron. The rainbow-colored flame within the cauldron became very large and exuded a scorching heat. The auras that had been refined within the cauldron continuously drifted out and were absorbed by the spirit maiden. Right now, the spirit maiden wasn't refining worlds other than the human world. Instead, she was refining the heaven realm and the earth realm together. The speed at which she was refining the consciousnesses of a world was quite average. If she wanted to devour the consciousnesses of a world, it would take her a while. She couldn't devour an entire world in a short amount of time. This was related to the spirit maiden's own strength. If she became more powerful, her speed of devouring would also become faster. Zhao Fu didn't disturb the spirit maiden and allowed her to continue refining the consciousnesses of other worlds. After a while, Zhao Fu returned to Qin's palace. Qin's original plan was to complete a few things. The first thing was to construct the Great Wilderness Cauldron, which had already been completed. The second thing was to find the immortal realm and draw upon its power to transform the heaven realm. This required him to find the immortal realm rift or the half-immortal realm. These two things were extremely rare, and Zhao Fu didn't have any information about them. He had called everyone here to discuss this and see if they had any other solutions. Naturally, he didn't. The immortal realm was a higher realm and had its own laws. Qin's current level was too low to come into contact with such things, let alone solve such problems. In the end, Zhao Fu had no choice but to ask that higher being from Emperor Path College. It definitely knew more than Zhao Fu, and as a higher being, it knew more about these things. Zhao Fu really didn't have a choice. Otherwise, he didn't want to bother it. Zhao Fu was quite grateful to this supreme being. It had helped Zhao Fu many times and had even helped Zhao Fu with various things. In the future, Zhao Fu would definitely repay this supreme being. After arriving at the Heaven Spirit Stele, Zhao Fu asked it about this. The higher being was not there, so Zhao Fu waited for a while before the higher being replied and asked, "Why are you looking for these things? They're extremely rare, and even Saint-class forces have a hard time finding them." Looking at these words, Zhao Fu felt quite nervous. Celestial world cracks and half-celestial worlds were far more difficult to find than he had expected, and it was possible that the higher being did not know about them. "They're very useful," Zhao Fu replied. The higher being replied, "I don't know where there are celestial world cracks or half-celestial worlds. Ordinary half-celestial worlds are occupied by Saint-class forces, so you won't be able to fight with them over half-celestial worlds." Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and replied, Got it." At that moment, the higher being said, "Since you want to find celestial world cracks and half-celestial worlds, I have a method. Do you want to try it? I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find them." Having a method was better than not having a method at all, and Zhao Fu replied in delight, "All right. I'll be troubling you." Following this, the higher being started to explain the method. Celestial world cracks were quite difficult to create, and they were normally formed when a celestial world collided with a lower realm. This was quite terrifying because the celestial world was a higher level realm, while the lower realm was a lower level realm. If a higher level realm cracks appeared because of the collision, the lower realm would definitely be destroyed, and that world might even be destroyed. These celestial world cracks would be very big, and a large amount of celestial energy would leak out. However, it was also possible that the celestial world cracks would automatically repair themselves. The second type was when a terrifying battle occurred. This type of crack was relatively small, but the battle was extremely terrifying. How terrifying was the power needed to create a crack in the celestial world? It was very difficult for ordinary celestials to descend, so ordinary celestials would not be able to do it. If they wanted to do it, they would need power that far surpassed celestials. Zhao Fu did not know if 6 Desires Immortal, who had already become in celestial, could do it. 6 Desires Immortal's power was already very terrifying, and after becoming in celestial for so many years, his power exceeded everyone's imagination. There was also the alchemy world's alchemy primogenitor. An existence like him was the most terrifying existence that Zhao Fu could imagine. Such a person would definitely be able to destroy the celestial world and go to the lower realm at any time. However, these kinds of cracks were quite easy to heal. Unless it was a world-shaking battle that even the celestial world could not heal, they would not be able to leave behind any cracks. These kinds of cracks were extremely dangerous, and the remnant power of experts could easily kill anyone who came close. It was likely that even celestials would not dare to go near them. Celestial world cracks were incredibly dangerous and were quite difficult to find. However, they also had great benefits, which was that the celestial qi that leaked out was the purest celestial qi. The second type was the half-celestial world. Jiaofu had heard about the half-celestial world before. It was a small world between the upper realm and the lower realm. Because it was very close to the celestial world, it had been corroded by celestial qi for a long time and gradually became a half-celestial world. These kinds of half-celestial worlds had many cracks and were quite safe. However, they were usually occupied by factions, and it was very difficult to find an uninhabited half-celestial world. Another disadvantage was that the celestial qi there was quite low purity. The method that the higher being had given to Zhao Fu was to first find a world heart. After all, a world heart was the core of a world. Not only did it contain the power of all things in the world, but it also contained the laws of the world. After obtaining a world heart, Zhao Fu could leave the heaven-awakened world and enter the boundless void and rely on the world heart's senses to find half-celestial worlds and cracks. Zhao Fu had a world heart, such as the human world's world heart. Before, Zhao Fu had been to the core of the world and seen the world heart. Even though Zhao Fu had a world heart, he could not take it away. After all, a world heart was the core of a world, and if he took it away, the world could be destroyed. Zhao Fu could not destroy the human world just to find a celestial world crack. Moreover, after entering the boundless void, there were unknown dangers everywhere, and Zhao Fu did not know what he would encounter. In order to quickly travel through the boundless void, the higher being had given Zhao Fu a void ring. The heavenly void ring was very powerful and was a precious treasure that could be used in the boundless void. It could allow one to instantly travel across several worlds. The boundless void was truly vast and boundless. If one relied on flying, they would not be able to explore the boundless void at all. It was possible that they would only be able to fly for a short distance in their lifetime and die without exploring anything. Zhao Fu was very grateful to this mighty figure from the bottom of his heart. After saying a few more words of thanks, he ended his conversation with the mighty figure. Zhao Fu thought about how to deal with this matter. He had a method now, but it was very difficult to do. For example, he had to prepare the realm core first. Where should he go to find one? The realm core was the core of a world, and the will of the world would protect it with all its might. Furthermore, the realm core was located in the deepest part of the world. It would be very difficult to obtain it without destroying a world. Zhao Fu suddenly thought of the spirit maiden. As the manifestation of the will of the world, she also possessed the power of laws of heaven and earth. He wondered if she had a powerful sensory ability. With this in mind, Zhao Fu went to the spell formation tower again. At this moment, the spirit maiden was still the same as before. She was sitting cross-legged on the spell formation with her eyes closed, refining the consciousnesses of other worlds. Spirit maiden. Stop for a moment, I have something to ask you, Zhao Fu said to the spirit maiden. Hearing this, the spirit maiden opened her eyes with a confused expression. What is it? Zhao Fu told her what had just happened. A smile appeared on the spirit maiden's face. I do have the ability to sense other worlds, but I'm not confident that I can find the half-immortal realm or the spatial rift. They are all beings of a higher rank than me. Zhao Fu chuckled. That's all right, I don't have any other way. This is the only way, so I have to give it a try. Seeing as the spirit maiden had the ability to sense other worlds, Zhao Fu did not need to search for the realm core. This had solved a very troublesome problem. After that, Zhao Fu prepared to explore the boundless void. He asked the spirit maiden to stop refining the consciousnesses of other worlds and find the spatial rift to the half-immortal realm first. As for refining the consciousnesses of other worlds, he could do so at any time with the Great Wilderness Cauldron. Before leaving, Zhao Fu arranged Qin's affairs. Bai Qi and Li Si were in charge of Qin's affairs. Zhao Fu felt more at ease leaving the two of them to handle. In the past, everything had been handled by them. The heaven realm's matters were left to the Pantheon goddess to deal with. Zhao Fu originally wanted to have Miao Lu oversee the Pantheon goddess. She had an emperor star and was only weaker than Zhao Fu, and ordinary emperor heaven realm experts would be easily killed by her. With her overseeing the Pantheon temple, there was almost no need to worry about any experts invading and developing any dangers. She could also play a big role. However, Miao Lu was currently cultivating in seclusion. Since the last time she returned to Qin City and obtained Zhao Fu's perfect level of power of all deities, she had entered the state of cultivation and had not come out until now. She was already at the peak of the Emperor Heaven Realm, and if she broke through again, she would become a Void Realm expert, a Spirit Realm expert, a Dao Realm expert, and a Dao Realm expert. Finally, she would become a higher being. The Void Realm, Spirit Realm, and Dao Realm were the three most difficult realms to break through, and they were dozens of times more difficult than breaking through to the Emperor Heaven Realm. Many geniuses were stuck at the Emperor Heaven Realm and could not take another step forward. Even though these three realms were difficult to break through, breaking through would allow one to become a higher being and stand at the peak of this world. After higher beings were half immortals and true celestials. They could directly ascend to a true celestial world and have almost limitless lifespan. Zhao Fu had only broken through to the Emperor Heaven Realm not long ago, and he was still a long way from the Void Realm. He was even further from becoming a higher being. Since Miao Lu could not oversee the Pantheon goddess, Zhao Fu, Xianxia, and Yuchan could. They were both Emperor Heaven Realm experts and peerless geniuses, and they were not weak at all. The Earth domain had been developing quite smoothly and nothing big had happened, so it was not a problem to leave it to the Yellow Springs Queens. The only thing that Zhao Fu had to pay attention to was the Yellow Springs Emperor Cavalry. Zhao Fu had been paying great attention to them, and they were still absorbing Yellow Springs' power to grow. Zhao Fu had the 12 Yellow Springs Queens keep an eye on this and immediately report to Qin if anything happened. The outer world was left to Ericina and Bai Shihan to manage. Right now, what Zhao Fu cared about the most was the alchemy world. The other worlds were developing smoothly, but there might be problems in the alchemy world. Qin was becoming more and more famous in that region, and it was possible that he had attracted the attention of many families like the Golden Claw family. Perhaps they would attack Qin one day. As such, Zhao Fu told him to develop carefully and not to be too ostentatious. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu and Ling Ji went to the boundary of the human world. The human world was a new world, and it was at the corner of the Heaven Awakened world. The other side was facing the boundless void. Zhao Fu took out a gray metal ring and threw it forward. The ring floated in the air and gave off a massive power as it became bigger and bigger. Finally, a 3-meter-long metal ring appeared. There were inscriptions on the metal ring, and it gave off a faint light. The inside of the ring was completely dark, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Zhao Fu and Ling Ji entered the ring and felt a massive power pulling at their bodies, and their surroundings changed. The boundless void felt quite similar to the bottomless ruins. There was nothing in many places, and it was completely dark and deathly silent. Now, Zhao Fu and Ling Ji were quite far away from the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu looked around and did not discover anything. He said to Ling Ji, "Can you sense around and see if you can find anything?" Ling Ji lightly nodded and closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, "I can't sense anything." Zhao Fu did not say anything and took back the metal ring before throwing it out again. The ring became as big as before. Following this, Zhao Fu and Ling Ji entered it again. By now, Zhao Fu and Ling Ji had arrived at another place. There was still nothing here, but there were massive stars in the sky, giving off all kinds of starlight. They gave off a resplendent light in the night sky, creating a beautiful scene. This place was called the Starry Ocean. The boundless void was not completely empty, and just like the bottomless ruins, there were many starry oceans. The Starry Ocean was an ocean made up of stars, and it looked beautiful but was also quite dangerous. There were extremely powerful star beasts that had the power to destroy an entire world. Exploring the boundless void was not safer than exploring the bottomless ruins. There were all kinds of dangers here, and the bottomless ruins was just more monstrous. Higher beings could die at any time, and higher beings had the power to protect themselves in the boundless void. Zhao Fu did not try to sense it himself and said, "Spirit Maiden, sense it and see if there's anything." For some unknown reason, there were many worlds in the Star Sea. Most of these worlds were dust worlds, which were similar to the human world, or even smaller worlds. Apart from dust worlds, it was possible to find some rare worlds or even half-celestial worlds. However, there were very few half-celestial worlds in the Star Ocean, as half-celestial worlds were higher-level worlds and would not stay together with dust worlds. In actuality, no matter what world they came from or what faction, once they moved to a half-celestial world, they would be cut off from their original world and would no longer belong to their original world. For example, if a powerful faction in the Heaven Awakened world became a saint-grade faction and found a half-celestial world, they would all move there. They would no longer have the Heaven Awakened world's fate and would no longer be controlled by the Heaven Awakened world. No matter how the Heaven Awakened world affected them, it would not affect them. It could be said that they had broken free from all restraints and were incredibly relaxed. In the future, if they developed in a half-celestial world, they would have some celestial world fate, saint-grade power, or celestial world power. Because of this, people from saint-grade factions would not go to worlds that were lower than their own and would only stay in a half-celestial world or go to a celestial world. Moreover, the half-immortal world was a world between two worlds. There weren't many half-immortal worlds. Moreover, there were big and small half-immortal worlds. Small half-immortal worlds were usually occupied by a saint-rank power. If it was a big half-immortal world, there might be several saint-rank powers occupying it. Spirit Maiden closed her eyes and sensed for a while before saying, "I still haven't sensed anything." Xiao Fu felt a bit disappointed and continued to search with Spirit Maiden. A few hours later, Xiao Fu and Spirit Maiden came to another star ocean. Before they did anything, they sensed terrifying battle ripples. These battle ripples were incredibly massive, and in front of them, they felt incredibly small. It was as if they were standing there and looking at a massive star. Sensing these ripples, Xiao Fu and Spirit Maiden looked at each other and immediately hid their auras as they followed the ripples. 10 or so minutes later, it was a 10,000-meter-long fish that looked like a catfish. It had violet scales and 4 black eyes. Its gaze was cold and deep, and it gave off a massive amount of starry sky energy. There was also a 10,000-meter-long bug that looked like a caterpillar. It was blue and had long metal needles on its body. It did not have eyes and also gave off massive starry sky power. Both of them were star beasts, and mature star beasts were 10,000 meters long. They had terrifying destructive power, and star beasts were famous for their size. 2 huge star beasts were fighting intensely. The starfish vigorously swung its tail, giving off a terrifying power as it sent a star insect flying. The star beast let out a huge roar, opened its mouth and shot out a huge beam of light at the starfish. The starfish released a powerful starry sky power, which formed a semicircular barrier in front of it. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the beam of light struck the barrier with terrifying power, causing it to shatter. However, it did not harm the starfish at all. The starfish gave off a massive aura as it vigorously smashed towards the star bug, and the star bug also smashed towards the starfish. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the 2 terrifying powers collided, causing a shockwave to ripple out. Xiao Fu looked at these 2 star beasts and thought about it. This was the first time he had seen star beasts, so he planned to properly study them. Moreover, the star beasts were only at the world realm, so Xiao Fu decided to act. Xing, Xiao Fu drew the Emperor Killing Sword and gave off a massive aura as he rushed at the 2 star beasts. He vigorously slashed out, sending out an enormous sword light that sent the star bug flying. After being sent flying, a gash appeared on the star bug's body, from which blue blood flowed out. The starfish looked quite startled and had never thought that it would suddenly discover something like this. It looked at the other side, and Xiao Fu found that it was just a tiny thing. Roar! The starfish opened its mouth and spat out an enormous orb of energy, which gave off terrifying power as it shot towards Xiao Fu, seeming to be able to destroy a mountain. Xiao Fu disdainfully laughed and vigorously slashed out with his sword. A sharp sword light flashed out, slashing apart the enormous orb of energy, which turned into countless motes of light and dissipated. Boom! Xiao Fu gave off a massive aura as he rushed towards the starfish. He quickly came before it and raised his sword, sending a powerful wave of power into it, causing the sword to give off an intense light. The starfish felt a wave of terror and turned, wanting to run. Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out as an enormous sword light containing enough power to split apart space slashed towards the starfish, sending it flying back. A massive gash appeared on the right side of its body, from which blood continuously flowed out. Even though the starfish only had world realm power, whether it was defense or destructive power, it was far stronger than ordinary world realm experts. Ordinary world realm experts would have long since been killed by a single strike from Xiao Fu. However, the starfish was only slightly injured and had not been killed by the sword strike. After being sent flying by Zhao Fu, the starfish felt incredibly furious and was about to attack Zhao Fu. However, seeing how terrifying Zhao Fu was, it immediately turned and ran. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun as a terrifying power spread out. Xing, 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 massive chains containing terrifying power shot out from all directions, densely packed as they quickly shot towards the astral worm. Massive sounds of chains rang out in the air. Chi, chi, muffled explosions sounded out as blood flew everywhere. The massive chains pierced through the starfish's body, and it held as it died. Seeing Zhao Fu, a look of terror appeared in the starfish's eyes, and it did not hesitate to turn and run. Zhao Fu's body disappeared and appeared next to the starfish. He vigorously slashed out, hitting the wound on the starfish's body. The starfish's body was split in half, and it did not even have the time to howl before it died. Following this, Zhao Fu started to examine the starfish's corpse. Before heading to the boundless void, Zhao Fu had gathered some information. The boundless void was not as dangerous as the bottomless ruins, and void realm experts could barely explore it. As such, there was a lot of information about the boundless void. Zhao Fu could use this information to gain a basic understanding of the boundless void. Among the information, there was a lot of information about star beasts. Some described the star beasts' powerful abilities, special materials, and some of their living habits. Now, Zhao Fu wanted to personally understand star beasts. The first was the various materials from the star beasts' bodies, such as their scales, skin, eyes, horns, and bones. Apart from having star attributes, they also contained a portion of the world's powers. They were quite high-grade materials and could be used to make many things. The Heaven Awaken World's experts would also go into the boundless void to kill star beasts and obtain many materials. Zhao Fu only examined the materials and did not break them all down. This was because the star beast was 10,000 meters long, and it would take a lot of time to break down the materials on its body. Zhao Fu did not want to waste time on these materials. Clang, a sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword light that split open the starfish's corpse, and a 2-meter-wide silver orb appeared. This silver orb seemed like metal, but it didn't seem like metal. There were some circular runes on its surface, and it gave off a faint light and a trace of star energy. The sphere was called the Star Core, and it was the source of the star beast's power. The power it contained was enormous, and it could be used by other creatures. After other creatures absorbed the Star Core, they would obtain a portion of the star beast's power and abilities. This thing was the most valuable thing from a star beast, and it was also useful to Zhao Fu. With it, Zhao Fu could nurture a group of star beasts. As for Xinghai, these pure star beasts were very difficult to subdue. They had very strong resistance and immunity to the restrictions of various worlds. It was not just the Heaven Awaken World's people who were unable to subdue star beasts, people from the other outer world and alchemy worlds were unable to subdue star beasts either. Zhao Fu swung his sword again and slashed at the astral worm's corpse, taking out an astral core. This astral core was the same as the other astral cores, there were not many changes. After putting away the 2 star cores, Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden continued onward. A few days later, Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden stopped in a sea of stars. During this time, they encountered a dozen or so star beasts, all of which were slain by Zhao Fu. He obtained a dozen or so star cores, but he didn't take any of the materials. Apart from these gains, Zhao Fu did not discover anything else. Zhao Fu turned his gaze toward the Spirit Maiden and didn't say anything. The Spirit Maiden understood and closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. Suddenly, the Spirit Maiden was elated. "Your Majesty! I sensed a fluctuation in the southwest direction. There should be a world there." Hearing this, Zhao Fu was delighted. He had finally made a discovery. Without any hesitation, Zhao Fu immediately flew forward with the Spirit Maiden and arrived in front of a barrier. The world barrier could also be called the world barrier. Its main function was to protect the world and separate it from the endless void. This was because the endless void was quite dangerous. Take the star beasts for example. If they barged into a world that did not have the ability to cultivate, they would cause great damage. Therefore, there had to be something to stop them. At the same time, it could also be used for chanting. The barrier could conceal an entire world. Right now, Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden were standing in front of a vast expanse of nothingness. Unless they were extremely powerful, they wouldn't even be able to detect the presence of the barrier. The world isolation prevented anything from entering, so Zhao Fu had no way of entering directly. However, this did not stop Zhao Fu. Ever since Zhao Fu became the Lord of the Three Realms, he had grasped the power of heaven and earth as well as the laws of the world. Even the world barrier was formed from the power of heaven and earth. Zhao Fu could use the same type of power to break through this barrier. Zhao Fu extended a hand and placed it on the world barrier. A burst of power of heaven and earth surged forth from his palm and injected into the world barrier. Waves of light proliferated outward. Normal people might not be able to see them, but Zhao Fu could sense that a net had appeared in front of him. The threads of the net were the laws, and the countless threads of laws formed this net in front of Zhao Fu. Combined with the power of heaven and earth, this net formed the world barrier. Zhao Fu extended a hand and twisted forcefully. The net was torn apart by a powerful force, and a large hole appeared in front of Zhao Fu. On the other side of the hole was a blue sky with white clouds and a radiant sun. This was completely different from the boundless void that Zhao Fu was situated in. Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden entered this world. After arriving in this world, Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden stood in the sky of this world, looking down at the world below them. All of the plants and creatures in this world had their own unique characteristics, which were different from the worlds that Zhao Fu had seen in the past. For example, the plants here were not very tall. The tallest trees were only around 10 meters tall, while the average trees were only 4 or 5 meters tall. All of their leaves were blue and drooped softly, and their branches felt like rocks. The ground was also blue, and most of the flowers and plants growing here were also blue. They were also quite small. Zhao Fu stood there and sensed his surroundings, and a disappointed expression appeared on his face. This world was not a half-immortal realm. Instead, it was a normal world of dust. Furthermore, it was the lowest-level world of dust. The spiritual power here was very sparse, and there was no way to cultivate here. There were two paths of evolution for a world like this. The first path was for a world to grow over a long period of time and construct more complete laws of heaven and earth, which would allow the world to have spirit chi. The creatures living here would then be able to use spirit chi to cultivate and enter the era of a cultivation world. A cultivation world in the boundless void had a very big advantage as most worlds walked the path of cultivation. The second path was the path of technology. Worlds that walked this path did not have any spirit chi, so they could only walk the path of technology and rely on powerful technology to grow. Even though they had no choice but to walk the path of technology, once technology became more powerful, it would be incredibly terrifying. For example, the human world in the past had airplanes, artillery shells, tanks, and machine guns. With these technological products, if other Ashen worlds invaded, they would be able to resist. They would not suffer a crushing defeat and be slaughtered by others. It was a pity that the Great Thousand World that devoured the human world was the Heaven Awakened world, and the Heaven Awakened world walked the path of cultivation. As such, the human world's technology was wiped out, and humans could only cultivate from scratch. This caused the human world to be at a great disadvantage. If other cultivation worlds attacked, they would not be able to resist at all and would only be slaughtered. If it was a Great Thousand World that focused on technology, after devouring the human world, they would keep all of their technology. However, there were differences in technological civilizations, and it was possible for the human world to be suppressed by higher-level technology without being able to retaliate at all. Compared to worlds of the same level, the cultivation world had a greater advantage. For example, they had many things that low-level technology could not do. For example, the cultivation world could set up an illusion formation, causing people to kill each other. Moreover, the people of the cultivation world all had shocking strength and could easily shatter boulders. They were many times faster than ordinary people, and those who did not cultivate would definitely die if they faced them. They even had ways to control people, turning them into puppets. If they controlled the higher-ups, it would be a disaster. If they wanted to resist such a cultivation world, they would need to possess higher-level technology and not be at the same level as those cultivation worlds. A more advanced technology world could make up for many of their advantages. The cultivators of a cultivation world were powerful, but they could use mechas to defend against them. The cultivators of a cultivation world had magic formations, but they could use technology to destroy magic formations. The cultivators of a cultivation world could control people and turn them into their puppets, and the cultivators of a technological world could also use advanced technology to defend against the cultivators of a cultivation world. However, if a more advanced technology world encountered a cultivation world of the same level, it would still lose miserably. This was because a more advanced cultivation world had more powerful methods, and if one wanted to break through it, they would need more advanced technology. That was why the technological world was at a disadvantage. In the boundless void, most worlds focused on cultivation, and very few took the path of technology. For a period of time, the human world had been a cultivation world, so there were many myths and legends. Some of the stories were quite exaggerated, but some were true. After the human world's spirit chi dissipated and the world entered an age of decline, they chose to take the path of technology. Xiaofu knew the reason for this. The spirit maiden was the consciousness of the human world. It would be strange if Xiaofu did not know about this. However, in the ancient world, which was the era of Nuwa and Fuxi, the human world had established its laws and had abundant spirit chi. Not only were there all sorts of powerful people, but there were also countless terrifying beasts. There were even some powerful beings and beasts that broke through the barriers and entered the boundless void, such as Nuwa, Fuxi, Hutu, the Yellow Emperor, Laozi, Confucius. After entering the boundless void, there was no news of these human beings, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Perhaps Xiaofu would meet them in the future. After the human world's cultivation flourished for a period of time, it faced a massive crisis. Back then, the human world had been quite unlucky. For some reason, two unimaginably peerless beings had engaged in a massive battle, shattering the void and destroying all living things. The spirit maiden clearly remembered that battle. It was definitely a battle between two beings who were even more powerful than celestials. The human world happened to be nearby and was affected by the shockwaves of the battle, causing a large amount of spirit chi to dissipate. Even after so many years, the spirit maiden was still unable to repair the world. The shockwaves heavily damaged the human world, and the spirit chi quickly decreased. In the end, the spirit maiden managed to retain a very small amount of spirit chi to ensure that the human world's cultivation legacies would not be severed, and the main body of the world entered the technological world. However, what the spirit maiden didn't expect was that the heaven-awakened world would sense its existence and use its world-devouring ability against it. After that, the human world was devoured by the heaven-awakened world and became independent, forming a new world. The spirit maiden was no longer the ruler of all living things. Xiaofu was the ruler of the human world. In the endless void, there were many worlds like the human world. They were like specks of dust, which was why they were called the dust world. A great thousand world like the heaven-awakened world was a top-tier world within the boundless void, and there was no world higher than it. A great thousand world was a boundless world. There were many levels of worlds in between. The boundless world was the highest level world, while the dust world was the lowest level world. The spirit maiden was also a little disappointed as she said, "Your Majesty, let's leave and continue searching for the half-immortal realm." This was just a dust world. Moreover, it was a world without spirit chi, making it impossible to cultivate. It was not what Xiaofu was looking for. However, after thinking about it, Xiaofu said, "Don't worry. Let me take a look at this primitive dust world first." It was the first time that Xiaofu had come to such a primitive world, so he was quite interested and wanted to see what it was like. The spirit maiden felt quite surprised and lightly nodded. Xiaofu and the spirit maiden gave off massive auras as they quickly flew forwards and stopped in the sky above a tribe. The tribe was in a primitive state, and the houses were all inspected with mud and leaves. The weapons in their hands were all quite crude, and they were made of stone or bone. They did not even know how to refine metal. Most of the people living here were humanoid, but they only had 4 fingers. They were tall and skinny, and their skin was blue. Their eyes were very big and round. The auras that they gave off did not belong to humans, outlanders, demon race, or metallurgy race. Instead, they belonged to a completely new race. Seeing Xiaofu and the spirit maiden in the sky, the people of the tribe, regardless of whether they were male or female, young or old, all looked excited or fearful. They knelt down and worshipped Xiao Fu and the spirit maiden as they spoke in a strange language. Xiao Fu naturally did not understand what they were saying, but he used his telepathic communication ability to understand what they were saying. We pay our respects to great heavenly God. We are willing to find powerful prey to sacrifice to you and will obey all of your orders. Please do not harm us. Great heavenly gods really do exist in this world. They look so strange, but they're also so terrifying. They're like mountains floating in the sky, and they can instantly kill us. Great heavenly God. I'm willing to be your slave and forever be loyal to you. Please take me in, you won't regret it. Revered great heavenly God, my mother has fallen ill, and her condition is very serious. Please show me your powerful divine power and heal my mother. I'm willing to serve you forever. Ha ha ha, great heavenly God, I'm so happy to see you. This is the first time I've seen great heavenly God, and I'm extremely honored. Great heavenly God, I'm willing to serve you. I've never been touched by a man before, so please bestow upon me divine power. Great heavenly God has descended upon our tribe, so our tribe will be enshrouded by divine light. We'll definitely make sacrifices to make great heavenly God stay in our tribe. Xiao Fu heard these people. Perhaps to these primitive tribe people, any cultivator who could stand in the sky and give off a bit of power would be called great heavenly God. From what they knew, it was impossible for a person to stand in the sky, much less give off such a terrifying aura. The culture of the divine Tao was very unique. Even in a world where one could not cultivate or where there were no gods, there would still be many people who believed in the existence of gods. Anything that they could not recognize or understand would be viewed as gods. The immortal Tao, Buddhist Tao, demonic Tao, and demon Tao would not be able to do this. They were all things that would only be born after a period of development. Xiao Fu looked at them continuously kneeling and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He casually waved his hand, and a wave of 10,000 deities' power spread out, and a ray of light descended upon the tribe. The people in the tribe could clearly feel that their injuries were quickly disappearing, and their strength had become stronger than before. Their mental state had also become better, and it was completely different from before. Lord God! Lord God! Lord God! Lord God! Now that they had personally sensed Xiao Fu's divine power, many people excitedly cried out. Their voices were so loud that they could be heard even from far away. Xiao Fu lightly laughed and turned into a ray of light as he flew away. These people were from the primitive age, and Xiao Fu did not have much intention of interacting with them. That would simply be a waste of time. Even though Xiao Fu needed people, this place was quite far away from the heaven-awakened world, and Xiao Fu could not bring these people back to Qin. Devouring a world that did not have the ability to cultivate would not be very beneficial. After Xiao Fu left, the tribespeople still knelt on the ground and called out Lord God. Only after a while did they get up, and they had people paint the walls to record the Lord God's descent. Xiao Fu had only given these people a bit of divine power, which was quite insignificant to Xiao Fu. In fact, Xiao Fu would soon forget about it. However, Xiao Fu's 10,000 godly power was a perfect sovereign's power, and even though it was quite weak, it had a great impact on these people who did not know how to cultivate. Their constitutions became stronger, their life force became stronger, and there was a trace of divine power in their bloodlines. To ordinary people who cultivated, this was quite weak. However, to those who did not know how to cultivate, it was a massive advantage. With this, the tribespeople could fight 3 people at once and live longer. Right now, they did not know about these benefits, and only later did they understand how mighty the Lord God they had met was. He had given them such terrifying power, and they felt incredibly grateful. They called themselves the God race and revered Xiao Fu as the God ancestor. They built temples and worshipped him for generations to come. In the future, they might become the most powerful race in this world and attack other tribes, becoming an even more powerful faction, and they might even be able to establish their own kingdom. This was something that would only happen in the future, and there was no need to say anything more. The matter of them meeting Xiao Fu would become a legend. Xiao Fu continued to fly forwards and looked at the various things in this world before stopping above a massive lake. This lake was very big, and it was over 10,000 kilometers wide. The water was blue, and the surface of the lake was very calm, seeming like a mirror that reflected the blue sky and white clouds. There were mountains all around it, and the scenery was quite beautiful. However, there was a fatal danger here, as there was a toad-like creature that was hundreds of meters long at the bottom of the lake. It was impossible to cultivate in this world. When faced with such a large creature, there was no way to resist at all. There was only death. There was not even the thought of resisting. Of course, this was not dangerous to Xiao Fu at all, as he could crush it with a single hand. Xiao Fu glanced at it and saw that it was incredibly terrified as it crawled at the bottom of the lake. Its body trembled and it did not dare to move in fear that Xiao Fu would kill it. This was the first time it had encountered such a terrifying existence. Xiao Fu was quite surprised that there would be such a large creature in a world where one could not cultivate. He sensed its existence, so he came over to take a look. The toad's power was not very strong to Xiao Fu, and it seemed to contain some monster race bloodline. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. After seeing this primitive world, Xiao Fu had some understanding of it, and he smiled as he said, "Let's leave." Following this, Xiao Fu and the spirit maiden left this unknown world. Why did it become an unknown world? This was because Xiao Fu did not know what kind of race this was, nor did he know what kind of world it was. In the boundless void, there were not just a few races, there were many races. The human race, demon race, monster race, water race, spirit race, outlander race, god race, and ghost race were the 8 races that were relatively more numerous in the boundless void. There were also many of these 8 races in the celestial realm. The human race was a branch of the human race, and as such a large race, they would have more benefits than some smaller races. In terms of fate, the large races would definitely be very powerful and would not be easily destroyed. However, it was hard to say for the smaller races. Boom! Half a day later, a massive explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu slew a massive star beast with a single sword strike. He went up and took out the star core and was about to leave with the spirit maiden. Suddenly, a young man appeared in the sky. This young man wore white clothes and had delicate and pretty features. His eyes were like the pupils of a dragon, and even though he looked quite young, his eyes seemed to have experienced a lot and gave off the might of a mighty figure. After the young man appeared, his eyes fell on Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu's heart tightened, and he became cautious. He did not understand why a mighty figure would suddenly appear here, and he did not know what race he was either. Luckily, he had the celestial concealment token, which could hide all of his aura. "Sir, what business do you have with me?" Xiao Fu and the spirit maiden bowed respectfully. Facing an existence of this level, Xiao Fu could not resist at all, and he could only choose to be obedient. Moreover, this mighty figure seemed to be even more powerful than ordinary mighty figures. The young man looked at Xiao Fu and said calmly, "I passed by this place and saw that your talent is not bad. Are you willing to be my disciple?" Xiao Fu inwardly breathed out, so he wanted to take him as a disciple and did not have any ill intentions. However, Xiao Fu's talent was not just not bad, it surpassed the heavens and earth and shook the 3 great kiliacosm. It could even shake the celestial realm. Now, Xiao Fu was using the celestial concealment token to hide himself, and this Qin could only see that he was not simple. This was enough to show that the mighty figure was not simple, as ordinary mighty figures could see through everything. The celestial concealment token was something that a peak half-celestial had given to Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not think too much about it and refused. Even though having a mighty figure as his master would give him a powerful backer, Xiao Fu had too many secrets that he did not want to divulge. Moreover, Xiao Fu did not know much about mighty figures. How could he just take someone as his master? Moreover, he was not used to calling someone as his master. Ever since he started cultivating, Xiao Fu had always been alone and did not need a master. The young man was a bit surprised and looked at Xiao Fu. "Since you don't want to, I won't force you. This is my token. If you change your mind, you can go to the Black Tortoise half-immortal world to find me." Saying that, the young man threw a jade pendant over. Xiao Fu was startled and reached out to catch the jade pendant. The jade pendant was cyan in color and had a few half-dragon and half-snake creatures carved on it. The 2 words Black Tortoise were written in the middle and it was emitting a faint light. This jade pendant was a mighty figure, so it was impossible for Xiao Fu to refuse. Otherwise, he would not be giving face and would be courting death. However, this mighty figure was indeed powerful. He came from the half-immortal world. Xiaofu felt that he could ask him about the half-immortal world and the crack to the immortal world. Perhaps he would know some information. Xiaofu thought about it and asked, I wonder if Senior can find a crack to the immortal world or an uninhabited half-immortal world. The youth said calmly, what's the use of these things? Xiaofu replied, I need a large amount of immortal energy. The youth looked at Xiaofu and didn't continue asking. He said calmly, it's extremely difficult to find an uninhabited half-immortal world. Not only are people from the Great Thousand World looking for it, but people from the half-immortal world are also looking for it. As for the crack to the immortal world, I know of a few. However, it's a forbidden area in the endless void. Time and space are chaotic and laws collapse. It's extremely dangerous. Even immortals might lose their lives there. When Xiaofu heard that there were a few cracks to the immortal world, he was pleasantly surprised. However, when he heard that it was so dangerous, Xiaofu's expression turned serious. Finally, he said decisively, Senior, please tell me the location. The youth took out a circular jade disc and threw it to Xiaofu. This is a map of the endless void. There are many things recorded on it, including the location of the forbidden area. Xiaofu caught the jade disc and his consciousness entered it. A huge map of the stars appeared in front of him. There were many different information recorded on it, such as the name of the place, which places were extremely dangerous, and which creatures lived in those places. This was very important to Xiaofu. With this map, Xiaofu wouldn't need to move forward aimlessly. He could choose to explore. The map was also very precious. Even a supreme expert would need hundreds of years to explore such a large area of the endless void and record all sorts of information. Many thanks, Senior. Xiaofu bowed gratefully. The youth said calmly, You're welcome. Is there anything else? If there is, I can help you as much as I can. Xiaofu smiled and said, There's nothing else. I'll have to trouble Senior. The youth said, Then I'll leave first. The map also has the location of the Black Tortoise half-immortal world. If you have anything, you can go there directly. Xiaofu nodded. The youth's body disappeared like a phantom, as if he had never appeared. Xiaofu couldn't help but smile. This time, his luck was quite good. Even though that higher being seemed cold, he felt quite good. If he had encountered a bad higher being, he might have been captured by that higher being. Now that he had the map, Xiaofu's consciousness entered the jade disc and carefully looked at the map. Xiaofu found the location of the Black Tortoise half-immortal world on the map. In addition to the Black Tortoise half-immortal world, there were hundreds of other half-immortal worlds. A few hundred half-celestial worlds sounded like a lot, but this boundless void was thousands of times bigger than the Heaven-Awakened world, so it was quite small. This map only recorded the image of the endless void. It was just this piece of the map, not the entire endless void. No one knew how big the real endless void was. The half-immortal worlds on the map were basically all highly dangerous. The number of almighty experts and half-immortals were quite high. There were even immortals. Xiaofu definitely had to avoid these places. Right now, he was only an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator and would not be able to defend against these saint-grade factions. Back to the main topic. Xiaofu had already found the locations of the celestial world's cracks on the map, and there were 4 in total. The first was a massive crack, which was formed by the collision between the celestial world and the boundless void. It was the most dangerous place. Not only were there space-time chaotic flows and collapsing laws, but there were also powerful celestial beasts that might run out. Those were celestial beasts from the celestial world and had powerful celestial world source energy. Even immortals might not be a match for celestial beasts, and even higher beings could be instantly killed. The other 3 were formed by battles that surpassed the celestial level. They were also incredibly dangerous, and the remnant energy ripples could easily kill a higher being. Half-immortal worlds were incredibly difficult to find, so Xiaofu first looked at the celestial world's cracks. Xiaofu planned to go to the least dangerous places to have a look. Right now, he could only take a look. Xiaofu was simply too weak, and he could die at any moment if he went in. A few days later, Xiaofu and the spirit maiden arrived at the first crack, the burning spirit forbidden area. This place was covered by a massive orb of flames, and it was incredibly big, as if they were standing in a world of flames. Standing in front of this place, Zhao Fu felt incredibly small. The temperature here was extremely high, and the surrounding void twisted and crumbled. Even from very far away, one could feel this heat. If an ordinary person went in, they would instantly be vaporized, leaving nothing behind. Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden had already released defensive barriers to resist the terrifying heat. They were only at the edge of the forbidden area, so Zhao Fu could still resist. "Let's go in," Zhao Fu said to the Spirit Maiden. The Spirit Maiden nodded, and the two of them entered as if they had been devoured by the flames. After entering the forbidden area, the void around them was burning with countless flames. Zhao Fu didn't continue onward. Instead, he started to sense the surroundings. Zhao Fu's idea was to find a relatively stable place in the forbidden area and set up a 10-abyss earth transfer formation there, as well as a spatial connection formation. The 10-abyss earth transfer formation's function was to gather the power of an area and transfer it to another area. However, this place was extremely far away from Qin City, so he needed to set up a spatial formation to connect this space to Qin City's space. That way, the spiritual power here could be injected directly into the heaven realm. After sensing their surroundings, even though the flames here contained immortal power and were a type of immortal flame, they were still a little too weak. Furthermore, this place was in a state of chaos and collapse, so there was no way to set up any formations. After that, Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden continued onward. Roar! A massive explosion sounded as a massive flaming lion appeared before Zhao Fu, charging toward Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden with terrifying power. Xing, Zhao Fu took out the emperor-killing sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive sword light towards the fire lion with shocking power. Boom! Even more ferocious flames erupted around the fire lion's body, and a massive wave of heat spread out, causing the surrounding space to seem to burn. The sword light that Zhao Fu had slashed out also seemed to burn, turning into motes of light and dissipating. The massive fire lion gave off immense heat and ferociously charged at Zhao Fu, as if it could not stop it at all. Xing, 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 Zhao Fu didn't believe it and swung his sword, sending out a few more sword lights that contained shocking power and massive sword winds towards the fire lion. Bang, 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 just like the previous sword light, the few sword lights were set ablaze before they could even reach the fire lion. After that, a few muffled sounds rang out before they turned into countless specks of light and dissipated. The sword winds also dispersed, unable to harm the fire lion at all. Zhao Fu's expression fell. This was only the outskirts of the forbidden area, and yet the flame lion was already so powerful. This was not a place that Emperor Heaven Realm experts should be in. However, Zhao Fu did not plan to give up and directly used his most powerful power. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a divine power that surpassed the heavens and earth exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. In that instant, space seemed to freeze as if it had been locked down by divine power. Zhao Fu's hair gave off a rainbow light and gradually became transparent like crystal. An ancient mirror appeared on his forehead and his black cloak seemed to be dyed by light, turning into a holy white cloak, and his body gave off a rainbow divine light. By now, the flame lion had reached Zhao Fu and opened its massive mouth as it bit towards Zhao Fu, causing a wave of heat to sweep out. Boom! Zhao Fu did not move at all as the ancient mirror shot out a terrifying ray of light. It was incredibly fast and instantly pierced through the flame lion's body, drawing out a thin crystalline line as the flame lion's body exploded into flames. Spirit Maiden looked at Zhao Fu with a look of shock. It was the first time she had seen Zhao Fu temporarily use this power that could rule over the god world. Zhao Fu did not say anything and his expression was cold. After entering this 10,000 god state, he seemed to have lost all emotions and his aura became ethereal and illusory. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body floated forwards, and Spirit Maiden followed by his side. Roar! Roar, roar! Massive roars sounded out as the flames in the surroundings continuously gathered, forming massive flame beasts. They were covered in ferocious flames and gave off massive power as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body stopped and a massive wave of power entered the ancient mirror on his forehead. Divine runes lit up and a terrifying ripple spread out. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the small ancient mirror shot out tens of thousands of rays of light, giving off world-destroying power. They shot forwards, causing space to be torn apart. Bang, 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 the rays of light contained terrifying power as they instantly pierced through the fire beasts' bodies, causing them to explode. Flames flew everywhere as ripples spread out. The group of fire beasts was instantly dealt with by Zhao Fu. The powerful fire beasts had no ability to resist in front of Zhao Fu. In this state, Zhao Fu was too terrifying. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he continued to float forward. A sea of flames appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was white and the flames swayed, looking like waves. It looked like a real ocean, and it gave off a terrifying heat. The surrounding void had already become blurry, like a layer of mist covering a piece of glass, forming an invisible resistance. Even without the sea of fire, it was difficult for people to advance, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. There were already a few people standing in front of the sea of white flames. Their bodies gave off the aura of a divine bloodline, and they were quite powerful. They were most likely holy sons of saint-class factions. Zhao Fu's arrival caused their expressions to immediately change. Their gazes all focused on Zhao Fu. This was the first time they had felt such terrifying divine power. A well-built and honest-looking young man said in a low voice, "Who is he? How does he have such terrifying divine power?" The beautiful woman next to him shook her head, "I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen him before. He shouldn't be someone from a nearby saint-class faction." Another young man wearing a long robe said, "This person is definitely not simple. We all have void realm cultivation and are holy sons, but we all feel immense pressure in front of this person." A handsome young man said, "This person is indeed very terrifying. The divine power he grasps is even stronger than ordinary celestial power. I personally feel that he's even more terrifying than that fairy Hao Dao." There was also a young girl with a pure aura who looked shocked. "No way. Hao Dao is a fairy from the celestial world and has an origin bloodline. Her power is many times more terrifying than ordinary holy sons. With his identity, most saint-class factions don't dare to offend him. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated to compare him to you?" The honest-looking young man who had spoken first had a serious expression. "I also feel that he's even more terrifying than fairy Hao Dao. Sense carefully, he seems to surpass everything and is not bound by any laws. He's ethereal, illusory, untouchable, and undetectable." Hearing this, everyone sensed and felt shocked. The beautiful woman said, "It's true, this person is even more terrifying than fairy Hao Dao." The handsome young man looked at Zhao Fu seriously. "Then what is this person's identity? Why did he come to this forbidden area? The sudden appearance of such a terrifying person is no small matter." The long-robed young man said seriously, "He's even more terrifying than ordinary fairies. He definitely comes from a terrifying place in the celestial world. How can there be such a terrifying person in the lower realm? It seems that his goal is the same as ours. Even though this is a forbidden area and is extremely dangerous, there are cracks to the celestial world here. The celestial chi that flows out can nurture extremely powerful treasures. I've also heard that back then, two unknown and terrifying experts fought here. One of them chopped off the other's arm, and that's how the burning spirit forbidden land is formed. If anyone can obtain that arm, they will have unimaginably terrifying power and will definitely be a supreme treasure. However, no one has ever obtained it, not even celestials." The pure-looking young woman said, "I've heard of this legend before, but that person's goal shouldn't be that arm. His cultivation is only at the Emperor Heaven realm, so it's impossible for him to obtain that arm. I feel that his goal is the same as ours. He came here to gain experience and obtain some precious treasures." The beautiful woman lightly laughed. "Should we go and greet him and see just who he is?" The honest-looking young man shook his head. "I think we shouldn't. I'm quite afraid of him. Look at him, he seems to have wiped out all of his emotions. If we go over rashly, we might be killed by him." The handsome young man said, This person's state is quite terrifying. Right now, that person's state is quite terrifying, and he seems to have transcended everything. He has no emotions, and he's leaning towards the heavenly Tao." Zhao Fu's body slowly floated over, and the spirit maiden followed behind him. The beautiful woman still wanted to come over and talk to Zhao Fu, so she looked at the people beside her and said, "Are you really not going? It's rare for us to meet such a terrifying person. If we can befriend him, we'll receive unimaginable benefits. Don't forget that our goal is to become celestials and go to the celestial world." He's an existence that's even more terrifying than fairies, and we might need his help in the celestial world in the future. If you don't take this opportunity, don't regret it." Hearing this, the people who did not want to go could not help but feel tempted. After thinking about it, everyone decided to go up and talk to Zhao Fu. They just had to be careful and not anger him. Everyone flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body floated forward, and his cold gaze swept across the holy suns. The holy suns' bodies froze, and they felt a chill. A trace of fear surged in their hearts. When Zhao Fu looked at them, it was as if they had been stared at by the eyes of the heavenly Tao. They felt extremely small, like a grain of sand standing in front of a mountain. Their bodies turned cold, and their hearts were filled with fear. What kind of eyes were those? There were so many pupils in one eye socket, and they were all different powers and auras. His right eye was also very strange. It was a cross with 6 gray dots. These were not eyes that mortals should have. No wonder his power was so terrifying. Just from this pair of eyes, one could understand how terrifying he was. The holy sons who wanted to go up and talk to Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu in fear. They did not dare to fly forward, and they looked a little awkward. Right now, Zhao Fu's various emotions were weakened, and he did not have any intention of talking to the holy sons. His gaze was still as cold as ever. The holy sons understood what Zhao Fu meant, so they stopped. They were the legendary holy sons, existences that countless people looked up to and feared. Very few people could make them act like this. Zhao Fu's body floated to the front of the white sea of flames. The white sea of flames seemed to have a mind of its own. It sensed that Zhao Fu had come to its side, and the flames became even more ferocious, forming a huge wave of flames that was thousands of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters long. It was like a huge monster that swallowed towards Zhao Fu. Boom, Zhao Fu's expression was cold. He took a step forward, and a divine power that could dominate heaven and earth rumbled down from the sky. It was as if countless rainbow-colored lights were raining down from the heavens, landing on the huge wave of flames. The huge wave of flames instantly turned into countless flames and dissipated. The ferocious and terrifying white sea of flames became a region without fire. The surrounding white flames did not dare to come close at all. The few successors widened their eyes at the sight before them. They couldn't help but gulp down their saliva, feeling that this was way too strong. These were not ordinary flames, but rather immortal flames that contained some immortal energy. They possessed extremely powerful power, so they had to be careful when facing these flames. They definitely would not be as relaxed as they were right now. Zhao Fu's body automatically floated towards the sea of white flames. The sea of white flames was afraid of Zhao Fu, so it kept retreating, but it was unwilling to give up. It gathered more flames towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was still ice-cold, without any emotions. His body floated forward. Boom, the white sea of flames finally could not hold back and attacked Zhao Fu. Countless flames flooded towards Zhao Fu, bringing with them a power that could incinerate space and an incredibly powerful aura. Countless white flames engulfed Zhao Fu's body, and even more white flames rapidly gathered. The flames kept piling up, forming a huge bonfire. The scorching power had reached its limit, and even steel would be vaporized in an instant. The immense heat caused the few successors to take a step back and unleash defensive barriers to defend, looking incredibly shocked. The sea of white flames seemed to have gone berserk, wanting to burn Zhao Fu. When the successors had entered, they had not caused such a thing. They all stared at the bonfire. They definitely did not believe that Zhao Fu would be defeated so easily. Boom, a shocking explosion rang out as the countless flames seemed to have been hit by tens of thousands of kilograms of weight. They were instantly blasted apart and turned into nothingness. A massive gale blew, and the immense heat instantly dissipated. At the center, Zhao Fu was completely fine. 7 different colored stars appeared behind him, and his body gave off a world-destroying power. The successors looked incredibly shocked. That person's true power had not been displayed just then. This was his full power, and it was far more terrifying than they had imagined. What shocked them even more was that there were 7 stars that were as big as eggs floating behind him, giving off resplendent light. Why did they feel like they were 7 sovereign-level emperor stars? Just what is this person's identity? Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he continued to float forward. The spirit maiden followed behind him, and the white flames did not dare to obstruct him at all, making a path for him. The successors stood there and stared dazedly until Zhao Fu disappeared within the sea of flames. What should we do now? Do we continue to explore the forbidden area with him, or do we go back and report this to our elders? I feel that this is going to be an earth-shattering event. We've encountered an extraordinary person. I think we shouldn't do that. If we do that, we'll offend this terrifying person, and we might be killed by him in the future. Are we just going to watch and do nothing? Even if we don't report this, it might be very serious. Perhaps we'll be punished. It'll take a few days for us to return to our factions. Also, what can we do even if we report this? Just based on that terrifying unknown identity of his, our factions won't dare to offend him. We'll do our best to curry favor with him, but what we're doing is offending him. You're right, and I agree. I think we should continue to explore and report to our higher-ups after we're done. We won't be disturbing his exploration, so there's very little chance of offending him. All right. Let's continue to explore. I want to follow behind him to see what terrifying abilities he's going to unleash, but looking at his cold expression, I'm a little worried that I'll anger him. Me too. Even though I didn't see his true appearance, I can tell from his almost perfect profile that he's extremely handsome. I'm starting to like him a little. Don't be a love-struck fool. Even the successors will look down on people like him. You can tell from the way he looks at us. Let's go explore another area and try not to disturb him. Alright, let's go explore the fire immortal butterfly area on the left. I really want to capture a fire immortal butterfly as a pet. The burning spirit forbidden area is so big, so there's no way we'll encounter one again. After the Holy Sons made their decision, they flew to the other side. Zhao Fu's body continued to float forward, and the white sea of fire continued to make way for him. After a while, Zhao Fu stopped and sensed his surroundings. This sea of fire was very big. Zhao Fu sensed his surroundings mainly to see if there were any treasures around, or if it was suitable for setting up a spirit formation. The white flames contained more celestial power than the flames outside. If he could set up a spirit formation here, it would be better. Moreover, with the sea of fire surrounding it, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone destroying it. But in the end, it was still not possible. This was also an area where time and space were chaotic. The laws here had collapsed, and it was impossible to set up a spirit formation here. Some things couldn't be used here. However, it was not that Zhao Fu did not gain anything. He discovered some extremely pure crystals and some little celestial flames with their own consciousness. Zhao Fu directly floated in that direction. The sea of white flames knew Zhao Fu's target and did not dare to stop him. The flames continuously retreated, not daring to get within a few meters of Zhao Fu. Within the sea of flames, the white crystals were also revealed. These crystals had a few sharp points and were about the size of a palm. They were located at the bottom of the sea of flames and gave off a scorching heat. As for the little flames with their own consciousness, they also retreated in fear. Zhao Fu glanced at them, and a formless divine power instantly locked them in place, making them unable to move at all. Zhao Fu came before the crystals and looked at them with a cold expression. These celestial fire crystals contained very pure celestial fire energy and had all sorts of uses, such as forging materials or creating items of destruction. He remembered that Qin's war god's fury celestial peach tree required a large amount of celestial qi to nurture, but this white crystal was not enough. It was a type of celestial fire and would cause great damage to the celestial peach tree, so it could not be used to nurture the celestial peach tree. There were many celestial fire crystals, and the ground was densely packed with them. Zhao Fu's gaze then fell on the little celestial flames. These little celestial flames were only about the size of a fist, and they floated in the air. They were also white, and their flames continuously swayed. Little celestial flames were fire spirits born from celestial flames, and they had many uses. For example, they could be used as artifact spirits, nurture into powerful fire spirits, or directly devour celestial flames and obtain the power of celestial flames. There were not many of them, only a few dozen or so, and they were all locked in place by Zhao Fu in the air. Zhao Fu did not say anything, and his expression remained cold. Even the spirit maiden, who was standing behind Zhao Fu, could not help but become cautious. She felt that the current Zhao Fu was very terrifying, and he was completely different from before. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive wave of divine power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. It was like a rainbow-colored wave of light, and it instantly spread out for hundreds of thousands of meters. The sea of white flames hurriedly retreated in fear, forming a fire-free area for hundreds of thousands of meters. Waves of divine power grabbed the celestial fire crystals on the ground and flew towards Zhao Fu. There were many of them, and all of the celestial fire crystals in the surrounding 100,000 meters were grabbed by the divine power, not leaving a single one behind. The celestial fire crystals surged towards Zhao Fu like a flood. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and all of the crystals and little celestial fire crystals disappeared, and Zhao Fu sent into the space. After doing this, Zhao Fu's body that, celestial Fu's leaves that he could. The sea of white flames covered a very large area, so there were a lot of them. The celestial white Fu's heart, and the sea of white Fu's sea that the Fu the Chen the sea was to calm. That. And Zhao demon, Fu, he Fu's to say. Long had to say. At this moment, the celestial white fire crystals were no longer in danger. The celestial white fire crystals were finally gone. Zhao Fu's body continued to float forward. At this moment, Zhao Fu was still at the periphery of the forbidden area. He had not gone deep into the forbidden area. Therefore, the celestial white fire crystals in the periphery were easier for Zhao Fu to deal with. However, if he continued to move forward, the difficulty would increase. Zhao Fu would not be as relaxed as he was now. After entering this state, Zhao Fu obtained the strongest power in the world. However, there was a limit to this power. It was only much stronger than an emptiness realm expert. The surrounding flames turned purple, and the temperature was higher than the white flames. Sensing Zhao Fu's arrival, the flames continued to condense, forming fiery men that were 5 to 6 meters tall, and they charged towards Zhao Fu. There were many fiery men, and it was hard to tell how many there were. The fiery men emitted a scorching hot power. Zhao Fu floated there coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Countless amounts of divine power gathered in Zhao Fu's hand, forming a crystal-like transparent sword that emitted a divine power that could purify the world. Roar! Roar, roar! These fiery men were not real living beings. They were formed from flames, and they did not show any fear. They let out loud roars and charged towards Zhao Fu with a ferocious aura. It was as if they could destroy everything. Zhao Fu's expression did not change. He held his sword and floated in the air, not moving at all. The countless flame people rushed over to Zhao Fu and were about to attack when Zhao Fu stopped. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu swung his sword, sending out an unimaginably powerful rainbow sword energy that seemed to be able to destroy all things. It swept forwards like a broom sweeping away countless fallen leaves. In that instant, the countless fiery men were sent flying. They turned into countless purple flames and dissipated. At that moment, the black mass of flaming men disappeared completely. The spirit maiden was behind Zhao Fu, and a look of shock appeared on her face when she saw this. Back then, she had been quite optimistic about Zhao Fu, so she had nurtured Zhao Fu and made Zhao Fu the protector of the human world. Not only had Zhao Fu's accomplishments not disappointed her, but they had even exceeded her expectations. She was unable to estimate Zhao Fu's future accomplishments, and it was as if Zhao Fu had limitless potential and could continue to grow endlessly. She had not made the wrong decision back then. Zhao Fu did not care about what the spirit maiden was thinking, and his body continued to float forwards. Countless flames continuously gathered, forming fiery men that gave off powerful auras as they charged towards Zhao Fu. Facing these fiery men, Zhao Fu was still as cold and emotionless as before. He swung the sword in his hand, unleashing wave after wave of sword force. The fiery men that charged over were instantly destroyed by Zhao Fu, and they did not affect Zhao Fu much. Zhao Fu continuously floated deeper into the forbidden area. Finally, Zhao Fu came close to the inner region of the forbidden area. The fiery men ahead were crimson red, and the space there was completely twisted, making it look quite terrifying. It was as if there was a crimson wall that was continuously twisting and changing. They gave off terrifying heat that seemed to be able to incinerate everything, striking fear into people's hearts. Ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts could not even get close. Even if they released defensive barriers, they would not be able to withstand the immense heat and would be incinerated in an instant. Even though Zhao Fu's expression did not change, he felt a great deal of pressure and understood how terrifying this place was. The inner region of the Forbidden Area and the outer region were on completely different levels, and the inner region was more than 10 times more dangerous than the outer region. Boundless divine light shined out from Zhao Fu's body, and it was not intense but resplendent. A large, rainbow-colored crystalline defensive barrier slowly formed, covering Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden's bodies. The crystalline defensive barrier looked very thin and would shatter at the slightest touch, but it gave off an indestructible divine power, and there were many divine runes continuously flashing on it. Zhao Fu's body continued to drift forwards, and the massive heat scorched the powerful defensive barrier. The defensive barrier gave off a faint holy light, resisting the terrifying heat as it slowly drifted forwards. As Zhao Fu's body came closer and closer, the temperature became higher and higher. When Zhao Fu entered the Crimson Wall, the immense heat caused some parts of the crystalline defensive barrier to melt. Zhao Fu's body continuously gave off divine power, maintaining the defensive barrier so that it would not melt. After entering the Crimson Wall, the temperature reached an extreme, and more parts of the defensive barrier began to melt. Even though the Spirit Maiden was within the defensive barrier, she could still sense the terrifying heat, which could easily turn an entire world into scorched earth. If they continued like this, the defensive barrier would be destroyed, and the immense heat would burn their bodies. The Spirit Maiden wanted to help, but she was not very powerful. If they were in the human world, which was her territory, she would be able to help, but she could not hear. However, she did not need to worry. As more and more parts of the defensive barrier melted, the 7 stars behind Zhao Fu shined with 7 different types of resplendent light. 7 massive waves of Emperor Star power spread out and entered the crystalline defensive barrier. After receiving the 7 waves of Emperor Star power, the defensive barrier that was about to melt gave off an even more terrifying power and no longer melted. Zhao Fu's body continued to drift forwards. Half a day later, Zhao Fu and the Spirit Maiden finally passed through the Crimson Wall and arrived within the Forbidden Area. Zhao Fu once again closed his eyes, and a wave of divine sense spread out. The divine sense here was many times that of the outer region, but the temperature was even hotter and more dangerous. Their surroundings were still in a state of chaos and destruction, and they still could not set up any magic formations. They could not even take out anything from their spatial rings. Zhao Fu stopped where he was and opened his eyes as he looked ahead, wondering if he should continue onwards. If they continued onwards, it would be very dangerous for Zhao Fu with his current strength. Zhao Fu was not an arrogant person, so he would not recklessly advance. More importantly, even though there was a lot of celestial chi here, it was even more chaotic and destroyed, making it impossible to set up magic formations. If this was the case, there was no need for them to continue onwards. I can be sure this is not a suitable place. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu still decided to advance. Now that they had entered the Forbidden Area, it would be a pity if he did not make a final confirmation. Keep moving. A massive tree appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This tree looked like a parasol tree, and it was 10,000 meters tall. Its thick and powerful roots pierced into the void, and its trunk was extremely large. Its crown was like a cloud, and its leaves were scarlet like flames. The tree gave off a massive wave of heat, and it was like a massive ball of flame. The surrounding space was dyed crimson red, and there was not a single other color. It gave off a terrifying feeling, and standing in the distance, it felt as if their bodies and souls were going to be burned by it. There was also a sense of powerlessness. What was even more shocking was that there was a huge fiery phoenix lying on the fiery parasol tree. This massive phoenix was nearly 10,000 meters long and its entire body was a fiery color. It had an elegant figure, and its feathers were like fiery crystals. Its tail feathers were very long and gave off many flames, and its crown was covered with fire runes. It gave off a terrifying aura that was even greater than the aura that the parasol tree gave off. It was also many times more powerful than ordinary fire phoenixes because its flames were quite fresh. Its bloodline was also a celestial beast bloodline, but it was not a pure celestial beast bloodline and instead had a portion of the celestial beast bloodline. Now, this fire phoenix was lying at the top of the tree with its eyes closed, as if it was sleeping. Zhao Fu stopped and looked at the massive celestial fire phoenix. Just as he was about to advance, the phoenix slowly opened its eyes. The fire phoenix slowly opened its eyes and looked at Zhao Fu with its fiery eyes. Zhao Fu immediately felt a wave of fiery flames rush towards him, and the surrounding temperature quickly rose. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he looked at the celestial fire phoenix with his terrifying eyes. Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes, the celestial fire phoenix felt a trace of fear and retreated. It no longer looked at Zhao Fu and said in a moving female voice, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my territory? Also, I don't like the dragon race aura on your body." Zhao Fu did not give off any ripples and his voice was as cold as ice as he said, "I'm just passing by." The celestial fire phoenix was quite displeased with Zhao Fu's cold attitude and said, "I'm asking who you are. I don't like the dragon race aura on your body, so you should take a detour." Zhao Fu coldly looked at the celestial fire phoenix and did not say anything as his body slowly floated forwards. The celestial fire phoenix angrily flapped its wings and flew down from the massive fiery parasol tree towards Zhao Fu. She understood that Zhao Fu was going to force his way through, so she did not hold back. Boom! The celestial fire phoenix gave off an extremely powerful aura as boundless crimson flames erupted from its body. It vigorously flapped its wings, and the countless flames formed massive fireballs that gave off searing heat as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu remained expressionless as he flew out of the energy barrier, leaving the spirit maiden within. There was still a terrifying temperature around them, and with the spirit maiden's current strength, it would be very difficult for her to resist. As such, she needed the protection of Zhao Fu's energy barrier. After flying out of the energy barrier and facing the oncoming fireballs, Zhao Fu grabbed at the air and countless traces of divine power gathered, forming a transparent crystal sword. Shing! A sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand, and a massive arc of light containing terrifying power instantly slashed forwards. Bang! 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 The massive fireballs were destroyed, and terrifying shockwaves rippled out as countless flames shot everywhere. Zhao Fu's body flew past the countless flames and came before the celestial fire phoenix. He sent a massive wave of divine power into the crystal sword, causing it to give off a resplendent divine light. Boom! Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a massive sword light containing enough power to destroy space slashed towards the celestial fire phoenix with unstoppable force. Scree! The celestial fire phoenix gave a massive cry as countless flames erupted around its body, and it gave off a terrifying aura. It showed no fear as it ferociously slammed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive collision sound rang out as the immortal fire phoenix and the sword light collided. Sword light and fiery light shot out in all directions and a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing space to shatter. The shockwave spread out for a radius of 1,000 meters. The celestial fire phoenix was forced back 10 or so meters, and Zhao Fu was forced back a few steps. Boom! The celestial fire phoenix flapped its wings and gave off a massive aura as it continued to rush towards Zhao Fu, its claws vigorously grabbing towards Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared above the celestial fire phoenix's head, slashing towards it. Countless traces of flames gathered above the celestial fire phoenix's head, forming a massive orb of flames. Zhao Fu slashed against it, causing the massive orb of flames to expand, and a wave of sword energy continued towards the celestial fire phoenix. Scree! The celestial fire phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a searing flame that contained immense power and heat that seemed to be able to burn everything towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast and gave off an incredibly ferocious aura, seeming to be unstoppable. The remaining sword energy that Hui Yan had sent out was easily shattered, and Hui Yan continued to rush towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a powerful wave of divine power flowed out, forming a hexagonal shield of light. It gave off a powerful divine might. Bang! The terrifying flame slammed into the shield of light, resulting in a massive explosion. The flames spread out and the massive heat melted the shield of light. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all and he stretched out his hand to send out even more divine power to defend against the flames. Bang! Just as the flames stopped, the celestial fire phoenix's massive body slammed into the shield of light. The massive power shattered the shield of light and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying back, a trace of blood leaking out of his lips. The celestial fire phoenix smiled and its body erupted with flames. It flapped its wings and the flames formed massive fireballs that gave off terrifying destructive power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sent a wave of power into the ancient mirror at his forehead, and an extremely terrifying ripple spread out. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as tens of thousands of rays of light giving off world-destroying power shot forwards incredibly quickly, seeming to be able to pierce through space. Bang, bang. Bang, the countless fireballs were blasted apart by the rays of light, and explosive power spread out. Flames were blasted away, and the rays of light continued to shoot towards the celestial fire phoenix. The celestial fire phoenix was given a big fright and it flapped its wings, causing a massive wave of power to flow out and form a red-colored energy barrier that covered its massive body. Bang, bang. Bang, the rays of light smashed against the energy barrier with terrifying power, resulting in massive explosions and shocking ripples spreading out. In the end, the energy barrier was able to defend against the countless rays of light. Boom, before the celestial fire Phoenix could feel happy. The ancient mirror on Zhao Fu's forehead shot out a massive beam of light that contained terrifying power. It was incredibly fast as it streaked through the air and slammed into the celestial fire phoenix's defensive barrier. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the defensive barrier was shattered by the beam of light. The beam of light landed on the immortal fire phoenix's body, sending it flying back. It let out a pained cry as a sizable wound appeared on its body, from which blood continuously flowed out. The celestial fire phoenix furiously glared at Zhao Fu. She was incredibly angry and wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Boom, the celestial fire phoenix raised its head and made a flying pose. A terrifying power exploded out from the celestial fire phoenix's body and countless fiery flames erupted from its body. The celestial fire phoenix became a massive fireball. Countless flames gathered on the two wings, and the light from the flames illuminated the surroundings, emitting a heat that could burn the world. Boom, the celestial fire phoenix flapped its wings with all its might and a red gust of wind that seemed capable of burning the heavens and the earth swept forward. The space in front of it instantly twisted and everything in its path was incinerated. Boom, Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he stretched out a hand and 7 stars flew in front of him, giving off resplendent light as 7 massive waves of Emperor Star power spread out. Each wave of Emperor Star power formed a circular shield of light that was spread out across the 7 stars before combining together, forming 7 different colored shields of light. A might that surpassed the world spread out. Bang, the red gust of wind that seemed to be able to burn the world slammed into the shield of light, causing a terrifying shockwave to spread out. A massive wave of heat flowed out, causing the space around it to twist. However, the 7-colored shield of light gave off a massive wave of Emperor Star power and was able to defend against the gust of wind. However, the attack did not stop there. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as the celestial fire phoenix's body erupted with even more intense flames and it vigorously flapped its wings, causing an even greater red gust of wind to blow towards Zhao Fu. Bang, a massive sound once again sounded out as the ferocious gust of wind once again slammed into the shield of light, causing an even more intense shockwave to ripple out. The 7-colored shield of light in front of Zhao Fu seemed to be indestructible under the terrifying wind. Scree! A massive phoenix cry tore through the air as the celestial fire phoenix exploded out with all of its power. A massive wave of flames erupted around its body, illuminating the surroundings and giving off power that seemed to be able to incinerate all things. Boom, the celestial fire phoenix once again flapped her wings, and the countless flames did not gather on her wings. Instead, they gathered in front of her, forming a massive 1,000-meter-tall phoenix that gave off an aura that seemed to be able to incinerate everything as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, the celestial fire phoenix was incredibly fast and slammed into the 7-colored shield of light with massive power, resulting in an intense explosion. Countless rays of blinding light covered the surroundings, and an explosive force blasted out, destroying everything in the surroundings. The spirit maiden felt quite startled and felt quite worried for Zhao Fu. After the shockwaves dissipated, Zhao Fu's body flew back hundreds of meters. His hair and clothes were in disarray and there was blood at his lips, making him look quite wretched. A trace of anger appeared on Zhao Fu's cold and emotionless face. This meant that Zhao Fu was extremely angry. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a terrifying wave of divine power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, forming a rainbow-colored shockwave that blasted out with power that seemed to be able to sweep away everything. In that instant, the surrounding space was completely shattered. A wave of divine power that seemed to rule over the heavens and earth covered the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted and countless flames dissipated. The surrounding celestial flames were suppressed and filled with powerful divine power. At the center of the shockwave, Zhao Fu's eyes gave off rainbow-colored light and the 7 stars behind him gave off intense starlight. A supreme aura spread out, and even the heavens and earth had to submit in front of him. The celestial fire phoenix felt a wave of fear in her heart. She had never thought that she would meet such a terrifying person. She had thought that Zhao Fu was just a very powerful Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator, so she had been quite courteous when speaking to Zhao Fu. If an ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm expert dared to come here, she would not hesitate to attack and burn that person to death. She would not show any mercy. However, she had completely underestimated Zhao Fu's power. The celestial fire phoenix understood that Zhao Fu was quite angry, so she did not hesitate and turned and flew away, wanting to take the parasol tree and leave this place to avoid this terrifying person like Zhao Fu. Otherwise, she might be killed by Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu slowly raised a hand as an icy voice sounded out, "Divine punishment." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a 10-meter wide, rainbow-colored pillar of light shot down towards the celestial fire phoenix, bringing with it the power to pierce through the world. The celestial fire phoenix was given a big fright and dodged to the side, avoiding this terrifying pillar of light. That beam of light penetrated through the void in an instant. There was not the slightest bit of obstruction, and the bottom of it seemed to have merged with the void. Before the celestial fire phoenix could rejoice, boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as colorful pillars of light giving off destructive power continuously descended from the sky. They were incredibly fast. At first, the celestial fire phoenix used her agility to dodge a few pillars of light, but as more and more pillars of light appeared, adding on how big her body was, she was unable to dodge at all. As such, she could only release a wave of power to form a red energy barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, the speed at which the light beams fell was still very fast. They constantly fell from the sky and hit the Scarlet Energy Shield. The Scarlet Energy Shield did not resist for long and was directly smashed by the many light beams. The 10 or so pillars of light pierced through the celestial fire phoenix's body, causing blood to fly everywhere as the celestial fire phoenix gave a pained cry. Compared to the celestial fire phoenix's 10,000-meter-long body, the 10 or so meter-wide pillars of light were quite thin. From a distance, the celestial fire phoenix looked as if it had been pierced by 10 or so pillars of light and was fixed to the spot. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out, and under the immense pain, the celestial fire phoenix seemed to have gone mad. An incredibly searing flame erupted out of her body, and the pillars of light that had pierced through her body were easily destroyed by the flames. Flames from all directions wrapped around her body like a tide, forming a huge fireball. The fireball continuously spun as countless flames gathered. The fireball continuously spun and grew larger and larger, giving off a terrifying heat. The space around it seemed to be melting. The fireball did not show any signs of stopping, and it continuously spun and grew larger until it was hundreds of thousands of meters wide. It gave off a massive pressure and a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to incinerate the heavens and earth. The celestial fire phoenix went all out, using her most powerful skill, boundless incineration. Zhao Fu looked at the huge fireball in front of him. His expression was still cold, without any change. Powerful phantoms began to appear in the sky, densely packed together in the surroundings. There were at least 10,000 of them. There were men and women, old and young, beasts and birds. Every single one of them radiated with powerful divine power, representing every single deity. The terrifying power ripples from the descent of 10,000 gods seemed to lock down this region of space. Everything was in a state of stillness, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Boom, a sound that sounded as though the entire world had exploded rang out. That gigantic fireball exploded as countless flames with the power to incinerate the heavens and earth spread out in an instant. At that moment, space, time, and immortal energy all turned into nothingness as though nothing existed. In the face of the flames that could destroy everything, Zhao Fu's expression did not change, nor did he move. The god spirit images burst out with powerful divine power. They stretched out their hands, and waves of divine power flowed out of their hands. Countless traces of divine power condensed in front of Zhao Fu and started to crystallize. The hexagonal crystals formed a massive semicircular crystal barrier that gave off boundless divine power. Bang! The flames that seemed to be able to burn the heavens and earth slammed into the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier gave off a powerful 10,000 godly power to defend against that wave of power, and clear sounds rang out as countless cracks appeared on the massive crystal and energy barrier. In the end, the crystal barrier was able to block that terrifying wave of flames. Now, the surroundings were filled with countless flames, and everything was within the void. The spirit maiden looked at all of this with a look of shock on her face. Zhao Fu and the celestial fire phoenix's power was simply too terrifying. It was not something that could be possessed by mortals. The chosen on the other side also sensed this frightening fluctuation, and they all had shocked expressions on their faces. Why are there such terrifying ripples coming from that direction? I feel like I can kill a saint with this terrifying energy wave alone. A figure appeared in their minds. Right now, there was only one person in that direction, and they had no idea what that person was fighting with for such terrifying ripples. They all wanted to see just how intense this battle would be, and they also wanted to see just how terrifying that person's power was. Now that they were on the other side, it would be quite difficult for them to go there. After using this attack, the celestial fire phoenix had used up almost all of its power, and its body had become quite weak. However, seeing that Zhao Fu was not injured at all, it felt quite afraid and did not dare to hesitate as it flapped its wings and flew forwards. Clang! 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 The sound of chains could be heard as massive chains shot out from where Zhao Fu was and shot towards the celestial fire phoenix incredibly quickly, giving off a ferocious aura. The celestial fire phoenix had almost no power left, and facing the countless chains, it was unable to defend at all and was tied up in the air. Zhao Fu's body continued to float forwards and came before the celestial fire phoenix. He looked at it coldly and stretched out a hand. Boundless divine power flowed out of his hand, and a dangerous aura spread out. "Don't kill me," the celestial fire phoenix begged in fear. Hearing this, Zhao Fu withdrew his hand. If the celestial fire phoenix had not begged for mercy, Zhao Fu would have killed her. In this state, not only did Zhao Fu lose all of his emotions, but he also looked down on everything in the world. Even though Zhao Fu did not have any thoughts of destroying the world, anything that dared to anger him or obstruct him, he had the urge to destroy them. "Will you submit to me?" Zhao Fu asked coldly. The celestial fire phoenix had no other choice and said fearfully, "As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to submit to you." Swish, an air-piercing sound rang out as the ancient mirror on Zhao Fu's forehead shot out a ray of light into the celestial fire phoenix's body, and a powerful godly spirit restriction spread out within the celestial fire phoenix's body. The celestial fire phoenix did not dare to resist and allowed the restriction to spread within her body. Zhao Fu did not use his 6 desires demonic qi. The celestial fire phoenix could most likely take human form, and if he used the 6 desires demonic qi to control her, she would become even more powerful and submit to Zhao Fu both physically and mentally. However, Zhao Fu's emotions had been stripped away, and this included emotions related to love. Now, even if a peerlessly beautiful woman stood in front of him naked, Zhao Fu would not be moved. He no longer had any interest in women, nor did he have any interest in men. After subduing the celestial fire phoenix, Zhao Fu closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Zhao Fu sensed his surroundings, which was to see if this place was suitable for setting up a magic formation. This place was quite different from other places. Other places only had flames, but this place had such a large fire parasol tree. This parasol tree was no ordinary parasol tree, it contained powerful fire attributes and had powerful celestial energy, so it should be an immortal parasol tree. Just then, Zhao Fu had not just been fighting with the celestial fire phoenix, he had also wanted to take this place. After sensing, Zhao Fu once again opened his eyes, but the results were still quite disappointing. With the immortal parasol tree here, the space here had become stable and the laws were not chaotic, so he could set up a magic formation. However, because of the celestial fire phoenix's incinerate desolation, the space here had once again been destroyed, and it would take over 100 years for it to recover. Zhao Fu could not wait that long, so he could only give up on this place. However, this gave Zhao Fu a bit of hope. There was a place to set up a magic formation in the forbidden area, and if he set up the magic formation, he would be able to send large amounts of celestial qi into the heaven realm, causing the heaven realm to go through changes. Clanging sounds sounded out as the chains binding the celestial fire phoenix loosened and the celestial fire phoenix flew back into the air. The celestial fire phoenix's body gave off countless flames that condensed together, forming a woman with fiery hair, fiery eyes, a peerlessly beautiful face, and a seductive figure. She only had a few feathers covering her important parts. Owner. The celestial fire phoenix bowed towards Zhao Fu in fear. Even now, she was quite afraid of the cold and emotionless Zhao Fu, and he gave off the feeling that he could kill her at any moment. Zhao Fu asked coldly, I want to know if there are any places in the forbidden area that are similar to this place. As a creature from the forbidden area, the celestial fire phoenix was definitely quite familiar with the forbidden area. With her leading the way, Zhao Fu would not need to continue searching. Hearing this, the celestial fire phoenix thought about it and replied, there are many places. Zhao Fu expressionlessly said, take me there. The celestial fire phoenix replied, I'll take you there immediately, but owner, wait for me. Zhao Fu nodded. The celestial fire phoenix turned around and flew towards the immortal parasol tree. It came in front of the immortal parasol tree and shot out a powerful flame from its chest into the immortal parasol tree. The massive immortal parasol tree burned with countless flames and it quickly shrank. In the end, it became a fist-sized fireball and fused into the celestial fire phoenix's chest. A parasol tree mark appeared on the celestial fire phoenix's chest. The celestial fire phoenix had been on the immortal parasol tree for so many years, and it had already refined the immortal parasol tree into a treasure. Not only could it continue to grow, but it could also be taken away at any time. It could even be used as a weapon. Following this, Zhao Fu followed the celestial fire phoenix to a place. There were massive fireballs in the air, looking like suns. They gave off scorching rays of light, and within each fireball was a powerful creature. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to make a move. Its goal was not to kill them. It closed its eyes and sensed its surroundings. It found that this was not a suitable place to build a formation. It could only leave this place and head to the next place. In the second place, there was a massive fire snake. When Zhao Fu and the celestial fire phoenix spirit maiden arrived, it opened its eyes and looked at Zhao Fu and the others warily. It recognized the celestial fire phoenix, and it said in a cold male voice, why have you brought people into my territory? The celestial fire phoenix looked at Zhao Fu before lightly harumphing at the fire snake and saying, don't worry about what we're doing. You'd better behave now, or else my master will teach you a lesson. The fire snake's expression faltered and it looked at Zhao Fu. It knew that the celestial fire phoenix's power was quite terrifying, and this person could tame it by himself. This meant that he definitely had even more power. Moreover, even if the celestial fire phoenix did not say anything, the fire snake could sense how terrifying Zhao Fu was. The divine power that Zhao Fu gave off was incredibly powerful. As such, the fire snake became well-behaved and did not do anything, wanting to see what Zhao Fu was doing here. Zhao Fu once again closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings, but he found that this place was not suitable for him. In the end, he could only leave this place and head to the next place. The third place was a massive flame vortex that continuously spun in the air and gave off a searing heat. It also had a massive suction force, and if anyone got too close, they would definitely be sucked into the vortex. Zhao Fu closed his eyes again and sensed his surroundings, but he found that the spatial laws here were more chaotic than in other places. As such, he could only head to the next place. After looking around, Zhao Fu finally stopped at a place. This place was not suitable for setting up a magic formation, but it had something that Zhao Fu wanted. There was a flaming person in this place that contained a powerful fire source energy and a very strong spiritual nature. Zhao Fu now had a yin-yang soul fire, a metal spirit bone, a wood spirit body, and a water spirit blood. He was only missing two attributes, which were fire and earth. If he could gather those two attributes, Zhao Fu would have gathered the 5 elements of yin and yang. As long as Zhao Fu devoured the fire person, he would be able to obtain fire spirit power. The fire person was a fire giant and looked like an elderly man. When Zhao Fu and the others arrived, he was still asleep and did not show any signs of waking up. Zhao Fu grabbed out with his hand and countless traces of divine power gathered, forming a transparent crystal sword that gave off a terrifying wave of divine power. Following this, Zhao Fu's body flew forwards and quickly arrived in front of the flame giant. Just as he was about to slash out with his sword, a terrifying sword energy appeared. The fire giant suddenly opened its eyes and swung its arm, giving off immense power as it slammed towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if it could easily shatter a mountain. Zhao Fu blocked with his sword and a semicircular barrier of light appeared. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the terrifying fire arm was easily blocked by Zhao Fu. The fire giant looked quite startled, as if it had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such power. It then reacted and raised its other hand to attack Zhao Fu, bringing with it a ferocious gale. Zhao Fu stretched out his other hand and clenched a fist. A massive wave of divine power entered his arm and he vigorously punched out. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two fists collided, causing a terrifying gale to spread out. The massive fire giant was forced back a few steps, but Zhao Fu's body did not move at all. It was difficult to imagine a 10,000-meter-tall fire giant being forced back by a small person. In actuality, to Zhao Fu, this fire giant was not very strong and was even slightly weaker than the celestial fire phoenix. As such, he did not feel much pressure dealing with it. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the fire giant understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was. It exploded out with all of its power, causing massive flames to erupt around its body. The flame giant grabbed out with its hand and flames continuously gathered, forming a spear made of flames. Boom! The flame giant gripped the spear and vigorously stabbed it towards Zhao Fu. The spear was incredibly fast and seemed to be able to pierce through space. It also gave off a heat that caused space to twist. Xing, Zhao Fu's expression did not change and he vigorously slashed out with his sword. A massive rainbow sword light clashed with the spear and a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the flame giant to take another step back. The flame giant looked quite confused. He had released all of his power, but why was he still not a match for Zhao Fu? Scree! A massive phoenix cry sounded out as the celestial fire phoenix appeared behind the flame giant and turned back into its original form. Its massive claws gave off shocking power as they grabbed towards the flame giant. The flame giant was unable to dodge at all and was struck by the celestial fire phoenix's claws, causing a few massive wounds to appear on his body. Roar! The flame giant furiously roared and turned, and its spear gave off massive power as it stabbed towards the celestial fire phoenix. The celestial fire phoenix quickly retreated, avoiding this terrifying spear. Bang! Another explosion sounded out as the flame giant was sent flying back. Zhao Fu once again attacked. The flame giant got up and looked at Zhao Fu and the celestial fire phoenix with an unsightly expression before turning and running. The flame giant could not even defeat one of Zhao Fu and the celestial fire phoenix, let alone two. As such, the flame giant decided to run. Seeing the flame giant run, Zhao Fu did not move and sent a massive wave of divine power into the ancient mirror on his forehead. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the ancient mirror shot out a massive ray of light that contained destructive power towards the flame giant. It was incredibly fast, and in just an instant, the flame giant felt quite startled and dodged to the side. However, he was unable to dodge, and his shoulder was pierced by the ray of light, leaving a large hole in it. The flame giant held in pain. The celestial fire phoenix grasped this opportunity. Its body gave off countless traces of flames that gathered in front of it, forming a massive fireball that shot towards the flame giant. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the fireball exploded, and a shocking explosive power spread out, sending the flame giant flying back. It looked to be quite injured. Roar! The flame giant was furious to the extreme and roared as it madly swung its spear, sending out waves of terrifying energy towards Zhao Fu and the celestial fire phoenix, giving off terrifying sounds. An energy shield appeared around Zhao Fu and the immortal fire phoenix, blocking the incoming energy. Bang bang bang, the waves of energy were extremely terrifying as they continuously struck the defensive barrier, causing loud sounds to ring out. Some cracks also appeared on the defensive barrier. However, this ferocious attack did not last for long. The flame giant exhausted a large amount of energy and stopped. Next, it was time for Xiaofu to counterattack. Clang clang clang, sword hums continuously sounded out as Xiaofu slashed out sword lights towards the flame giant. The sword lights contained terrifying power and slashed open wounds on the flame giant's body, causing it to continuously howl. Boom, Xiaofu sent large amounts of divine power into the sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive sword light that gave off world-destroying power and a thunderous aura as it slashed forwards. The flame giant blocked with its spear in fear and gave off a massive wave of flame power, wanting to defend against this terrifying sword light. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the flame giant was sent flying very far away and crashed into the air. It did not even have the strength to crawl back up, and the flames around its body became much dimmer and were not as powerful as before. Xiaofu did not show any mercy and came to the flame giant's side and slashed off its head. The flame giant's massive body quickly collapsed, turning into countless flames and dissipating. Finally, a heart formed from flames appeared, and it was beating vigorously, giving off thumping sounds. This was most likely the flame giant's heart, and it contained all of the flame giant's power. The heart was 10 or so meters wide, and Xiaofu grabbed at it. A massive wave of divine power brought the heart to him, and Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the air, preparing to absorb the flame giant's heart. The celestial fire phoenix obediently returned to its human form and waited with the spirit maiden. The 10-meter-wide flame giant's heart floated in front of Xiaofu, and Xiaofu's body gave off a suction force. The flame giant's power turned into ribbons that stretched into Xiaofu's body. After the massive wave of flame giant's power entered Xiaofu's body, it flowed into Xiaofu's heart, and Xiaofu's heart was enveloped by flames. Xiaofu felt an intense pain in his heart, as if his heart was being roasted by flames. However, Xiaofu's expression did not change at all. In the myriad god state, his sense of pain was greatly reduced. Flame giant's power continuously flowed into Xiaofu's heart, and gradually, Xiaofu's heart also contained flame giant's power. As the flame giant's power continuously flowed into Xiaofu's body, the flame giant's body became smaller and smaller. In the end, it disappeared, and all of its power flowed into Xiaofu's heart, causing Xiaofu's heart to burn with a fiery flame, and it contained a powerful spirituality. The heart continuously beat, and waves of flame giant's power spread to its peak. Many small flames appeared around Xiaofu's body, giving off a powerful wave of heat. Xiaofu had successfully obtained the fire spirit's heart. Now, Xiaofu had the yin-yang soul fire, the wood spirit body, the metal spirit bone, the water spirit blood, and the fire spirit heart. Even though he was very happy, Xiaofu's expression did not change at all. The myriad god state was incredibly powerful, and it was Xiaofu's most powerful state. The myriad god power was also Xiaofu's most powerful divine power, but it also made Xiaofu lose a lot of joy. He could not be happy, nor could he feel pain, and it was quite boring. Xiaofu retracted the fire spirit's heart's power, and the small flames around his body and the heat disappeared. His expression was still cold as he said, "Let's go." Following this, Xiaofu followed the celestial fire phoenix to other places, but in the end, Xiaofu still died, and there was no suitable place to build a teleportation channel. It seemed that the ability to stabilize space and repair laws was the celestial parasol tree's unique ability. It was a pity that this ability took a long time, and even if Xiaofu went to another place, he would not be able to stabilize the space there in a short period of time. Now, Xiaofu had checked all of the places that were similar to where the celestial fire phoenix was. If he wanted to find another place to build a teleportation channel, he would have to head to the core region of the forbidden area. Xiaofu stood there and thought for a while before deciding to head to the core region. As Xiaofu and the others got closer and closer to the core region, the temperature became higher and higher. Even the spatial laws melted, and Emperor Heaven Realm experts would be vaporized if they went in. Xiaofu once again unleashed his divine power. Large amounts of divine power condensed and started to crystallize, forming a crystal defensive barrier that covered Xiaofu and the others and resisted the terrifying heat. However, the three of them had not flown very far before the immense heat started to melt some parts of the crystal defensive barrier. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the 7 stars once again gave off 7 types of Emperor Stars power. With the support of the 7 Emperor Stars, the crystal barrier gave off a 7-colored light, resisting the intense heat and no longer melting. They continued onwards. However, as they got closer and closer to the core region, the temperature became more and more absurd. Even the barrier strengthened by the 7 Emperor Stars could not withstand the heat and started to melt some parts. Some of the heat had already seeped into the barrier, roasting Zhao Fu and the others' bodies. Even the celestial fire phoenix was unable to withstand this terrifying heat, and beads of sweat appeared on its body. Zhao Fu could only stop. He was too weak and could not enter the core region at all. Since they could not enter the core region, there was no value in exploring this forbidden area. As such, Zhao Fu said, "Let's go." The spirit maiden looked quite disappointed and lightly nodded. The temperature at the core region was so terrifying that it would be impossible to enter without spirit realm cultivation. They could only go to the other forbidden areas to have a look. Apart from this burning spirit forbidden area, there were 3 other forbidden areas. Zhao Fu hoped that he would be able to make some gains there. Otherwise, there would not be any other celestial world cracks, and he would have to find the half-celestial world. The celestial fire phoenix did not say anything and obediently followed behind Zhao Fu. The 3 of them left the burning spirit forbidden area and came outside. Zhao Fu retracted his 10,000 godly power and returned to his original appearance. Even though his aura was still quite powerful, it was not as cold as before, causing the spirit maiden and the celestial fire phoenix to feel slightly more at ease. "Zhao Fu, which forbidden area are we going to next?" the spirit maiden asked as a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Zhao Fu took out a jade disc and looked at it before smiling as he said, "Since there is no suitable place to set up a magic formation in this burning spirit forbidden area, let's head to the next forbidden area, the ghost refining region." The celestial fire phoenix asked curiously, "Master, what are you trying to do? Why do we need to find a place to set up a magic array in the Forbidden Land? There are almost no such places in the Forbidden Land because the void of the Forbidden Land is in chaos and collapse." Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "I need a large amount of immortal qi. I can only look for it in the forbidden grounds formed by the cracks in the immortal world." Seeing that Zhao Fu's attitude had become much better, the celestial fire phoenix smiled and replied, "All right, I understand. Also, Master, that state you were in just then was quite scary. I didn't even dare to talk to you." Zhao Fu chuckled. "In that state, my emotions are almost stripped away. That's why I'm like that. Usually, I don't enter that state." The celestial fire phoenix nodded. "I forgot to tell you my name. It's Feng Wuya." Zhao Fu responded and brought the 2 of them to the next forbidden area. Boom, a terrifying saber light sent a pretty-looking young man flying back. The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he did not show any signs of stopping and continued to run. There were 5 people chasing after him, and the one at the front was a handsome-looking young man holding a red saber. It was him who had just unleashed that saber light. They all had Western looks, golden hair, and blue eyes. The handsome-looking young man chased as he loudly laughed and said, "My good little brother, keep running. Do you think you'll be able to escape?" The pretty-looking young man looked furious and turned to look at the handsome-looking young man before continuing to run. The handsome-looking young man and his people continued to chase after him, and he gave a savage smile as he slashed out again. A saber light slammed into the pretty-looking young man's body, and the pretty-looking young man was once again sent flying. A gash appeared on his back, from which blood continuously flowed out. The pretty-looking young man endured the pain and continued to fly because he knew that if he stopped, he would definitely die at the handsome-looking young man's hands. The handsome-looking young man gave a mocking smile and did not panic as he continued to chase after him. Just as the handsome-looking young man was about to catch up to the pretty-looking young man, at this moment, Zhao Fu's group of 3 arrived here using the void ring and appeared in front of the pretty-looking young man. The pretty-looking young man was overjoyed when he saw this and said, "Hurry up and save me. I'm the holy son of the western half-immortal world. If you can save me, I'll definitely give you a lot of benefits." Zhao Fu's group of 3 had just arrived, so they could not react in time. The handsome-looking young man ordered his people to surround Zhao Fu's group of 3, including the pretty-looking young man. My good little brother, you're really stupid. You actually asked 3 people who are weaker than you for help. With your intelligence, I should have killed you. The handsome-looking young man mocked loudly. Hearing this, the pretty-looking young man reacted. He sensed that Zhao Fu's group of 3 were indeed slightly weaker than him. He did not think too much about it, as he would not let go of a chance to live. But now that the 3 of them were weaker than him, he was really going to die here. Zhao Fu sensed that the 2 young men were both in the void realm and had sacred bloodlines. They should be the holy sons of the half-immortal world. Zhao Fu did not know what grudges they had, but his goal was to go to the forbidden area, so he did not want to get involved. He said to the handsome young man, I won't interfere in this matter. Let us leave. The handsome young man smiled disdainfully and said, You think you're qualified to talk to me? If I want you to leave, I'll let you leave. If I don't want you to leave, I won't let you leave. Zhao Fu frowned, Don't go too far. The handsome young man laughed and said, So what if I go too far? I'm the holy son of the western half-immortal world. I don't care who you are. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll let you go. The pretty-looking young man looked around nervously and planned to find another opportunity to escape. Zhao Fu's group of 3 was no longer in his concern. However, he found that it was not possible for him to force his way out by himself, so he said to Zhao Fu's group of 3, He won't let the 3 of you go. You'll definitely die here. If you help me escape, I'll take care of your families. He wanted Zhao Fu's group of 3 to stall these people and give him a chance to escape. The handsome young man looked at Feng Wuyi and Ling Ji and laughed lewdly, That's not necessarily true. I'll kill the man, but I'll take the 2 beauties back and enjoy them. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he looked at the group of people in front of him, You're seeking death. Boom. Zhao Fu directly exploded out with a terrifying power and slashed towards the handsome young man. The handsome young man's expression changed. He did not expect Zhao Fu to suddenly explode out with such great power. However, the handsome young man did not panic. He stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power flowed out, forming a semicircular barrier that blocked Zhao Fu's attack. The handsome young man said coldly, Kill him, but leave the woman. Yes. The 4 people surrounding Zhao Fu were all Void Realm experts, and they obeyed. They gave off a massive wave of power and prepared to kill Zhao Fu. Boom, a massive wave of flames containing enough power to burn everything spread out. Everyone felt quite startled and quickly retreated, and a 10,000-meter wide fire phoenix appeared before them. Feng Wuyi said angrily, Master. Let me teach these people a lesson. Zhao Fu lightly nodded. The handsome young man looked delighted. He had never thought that Feng Wuyi would be a phoenix, and such a powerful one at that. Now, they were saved. Even if they could not defeat her big brother, they would be able to escape. The handsome young man's expression became serious. Scree! Feng Wuyi gave a cry and spat out a searing flame that contained terrifying power. It spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. Even though the other 4 people also had Void Realm cultivation, they were evidently not as strong as Feng Wuyi. They released defensive barriers to defend against the terrifying flames as they retreated. The handsome young man released a defensive barrier, but it successfully blocked Feng Wuyi's flames. He was not weak at all. Boom, as soon as Feng Wuyi stopped attacking, the handsome young man slashed towards her with his saber, sending out a massive saber light that tore apart space. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out an eerie and terrifying sword light containing shocking power towards the saber light. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the sword light and saber light collided, causing light to shoot everywhere and a shockwave to ripple out. Zhao Fu held the emperor-killing sword in one hand, while his other arm had become a ghostly claw. Zhao Fu had already used the reincarnation path's power. The handsome young man frowned. Zhao Fu gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. When the handsome young man saw that Zhao Fu was confronting his brother, and that the other 4 Emptiness Realm experts were being suppressed by the Fire Phoenix, he suddenly unleashed a burst of power. He transformed into a beam of light and dashed to the side. This was the best time to escape. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown far away. Now, as long as he escaped back, he would be able to live. Moreover, he could report this matter to the higher-ups. The family forbade brothers from killing each other. At that time, his brother wouldn't be able to inherit the half-immortal world. If he couldn't become the inheritor of the half-immortal world, there wouldn't be many people who would support him and his status would fall. At that time, he would make his brother pay him back tenfold and he might even become the inheritor. The handsome young man's goal was to become the successor. He wanted to kill his younger brother to reduce his competitiveness. Moreover, this matter had the support of a higher being. He would cover up the fact that he had killed his younger brother, but he had to do it covertly. Ever since he was young, he had never been able to get along with this younger brother of his, and he disliked him very much. Originally, he wanted to make fun of him before killing him, but he did not expect Xiao Fu and the others to appear. Now that he saw his brother trying to escape, he did not hesitate and said, "Don't worry about these people, chase him for me." The handsome young man led his people and quickly chased after him. Xiao Fu wanted to stop the handsome-looking young man because the handsome-looking young man had angered him. However, Xiao Fu did not like the handsome-looking young man either. That person had used them to block him while he ran away. After thinking about it, if he tried to stop him, he would be helping the handsome young man. As such, Xiao Fu did not do anything. However, if he let the handsome young man go like this, Xiao Fu would feel quite displeased and wanted to chase after him to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. "Forget it, Xiao Fu. Don't get involved in this troublesome matter, it's more important to find a place to set up a magic formation," the spirit maiden said. Hearing this, Xiao Fu thought about it and gave up on chasing after him. This was a matter between saint-tier factions, and it would be quite troublesome if he got involved. Feng Wuyi returned to her human form, and Xiao Fu planned to throw out the void bracelet and head towards the forbidden area. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a beautiful woman with long silver hair and a graceful figure in a silver robe appeared in front of Xiao Fu and the others, giving off a massive aura. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes fell on Xiao Fu's body as she asked anxiously, "Did you see anyone nearby?" Xiao Fu looked at the beautiful woman and felt that she looked like a handsome young man, and her aura was quite similar as well. Seeing how she was asking so anxiously, she was most likely his mother. She was most likely here to save that handsome young man. As mentioned before, Xiao Fu did not like that handsome young man. Just as he was about to say that he did not know, boom, another massive explosion sounded out as a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a haughty aura appeared. She was wearing a golden palace dress and gave off a massive aura as she smiled and said, "Fourth sister. They're just here to play, don't be so nervous." She looked quite similar to the handsome young man and was most likely his mother. The silver-robed woman said coldly, "Third sister, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. The six of us have expended a large amount of our cultivation to help our husband break through to the celestial realm. Soon, he'll ascend to the celestial world, but you want to kill my son so that your son can become the legatee. How could I agree?" The haughty woman's expression became cold as she said, "You can't blame me for this, it's your son's fault for wanting to become the legatee. Moreover, you didn't rope in any higher beings to support your son." The silver-robed woman coldly laughed as she said, "Why can your son be the legatee but not mine? I usually give in to you in order to not make things difficult for our husband, but do you really think that I'm easy to bully?" The haughty woman said disdainfully, "With my status and bloodline, what right do you have to fight with me?" The silver-robed woman looked furious and could not help but take out a saber as she charged at the haughty woman. The haughty woman coldly harumphed and did not show any fear as she took out a sword and charged at the haughty woman. Boom! Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as the two of them started an intense battle in the air. Terrifying shockwaves continuously spread out, causing the space around them to continuously shatter. The terrifying auras caused people to tremble. "Xiao Fu, let's leave as soon as possible," the spirit maiden said worriedly as she sensed the terrifying shockwaves. Xiao Fu lightly laughed, "Don't be in such a hurry." Perhaps they were both higher beings in the past, which was why their battle was so terrifying. However, they're only at the void realm now, so there's no need to be afraid of them. Feng Wuyi lightly laughed as she said, "I also want to see which one of them is more powerful. It's best if both of them are heavily injured, it's all because their sons are so annoying." Boom, the silver-robed woman sent a massive amount of power into the saber in her hand, causing it to shine with an intense silver light. She vigorously slashed out, and 10 or so saber lights left behind saber marks as they slashed forwards with shocking power. The arrogant woman sent some of her power into her sword, causing it to give off boundless sword chi, forming an enormous sword dragon. It gave off a massive roar and gave off terrifying sword chi as it rushed forwards. Bang! The saber light and sword chi dragon clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion that continuously tore space apart and light illuminated the surroundings. Both of them were sent back 10 or so meters by the shockwave. The silver-robed woman was worried that her son was in danger, and she said savagely, "Third sister, don't blame me if you continue to stop me." The arrogant woman said provocatively, "Then show me if you can defeat me with your power." Boom! The silver-robed woman could not take it anymore and exploded out with all of her power. An enormous silver aura flame appeared around her as she shot forwards, leaving behind a silver trail. Boom! The arrogant woman's expression was serious and she did not dare to be careless. She exploded out with all of her power, causing her body to give off a golden aura flame. Wild gales continuously blew as she rushed towards the silver-robed woman, leaving behind a golden trail. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out one after another and shockwaves spread out continuously. Space itself was constantly shattering and collapsing. The terrifying aura caused everyone's hairs to stand on end and their bodies to turn cold. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as both of them unleashed their most terrifying attacks, resulting in terrifying explosions. Both of them flew backwards and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Their faces were pale and they were heavily injured. The arrogant woman's expression was sharp as she turned to look at Zhao Fu and said, "Boy, she no longer has any power. Now, she no longer has any power. Listen to me and kill her. I will give you everything you want." Now that both of them were heavily injured and did not have much power, in order to save her son, she could only choose to kill the silver-robed woman. Hearing that the arrogant woman wanted to kill her, the silver-robed woman's expression became cold as she said to Zhao Fu, "Now you understand how vicious she is. If you do as she says, you won't have a good ending. If you listen to me and kill her, I'll give you everything you want." The haughty woman hurriedly said, "My status is far more noble than hers. If you dare to kill me, the consequences will be dire. My mother is a member of another saint-class power. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down by 2 saint-class powers. But if you listen to me and kill her, I can guarantee that nothing will happen to you. You can rest assured." The silver-robed woman's expression was quite unsightly as she quickly said to Zhao Fu, "Don't believe her words or you'll regret it." Zhao Fu chuckled, "All right. Stop fighting. I won't kill either of you, so you should give me everything I want." The 2 beautiful women were startled. They didn't understand what Zhao Fu meant. Clang! Clang! 2 sounds of chains suddenly rang out. 2 chains shot out from the void where Zhao Fu was, quickly binding the bodies of the 2 beautiful women. With a pull, the 2 beautiful women were pulled towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his hands and hugged the 2 beautiful women. The 2 beautiful women felt quite startled and they struggled as they said with cold expressions, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, "Your sons have offended me, so you need to pay for them." The haughty woman coldly laughed as she said, "You're simply too daring. Not only are we from a saint-class power, but we're also the women of a saint-class power's leader. Moreover, our husband has become an immortal. If you dare to touch me, I'll see how you die." The silver-robed woman tried to persuade him, "She's right. If you do that, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Our husband will definitely chase you to the ends of the world. If you let me go, I won't pursue this matter." Zhao Fu did not hold back as he played with the things on the 2 beautiful women's chests and lightly laughed as he said, "Immortals are very terrifying and saint-class powers are also very terrifying. However, I've offended countless people. I'm not afraid at all, unless you can find me." The haughty woman and the silver-robed woman were shocked. They had already revealed their identities, yet this person still dared to do this. Moreover, he did not seem to be afraid at all. Just who was he? He was not afraid of immortals or saint-class powers. Now, they had no power to resist at all. Just now, the 6 of them had broken through to the immortal realm for their husband, and their cultivation had fallen to the emptiness realm. They were originally almighty existences and could casually kill Zhao Fu. However, they were only at the emptiness realm and were heavily injured, which was why they were easily subdued by Zhao Fu. If they had known that Zhao Fu was such a person, they would have killed Zhao Fu long ago. Moreover, they did not know what kind of magic this kid had, but under his play, their faces flushed red and their bodies became powerless. The silver-robed woman panted as she said, "Don't do this. The consequences will be severe." Now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. Even if they let the two of them go, the consequences would be the same. Moreover, Zhao Fu wanted to vent his anger on them. They could only blame their sons for this, everything had started because of them. Zhao Fu lowered his head and kissed the silver-robed woman. The silver-robed woman lightly struggled before responding to Zhao Fu intensely. The haughty woman's face flushed red and she lightly harumphed, "Third sister, you really are a slut. You actually dared to be intimate with another man." Zhao Fu turned and kissed the haughty woman's fragrant lips, and the haughty woman responded even more intensely to Zhao Fu. Feng Wuyi stood at the side and blushed as she said to the spirit maiden, "Has master always been like this?" The spirit maiden's face became slightly red, and she felt a bit helpless as she said softly, "Yes. He has this hobby, and he has never been able to resist other people's mothers or wives." On the other side, the handsome-looking young man had caught up to the pretty-looking young man. This time, the handsome-looking young man did not want to waste any more time, and he raised his saber, wanting to kill the pretty-looking young man. The pretty-looking young man begged in fear, "Third brother, please don't kill me. I can promise that I won't fight with you for the position of successor. I can even leave the half-celestial world. Please spare me." Seeing the pretty-looking young man begging for mercy, the handsome-looking young man felt quite suspicious. After all, they were brothers, but for the position of successor, the handsome-looking young man made up his mind and prepared to kill the pretty-looking young man. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a tall and slim woman wearing a white palace dress and giving off a dignified aura appeared. Seeing this woman, the handsome-looking young man quickly put away his saber and lowered his head as he called out, "Auntie." The person who had come was one of his father's wives, and she was the person that his father valued the most. She had an extremely high status in the faction, and almost no one dared to offend her. After all, offending her would only result in death. The pretty-looking young man was delighted and hurriedly ran to the woman's side as he said, "Auntie. Third brother wants to kill me, you have to save me." The handsome young man hurriedly explained, "Auntie, it's not like that. I was just joking with fourth brother. He's my little brother, so how could I kill him? If I wanted to kill him, I would have done so already. Why would I still be alive?" The woman's expression was cold as she said, "All right, there's no need to say anything else. Your father already knows about this, so you can deal with it when you get back." The handsome young man's face became pale. He knew what the consequences were. Even if his father did not kill him, he would be severely punished, and he would not be able to become the successor. "Auntie, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong, I beg you to plead with my father." The arrogant and handsome young man pleaded with the beautiful woman in the white dress with a fearful expression. The woman in the white dress looked at the handsome young man and sighed, "I understand. However, this can't happen again. As brothers, how could you kill each other for the sake of a successor?" Hearing this, the handsome young man let out a sigh of relief and smiled gratefully as he said, "Thank you, Auntie. I promise there won't be a next time." The handsome young man was quite displeased and said, "Auntie, you can't side with third brother. If it wasn't for the fact that I escaped quickly, I would have been killed by him." The woman in the white dress comforted him, "Auntie understands this and won't let you suffer." The handsome young man smiled and said, "Thank you, Auntie." The woman in the white dress asked curiously, "Where's your mothers? Didn't they get here before me?" The handsome young man and the handsome young man were quite confused, they didn't see their mothers. The beautiful woman in the white dress frowned and said, "Now, you two can go back. Your father and the others are all waiting for you. Take care of things together, and I'll go find your mothers." The handsome young man and handsome young man nodded, and the woman in the white dress flew off. Bastard, scum, scum. At this moment, the arrogant woman was the handsome young man's mother, and she was cursing at Zhao Fu while doing it with Zhao Fu. The silver-robed woman was also immersed in it and moaned lewdly. The spirit maiden and Feng Wuye's faces were red as they watched the three of them doing it. The woman in the white dress flew over to find the other two women. After a while, the woman in the white dress still could not find the two women. Logically speaking, the two women should have been here a long time ago, so why couldn't she see them? Did something happen? After carefully sensing the surrounding void, the beautiful woman in the white dress discovered that there was a barrier in one of the void ruins. The white-robed beauty pondered for a moment before flying toward the barrier. After arriving before the barrier, the beautiful woman in white found that it was just a simple soundproofing barrier that could be easily destroyed. She waved her hand and a wave of energy burst out, creating a hole in the barrier, and the beautiful woman in white flew in. Immediately, the white-robed beautiful woman stared in disbelief because she had heard the two women's extremely lewd voices. How could they make such sounds? Even when they were making love with their husband, they did not make such a sound. What are they doing now? She wouldn't do it with a man, right? Although they didn't get along very well, they had always loved her husband deeply, so they wouldn't betray him. Then why are they making such noises? The white-robed woman was shocked and carefully flew forwards. As she got closer and closer to the source of the sound, her heart began to beat faster and faster, and she became more and more nervous. Finally, he arrived in front of the ruins and saw the three of them in the middle of intense sex. Boom, the white-robed woman's mind felt as if it had exploded, and her mind went blank. She had never thought that this was true. The two of them had betrayed her husband and were so lewd. Following this, a wave of fury rose up in her heart and she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The six of them had broken through to the celestial realm for their husband, and their cultivations had greatly fallen. Now, they were still in a weak state. This anger caused the white-robed woman to cough up blood, and her aura and power became chaotic as if she had been heavily injured. The prideful woman and the silver-robed woman also noticed the white-robed woman, and they looked ashamed. They did not have the face to see the white-robed woman, but their bodies became even more excited as they did it with Zhao Fu. Looking at the white-robed woman who had delivered herself to him, Zhao Fu did not hold back, and a chain shot out and tied her up. The white-robed woman struggled with all her might, but she was heavily injured and did not have much strength to resist. Her power was sealed by Zhao Fu, and she began to do it with Zhao Fu. In the end, Feng Wei looked at the three women's expressions of enjoyment and could not help but join in as well. Looking at Zhao Fu continuously doing it with her, she found that she liked it better when her master was like this than when he was cold. The spirit maiden's face was red, and she also joined in, making sounds that even she could not imagine. Within a tall and luxurious room, a handsome middle-aged man with a mustache sat at the very top, and he gave off the might of an celestial. There were three beautiful women sitting next to him. One had a slim figure and a cold expression, one had a voluptuous figure and gave off a flirtatious aura, and one wore a blue palace dress and gave off a gentle aura. Below them were a handsome young man and a delicate-looking young man. There were a few people standing on either side of them, both male and female. Their auras and appearances were similar to the middle-aged man's, and they were most likely the middle-aged man's children. The handsome young man knelt on the ground and said obediently, "Father, I was in the wrong this time. I was in the wrong this time and almost did such a disgraceful thing. Please punish me heavily, and I won't complain." The handsome middle-aged man coldly harumphed, "So you still know that you were in the wrong?" The handsome young man knelt on the ground and lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Taking the initiative to admit his mistakes was the best option, and he hoped that his father would not be too angry. The delicate-looking young man looked like he was kneeling on the ground, but he was inwardly delighted. As his big brother, he was going to suffer this time. "See heir. Get up, this isn't your fault." Hearing his father's words, a smile appeared on the delicate-looking young man's face, and he stood up as he said in a hypocritical tone, "Father, I think third brother is in the wrong. I think third brother is wrong, please don't punish third brother too much." The middle-aged man could immediately tell that the delicate-looking young man was quite excited, and he glared at him as he said with a trace of anger, "Everyone in this room is my family. I don't want to see you all kill each other for benefits and disregard your family. What's wrong with being united and harmonious? Also, when have I ever sided with anyone?" Hearing his words, everyone lowered their heads obediently, not daring to say a word. The flirtatious beautiful woman next to him said, "Husband, don't be angry. They most likely won't do something like this again in the future." The middle-aged man breathed out and calmed the anger in his heart before saying, I'll ascend to the celestial realm soon, and I'm not the only one who can decide the matters of the faction. There are other elders who will take care of it, so don't worry about it. After I go to the celestial world, I will send down all sorts of celestial pills and celestial medicines to help your mother and you all become celestials. Only by becoming celestials will you have eternity and no longer have to fear any threats. Everyone replied in unison, we understand. Looking at his children, the middle-aged man relaxed and announced the punishment for the handsome-looking young man. He would lose his rights as the successor and would have to reflect on his mistakes for 10 years before he could leave. If he did it again, his cultivation would be crippled and he would be chased out of the faction. No one would be able to interact with him, and the faction's elders would carry out this. The handsome-looking young man's face was quite pale, but this was the best outcome. There was no real punishment for him, so he immediately said, Thank you, Father, for giving me a lighter punishment. I will definitely not do it again. The middle-aged man relaxed and thought of something. Why haven't your mother and aunt come back yet? The handsome-looking young man and the delicate-looking young man shook their heads. The middle-aged man felt that nothing had happened, so he did not continue to ask and continued to arrange things for him after he ascended to the celestial world. Husband. I want more. The beautiful woman in the white dress wrapped herself around Zhao Fu and was completely immersed in it. She continued to do indescribable things with Zhao Fu. Half a day later, the arrogant-looking woman's face was red as she leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace. You're really not afraid of death. If our husband finds out about this, you'll definitely die a horrible death. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I already said that I'm not afraid. Let alone you, I've even enjoyed true celestials before. The women did not doubt this because they had talked to Zhao Fu in depth and understood how terrifying Zhao Fu's power and bloodline were. There was no need for Zhao Fu to lie to them. The beautiful woman in the white dress leaned against Zhao Fu's other side and said seriously, just who are you? How are you going to deal with us? Our bodies have been toyed with by you, and if we go back, our husband will definitely find out. I don't want him to suffer because of this, we've let him down this time. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, Of course we'll go back together. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. As for my identity, I'll tell you in the future. The silver-robed woman said worriedly, If I leave with you, I'll worry about my son in the future, so I can't leave with you. The proud-looking woman said worriedly, Now that husband knows that my son has done such a thing, he'll definitely punish him severely. I'm quite worried about him and don't want to leave with you. The white-robed woman sighed, I don't want to leave either. Not only do I not want to be separated from my husband, but I've also developed deep feelings for him after staying in the faction for so long. But I'm really worried that my husband will find out about this. The arrogant beauty said, Husband will ascend to the immortal world soon. At that time, it will be difficult for us to even see him. As long as we are careful, we should be fine. Big sister, let's not go with this fellow. Zhao Fu felt quite displeased. These three beautiful women did not want to leave with him. Could it be that they had some resistance to the 6 desires demonic qi? After all, the three of them were almighty beings, and their cultivation would recover very quickly. It was also at this time that Zhao Fu dared to violate them. Normally, when they saw such a terrifying almighty being, they would have to lower their heads and pay their respects. Zhao Fu thought about it, he had so many women that he could not even count them. If they did not want to leave with him, he would just let them be. Zhao Fu said, Since you don't want to leave with me, I won't force you. I still have things to do later, so I'll be leaving first. The proud-looking woman said angrily, You primal chaos, you want to leave after possessing our bodies? We don't want to leave because we have something to worry about. If we don't have anything to worry about, we can leave with you. Can't you understand us? Zhao Fu said helplessly, Then what do you want me to do? The proud-looking woman thought about it and said, You should wait here for a while. After our husband ascends to the immortal world, we can do it with you every day. How about that? The silver-robed woman and the white-robed woman thought about how they would be violated by Zhao Fu every day, and their faces became red. The white-robed woman felt quite troubled as she said, Aren't we letting down our husband too much? The proud-looking woman teased as she said, Big sister, don't say that. Let's not talk about this. You should know what it was like when you were under this guy just now. The white-robed woman's face became red and she did not say anything else. However, Zhao Fu said, "No. I don't have time to wait for you, I have something important to do in the boundless void, and I have many things to take care of." The three women looked quite troubled, they did not want to leave, nor did they want Zhao Fu to leave. However, Zhao Fu had many things to take care of. In the end, Zhao Fu thought about it and agreed that he would come here to accompany them when he had time. The three women thought about it and could only agree. In the end, the proud-looking woman rode on Zhao Fu's body and wanted Zhao Fu to satisfy them. The next day, the three women completely indulged themselves and left all sorts of marks in the ruins. Their faces were red as they returned to their factions. In order to prevent their husband and son from discovering them, they said that they would go into closed-door cultivation for a few days, which made their husband and son feel quite strange. The middle-aged man completely believed in his wife and did not think too much about it. Moreover, he was mainly preparing to ascend to the celestial realm. As for his two sons, they would not think about what had happened between their mother and Zhao Fu. This could only be blamed on them. If they had not caused trouble for Zhao Fu, such a thing would not have happened. Zhao Fu, Feng Wuyi, and the spirit maiden came to the second forbidden area, the ghost refining domain. It was said that these small celestial realm cracks were formed by battles between peerless experts. Because the burning spirit forbidden area had a peerless expert's arm that contained a terrifying celestial fire, the forbidden area was dominated by celestial fire. It was said that the ghost refining domain was created when two experts accidentally blasted open a celestial realm nether domain. The celestial realm nether domain had countless immortal ghost chi, and a few ghosts had also run to the lower realms. In addition, countless ghosts had been attracted by the immortal ghost chi and rushed here, forming such a terrifying forbidden area. Zhao Fu and the other two stood in the air, and the area in front of them was covered by a grey ghost chi. It was unknown how big it was, but it seemed boundless. Without any hesitation, Zhao Fu directly entered. The first feeling was a bone-piercing cold. Not only was the ghost refining domain filled with ghost chi, but it was also filled with a terrifying coldness. This coldness was not any weaker than the heat of the burning spirit forbidden area, and it was equally terrifying. Zhao Fu was not too worried here. Compared to the burning spirit forbidden area, Zhao Fu was more confident here. This was because Zhao Fu had the Ghost Race Emperor Star, the 6 Paths Demon Images, and the 9 Paths Reincarnation power that he had created. He was definitely more confident than he was in the burning spirit forbidden area. For example, that terrifying coldness, Zhao Fu could withstand it without a defensive barrier. Arg, a series of howls sounded out, and not long after Zhao Fu and the others entered, savage ghosts started to howl and gave off powerful auras as they charged at Zhao Fu and the others. The scene was incredibly terrifying, and countless ghosts flooded towards Zhao Fu like a tsunami. They gave off massive sounds and shook the surroundings. Since this place was called a forbidden region, it naturally had its own terrifying aspects. Even the powerful Feng Wei felt quite nervous. The spirit maiden was quite weak right now, and seeing such a terrifying ghost horde, her expression became quite serious. Zhao Fu walked forwards by himself, and facing the horde of ghosts, he did not show any fear at all. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as if something had been shattered. A towering ghostly flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body, and boundless grey light spread out. The space around him seemed to be locked down by a formless power, causing everything to fall into a state of stillness and giving off an immense sense of pressure. The temperature of the entire world plummeted, becoming bone-chillingly cold. Countless people in this world could not help but tremble in fear. The left side of Zhao Fu's face became crimson red, making him look incredibly savage. He looked like a devil, and he had grown fangs. The pale white eyeball on his forehead became rainbow-colored, and at the same time, a thin opening appeared in Zhao Fu's eye sockets, giving off an unimaginably terrifying power. 9 grey runic circles floated out with Zhao Fu at the center, each larger than the last, and they were about 30 centimeters apart. Right now, Zhao Fu was like a ghost immortal, and the terrifying aura that he gave off alone overwhelmed the aura that the entire horde of ghosts gave off. The ferocious ghosts were now scared witless, and they quickly retreated. Some of the ghosts even knelt to the ground as if they had seen their ancestor. The heaven-toppling ghostly aura instantly collapsed. After arriving here, Zhao Fu did not hesitate and directly entered Ghost Immortal mode. After coming here, he would definitely enter Ghost Immortal mode, so Zhao Fu decided to use Ghost Immortal mode in advance to avoid some trouble. Feng Wuya looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Before, when Zhao Fu had entered the Pantheon state, that power had been enough to make her feel fear. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a terrifying power. Her master was simply too terrifying. It seemed that she hadn't followed the wrong person. Thinking to there, Feng Wuya felt very happy. The Spirit Maiden was also astonished. This was the first time she had witnessed the power of her Ghost Immortal mode. Zhao Fu flew forward, and Feng Wuyi and the Spirit Maiden followed behind him. Giving off this Ghost Immortal aura that surpassed the heavens and earth, all the ghosts and monsters along the way immediately fled upon seeing Zhao Fu, not daring to stay for even a moment. Zhao Fu also caused a sensation in the ghost refining domain. Run! Run! I heard that a Ghost Immortal barged into our place. It's simply too terrifying. No ghost can stop him. Are you serious? Why would a Ghost Immortal barge into our place? Also, we're ghosts, and we have the same attribute as that Ghost Immortal. What are we afraid of? You brat don't know how terrifying that Ghost Immortal is. It's simply beyond my imagination. Just a glance from afar scared me to death. Under his terrifying aura, even my ghost body collapsed. Have you also seen that Ghost Immortal? I also took a look from afar, and I was so scared that my soul left my body. This is the first time I've felt such terrifying power. Also, this Ghost Immortal has come with ill intentions, which is why so many ghosts are so afraid. That's right. I don't know which ungrateful ghost actually dared to offend Lord Ghost Immortal. Now that Lord Ghost Immortal has come knocking, that ghost will definitely die a miserable death. In any case, not a single ghost in the periphery of the forbidden area dares to stop him. It all depends on the ancient existences in the core of the forbidden area. Right now, everyone stay here obediently. Don't go and cause trouble. If anyone wants to die, then die. Don't implicate everyone. Zhao Fu brought Feng Wuyi and the Spirit Maiden and quickly flew forward, directly flying towards the inner part of the forbidden area. There was no need to look around, there was no place Zhao Fu was looking for. As they got closer and closer to the inner part of the forbidden area, the huge immortal ghost chi became denser and denser. Some places almost crystallized, and the terrifying coldness became more and more terrifying, as if it could freeze a person. When Zhao Fu entered the Ghost Immortal state, his body could withstand the coldness, but Feng Wuyi and the Spirit Maiden had some difficulty. The 9 rune circles around Zhao Fu spread out, emitting countless rays of light. They continuously rotated, forming a rune barrier that enveloped the 3 of them, blocking the terrifying coldness. Boom! Zhao Fu rushed into the inner part of the ghost refining domain without any obstructions. The various powerful ghosts in the ghost refining domain already knew of Zhao Fu, because he had caused such a huge commotion outside, it was impossible for them not to know. Boom! A terrifying ghost with a head of a cow holding a huge iron fork appeared in front of Zhao Fu with a huge aura. Boom! A ghost general wearing grey armor with pure black eyes and a long sword at his waist, giving off a terrifying aura of killing and conquering appeared. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a 10 or so meter tall monster with 3 ghost heads and a powerful human body appeared, giving off shocking ghostly power. Ghosts giving off terrifying auras appeared in front of Zhao Fu and surrounded Zhao Fu. Their auras shook the surroundings, and the atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. Even those far away could sense it. The ghosts looked at Zhao Fu and found that Zhao Fu was not a Ghost Immortal and was only an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator. He was not as terrifying as the rumors said. However, the ghosts did not relax at all. Their faces were still solemn, because even though he was not as terrifying as the rumors said, he was still extremely terrifying. Just the Ghost Immortal power on his body was enough to make them feel fear in their hearts. The massive ghost with a head of a cow and a human body gave off a deafening voice, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Because of the terrifying aura that Zhao Fu gave off, no matter how many experts there were, none of the ghosts dared to act against Zhao Fu. As ghosts that lived in the forbidden area, they had celestial energy and understood some things. They did not fear not only Zhao Fu's power but also Zhao Fu's identity. This Ghost Immortal power was far more terrifying than the power they controlled. Moreover, they could sense the aura of the origin bloodline, and seeing him charge in so brazenly, they did not dare to act against Zhao Fu. They could tell that Zhao Fu was someone from an unimaginable faction, and even the existences in the depths of the forbidden area did not dare to offend such a person, let alone them. As such, they did not act. The massive ghost with a head of a cow and a human body spoke as courteously as possible. Only Zhao Fu would receive such treatment. If an ordinary holy son dared to do this, they would not even know how they died. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all as he looked at the many powerful ghosts giving off terrifying auras and surrounding him tightly, making it seem as if they were going to destroy the heavens. The voice was extremely eerie, as if it had come from the depths of hell. I'm going to find a place where the void is more stable to set up a spell formation. Hearing Zhao Fu's voice, the powerful ghosts felt a chill in their hearts. This person was indeed terrifying, but after hearing Zhao Fu's words, they were all dumbfounded. He had charged into the forbidden area with a monstrous aura just to set up a spell formation? Was there a mistake? The ghosts had thought that Zhao Fu had come to take revenge or forcefully take away their treasures, which was why they had gathered together. Finding a place where they could set up a spell formation was not beneficial to them at all, so the powerful ghosts were able to relax. The massive Minotaur said, "That's not a problem, but this is a void formed by the celestial realm, and it's always in a state of collapse and nothingness. It's almost impossible for you to find a place to set up a spell formation." Zhao Fu could not leave just because the Minotaur said this, so he said, "I'm going to look around first." The Minotaur smiled and said, "Do whatever you want. It won't affect us anyway." The other ghosts did not try to stop him. Because of the conflict of interest, they definitely did not want to offend a terrifying person like Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and flew to the side with Feng Wuyi and the Spirit Maiden. The powerful ghosts did not dare to stop him and opened up a path for him. Feng Wuyi and the Spirit Maiden felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Not only were these powerful ghosts slightly more powerful than them, but there were so many of them that they were not a match for them at all. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu, they would have died if they were surrounded by so many ghosts. Now, they were behind Zhao Fu, looking at Zhao Fu's back with their beautiful eyes. They worshipped Zhao Fu in their hearts. It was his aura that had suppressed these powerful ghosts, making them not dare to attack him or even offend him. Many of the ghosts stood there and watched as Zhao Fu and the others left. Some of the ghosts could not help but speak up. "That kid is way too arrogant. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. I don't even know who he is. I've never felt such terrifying power before. The way I see it, that kid must be a fairy from the immortal plane. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess this power. This power is not something that can be nurtured in the mortal world." Yes. I feel the same way. Also, I feel that his origin bloodline is far more terrifying than ordinary origin bloodlines. Sigh. I feel that it's a pity to let him go. His bloodline and power are so terrifying, and if I devour his flesh and blood, I'll be able to obtain great benefits. Perhaps I'll also obtain that terrifying power. Ha ha ha, if you want to die, you can go alone. Do you think you can kill this kind of person who descended from the immortal realm? Not to mention you alone, even 10 of us would be able to kill him. Moreover, he doesn't need anyone's help to blast you into pieces. He, I feel the same way. The strength that person displayed is not his true strength. There is still some kind of great power hidden within. Alright. Everyone, disperse. There's nothing else to do. Also, if he really is here to find a place to construct a teleportation formation, then ignore him. If you discover that he has other intentions, immediately inform us. I also feel that such a terrifying person has to be quite powerful. Everyone, please be careful. Zhao Fu flew around with Feng Wuyi and the Spirit Maiden, searching for a suitable place to construct a teleportation formation. Some powerful monsters silently followed behind them, keeping an eye on Zhao Fu's every move in order to prevent Zhao Fu from doing anything else. Along the way, all of the monsters gave way to Zhao Fu. In this ghost immortal state, Zhao Fu really could do as he pleased. In the end, just as the powerful monster had said, there was no suitable place to construct a teleportation formation. Zhao Fu thought about it for a moment before turning his gaze toward the core region of the forbidden area. Now that he had the powerful ghost immortal state, his attributes matched the forbidden area's attributes. Zhao Fu could not enter the burning spirit forbidden area's core region, but perhaps this place could. As such, Zhao Fu brought the others and flew toward the core region. After the monsters following behind realized Zhao Fu's goal, they were greatly startled and hurriedly spread the news. The forbidden area's core region was completely different from the outer region. It was hundreds of times more dangerous than the outer region, and the monsters there were all from the celestial world. Normally, they did not dare to take a step close to it. After hearing the news, the monsters all hurried over in shock. By now, Zhao Fu, Feng Wuyi, and the Spirit Maiden had already arrived before the core region. There seemed to be a gray barrier of light ahead, and the ground around it had already crystallized. The cold and gloomy energy that it gave off was extremely terrifying. Zhao Fu's body also felt extremely cold. It could be seen how powerful the celestial ghost qi in the core region was. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu gave off an enormous ghostly flame, and a massive amount of ghostly energy spread out and flowed into the talisman barrier. The talisman barrier gave off a world-shaking power, and it covered the three of them as they flew forwards. Many powerful ghosts watched from afar. They did not have the guts to get close to this place. The talisman barrier flew forwards, and at first, it was able to defend against the terrifying celestial ghost qi. However, as it came closer and closer, the celestial ghost qi was like sharp knives that cut apart the talisman barrier. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as an ultimate ghost immortal power spread out from Zhao Fu's body. In that instant, the entire region was locked down, and countless traces of celestial ghost qi retreated in fear. Within the talisman barrier, Zhao Fu gave off a massive ghostly flame, and the eyeball on his forehead quickly twisted, giving off an eerie, cold, and destructive aura. Powerful ghost immortal power flowed into the talisman barrier, causing it to give off massive power. It no longer cracked, and it became even firmer. 6 gray stone doors that were 3 meters tall and gave off ancient auras appeared in the 6 directions of the talisman barrier, giving off a feeling of suppressing everything. The powerful monsters watching from afar looked incredibly shocked. They could sense that terrifying power from so far away, and their bodies slightly trembled. It seemed that this person was an incredible figure within the ghost race. Bringing with him this aura, Zhao Fu continued to fly towards the core region. Countless traces of terrifying celestial ghost qi started to retreat in fear, but even more celestial ghost qi started to gather, forming a massive shockwave that blasted towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the terrifying shockwave slammed into the 6 stone doors, causing them to tremble and crack as the immortal ghost qi spread out like water. Zhao Fu continued onwards and was about to enter the forbidden area's core. Suddenly, a massive head stretched out from the immortal ghost qi in the sky. It looked like a little boy and had 2 short horns. It had gray-white skin, a pair of pure black eyes, and 2 canine teeth. The head did not give off any terrifying aura or might, but it gave off an indescribable feeling, as if it had transcended the restrictions of Tao and could not be sensed. Seeing this head, the ghosts in the distance were so scared that their souls almost ran out. Their faces were filled with terror, and they did not hesitate to turn and run as if they had seen something incredibly terrifying. Even after running far away, the ghosts still looked terrified, and their hearts thumped wildly. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. The 10,000-meter-tall ghost with the head of a minotaur and the body of a human was quite cowardly, and it said in a daze, "My tortoise. How did we draw out such a terrifying existence?" The 3-headed monster's expression was one of fear, and he was covered in cold sweat. "That scared me to death," he said. "I almost died of fear. I never would have guessed that the kid wouldn't even enter the core area of the restricted area, and that he would attract a terrifying existence." A white-haired elder looked terrified, and his body was still trembling. "Yes, I've long since heard that there are existences of this level in the depths of the forbidden area, and now I've finally seen one." A fat, black-furred ghost said nervously, "We've already run so far, that existence won't chase after us, right? Should we run a bit further?" The Minotaur said. "There's no need. It's not like we drew it out, so its attention won't be on us. I'm quite curious what will happen to that boy when facing such a terrifying existence." The white-haired old man's expression was solemn. "That's hard to say. After all, that brat's identity might be very terrifying. That sort of existence might have some misgivings, but if they had no misgivings, that brat would definitely have died there. The three-headed monster nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. It's his fault for drawing out one of the most terrifying existences in the Forbidden Area's core. That's a celestial-level ghost, a ghost that descended from the celestial world." The head that stuck out was the head of an immortal. It was also one of the most terrifying ghosts in the Forbidden Area. It was a ghost that descended from the immortal world, which was why all the monsters were so scared. Now, they did not dare to go back and take a look. They did not know what had happened there. He turned his gaze there. Zhao Fu stood there nervously, beads of sweat dripping down his body. Almighty existences could easily kill him, and immortal existences could easily blast him into pieces. At the same time, Zhao Fu was just as terrified as the other monsters. This was the first time Zhao Fu had encountered a celestial-level existence, and it was unbelievably powerful. Feng Wuyi and the Spirit Maiden were also incredibly terrified. Seeing such a terrifying ghost, their bodies slightly trembled. The head in the sky looked at Zhao Fu curiously and said in a childish voice, "Who are you? Why do you want to barge in?" Hearing its childish voice, Zhao Fu felt that it was a child and did not seem to be pretending. It did not seem to have any ill intentions, so he let out a sigh of relief and replied, "I'm the emperor of a world, and I want to go into the Forbidden Area to see if there are any suitable places to construct magic formations." The little boy replied, "Oh. But why do you have such powerful ghost celestial power? And it's even more powerful than mine. You're not a ghost celestial, and you have many emperor stars and an initial stage bloodline. You also have a lot of fate." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. All of his information had been revealed, and in front of such a powerful existence, nothing could be hidden. By the side, Feng Wuyi listened to the little boy talk about Zhao Fu and felt quite shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so terrifying. In the end, the little boy said, "It's the first time I've seen someone as special as you. You're hiding so many terrifying things, and you're not from the celestial world." Zhao Fu did not know how to reply and said humbly, "Senior, I've only had slightly better opportunities. My luck is only slightly better, there's no way for me to compare with Senior." The little boy happily laughed and said in a childish voice, "I'm not Senior, I'm still young, I'm only 10,000 years old. Don't call me Senior, call me by my name. My name is Mingjiu, and I come from the underworld immortal world." Zhao Fu felt quite awkward, he was already 10,000 years old, and he was still calling himself young. Zhao Fu did not dare to reveal such an expression, and he obtained some information from the little boy, his name and that he came from the celestial world. Zhao Fu did not know what race the little boy was from, but he was only this old after 10,000 years. Most importantly, he already had celestial-level power. Zhao Fu was just someone from the lower world, so he could not imagine just how terrifying the celestial world was or what terrifying things there were. Zhao Fu replied, I got it. My name is Zhao Fu." In front of the little boy, Zhao Fu could not hide any secrets and could not deceive him, so he could only tell him the truth. The little boy smiled as he said, "I'll remember your name. You said that you wanted to come here to find something. Do you want to come to my house to play? Even though my mother doesn't like people from the lower world, you're so special, I'm sure she won't dislike you." Right now, Zhao Fu did not dare to go in. Even though this little boy was a celestial, he only had the mind of a 4 or 5-year-old, and if he was not careful, he might die at his hands. Moreover, his mother was not as easy to fool as him, and he did not know his mother's personality. Perhaps she would do something to him. Finding a place to construct magic formations was important, but Zhao Fu was not willing to trade his life for it. As such, he tactfully refused, "There's no need. I've already searched many places here, but I don't have any at the core. I'll go elsewhere." The little boy looked disappointed. In order to avoid angering him, Zhao Fu immediately took out all sorts of toys and interesting things to give to the little boy. With the little boy's strength, Zhao Fu would not be able to give him anything precious. However, if he gave him toys or interesting things, he would be quite tempted. Seeing these things, the little boy was indeed quite happy. He accepted them all and smiled as he said, "You can come to my place to play when you're free." Zhao Fu nodded. The little boy took all sorts of things and his head shrunk back into the core. Zhao Fu and the others let out sighs of relief and relaxed. This was the first time they had faced an existence at this level, so they did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, they could die at any moment, and not everyone could endure this pressure. Zhao Fu and the other two came out unscathed. The powerful ghosts looked incredibly shocked, and they were now even more certain that Zhao Fu's identity was incredibly terrifying and could scare ghosts to death. Otherwise, the terrifying ghosts from the celestial world in the depths of the forbidden area definitely would not let him off. At the same time, they felt quite fortunate that they had not done anything to him, or else they would have died a horrible death. Moreover, they were quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. Why did a ghost celestial not dare to kill him? Many powerful ghosts quickly chased after Zhao Fu, and one of them was the powerful ghost with the head of a minotaur. Even though he had spoken very politely to Zhao Fu, he was still afraid of offending Zhao Fu, so he quickly chased after Zhao Fu. The other ghosts also did the same. "Sir, please wait, we were in the wrong just now, so we came to apologize," the minotaur called out as he caught up to Zhao Fu. By now, Zhao Fu had returned to his normal state and stopped. Looking at the polite and friendly ghosts, even the most ferocious ghost squeezed out a trace of a smile and lightly laughed as he said, "It's fine." Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned to his normal state, the ghosts inwardly let out a sigh of relief. If he was still in his normal state, they would have to be more careful. Moreover, after Zhao Fu returned to his normal state, his aura and power were not as terrifying as before. However, the ghosts did not dare to underestimate Zhao Fu. "This is a small gift, sir, please accept it." The ghosts took out treasures and smiled as they looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked around and found that there were many good things, so he waved his hand and put them all into his space. Seeing Zhao Fu accept the gifts, the ghost smiled even more and felt much more relaxed. The Minotaur asked with a flattering smile, "My lord, may I ask who you are?" "Let us ghosts worship and admire him." Zhao Fu looked at these ghosts and understood what they were thinking. Of course, he would not tell them who he was, and he lightly laughed as he said, "Are you sure you want to know? My identity is an earth-shattering secret. Most of the people who knew about it died miserably." This scared the monsters so much that they immediately became obedient and did not dare to ask about Zhao Fu's identity. After all, no matter how terrifying Zhao Fu was, they would believe him. The Minotaur ghost smiled and continued to ask, "Then may I ask what that existence that came out of the forbidden area's core did to you, my lord?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "It's nothing. He also asked me to go to his house. I still have something to do, so I declined." The ghosts were in an uproar. They thought that this person's identity was indeed terrifying. Even the ghost immortals had to be polite to him, so naturally, they didn't dare to say anything about Zhao Fu. The Minotaur ghost gave a flattering smile as he said, "Since Sir has something to do, we won't disturb Sir. In the future, if Sir has time, please come and visit us." This was definitely something that only Zhao Fu could do by himself. He had taken a place that was filled with danger and that no one dared to go near and made it a place that anyone could come and go as they pleased. Most importantly, all of the ghosts here seemed to welcome him with open arms. A big reason for this was the ghost celestial mode. If it wasn't for his other attributes, these ghosts would not have been so close to the celestial. The ghost celestial mode was Zhao Fu's second most powerful mode. It fused the 6 paths of reincarnation into the path of reincarnation, then fused it with the celestial mode. The 6 paths of reincarnation did not belong to Zhao Fu and instead belonged to the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu was looking forward to the 9 paths of reincarnation growing, so that the 9 paths of reincarnation would belong to Zhao Fu. If the 9 paths of reincarnation were fused, the ghost celestial power would be even more terrifying, and it would not be any inferior to Zhao Fu's 10,000 godly power. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and the ghosts happily left. Zhao Fu also left this forbidden area and headed to the next forbidden area. The next forbidden area was called the Chaotic Time Forbidden Area. This forbidden area's space-time was extremely chaotic, and it was very difficult for other creatures to survive here. After entering, they would either be torn apart by chaotic spatial flows or fall into time vortexes and die. Zhao Fu came to this forbidden area and sensed it. The space here was indeed even more chaotic than the other 2 forbidden areas. He had not been able to find anything in the other two forbidden areas, so this place was even more impossible. However, Xiaofu still entered and did a simple search around. The space here was even more chaotic than the outside world, and there were no creatures here. There were spatial cracks and time vortexes at all times, making it quite dangerous. Xiaofu thought about it. This place had already been explored, and it was almost impossible for there to be a place to build a spirit formation. Therefore, Xiaofu decided to give up here, and did not want to waste time here. Next was the final forbidden area. The final forbidden area was formed by a large crack in the immortal world. Not only was it many times larger than the other forbidden areas, it had existed for a very long time, and no one knew when it had formed. The immortal chi here was the densest, and there were all sorts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Many saint-class powers liked to send people here to train. Of course, they were only people, and their own people could only stay at the periphery of the forbidden area. They could not go deep into the forbidden area or the core area. This was because among the many forbidden areas, this forbidden area was more dangerous than the others, especially in the innermost depths. There were unimaginable dangers hidden there, and even immortals could lose their lives there. This was also Xiaofu's last hope. If he could not find a place to build a spirit formation here, then he could only go to the uninhabited half-immortal world. The chances of finding an uninhabited half-immortal world were incredibly slim. Not only were there very few of them, but many other large and small factions were also searching for them. Who knew how long it would take for Xiaofu to find them? Xiaofu would search for a while, and if he could not find one, he would have to give up and see if there was anything he could do. He could not just stay here and do nothing. Apart from this, Xiaofu had many other things to take care of. After dealing with this, he had to awaken 2 Emperor Stars and go to the spirit domain to solve the 6 Desires celestial art. Now, he only had 2 Supreme Emperor Stars left. After awakening them, Xiaofu would have 9 Emperor Stars, and he would feel that his fate would be complete. When that time came, Xiaofu would have even more power and fate, and he would be able to face the upcoming disaster and the invasion of another great thousand world. As for the 6 Desires celestial art, Xiaofu's body was actually going through some changes. Because it had only started not too long ago, the effects were quite weak, and if one did not sense it carefully, one would not be able to sense it. However, as time went on, the changes would become greater and greater. Xiaofu had been putting this matter off, but he definitely had to take care of it. Xiaofu did not want to become a woman or someone who was neither male nor female. Xiaofu brought his people to the Great Immortal's Crack and found that there were more people than he had expected. Not only were there a small number of holy sons, but there were also many imperial princes with imperial bloodlines and some princes with royal bloodlines. The holy sons were the highest level and were the most respected existences. The imperial princes were the second level and were the most common existences. The lowest level was the imperial princes, who were the lowest existences. Princes were extremely prestigious in other places, and countless people had to respect and curry favor with them. However, they were the lowest people here. It could be seen how high the level here was. Most of the people here formed small teams and entered the Great Immortal's Crack to explore. Only a small number of experts would choose to go alone. Some people saw Xiaofu's group and wanted to join Xiaofu's group. However, Xiaofu ignored them and flew into the forbidden area. After entering the forbidden area, Xiaofu sensed a dense wave of immortal qi, which was much denser than the other small cracks. What was even more shocking was that there were many continents floating in the void within the forbidden area. The largest ones were the size of a world, while the smallest ones were the size of an island. There were also spatial cracks around them, and one could see that there was another world inside. Now, Xiaofu understood why so many people from holy grade factions were willing to explore this place. The continents here were most likely formed when a very large world collided with the upper celestial world. The Great Immortal's Crack was directly connected to the celestial world, and the immortal chi that flowed out was also the purest immortal chi. Even the immortal chi in the half-celestial world was not as pure as this place. The various continents had always been nurtured by the purest immortal chi, and there were naturally many precious treasures and rare beasts. Some powerful people would even specially cultivate here because the immortal chi here was the purest, and they could comprehend some celestial world laws. This would be very helpful for ascending to the celestial world in the future. These reasons made the great immortals crack a very lively place. Not only were there all sorts of life forms and races, but many holy grade factions would also enter to explore. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and sensed the surrounding void, and he smiled. Because there were many continents here, the void was more unstable than other places. Even though he could not build a teleportation formation, there was a high chance that he could find a suitable place here. Zhao Fu did not linger in the periphery for too long. He brought his men and flew straight into the forbidden area. Because there were too many people exploring the outside of the forbidden area, even if they found a suitable place, it would be useless. At any time, someone could discover and destroy it, so they could only search inside. The Great Immortal's Rift was really huge. Zhao Fu spent 7 to 8 days to reach the inner part, while the smaller ones took 3 to 4 days. This place also had many spatial cracks and turbulent flows. If one wasn't careful, they could fall in and lose their lives. This was also one of the main dangers. Zhao Fu released a formidable power to form a defensive barrier to protect the three of them, preventing chaotic streams and cracks from appearing in space and pulling them in. The method of finding it was relatively simple. Zhao Fu and the others each sensed a place and found that the space there was more stable. That place could be used as a place to build a teleportation array. Of course, he tried his best to avoid crowded places and move to more remote places. After arriving at the first continent, Zhao Fu sensed it and found that it was not suitable, so he immediately headed to the next place. However, there were treasures everywhere here. The ordinary weeds were lush green and gave off a gem-like luster. They had the effects of ordinary spirit herbs, and Zhao Fu could not help but feel tempted. When he found a suitable place, he would definitely explore it properly. Continue searching. Not long after, powerful battle ripples spread out. Sensing these ripples, Zhao Fu flew over. He found a group of people fighting, and the ones leading them were 2 holy sons, one male and one female. The male looked somewhat ugly and wore scale armor, while the female had a ferocious expression and wore clothes made of animal hide. There was dense immortal chi swirling around the valley on the ground, and faint immortal light leaked out. There was definitely some treasure inside. Right now, this group of people was most likely fighting over this treasure. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. If there was a treasure, he would be a fool not to give it up. Moreover, Zhao Fu and Qin's levels were relatively low, so any treasure would be useful. Zhao Fu led his people and rushed into the valley, wanting to see what treasures there were. The woman in animal hide coldly harumphed, "You dare to steal this old lady's treasure? You're seeking death." Boom, the woman in animal hide swung her bone club, and a terrifying energy brought with it a wild gale as it ferociously slammed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a wave of power and sent it into the defensive barrier, causing it to give off a powerful energy that blocked the incoming energy. The ugly young man said furiously, "What treasure is yours? We clearly found that treasure, and yet you came over to steal it. You people from the ancient desolate land are so barbaric and domineering." The woman in animal hide's expression became savage as she turned and swung her bone club, sending out a powerful energy towards the ugly young man. "If this old lady says it's mine, then it's mine. If you scaly people have the ability, come and take it." The ugly young man felt infuriated and exploded out with a massive aura. A massive green pangolin appeared behind him, giving off a massive might and causing the surrounding space to crack. Boom, the ugly young man stabbed out with his spear, causing the green pangolin to shoot out like a cannonball. It was incredibly fast and gave off terrifying power as it rushed towards the woman in animal hide, leaving behind a green trail. The woman in animal hide did not feel any fear at all and sent a massive wave of power into her bone club as she vigorously smashed it forwards. A massive bone snake that gave off a savage and bloodthirsty aura suddenly shot out from the bone club and gave off a powerful aura as it shot forwards like a bolt of lightning. Bang, the green pangolin and bone snake quickly collided, resulting in a massive explosion. An orb of light containing shocking power instantly blasted out, causing the ground, trees, and rocks to collapse. After the shockwave spread out, the ugly young man and the woman in animal hide both took a few steps back. The ugly young man retreated more, and it was evident that the woman in animal hide was stronger. Zhao Fu looked at the two of them and continued to fly towards the valley. This completely infuriated the two people, and the woman in animal hide yelled savagely, "Boy, this old lady is going to kill you, and you dare to steal my treasure?" The ugly young man also rushed towards Xiao Fu and said coldly, "That treasure should belong to me, I won't let you obtain it like this. Also, you're just a measly Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator, you're too bold." Looking at the two people giving off powerful auras, Xiao Fu directly entered Ghost Celestial mode. A massive ghostly flame erupted around Xiao Fu's body as a ferocious and cold gale blew out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The expressions of the two people rushing towards Xiao Fu fell and they stopped as they looked at Xiao Fu seriously. They had never thought that Xiao Fu would suddenly explode out with such a terrifying aura, causing them to feel an intense sense of danger. Xiao Fu looked at them and said eerily, "I'm taking this thing. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram." The people on both sides stopped fighting and looked at Xiao Fu in shock. It was the first time they had seen someone speak to them like this. The woman in beast skin was infuriated and exploded out with a ferocious aura as she rushed at Xiao Fu and yelled, "What are you being so arrogant for, boy? I'll kill you right now." The ugly young man's expression was cold as he also rushed at Xiao Fu. Boom! Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of ghostly qi flowed out, turning into two massive ghostly hands that gave off immense ghostly power and grabbed towards the two people. Bang! The woman in beast skin swung her bone staff and a massive energy ferociously blasted out, causing the ghostly hands to dissipate into ghostly qi. Xing! The ugly young man vigorously stabbed out with his spear, sending out a shocking energy that pierced through the ghostly hands, causing them to dissipate into ghostly qi. The two people immediately rushed in front of Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's expression did not change much as he gave off massive amounts of ghostly qi, instantly forming 10 or so ghostly hands that gave off eerie power. They gave off shocking auras as they slammed towards the two people. The two people felt quite startled and hurriedly swung their weapons, sending out terrifying energy or spear lights that destroyed most of the ghostly hands, causing them to dissipate into ghostly qi. Bang! Bang! However, the remaining ghostly hands still slammed into the two people's bodies with great power, sending them flying back. The two people were not satisfied after being sent flying and exploded out with even greater power as they rushed at Xiao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as an even greater wave of ghostly qi flowed out from Xiao Fu's body, forming dozens of massive ghostly hands that gave off shocking power as they grabbed towards the two holy suns. The woman furiously sent a massive wave of power into the bone club and continuously swung it. Waves of massive power blasted out, seeming to shatter the space in front of her. The ugly young man continuously stabbed out with the spear in his hand, sending out sharp spear lights that radiated with a terrifying destructive power. Bang bang bang! Loud explosions sounded out as the ghostly hands were shattered one by one, turning into large amounts of ghostly qi that spread out and surrounded the surroundings. After destroying the countless ghostly hands, the two holy suns' expressions were cold as they once again rushed at Xiao Fu with great power. Xiao Fu's lips curled into a cold smile as he lightly shouted, "Ghost burial." Ah! A series of mournful howls rang out, and the ghost qi that was spreading out instantly turned into numerous malicious ghosts that let out countless howls and pounced towards the two holy suns like a tidal wave. The two holy suns were alarmed. Because they were too close, they didn't even have time to react before some malicious spirits pounced on them and started biting them. Boom! The two holy suns exploded out with great power and ignited their divine bloodlines. A might that surpassed the heavens and earth and surpassed mortals descended, and countless rays of light shot out in all directions, piercing through the countless incoming ghosts. The many ghosts' bodies were pierced by the rays of light, and they cried out in pain before turning into traces of ghostly qi and dissipating. Swish! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the woman. The woman's expression fell, and just as she was about to attack, Xiao Fu ferociously kicked out. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu's kick landed on the woman's abdomen, sending her flying back and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Xiao Fu eerily looked at the ugly young man. The ugly young man felt quite startled. Even though he had ignited his divine bloodline and had unparalleled power, he still felt quite afraid of this person. Swish! Xiao Fu's body disappeared and reappeared in front of the ugly young man. The ugly young man sent a wave of power into his spear and vigorously stabbed forwards, sending out a terrifying spear light towards Xiao Fu. Boom! Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of ghostly qi flowed out. Zhao Fu's hand turned into a ghostly hand that gave off terrifying power. It was covered with ghostly runes and its nails became sharp and long, grabbing the spear. The ugly young man looked quite startled, he had never thought that Zhao Fu would directly grab his spear. Suddenly, the ugly young man felt his hair stand on end and his body became icy cold. He looked at Zhao Fu's forehead and felt as if there was an extremely terrifying and eerie ghostly eye staring at him. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out, and before the ugly young man could react, he felt a massive wave of ghostly energy slam into his body, sending him flying back and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu casually threw away the spear in his hand and said somewhat condescendingly, "You holy sons are very terrifying in the eyes of others and have noble statuses, but in front of me, you're still a bit lacking." The two holy sons' expressions were quite unsightly as they looked at Zhao Fu. If an ordinary person dared to say such arrogant words, they would definitely mock them. However, this person had the strength and right to say such words. Even with their powerful divine bloodlines, they were unable to suppress him in terms of bloodline. Even though he had hidden his bloodline, it was definitely not lower than divine bloodline. The woman and beast hide coldly harumphed, "Fine, I'll give up on that thing. Everyone, come with me." The ugly young man and the woman and beast hide, who were slightly stronger than him, chose to take a step back. They did not want to clash head-on with Zhao Fu, and they did not want to continue. They could not die here for a treasure, so they said coldly, "Let's go as well." The two groups of people turned and left, and Zhao Fu did not continue to attack them. They had all retreated, so there was no need for Zhao Fu to waste his strength. Moreover, the consequences of killing these holy sons would be quite severe. Feng Wuyi smiled and said, "Master, you're so powerful." Zhao Fu laughed and brought the two of them down to the valley. Whoosh, after coming to the celestial valley filled with celestial qi, Zhao Fu waved his hand, causing a wild gale to blow away the dense celestial qi, revealing the interior of the valley. At the center of the lush greenery was a small spring. The small spring was only 4 or 5 meters wide, and it continuously gave off clear gurgling sounds. Countless traces of celestial light shone out from within, containing powerful celestial energy. This small spring was a celestial spring, and every drop of spring water contained celestial energy and had many effects. Zhao Fu had already returned to his original appearance, and seeing this celestial spring, he smiled. An ordinary celestial spring like this would not cause the two holy sons to fight over it, as it had a spring pearl. As long as the spring pearl was taken away and placed anywhere, a celestial spring would appear. Because this was a celestial spring, it was best to place it in a place with celestial qi. If it was placed in a place without celestial qi, the effects would not be as good. With this immortal spring, not only could he nurture all types of precious spirit medicines, but he could also pour it on the immortal peach tree to help it grow. Previously, it was said that the immortal peach tree needed something that contained immortal energy in order to grow faster. If they used this immortal water, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air with his hand, and a fist-sized jade bead that shone with immortal light appeared. It gave off an attractive force and sucked all of the immortal spring water into it. The bead then flew into Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu held the immortal spring bead and carefully put it away. Normal spring water, such as spirit springs and demonic springs, were very rare, and high-grade immortal springs were even rarer. This treasure was very useful to Zhao Fu, and the battle just then had been worth it. Following this, Zhao Fu led the spirit maiden and Feng Wuyi to more secluded areas. He sensed each area to see if they were suitable places to set up spell formations. A few days later, Zhao Fu felt quite strange. This immortal crack seemed like there were places where spell formations could be set up, but Zhao Fu had not found any. Could it be that it was impossible to set up spell formations in cracks? Thinking about it now, it was quite a pity. If he had forcefully stopped Feng Wuyi when she was using Incinerate in all directions, that space would not have been destroyed. Zhao Fu would have been able to set up a spell formation there before subduing Feng Wuyi and making her a guardian beast. That would have been perfect. However, since things had come to this, there was nothing he could do. Feng Wuyi could tell what Zhao Fu was thinking and said apologetically, "Master, I'm sorry. I didn't know that place was so important to you." Zhao Fu chuckled lightly, "Forget it. I made some mistakes at the time." Feng Wuyi smiled happily and leapt into Zhao Fu's arms as she said shyly, "Then master, I'll take good care of you later. Thank you for not blaming me." A blush appeared on the spirit maiden's face. As the world's consciousness, she had seen Zhao Fu do it with many women before, but it was a different feeling after experiencing it for herself. Zhao Fu smiled and was about to say something when he suddenly sensed many people gathering in front of him. What had happened? Zhao Fu was also curious and flew in that direction. More than an hour later, Zhao Fu saw a group of people surrounding a huge door. This massive door was 100,000 meters tall and looked quite thin. It was white and made of metal, and there were celestial birds, spirit beasts, celestial trees, and celestial flowers carved on it. The door gave off boundless celestial light and gave off a powerful might. Zhao Fu did not know what was going on or why so many people were gathered here. He flew over to a young man with some stubble on his face and asked, "I'm sorry to ask, but why are there so many people gathered here?" The young man was stunned and looked at Zhao Fu strangely. He then smiled and said, "You're not from this place, right? Now is the time for the immortal sect order to be released. Everyone is waiting here for the immortal sect order." Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Indeed, I'm not from this place and it's my first time here. May I ask what the immortal sect order is?" The young man smiled as he explained, "Back then, when this great celestial crack appeared, there was a massive faction in the celestial world that used this crack to descend into the mortal world and used heaven-defying power to create this immortal gate. This immortal gate is connected to the celestial world above. As long as the immortal gate is opened, you can step into the celestial world and become a disciple of that massive faction. The immortal gate naturally does not open easily, only those who pass the test can open the immortal gate. As for what test you need to pass, I'll explain it to you now. Every once in a while, the immortal gate will release countless immortal gate medallions, and those with immortal gate medallions will have the right to participate in the trial. After using the immortal gate medallion, you will be teleported to the core trial ground of the forbidden area. If you complete the test there or fail the test, you will be teleported back. Under normal circumstances, there will not be much danger, and it will be hundreds of times easier than charging into the depths." Zhao Fu's face was filled with shock. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. There was actually such a massive faction in the celestial world that built an immortal gate here. This was a great temptation to countless people, including the holy sons. Under normal circumstances, only celestials had the ability to ascend to the celestial world. It was undoubtedly very difficult for others to enter the celestial world, or even impossible. Even half-immortals would not be able to do it. But now, something that half-immortals could not do could be done by them in one step. Who wouldn't be tempted? Who wouldn't be excited? Although entering the celestial world in one step did not mean becoming an immortal in one step, there were many opportunities in the celestial world, as well as great power. There were all sorts of unimaginable benefits that could allow one to quickly become an immortal. The key was not just entering the celestial world. After entering the celestial world, you would have a powerful backer, which would make things much more convenient for you in the celestial world. You would not be bullied by others, and you would not die without knowing anything. There were many existences in the celestial world that were even more terrifying than immortals. It was very dangerous for mortals to enter the celestial world like this. Zhao Fu smiled and asked in curiosity, "How many people have entered the celestial world?" The young man lightly laughed as he said, "Do you think it's really easy to enter the celestial world through the celestial gate? You're wrong, their tests are extremely difficult and can only be described as monstrous. Within 10,000 years, only 10 or so people will be able to open the celestial gate, and all of them are peerless geniuses that only appear once in a few thousand years. Now that so many people have gathered here, apart from the holy sons with terrifying power, most people want to go in and obtain some benefits. That's the center of the forbidden region, and there are all sorts of powerful and shocking treasures there. Moreover, you don't have to worry about any dangers. With the celestial gate medallion, even if you meet a terrifying half-immortal existence, it can quickly teleport you back. Of course, if you offend a celestial existence, you can only wait for death there. However, if you offend an existence of that level, you won't even have the chance to use the celestial gate medallion before dying." Zhao Fu understood and smiled as he said, "Thank you for your answer. When the Celestial Gate medallion comes out, I'll help you get one. The bearded young man could not help but laugh as he said, You're only at the Emperor Heaven Realm and you want to go in? You want to fight over the Celestial Gate medallion with others? And you seem so confident? Let me tell you, there are only 990 Celestial Gate medallions. Even a peak Emperor Heaven Realm person like me wouldn't dare to say such a thing. I'm just going to see if I'm lucky or not. Just watch the show with me. Zhao Fu did not explain anything and smiled as he nodded. He looked at the Celestial Gate medallion and waited for it to appear. Zhao Fu was not interested in entering the Celestial Gate. His goal was simple, which was to enter the depths of the forbidden area to obtain treasures. Moreover, that place was the center of the crack, and the celestial qi there was extremely dense and pure. If he could find a place to construct formations there, that would be the best choice. Even if he could not find it there, he could always come back here. This time, the main character of the Celestial Gate was not Zhao Fu but the people standing in front of the Celestial Gate. There were men and women, and they gave off power that surpassed the heavens and earth. They also gave off an extraordinary aura, and in front of them, the holy suns were like stars that did not dare to compete with the moon. Zhao Fu could sense that their power had surpassed the spirit realm and reached the Tao realm. With Zhao Fu's current cultivation, he could at most defeat a void realm expert. If it was a spirit realm expert, Zhao Fu might not be able to defeat them, and if it was a Tao realm expert, he would most likely lose. After all, after breaking through to the Tao realm, one would become a higher being. It could be said that these people were just a step away from higher beings, and some of them could even rival higher beings. Even though no one could compare to Zhao Fu's talent, his cultivation was still too weak and he could not compare to those Tao realm experts. This was why the main character was not Zhao Fu, as Zhao Fu would have to go around them and would not be able to compete with them for first place. Time gradually passed, and the Celestial Gate gradually gave off a terrifying celestial might that pressed down on the surrounding space. Everyone felt a massive pressure. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as the Celestial Gate gave off boundless light. White command medallions shot out like rays of light, bringing with them immense power. The holy suns near the Celestial Gate grabbed, and a massive wave of power spread out, grabbing the command medallions. No one dared to fight with them for them. The other command medallions tore through space like rays of light and shot out in all directions. Everyone hurriedly tried to snatch them. Some people directly charged at the command medallions, while others stretched out a hand and gave off a wave of power to grab them. Others naturally would not watch as their command medallions were snatched away, so they also charged over or directly attacked. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out, and the scene immediately descended into chaos. Everyone was fighting over the tokens that had been shot out. As for the successors who had obtained the token, they immediately used the Immortal Gate token, turning into beams of light that shot into the Immortal Gate and disappeared. The bearded youth followed suit and rushed towards an Immortal Sect token. He wanted to snatch it. Zhao Fu, however, stood still. The cross-shaped pupil in his right eye spun rapidly, and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation spread out. Boom! 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 A massive explosion sounded out as 4 massive vortexes appeared in the sky, giving off boundless eerie ghostly chi, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end, and a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Suddenly, massive ghostly hands stretched out from the vortex, giving off powerful ghostly power. They grabbed the 4 command medallions before disappearing into the vortex. No one knew what had happened. Who had used those 4 ghostly hands, however, they did not think too much about it and continued to fight over the other command medallions. A while later, those who had obtained a command medallion used it and turned into a beam of light that shot towards the Immortal Gate. Those who had not obtained a command medallion could only leave in disappointment. The bearded youth had been injured from trying to snatch the command medallion, and his expression was quite dim as he prepared to leave. Zhao Fu smiled as he called out, "Wait, this is for you. This is for you." With that said, she tossed him an object wrapped in cloth. The bearded youth felt quite confused as to what was wrapped in cloth. He then suddenly remembered that Zhao Fu had said that he would help him obtain an Immortal Gate token, and his heart started to beat quickly. He nervously looked around and found that there was no one around. He then carefully opened a corner of the cloth, and a white token giving off a faint light appeared before him. Heavens! It really is an immortal gate token. When did he snatch it? The stubble-bearded young man looked incredibly excited and shocked, and he looked up at Zhao Fu. Just as he was about to thank Zhao Fu, even though he didn't know how Zhao Fu had obtained the Celestial Sect medallion, the fact that Zhao Fu had given him such a precious thing meant that he owed him a great debt of gratitude. However, before the bearded youth could say anything, Zhao Fu and the others used the Immortal Gate token and turned into 3 rays of light that shot into the Immortal Gate token and disappeared. Looking at Zhao Fu's disappearing figure, the bearded youth sighed. He did not know how lucky he had been to meet such a powerful and mysterious person. Zhao Fu and the others came to the depths of the forbidden area and felt dense celestial chi flow towards them. They were surrounded by green mountains, flowers, and trees, giving off spiritual light, and they felt as if they had come to a celestial realm. However, Zhao Fu and the others immediately became careful and hid their auras, as there were many powerful creatures' auras in the surroundings. Even though there were many treasures in the forbidden area, there were also all kinds of powerful creatures. If one accidentally attracted their attention, they might directly attack them, and they could only use the Immortal Gate token to escape. It would be very difficult for a person to escape because the weakest creatures in the depths of the forbidden area were void realm creatures. Spirit realm creatures were everywhere, and there were some higher beings and even celestials. The Immortal Gate token's test was to kill a certain number of void realm creatures before going to a special location to undergo a test. Zhao Fu was mainly here to search for treasures and was not interested in these tests. He did not go to the special location, and he headed outside the trial location. Soon, Zhao Fu found something. He first found 10 or so red and black Lingxi mushrooms that were 1 meter long growing next to a rotting tree. They gave off a faint medicinal fragrance and could be used to refine world realm medicinal pills. Even though Zhao Fu was already an Emperor Heaven Realm expert and world realm medicinal pills were not very useful to him, Lingxi mushrooms were incredibly valuable to world realm cultivators and were incredibly difficult to find. However, it was as if they were free and there were 10 or so of them growing here. What's more, Zhao Fu found them quite easily after taking a few steps. Apart from these Lingxi mushrooms, Zhao Fu also found a few celestial grasses that looked like they were carved from jade. They gave off faint celestial light and could help divine realm cultivators increase their cultivation. To divine realm cultivators, they were quite valuable. Zhao Fu could not help but grin. He had found these things just by walking around. This place was truly a treasure land. Zhao Fu did not let go of these materials. Zhao Fu did not need these materials, but the Qin Empire had only just become a royal kingdom and did not have many foundation or experts, so it desperately needed these materials. Zhao Fu continued onwards. Zhao Fu and the others came to an orchard. There was a tree that was 3 meters tall, had tube-shaped leaves, and both the trunk and leaves were dark yellow. There were fist-sized fruits growing on the trees, emitting a faint sweet fragrance. There were a lot of fruits, and a 3-meter-tall tree could bear dozens of such fruits. Zhao Fu went up and picked one of the fruits to take a look and found out that it was called the Chongyang fruit. The Chongyang fruit was a rank 6 fruit, and its main function was very powerful. It could help people expel impurities from the body, heal hidden illnesses, improve the body's physique, and increase one's strength. If a person ate this fruit, their body would expel impurities and improve their physique, which would help them break through more easily. This was the biggest effect because cultivators would always encounter difficulties when breaking through, but the Chongyang fruit could help them break through more easily, and the lower the rank, the greater the help. If a rank 1 cultivator ate it, they would definitely break through to rank 2, rank 2 cultivators would have an 80% chance of breaking through to rank 3, and rank 3 cultivators would have a 60% chance of breaking through to rank 4. If one continued to calculate until rank 6, the effect would become smaller and smaller, and if one surpassed rank 6, it would lose its effect. Also, healing hidden illnesses was very important because people would get all sorts of illnesses and injuries, and over a long period of time, there would be hidden illnesses. These hidden illnesses were accumulated over a long period of time, and ordinary spirit medicine wouldn't be able to cure them. These hidden illnesses would often cause big problems, and it could even endanger one's life, so spirit medicine that could cure hidden illnesses were very precious. Finally, the increase in strength was a rank 6 fruit, and it contained a large amount of immortal energy. Rank 1 soldiers were too weak, and if they ate it, their bodies would explode and they would die. Only rank 2 soldiers could barely absorb it. If they absorbed the immortal energy from this fruit, the increase in strength would definitely not be small, and it would even allow the soldiers to grasp a bit of immortal energy. Even though there were stage 6 fruits in this place which were quite low grade, Zhao Fu still felt quite happy when he saw the forest. If he brought these fruits back to Qin and planted them, Qin's soldiers' cultivation speed would be even faster, and their cultivations would catch up to those inner and middle domain powers. They wouldn't have to fear them anymore, and they could even destroy them. The Chongyang fruit was a great help to Qin, so how could Zhao Fu not be happy? However, with such a large orchard, it would take a lot of time for Zhao Fu and the others to dig. Moreover, this was the depths of the forbidden area, so it might be very dangerous. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to head deeper into the orchard to take a look. There might be a tree king in such a large orchard. If he could subdue this tree king, it would be easier to deal with this orchard. Because Zhao Fu didn't know how powerful the tree king was, if it was extremely terrifying, Zhao Fu would escape first. Zhao Fu didn't forget that this was the depths of the forbidden area, and there were all sorts of terrifying existences here. As such, he didn't bring Feng Wuyi and the spirit maiden with him and had them wait at the side. Xiao, an ear-piercing sound rang out as Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot into the depths of the orchard. Soon, Zhao Fu saw the 10,000-meter-tall Chongyang tree, which gave off a massive aura. The Chongyang tree sensed that Zhao Fu was flying over and grew an ancient face. Its massive eyes looked at Zhao Fu, and a massive formless might pressed down on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's expression froze, and he wanted to turn and run. This might was definitely at the peak of the Dao realm, and it was just a bit away from breaking through to become a higher being. How could Zhao Fu be a match for such a powerful tree spirit? However, it was too late for Zhao Fu to turn and run. That massive might was pressing down on his body, and even though he didn't feel that it was heavy, if he moved, the tree spirit would immediately attack. A trace of a smile appeared on the tree spirit's ancient face as it said, "Little fellow. Why have you come here?" Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the tree spirit was not someone who would attack right away, or else he would have to use all of the Emperor Star's power to escape. In response to the tree spirit's question, Zhao Fu thought about it and answered truthfully, "I wanted a large number of Chongyang trees, so I entered the depths of the forbidden region to subdue Senior. I never thought that Senior would be so powerful, so I was a bit rude." The ancient tree spirit chuckled as he said, "It's fine. If you want a large number of Chongyang trees, I can give them to you, but what are you going to trade for them? You can't just take things from me for free, right?" Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. It would be best if he could trade for what he wanted without any danger. After all, he would not be able to defeat the tree spirit. However, Zhao Fu thought about how powerful the tree spirit was and how he did not have anything that could attract him. If he could not attract him, the tree spirit would naturally not trade. Zhao Fu asked, "What do you need, Senior?" Hearing this, the tree spirit felt quite expectant and said, "I've been stuck at this realm for many years and am just a sliver away from breaking through to the higher being realm. I can tell that you have an extraordinary background and are most likely from a large faction. Can you provide me with something that can help me break through to the higher being realm? I'll be very grateful to you." The tree spirit understood that most of the people in the depths of the forbidden region who were not at the higher being realm were holy sons of large factions. Saint-grade factions like this had many higher beings and half-celestials, and he did not want to offend them. If they had no ill intentions, the tree spirit would not have acted. Moreover, he had been stuck at this cultivation for a long time and needed a fortuitous opportunity. He felt that this fortuitous opportunity was Zhao Fu. Even though he could not sense anything special about Zhao Fu, he could faintly sense a powerful power blocking his senses. The person in front of him was even more terrifying than an ordinary holy son. That was why the tree spirit did not act and conversed with Zhao Fu in a friendly manner. After listening to the tree spirit, Zhao Fu fell into deep thought. Something that could help someone break through to the higher being realm was extremely rare and precious. How could Zhao Fu have something like that? Seeing the tree spirit's expectant look, Zhao Fu suddenly thought of his blood. It was the rarest blood in the world, and its power was beyond anyone's imagination. It might be able to help the tree spirit break through. Zhao Fu knew how precious his blood was, and he was also worried that the tree spirit would attack him after knowing his identity. For safety's sake, he said, I have something that might be able to help you, but I can't guarantee that it will be useful. Also, this thing is too precious, so you have to make a contract yourself. You can't attack me and you can't reveal this thing. The tree spirit was pleasantly surprised. Since Zhao Fu had made it sound so important, it must be something incredible. Moreover, he was only exchanging the Chongyang trees. No matter what Zhao Fu took out, as long as it could help him break through, he would make a profit. No problem. I'm willing to make a contract. I won't attack you, the tree spirit said with a smile. His body emitted a yellow light, and runes condensed in front of the tree, forming lines of contract text. Zhao Fu looked at the words and nodded. The words of the contract flew into the tree spirit's body. The tree spirit's body glowed with a gray light, and there seemed to be chains twisting around him. Tree spirit's contract was a death contract. If he dared to attack Zhao Fu, the contract would immediately take effect, and he would kill himself. Tree spirit looked at Zhao Fu. Now that he had paid such a heavy price, it was time to see how Zhao Fu would perform. Zhao Fu understood, so he took out a dagger and cut his wrist. Blood flowed out, and it contained many runes. A fragrance like that of a saint-tier spirit herb wafted out, as if it was not something that could be found in the mortal world. Tree spirit looked expectantly at Zhao Fu, but as the blood flowed out, his expression slowly turned to shock. Origin bloodline? Or first-generation origin bloodline? No. This is much more terrifying than ordinary origin bloodlines. Tree spirit had never thought that Zhao Fu would take out such a terrifying thing. This person's identity was far more terrifying than he had imagined, and he was truly lucky to have come across such a great opportunity today. He was only a sliver away from breaking through, and this first-generation origin bloodline was so terrifying that it could definitely help him break through. Thinking about this, Tree Spirit became excited. Blood continuously flowed out, and under Zhao Fu's control, it formed a ball of blood. Zhao Fu grabbed this ball of blood and threw it towards Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit nervously released his power and caught the ball of blood as he said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." Now, the situation had reversed. It was no longer Zhao Fu being respectful towards Tree Spirit, but Tree Spirit being respectful towards Zhao Fu. In Tree Spirit's heart, Zhao Fu's identity was definitely super terrifying, or else he would not have such a great a bloodline. In front of such a noble person, Tree Spirit felt that he was inferior to Zhao Fu, and he was someone that he could not even touch, so he was very respectful. Looking at the ball of blood in front of him, Tree Spirit nervously breathed it into his body. Boom, a rumbling sound echoed in Tree Spirit's mind. He felt his blood spread through his body. A power that could break the laws of heaven and earth and transcend everything in the world spread out from his body. The invisible wall in front of him slowly crumbled under this force and turned into nothingness. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out as the Tree Spirit's body gave off boundless yellow light, turning into a ray of light that shot into the sky, forming a massive pillar of yellow light that stood between the heavens and the earth. Terrifying ripples containing massive aura spread out like lightning, and no one could stop them. All of the nearby creatures' expressions changed. The horizon was covered by boundless yellow light, and the aura from that place caused countless creatures to feel as if they had fallen into icy water. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Who was breaking through to become an almighty? Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Looking at Tree Spirit, Tree Spirit's 10,000-meter tall body was slowly disintegrating like sand being blown away. A power that surpassed the heavens and earth flowed out, causing the surroundings to become incredibly heavy, making it difficult to breathe. The massive Tree Spirit continuously disintegrated, and in the end, a yellow-robed, yellow-haired, elderly person appeared in the air, giving off the aura of an almighty being. Tree Spirit smiled and felt the power after breaking through, and he felt indescribable joy. After so many years, he had finally broken through. Feeling the joy of breaking through, Tree Spirit's eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body. He flew before Zhao Fu and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you for your help, sir." It was all because of Zhao Fu's blood that Tree Spirit was able to break through to the almighty being realm. Without Zhao Fu's blood, he would have been stuck at that cultivation for who knew how long, so he was incredibly grateful to Zhao Fu. At the same time, after absorbing Zhao Fu's blood, the tree spirit understood just how powerful Zhao Fu's original source blood was. It was many times better than celestial pills in the celestial world, and it was the most precious and powerful blood in the world. It was impossible for such a person to exist in the mortal world, so Tree Spirit became even more polite to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not expect his blood to be so powerful that it could really help someone break through to the Almighty Being realm, so he was quite shocked. Looking at Tree Spirit, who was respectfully bowing in front of him, Zhao Fu could not help but want to laugh. He was also quite excited. Tree Spirit was an almighty being, and this was the first time he had ever bowed to him. In the past, he had always been respectful and did not dare to offend him in any way. Now, an existence that he had once looked up to was being respectful to him. How could he not feel happy? However, Zhao Fu also understood that Tree Spirit was being so respectful because he was grateful, and also because of Zhao Fu's unknown and terrifying identity. He did not know that Zhao Fu was only the lord of a small kingdom, so Zhao Fu's identity could not be leaked, or it would be very dangerous. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "There's no need to be so polite. Also, now that you know how powerful my blood is, you can't leak this, or else don't blame me for being impolite." Right now, Zhao Fu was acting courageously as he threatened the Almighty Being in front of him. Tree Spirit did not suspect him at all, and he instead trusted Zhao Fu even more. He smiled as he said, "Sir, don't worry. You've done me such a great favor, so how could I leak this?" Zhao Fu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Now that I've helped you break through to the Almighty Being realm, you should give me the item in exchange, right?" Tree Spirit came back to his senses and apologetically smiled as he said, "Sir, please wait for a moment." After saying this, Tree Spirit turned and went to where he had been before. He stretched out a hand, and a yellow light flowed out, forming a square orb of light that slowly flew into the sky from his palm. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the square orb of light exploded out with a massive amount of power, giving off boundless yellow light that illuminated the surroundings and gave off a massive attractive force. The Chongyang trees in the surroundings started to move as if they were alive. Their roots stretched out from the ground and flew into the sky. Countless Chongyang trees flowed into the light orb like a tide, and the trees on the ground kept decreasing. This lasted for about 10 minutes. The originally uncountable number of Chongyang trees had all disappeared, and the place seemed to be empty. The square-shaped light ball in the sky also became a square-shaped yellow crystal. Inside it, there were many very small heavy yan trees. Tree Spirit reached out his hand, and the crystal flew into his hand. Tree Spirit turned around and smiled as he handed the crystal to Zhao Fu. "Here. These are the Chongyang trees that Sir needs. I'll take them all and give them to Sir." Zhao Fu smiled as he took the crystal and sent his consciousness into it. He found that there were 10 million or so Chongyang fruit trees, and each Chongyang tree could produce dozens of Chongyang fruits. With 10 million Chongyang fruit trees, there would be hundreds of millions of Chongyang fruits, which would be of great help to Great Qin. Just as the matter was settled, Zhao Fu was about to turn and leave. Tree Spirit hurriedly said, "Sir, where are you going? I have nothing to do right now, and this place is filled with danger. I am willing to protect Sir to repay Sir for your help." However, he had used a tree that was useless to him in exchange for an opportunity to break through to the higher being realm. The Tree Spirit felt that he had taken too much advantage and felt that he had let Zhao Fu down. Moreover, he believed that Zhao Fu's identity was quite terrifying and that he might need Zhao Fu's help in the future. As such, he wanted to curry favor with Zhao Fu and build a better relationship with Zhao Fu, which was why he had offered to protect Zhao Fu. A higher being was willing to be his bodyguard? Zhao Fu was startled, but he was naturally happy that he had not enjoyed such treatment yet. This place was indeed filled with all sorts of dangers, but if he had a higher being as his bodyguard, he would not need to be afraid of most things. Apart from immortals and half-celestials, Zhao Fu would be able to do whatever he wanted here. However, Zhao Fu was worried that his true identity would be exposed and that this Tree Spirit might kill him. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to agree. Firstly, having a higher being as his bodyguard was too beneficial, and secondly, Tree Spirit had signed a contract not to harm him. This contract would be very difficult for higher beings to break. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right. I accept your protection." Tree Spirit smiled happily, "Thank you, Sir, for giving me this chance. I won't let Sir come to any harm. What Zhao Fu did not know was that his gate token had gained 10 million points. Countless people who had gate tokens were incredibly shocked. Even the Dao realm experts who had been standing in front of the gate of Celestial were shocked. Who is this person? Isn't this a bit too terrifying? The gate of Celestial has only been open for 3 hours, and this person has 10 million points. The second person only has 1 million points. I'm shocked too. 10 million points in one go? Is that killing a higher being? It's impossible for him to have so many points. According to the points obtained from killing or defeating creatures, killing a higher being is indeed 10 million points. That person who defeated a higher being in 3 hours is just too sick. Yeah. Why didn't I see him so powerful when we were fighting for the medallions earlier? He's far more terrifying than the prodigies from the saints' world. He might be able to open the immortal gate this time. Ha ha ha, I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Only a few dozen people will be able to open the immortal gate every 10,000 years. Some people won't even get to see it in their entire lives. If we can see it, we'll be really lucky. Yes, I am also looking forward to this matter. It would be even better if I could see this expert with my own eyes. In the future, he will definitely shock many half-immortal world. I'm suddenly curious. What's his identity? We know most of the geniuses in the half-immortal world, but there's no such person. It's like he just appeared out of nowhere. That's hard to say. The endless void is boundless, and there are many terrifying people and powers. Who knows what his identity is? It's impossible. The saint-ranked prodigies had serious expressions on their faces. Their talents and strength were undoubtedly the best in the entire mortal world. Other than a freak like Zhao Fu, no one else could surpass them. Now, they, who were originally proud and arrogant, felt a huge pressure and put away their arrogant attitudes. They also thought that this person was very likely to open the immortal gate. The few saint-ranked prodigies came here just to give it a try. They didn't have full confidence in opening the immortal gate. Because opening the immortal gate was simply too difficult and there were no rewards, the various saint-ranked powers didn't value this immortal gate. Otherwise, according to normal circumstances, countless people would gather to watch the opening of the ruins. Experts from various powers would also descend to see the performance of their own disciples. However, there was no such thing here. You can come and go as you please. They didn't know that Zhao Fu had obtained 10 million points. Even Zhao Fu himself didn't know. Countless people didn't know that the person who had the highest chance of opening the immortal gate had no interest in it. However, there was no use in obtaining so many points. They couldn't exchange them for any rewards at all. Their gazes returned to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled at Tree Spirit in front of him and said, "As a creature of this place, you should know what's good there, right?" Tree Spirit smiled and nodded, "I'll take Lord there right now." Following this, Zhao Fu called over Feng Wuyi and Ling Ji. They knew that a higher being had volunteered to be Zhao Fu's bodyguards, and they looked incredibly shocked. They couldn't help but feel admiration towards Zhao Fu and wondered how Zhao Fu had done it. Seeing that higher being's attitude, it was Zhao Fu who was extremely respectful. Before, the three of them had to be extremely respectful whenever they saw higher beings, but now, the situation was reversed. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Tree Spirit brought Zhao Fu and the others and gave off a higher being's might as they landed on the surface of a lake. Sensing this terrifying power, a massive figure floated up from the bottom of the lake. It was a blue dragon. This divine dragon seemed to be very old, but its body was very strong, its 4 claws were sharp, and its body was covered in dark blue scales. There were 6 sharp horns on its head that were white in color, and the back of its neck and 4 claws were covered in white fur. It gave off a powerful water attribute aura, as well as an extremely terrifying pressure. Its power had reached the peak of the Dao realm. After Tree Spirit floated up, he looked at Tree Spirit in shock and said in an ancient voice, "Old tree, how did you break through to become a higher being?" Elder Tree Spirit smiled and said with a trace of pride, "Old dragon, take out all of your good things. I brought you a massive opportunity, which is this lord next to me." Old Water Dragon looked quite confused and did not understand what was going on. However, seeing that tree spirit had broken through to become a higher being and was so respectful to an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator, he felt even more confused. However, he quickly thought of something. Tree Spirit had a good relationship with him, and Tree Spirit had been stuck at the peak of the Tao realm for a long time. Why had he suddenly broken through? And why was he so respectful to an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator? Combined with Tree Spirit's words, Old Water Dragon was sure that Tree Spirit had broken through because of this young man. Old Water Dragon could not help but feel excited and respectfully said to Zhao Fu, "Sir, this old man is willing to use all of my things in exchange for an opportunity to break through." After saying this, Old Water Dragon waved his claw and a wave of energy spread out, causing piles of materials to appear on the surface of the lake. There were celestial grasses, celestial trees, celestial flowers, ores, weapons, equipment, beast skins, beast horns. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. Old Water Dragon had collected all sorts of materials, and the celestial light they gave off was quite extraordinary. However, these things would soon belong to him. These countless materials could strengthen Qin's foundation and make Qin even stronger. Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and said, "I need you to make a contract that you cannot harm me or leak this matter." Hearing Zhao Fu agree, the Old Water Dragon felt quite happy. He finally had a chance to break through. The Old Water Dragon's body gave off countless rays of blue light as lines of contract words appeared. After Zhao Fu looked over them, the contract words fused into the Old Water Dragon's body, forming a formless binding power. After doing all of this, the Old Water Dragon obediently stayed on the surface of the water and looked at Zhao Fu in anticipation. Zhao Fu took out a dagger and once again cut his wrist. Blood slowly flowed out and a fragrance that surpassed even that of a divine medicine spread out. The Old Water Dragon felt quite startled. Just from this smell, this blood was quite extraordinary and had the power to change one's fate. The tree spirit respectfully stood there because he knew how powerful this blood was. His body instinctively felt respect towards it. This blood was not ordinary blood, it was a part of Zhao Fu's origin blood, or else it would not be so powerful. Origin blood was quite important to Zhao Fu, and if he lost too much, it would cause Zhao Fu's power to fall. Under Zhao Fu's control, the blood formed a small orb of blood and flew towards the Old Water Dragon. The Old Water Dragon carefully stretched out a pair of dragon claws and caught the floating ball of blood. Then, it opened its big mouth and swallowed the small ball of blood. Boom, a deafening rumble echoed. The Old Water Dragon felt a blood flow through his body. A power that transcended the laws of the world and was not subject to any restrictions erupted. It was not something that could exist in the mortal world. First generation origin bloodline? The Old Water Dragon looked incredibly shocked. He had never thought that a mere Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator would have such a terrifying bloodline. Suddenly, the Old Water Dragon's dragon race bloodline became incredibly excited as if he was going crazy. His dragon blood became incredibly hot, and his body seemed to be burning. Supreme Dragon Bloodline. The Old Water Dragon looked even more shocked. He had never thought that this blood would be so terrifying, and it even contained the dragon race's supreme bloodline. Roar, hot blood flowed through his body, and an unimaginably powerful dragon power surged out of his body. The Old Water Dragon raised his head and let out a deafening roar. The roar soared into the sky and crashed into the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread out, causing countless clouds to instantly dissipate. Boom, the Old Water Dragon's body was filled with power as it slammed into the invisible wall in front of the cultivation base. The wall instantly collapsed and dissipated. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out as the Old Water Dragon's body gave off boundless blue light and it gave off a massive aura as it leapt up from the water and rushed into the sky. It exploded out with its full power, causing an even more powerful blue light to shine in all directions. The entire sky was dyed blue. From afar, a gigantic blue divine dragon could be seen circling in the sky. Waves of frightening ripples were constantly spreading out. Even the heavens and earth seemed to be unable to withstand this power. Space and time seemed to be locked down, and the air became incredibly heavy. All of the creatures nearby sensed a terrifying might and felt immense terror. They lay on the ground, unable to move at all. Who's breaking through to become a higher being? Some creatures had just experienced this power and naturally understood that this might was the ripples of someone breaking through to become a higher being. For two people to become higher beings in such a short period of time, they felt incredibly shocked. The old water dragon spiraling in the sky gave off countless rays of intense blue light, and its body became more and more transparent before condensing into an elderly man. The elderly man had 6 sharp dragon horns on his head, and his face was ruddy. He wore a blue dragon robe and gave off a power that surpassed the heavens and earth, causing all creatures to feel fear. Sensing the higher being's power within his body, the elderly man smiled and looked incredibly excited. He felt the same as Tree Spirit from before, he had finally broken through. He could not help but feel excited and happy. After a while, the old water dragon came back to his senses and flew before Xiao Fu and respectfully bowed as he said, "Thank you, sir. I never thought that you would be the sovereign of the dragon race. It's my honor to meet you." The old water dragon's attitude was even more respectful than Tree Spirit's because he was not only grateful to Xiao Fu, but also because Xiao Fu had the sovereign bloodline of the dragon race. As a member of the dragon race, he instinctively felt respect towards a bloodline that was far more noble than his, and he acknowledged Xiao Fu even more. Seeing the old water dragon's attitude, Tree Spirit felt quite shocked. He had underestimated Xiao Fu and had never thought that he would be the sovereign of the dragon race. He did not dare to believe just how terrifying his identity was, and he had to do everything he could to curry favor with this person. Perhaps he would receive massive benefits in the future. Seeing the two high and mighty higher beings act so respectfully towards him, Xiao Fu smiled and said, "No need to be so polite." The old water dragon raised his head and put down his hands as he looked at Xiao Fu with a smile. Xiao Fu looked at the piles of materials on the lake and stretched out a hand and grabbed at them. The countless materials flooded over and disappeared into the space that Xiao Fu had created for himself. After collecting the materials, Xiao Fu smiled and said to Tree Spirit, "Let's continue." "Yes, sir." Tree Spirit smiled and replied. Seeing that Xiao Fu was about to leave, the old water dragon immediately asked, "Where are you going, sir?" Tree Spirit smiled and said, "Old water dragon. Sir has come here to train, and I'm here to protect sir from danger. Are you willing to protect sir? This is a great thing." The old water dragon smiled and bowed to Xiao Fu as he said, "I'm also willing to follow behind sir and protect sir. Please allow me, sir." Another higher being was willing to protect him. This was a good thing, and Xiao Fu naturally would not refuse. He smiled and said, "Sure." Following this, Xiao Fu followed Tree Spirit and flew in another direction. At that moment, Xiao Fu did not know that the Immortal Gate Medallion had gained another 10 million points, bringing his total to 20 million points. The commotion caused by Xiao Fu had not subsided, and now that he had gained another 10 million points, everyone was in an uproar. Heavens, 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 another 10 million points. Just how did he do it? Could it be that he defeated another higher being? But it hasn't even been an hour since he obtained 10 million points. Could it be that he defeated a higher being in an hour? So freakish, too freakish. It's the first time I've seen such a terrifying person. Those divine tier geniuses are all trash, and I wonder just who he is. I'm also curious. Just who is that person? I don't think I've seen him before. I worship him greatly, and he will be my goal in the future. If the first time was a coincidence, then the second time was the same. That person really does have indescribably terrifying power. Otherwise, he would have shaken the entire half-celestial world long ago. I feel that he definitely has the ability to open the gate of celestials. Last time, I felt that it was possible, but this person is too powerful and far surpasses my expectations. He will definitely have shocking performances in the future. Fudge. I almost forgot, this is the first time that such a terrifying person has appeared in this place. This is not a small matter, and the factions will definitely take it seriously. That's right. I feel that this matter is not small at all. If that person can really open the gate of celestials, it will definitely shake the entire world. I'll immediately report this to the factions. The Saint-grade genius's expressions became quite unsightly. Before, they had only felt a massive pressure, but now, they could feel the difference between them and that person. He was far more powerful than them. Even though they did not want to accept this, the truth was right in front of them, and it was difficult for them not to accept it. Who is that person? They did not have the heart to continue with the trial because no matter how many times they defeated creatures to obtain points, they would never be able to surpass that person. That was the feeling that that person gave them. In the past, the people who had opened the Gate of Celestials had always been the top-ranked faction, but now that that person had appeared, it was impossible for them to be ranked first. This meant that they did not have the right to open the Gate of Celestials, and no matter how hard they worked, it would all be a waste of effort. As such, they did not have the heart to continue with the trial and wanted to see just who was so terrifying. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the tree spirit gave off a powerful aura and brought Zhao Fu and the others to a plains. There was a group of half-human, half-wolf monsters on the plains. They were all 5 meters tall and had white wolf heads. They had 2 upturned fangs, and they had powerful human bodies and large wolf tails. There were many of them, in the hundreds, and they gave off powerful auras. All of their cultivation was at the extreme divine realm, and they were only slightly weaker than Zhao Fu's Emperor Heaven realm. If it was Zhao Fu, he would not dare to charge in like this, and he would definitely be attacked by these extreme divine realm monsters. However, things were different now. Zhao Fu had 2 almighty existences by his side. Sensing the might from the 2 higher beings, the monsters' faces became pale and they knelt to the ground. Their bodies trembled and they did not dare to offend Zhao Fu and the others. The tree spirit explained with a smile, "This is a white spirit werewolf. It collects a type of immortal sky dew from the grasslands. This immortal sky dew is a very precious item with many uses." Zhao Fu nodded lightly. The tree spirit turned to look at the werewolves and said with a thunderous voice, "Our esteemed master will not kill you, so don't be afraid. Hand over the immortal sky dew." Hearing this, the wolfmen hesitated. The immortal sky dew was something they had spent a great deal of effort to collect, and it was their most important item. Naturally, they were quite hesitant to hand it over. The old water dragon coldly harumphed with a trace of killing intent, "Don't seek your own deaths. Hurry up and hand over the celestial nectar, or don't blame me." The wolfmen were so frightened that they did not hesitate anymore. They quickly took out a watermelon-sized clay jar and came before Zhao Fu. They knelt on the ground and handed over the jar with both hands. The tree spirit reached out and the jar flew into his hand. He then opened the jar and revealed the liquid overflowing with celestial light. He smiled and said, "Sir, this is the immortal sky dew." Zhao Fu sensed it and found that it contained very powerful celestial force. It was indeed a precious treasure. He smiled and put the jar away. He smiled and said, "Let's continue to the next area." "Yes, sir." The tree spirit smiled and led Zhao Fu and the others to the next area. The wolfmen were relieved when they saw Zhao Fu and the others leave. They did not know how terrifying the cloaked person was, but the 2 almighty experts were so respectful to him that they were like servants. However, it was also an existence that they could not come into contact with. Now that the immortal sky dew they had worked so hard to collect was gone, they could only continue collecting. Fortunately, their lives were saved, so they still had a chance to collect more. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the tree spirit led Zhao Fu and the others to land on a volcano. There was a massive firerock giant on the volcano. The firerock giant's body was mainly made of rock, and flames could be seen in the cracks between the rocks. It was currently sleeping on the ground and gave off a searing heat. The old water dragon casually waved his hand and a massive water ball containing great power hit the firerock giant's head. The firerock giant roared and woke up. The tree spirit gave off a massive might that landed on the firerock giant. The tree spirit coldly said, "What are you shouting for? You're disturbing our lord." Sensing this terrifying power, the firerock giant immediately stopped shouting and knelt on the ground. It looked at Zhao Fu and the others. The tree spirit explained to Zhao Fu, "This firerock contains a type of fire-melt iron, which is a godly material for forging weapons." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll take it." The tree spirit turned to look at the firerock giant and said, "Did you hear that our lord wants your fire-melt iron? Hurry up and hand it over to our lord." The fire-melt iron was a metal that had been condensed in the firerock giant's body for many years, and it was very important to the firerock giant. The firerock giant did not want to hand it over, but there were 2 higher beings in front of him, and he was only at the spirit realm. He was not a match for them at all, so he could only hand it over. The Fire Rock giant seemed to have been bullied and gave a muffled sound, "Oh. Hand it over immediately." Seeing this, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I can give you a small opportunity." Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and condensed an orb of origin energy that gave off rainbow light and a powerful origin energy aura. He tossed it over to the Fire Rock giant. The Fire Rock giant could sense how powerful this orb of light was and felt that it would be of great help to him. He happily accepted the orb of light. Following this, a 1-meter wide piece of fire-colored metal that looked like iron or stone floated up from the Fire Rock giant's chest. The rock giant stretched out a hand and picked up the piece of metal in front of its chest and handed it to Zhao Fu as it smiled and said, "Here. My lord. This is high-grade fire melt iron that I condensed. It's much better than ordinary fire melt iron." Zhao Fu looked at the piece of fire melt iron that gave off powerful fire power. If it was used to forge a fire-type weapon, it would be an incredibly powerful weapon. Zhao Fu casually put the piece of fire melt iron away and continued to fly. In the next few days, Zhao Fu felt incredibly good. He could take whatever treasure he wanted. With 2 higher being existences protecting him, he did not have to worry about any threats, and the creatures that were much more powerful than Zhao Fu did not dare to have any objections. Zhao Fu had obtained countless precious treasures over the past few days, and all of them were of great help to Qin and could greatly increase his strength. Coming to the depths of the forbidden area had been the right decision. At that moment, the old water dragon sensed something and said, "Sir, I can sense a dragon race treasure in that direction, and there are many people fighting over it. Do you want to go and take a look?" Dragon race treasure? Many people fighting over it? Compared to treasures, they were quite good, and Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Everyone gave off powerful auras and flew in that direction. There was a golden crystal floating above the ruins. It was rhombus-shaped and 1 meter long, and there was a golden dragon within it. The crystal gave off boundless light and a massive dragon's might. This crystal was a dragon soul, and it was not an ordinary dragon soul. Its power and bloodline were incredibly powerful, and the aura it gave off was not any weaker than a higher being's. A dragon soul was something that was condensed after a dragon died, and it would lose much of its power. However, the aura it gave off was not any weaker than a higher being's, which meant that the owner of the dragon soul was an incredibly powerful existence. This was definitely an incredibly powerful and rare treasure, so it was not just ordinary people fighting over it, even holy children joined in. Bang, bang. Bang, explosions continuously sounded out as terrifying shockwaves continuously spread out, forming wild gales that caused the heavens and earth to dim and sand to fly everywhere. This was especially so for the holy children's terrifying attacks. They seemed to be able to easily destroy the heavens and earth, creating a terrifying scene. The ordinary people were able to block a few attacks at first, but they could not hold on for too long. Some people were directly killed, scaring the ordinary people out of the battle and not daring to fight with the holy children for treasures. They retreated to the distance and watched to see which holy child would be able to snatch the dragon soul. Of course, there were some people who did not give up and looked for opportunities to snatch the dragon soul. Among the holy children fighting were the woman in beast clothes and the ugly young man that Zhao Fu had met before. Their performance on the battlefield was outstanding, and they consecutively repelled several saints. There were too many holy sons participating in the battle, and no one could snatch the dragon soul for a while. Once a holy son flew over to the dragon soul, he would be met with countless attacks, forcing him to stop. The battle was still intense, and the saints unleashed terrifying attacks on their opponents. Slowly, some of the holy sons were injured and forced to retreat from the battle. Although dragon souls were precious, they didn't want to suffer heavy losses, let alone lose their lives. The saints left on the battlefield were undoubtedly stronger than ordinary saints. Boom. 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 Boom, 5 enormous rumbling sounds rang out. 5 figures appeared in the sky, exuding a pressure that even heaven and earth couldn't withstand. Their temperaments were extraordinary, immortal light dense, as if they were 5 rulers. There were 3 men and 2 women, and the strongest was a cold-looking young man with short hair. The power he emanated seemed to be comparable to that of an ordinary almighty. The second man wore green clothes and had a scholarly and easygoing aura, and he had a trace of a smile on his face. The third man was a little fat, and his eyes seemed a little small. The remaining two women were also extremely beautiful. One was tall and wore a white dress, and she had an otherworldly aura like a fairy. The other had a graceful figure, wore black clothes, and had a cold expression. Sensing the five people's auras, the saints, who had been fighting intensely, all stopped. They looked up at the five people in the sky, and their expressions turned slightly unsightly. The five of them were the strongest people in this region, and their cultivations had all reached the Tao realm. How could they compete with these five people? The five of them had been defeating creatures in different places to obtain points, but because of Zhao Fu's appearance, they weren't interested in defeating creatures anymore. They wanted to find that terrifying person who had obtained 20 million points. Following this, the five of them sensed that there were massive ripples here, and they descended with terrifying auras. The five of them glanced at the many saints and finally fixed their gazes on the dragon soul. The fatty smiled and said, "This is an almighty level dragon soul. Even almighty beings would be tempted by it. It's no wonder that so many people are fighting over it. Do you guys want it? If you don't, it's mine." Hearing this, the saints felt quite dissatisfied, but they could only endure it. They were at the peak of the Tao realm, and the faction behind them was quite terrifying. The cold-looking woman said, "I also want it. Let's have a showdown, and whoever wins can take the dragon's soul." The fat man thought about it and smiled as he said, "No problem. Do the rest of you want it too?" The fat man looked at the other three people and looked at the cold-looking young man. As the strongest person, if he wanted the dragon's soul, it would be very difficult for the fat man to compete with him. The scholarly young man smiled as he said, "I'm not interested, you two can fight." The woman in the white dress did not say anything, and it seemed that she was not interested either. In the end, the cold-looking young man said coldly, "I'm not interested." Following this, the fat man and cold-looking woman flew to the side and gave off an even greater aura, causing the weather to change and clouds to swirl. The other saints' expressions fell and they hurriedly retreated. If the two of them fought, it would definitely be quite terrifying. Boom, at that moment, the two of them attacked. Their bodies disappeared and they turned into two rays of light, one black and one red, that clashed together. A terrifying shockwave spread out, tearing apart space and giving off a massive explosion. Boom, boom. Boom, the explosions did not stop and continued to sound out. The black and red streams of light continuously collided with each other with terrifying power. Countless cracks appeared in the sky and the sky was dyed into two colors, one black and the other red. Powerful shockwaves blasted out, and the ground continuously crumbled. Trees, stones, flowers, and grass were all destroyed, and they were unable to resist at all. Everyone looked at the two people fighting in shock. The two of them were simply too powerful, causing everyone to feel a sense of fear. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the two rays of light clashed together with immense power. A red and black orb of light blasted out with terrifying power, turning everything in the surroundings into nothingness. A wild gale blew out with great power, uprooting countless trees and blowing rocks into the sky. Sand, dust, and grass flew everywhere. After the shockwaves dissipated, the fat man and cold-looking woman stood. In the air, a trace of blood leaking out of their mouths. The battle was not over yet, and the two of them looked at each other and gave off terrifying auras. Just as they were about to continue attacking, something unexpected happened. Boom. Boom. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a world-dominating aura spread out like a flood, instantly inundating everything. Nothing could resist this aura, and everyone felt terror in their hearts. Everyone was greatly shocked and looked up into the sky to see a group of people appear. The person in the lead was a black-cloaked young man who gave off an ordinary aura. Beside him stood two elderly people, who gave off world-dominating auras. There were also two women, and even though they were also extremely beautiful, they were not very important. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Just who is this person? There are actually two almighty beings protecting him respectfully. Even though their saint factions had many higher beings, all of them had very high statuses in their factions and held quite a bit of power. Even holy sons had to be courteous to them and could not easily offend them. The five saint geniuses' expressions became serious as they looked at Zhao Fu's group. The two people who had been about to fight gave up on fighting. Suddenly, someone yelled out in shock, "He's that peerless expert who obtained 20 million points. the aura he gives off is the same as the Celestial Gate Medallion's aura. Everyone was sent into an uproar as they immediately sensed the Celestial Gate Medallion's aura. That's right, he's that terrifying person who obtained 20 million points in a few hours. I thought that I would never have the chance to meet such a terrifying person. Who would have thought that he would appear in front of me? Ah, I'm so excited. I'm so lucky to be able to see such a powerful existence with my own eyes. I also feel so lucky to be able to meet him here. He's the person most likely to open the Celestial Gate. I really want to see him open the Celestial Gate right now and show us what it's like. Wait. Don't think that he's very powerful. He has two higher beings by his side, and with their help, it's not strange for him to obtain so many points so easily. I think so too. I can sense that his power and aura are so ordinary, he can't possibly have such terrifying abilities, right? Are the two of you stupid? Firstly, higher beings can't use the Celestial Gate Medallion. Secondly, others can't help you obtain points. Thirdly, his aura is so ordinary. Do you think an ordinary person can make higher beings treat him so respectfully? Even if he's not as terrifying as we think, he's definitely someone we should come into contact with. I still believe that he can open the Celestial Gate. The bearded young man stared at Zhao Fu in the sky with wide eyes. His face was filled with disbelief. He had underestimated Zhao Fu's identity. He had never thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so terrifying. He had not expected Zhao Fu to be that peerless expert who was even more terrifying than a martial sage. The beast-skinned woman and the ugly young man also looked at Zhao Fu in shock. No wonder he had defeated them so easily and spoke so arrogantly. It turned out that his identity and strength were so frightening. Fortunately, they had left obediently, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. When Zhao Fu heard their words, he was stunned. What points? It was as if they all knew him. The 5 saint-ranked prodigies looked at Zhao Fu solemnly. He was the terrifying person who made them feel helpless. Although they could sense that Zhao Fu's aura and power were very different, Zhao Fu gave them a formless pressure and a very dangerous feeling. Tree Spirit and the old water dragon looked slightly serious. They could also sense that the 5 people in front of them were very terrifying and had the power to fight them. However, as almighty beings, they definitely had a great advantage. The old water dragon looked at the 5 people and said, "This dragon's soul belongs to the dragon clan. Our lord is the sovereign of the dragon clan. The dragon's soul should belong to our lord. That person in the sky is the sovereign of the dragon clan?" Everyone was shocked once again. A supreme being of the dragon clan. That meant that he was the most respected person in the entire dragon clan. His status was even more frightening than them, the chosen. The 5 saint-ranked prodigies' expressions became even more serious. Although their identities and bloodlines were extremely frightening, they still did not have the qualifications to call themselves sovereigns. Those who dared to call themselves sovereigns were all very famous in the celestial world. The grim young man said, "I'm not interested in the dragon soul. You can take it if you want." Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not hold back. He reached out and a formless power spread out. The dragon's soul automatically flew into Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu revealed a trace of a smile when he felt the powerful dragon energy contained in the dragon's soul. This was the dragon's soul of an almighty being, something that even almighty beings would be interested in. Zhao Fu thought that if he fused the ether into the Splendor Night Silver Dragon's nest, there would definitely be unimaginable benefits. Perhaps Qin could breed Splendor Night Silver Dragons in large numbers. Splendor Night Silver Dragons were top-notch 8th-ranked dragons. If they could have as many as Qin's wyverns, it would be very helpful to Qin. No one present objected to Zhao Fu's actions. Not only were they afraid of Zhao Fu's identity, but there were also 2 almighty beings guarding him. How could they dare to snatch something from 2 almighty beings? Wouldn't that be courting death? After putting the item into his space, Zhao Fu was about to leave. After all, Zhao Fu had only come for the dragon soul. Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to leave, the grim young man quickly said, "I'm the Black Tortoise half-immortal world's holy son, Xianxia. May I ask who in the dragon clan is?" Black Tortoise half-immortal world? Hearing this name, Zhao Fu stopped. Wasn't this the power that the almighty being who wanted to take him as a disciple mentioned? Zhao Fu was quite grateful towards that almighty being. He was the one who gave him a map so that he did not have to search aimlessly. Zhao Fu took out the command medallion and smiled as he asked, "Do you recognize this thing?" When the grim young man saw the token, he was startled and said, "This is my master's unique token. May I ask why you have it?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "A small matter happened between your master and me. Your master gave this token to me so that I can go to the Black Tortoise half-immortal world at any time." When the grim young man and the others heard this, they were shocked. The grim young man was the most terrifying person among the many almighty beings. His master was even more terrifying. He was extremely famous in many half-immortal worlds and was about to become a half-immortal. Now that Zhao Fu said that he was familiar with such a powerful person, everyone was even more certain that Zhao Fu's identity was terrifying. He was not someone they could offend. The fatty smiled and quickly said, "I'm the Fulling half-immortal world's Fuya. It's my honor to meet you today." The scholarly young man also introduced himself politely, "I'm the Book Forest half-immortal world's Shuyang. I hope to get to know you." The remaining two women also introduced themselves. The fairy-like beauty came from the Willow Immortal World's Lu Xianxia. The black-clothed woman was the Black Mountain half-immortal world's Moe. If they could get to know a powerful person like Zhao Fu, it would be beneficial for them in the future. End of chapter 2399. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.